Chapter 0.1 Prologue. The 13th disciple of the Manhwa Sect, one of the greatest third-generation swordsmen, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, Chung Myung. After defeating the heavenly demon and ending his reign of chaos, Chung Myung breathed his last on the summit of the heavenly demon sect's mountain. Hundreds of years passed, and he was revived as a child. But what was that? Manhwa, a sect has fallen. What kind of bullshit is that? Was he supposed to just live his life knowing that? Fallen? Who said that? That doesn't matter. The plum blossoms fall. After a cold winter, spring comes, and the plum blossoms come into full bloom once again. But before the Manhwa sect returns, I need to be there first. Even if it's in ruins, there has to be something left there. Ugh, those people in there. And so began the struggle of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, Chung Myung, to save the fallen Manhwa sect. Chapter 1 What the hell is this situation? 1. A dream. No, he didn't know if it was a dream or a memory or a hallucination as he danced on the edge of death. He didn't know if he was already dead, dying, or still alive. All he could see was the past, childhood memories, his appearance from when he first entered the Manhwa sect, the scenes of training with Sehyeong, the time he'd fled the strict sect rules and gone to see the world. Before a warrior, you are a practitioner. You must realize that power without ethics is just violence. Nagging, constant nagging. It bored him. While he was a disciple of Manhwa sect, he didn't fully follow the teaching. Despite his natural talent, which earned him the title of Plum Blossom Sword Saint, he was but a mere beginner in the Manhwa sect. Why didn't he realize earlier? Even when the teachings didn't make sense, even when he felt out of place, everything that made him him, he owed solely to the Manhwa sect. That was why he admired the sect so much. He realized too late for regrets. If only he'd paid a little more attention to the teachings, if only he was a little bit stronger, he might have been able to change that bitter ending. If only he. Do you regret your decisions? Chung Myung heard the soft voice of Sehyeong Jangmun. His father, his older brother, his family. This man was Chung Myung's goal. He wanted to follow him until the very end, but it was too late for that too. Yes, I regret it. I regret it so much, Sehyeong. There is no need for regret. His voice exuded warmth. It is the Manhwa sect after all. Sehyeong. It seemed to Chung Myung that Sehyeong was chuckling. Forever warm and benevolent. Because it is the Manhwa sect. Tak. Even then, Pak. Huh? What? Ag. It hurts. My head. I don't get it. What kind of pain is this? Is this what it feels like when your limbs are cut off? Heavenly demon? Is that bastard not dead yet? Chung Myung instinctively raised his hand to protect his head. If he wasn't dead yet, these attacks would finish him off for good. Heavenly demon? But the voice that answered him wasn't the heavenly demon, but a thick, sniveling voice he didn't recognize. Huh? When he opened his eyes, the face was equally unfamiliar. A beggar? Beggar. A beginner judging by the knot tied around his waist. He'd just started. A beggar among beggars. The beggar with the grumpy, scruffy face eyed Chung Myung. What is it? He couldn't understand what was happening. Heavenly demon, yeah right. The beggar's face flushed red with irritation. You lazy bum still sleep talking. Everyone else has gone off to beg, but you're still here sleeping like you did something great. Yeah. Do I make you laugh, huh? The beggar hefted his bamboo stick. Hold on. Is this kid threatening me right now? So that's how it is. Huh? The beggar was startled by Chung Myung's sudden smirk. It was an odd situation, but he didn't feel like he needed to bother with context. Just who is Chung Myung after all? He handily ranked among the top 3 of all the numerous swordsmen in the world. People praised his sword style as the true essence of Manhwa sect and dubbed him the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. The 2 other great swordsmen weren't worthy of being his opponents. Even the heavenly demon, in his final moments, acknowledged Chung Myung's swordsmanship. Disciples and sect leaders alike bowed before him. But this beggar was making a threat. 3. Huh? Are you laughing now? Look here, kid. Look here. I'm struggling to understand the situation, but for starters you can put that thing down. Ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The beggar could only laugh. Chung Myung scowled. How dare he react to him like this? And then the beggar smacked Chung Myung with his bamboo stick. Huh. Chung Myung was dumbfounded. How dare a mere beggar do something like this, knowing who Chung Myung was? No matter what happened, he was going to fix this beggar's attitude before the day was up. First, he had to stop that baton. Chung Myung raised his right arm. What? Huh? Slow? Why were his arms so slow? The baton was fast, but why were his arms reaching for it so slowly? It made no sense with his speed. He should already be holding that stick. Maybe it was because of his injuries? Then all he had to do was move on to his gut. What's that? On the edge of his vision, he saw a small hand appear, moving towards the baton at a snail's pace. Too slow and too short. Huh? Hands that small couldn't stop it. This wasn't going to work. The stick landed squarely on Chung Myung's head. Chung Myung collapsed to the ground, convulsing. All of his thoughts were driven away by the skull-splitting pain. Chung Mai unclutched his head and rolled over. Even his arm being ripped off hadn't hurt like this. You bastard. The beggar laid into him in earnest. Situation? Understand the situation? I'll do that. But I'll make sure you understand the situation first. If you go crazy, you go crazy. Stupid bastard. Did the heat rot your brain? The medicine for heat is getting hit, you bastard. Ack. 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 You crazy beggar. Stop right now, if not ack. Die. Die. Ah, it hurts. Ack. Chung Mayan's cries changed little by little as he was beaten. You bastard. I won't let this go. I'll make sure to rip you. Smack. Stop. Stop it now, please, you jerk. Smack. Ack. Ack. Why are you hitting me? Ack. Smack. You beggar. Ack. Sorry. The whipping continued with no remorse. Save. Smack. Spare me. As if to tell him there were no free second chances, Chung Mai-un was immediately beaten to a pulp. Ack. He hurt my pride. Chung Mai-un pulled out the piece of cloth he jammed into his nose. The moment he saw the red stains, Chung Mai-un's face fell. A nosebleed. Not even a nosebleed from internal injuries, but a nosebleed from being beaten. How did that even make sense? It wasn't just the nosebleed, nothing had made sense since he'd opened his eyes. To say nothing of his bruised eyelids, it felt like nowhere on his body was left untouched. Beating someone that thoroughly had to be something of an art form. If someone hadn't stopped him, he would have just kept going. Had he ever been hit like this in his entire life? Despite all the pranks he'd pulled off in the famously strict Manhwa sect, he had never been beaten this badly. To suffer such humiliation for the first time at the hands of a beggar, I am going to mess him up, that bastard. I'll tear him down. The anger and irritation roiled inside him. Chung Mai-un laid on the ground. If he acted on a whim, he would only hurt his battered body. No, rather than that. Chung Mai-un heaved himself up and stared into the river. An unfamiliar young face greeted him. When Chung Mai-un contorted his face, the young man did too. When Chung Mai-un sighed, the young man did too. How did this happen? Why was there a different kid's face in the water? No, it was a nice face. The change in his face didn't bother him after all. The younger the better, no? But it was too young. Although, better younger than older. Besides, no matter how much he compared them, this face was a lot more charming and handsome than the old Chung Mai-un. He had no complaints about this new face. But he was dissatisfied with the fact that his body was younger too. Short. The limbs were short, not because he was naturally short or something, but because he was a child. Even worse, he was all skin and bones. Even now, he was too tired and hungry to lift a hand. Whatever. So in summary, this means I'm alive. Maybe I wasn't appropriate. No matter how hard he looked, this kid looked nothing like the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, Chung Mai-un. The Sword Saint was gone. His soul and all of his memories now resided in the body of a child beggar. This must be a devil's work, or maybe it was Buddhist reincarnation? Had he known this beforehand, he would have joined the Shaolin instead of the Manhwa sect. He wondered if the heavenly demon had used some kind of disgusting magic on him. But if he could perform such feats, he would already be ruling the entire world. Chung Mai-un didn't really care what had happened, but he had to admit that everything around him was real. This was neither dream nor fantasy. His entire body throbbed with pain. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Nothing will change if I keep sitting around and thinking about it. First, I need to figure out what's happening and what exactly happened. Chung Mai-un hopped up and ran to the beggar's tent. Or he tried to run at least. Tuck! Within a couple of steps, he fell. You beat me hard, you bastard! Chung Mai-un's eyes rolled angrily. No matter what happens, I'll make sure to pay you back for this. Death wasn't about to fix his dirty personality. Chapter 2. What the hell is this situation? 2. No matter how I look at it, he seems to have gone mad. Gu-chil-1 gazed seriously down at Chung Mai-un. Did all the beating drive him mad? He got hit a little harder than usual. Although Wang Cho was usually a little excessive, he'd beaten Chung Mai-un like he was trying to teach him a lesson. Even getting attacked by a dog wouldn't mess him up this bad. The people who normally tried to stop him didn't even bother today, seeing how Wang Cho had absolutely handled Chung Mai-un. Gu-chil wasn't surprised. So what you're saying is, I'm a beggar. Was he beaten on his head, or his body? A beggar, asking if he was a beggar? What madness was this? Gu-chil was certain. This guy had turned weird. No, he turned horrifyingly weird. He normally slacked off, so Gu-chil knew that one day he was going to get a real beating. It was just bad luck that today was the day. That was the iron rule of the Beggars' Union. If you don't find food with your own hands, you either die a dog's death, starve to death, or get beaten. Normally, people would come back to their senses after their beating. Normally. Instead, the complete opposite was happening in front of Gu-chil. Is it true? Am I really living in a place like this? Can't be true. Are you blind or what? Huh? It shouldn't be hard to figure it out by looking at what you're wearing. Chung Mai-un lowered his eyes. He saw all kinds of fabrics and rags. It should have been normal clothing, but it was rags. Any normal person would nod their head and go back to work, but not Chung Mai-un. Don't I have a name or something? Since when did beggars have names? Gu Chil heaved a sigh. Just a crude one. You're Cho Sam too. Sounds just like a beggar's name. Look, even his name was poor. To be a beggar. This kind of beggar. The other beggars stared blankly at him. An age, am I around 16? Since when did beggars keep track of their age? That makes sense. Unlike everything else. Everything about Cho Sam had changed, from the way he spoke to the way he moved. On top of that, he had no idea what was happening around him. It was far too much to be caused by a concussion. Then, what year is it? Beggars count the days. You ever seen a beggar who counted the years? Sounds like a true beggar. Gu Chil rubbed his eyes. A beggar's life was always tired and stressful, but this was so much worse than usual. Then, I have one more question. You've been asking for a while now. Do you know who the heavenly demon is? You were mumbling about the heavenly demon earlier too. Why are you suddenly looking for him? Answer me first. Of course I know him. Everyone knows. He was the leader of the heavenly demon sect who was defeated 100 years ago. What? Boss, Cho Sam shot forward and grabbed Gu Chil by the collar. 100 years have passed since the heavenly demon was slain? 100 years? Does that really mean a century has passed since then? A century? That's right. Seems like Cho Sam got hit real hard. Tell me the truth, don't even think about lying. What good would come out of lying to you? Gu Chil pulled Cho Sam off of him. Soon Cho Sam's freed hands were scratching furiously at his head. He's gone mad. There was no other explanation after seeing that. He wasn't confused or rattled by the beating, he'd just lost his mind. Gu Chil had never seen someone's face express so many shades of flustered. 100 years you say? Do you want me to say it again? I need to head back. Chung Mayang raised his head to the sky. He thought that seeing the clean blue sky would offer him some kind of comfort, but all he could see was the black ceiling of the tent. It was as dark as Chung Mayang's mood. 100 years have passed since then? Gu Chil snapped. It's not like you're old or something. So why do you keep repeating the same thing? It's been 100 years. The sects had a big fight with the heavenly demon on top of the 100,000 mountains and took his head off. Right. It was 100 years ago. I get it. That was why he was so depressed. The guy who thrashed Chung Mayang earlier seemed like he was high-ranked. In that sense, the guy in front of him now could also be higher ranked than Cho Sam. In the Beggars' Union, was it? Unfortunately, it wasn't anything great. It was practically impossible for the Beggars' Union to feed and shelter all of their people. It was said that the union took in all beggars, but their funds were limited. Most of the Beggars' Union were plain street beggars. The higher-ups gave them numbers for names, and their clothes had no knots. Roaming on the streets, these beggars would have a better idea of what happened in the world of martial arts than any practitioner. Gu Chil's words were reliable. Huh. Crazy. 100 years, huh? Everything would have changed now. It was just a matter of accepting he'd been reincarnated into the body of another child. But couldn't I have just been reborn right after my death? After 100 years, everyone who knew Chung Mayang must be dead. That aside, all the people he'd known died on top of the horrible mountain. He was all alone. No matter how twisted things can get, this is just too much. Then the Manhwa, hold one the Manhwa sect. When Cho Sam hopped up from the floor and started shouting at him, Gu Chil wasn't even surprised anymore. Manhwa sect. What happened to the Manhwa sect? What do you mean? What happened to the Manhwa sect? Manhwa? Yes. What's Manhwa? Huh? Chung Mayang boggled at him. He didn't know Manhwa? A beggar didn't know? Come on, don't play with me. What's the current situation of the Manhwa sect? Manhwa sect? Gu Chil tilted his head. He didn't know? Really? About Manhwa sect? Keith, one of the 9 great sects. Manhwa sect? You don't know about it? Hi you, one of the 9 great sects. What nonsense are you spouting? There is no Manhwa sect in the 9 great sects. There isn't. Shaolin Temple, Wuding Clan, Dianking Sect, Qingcheng Sect, Kongtan Sect, Southern Island Sect, Imei Sect, Southern Edge Sect, Kunlun Sect, and the Beggars' Union. There are 10 now. So, Southern Island Sect? Those good for nothing bastards are in the 10 great sects. Ah no, that doesn't matter. Then Manhwa sect isn't one of them? Gu Chil sighed. Cho Sam only heard what he wanted to, no matter what he said. Gu Chil's patience was wearing thin. Manhwa sect isn't a part of the great sects. No, that could be possible. But you don't know Manhwa sect? Even when a rich man becomes poor, he can last for 3 years with his luxuries. But you, a mere beggar, don't know about the Manhwa sect? Calling him a beggar didn't really capture the consequences of what he said. Well, he could starve to death. Does that make any sense? Chung Mayang shook Gu Chil by the shoulders. Any sense at all? You really don't know Manhwa? Manhwa sect? Manhwa. Gu Chil's could feel a headache setting in. Right, Manhwa. Come to think of it, Gu Chil tilted his head. I remember hearing there was such a sect in the Shaanxi province. Yes, that's right, Manhwa in Shaanxi. Chung Mayang's eyes were wide. From what I know, it's doomed. What? Chung Mayang's heart stopped. I don't know if there was a Manhwa sect in the Great Sects or not, but I heard stories about how their elite warriors were killed in the war with the heavenly demon. I don't know for sure. If you want to know more, ask the others. What did that mean? Manhwa sect has fallen. Manhwa? The Manhwa sect? This beggar feeding me lies. Guchil turned his gaze upwards. Even when he told the truth, Chung Mai-en just cursed him. This was why Guchil hated helping people. No, not a chance. I can't believe that. Chung Mai-en shoved Guchil away and jumped to his feet. I need to go and see for myself. Ha! Guchil shouted at his back. If you don't come back by dinner in the evening, Wang Cho will kill you for real this time. Don't waste your time with needless things and get back to work. But Cho Sam just left. What is that bastard going to do now? Guchil shook his head, absolutely baffled by the change in his behavior. Huh. Was this the face of a merchant who lost his entire fortune? That was certainly what Chung Mai-en's face looked like. When he thought about it, with all the disciples of Manhwa killed in the battle with the heavenly demon, a decline in power was inevitable. During that time they could have been pushed out of the great sects. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, how could Manhwa be pushed out, and the Beggars' Union come into the great sects in just 100 years? How did that make sense? How could beggars who knew nothing of martial arts be included? Somehow, the beggar he talked to didn't know, so Chung Mai-en went asking. But no matter who he grabbed, the result was the same. Manhwa? Are you talking about the mountains over there? What about it? Manhwa sect? Did Manhwa have a martial arts school? I've never heard of such a sect. How dare a beggar touch my sleeve? Do you want your arms cut off? Let go of my sleeve this instant. Ah, not that last one. No one knew. Not a single one. This makes no sense. How did Manhwa sect turn out this way? There would always be numerous famous sects, but none would be as renowned as Manhwa sect. It would be a bit of an exaggeration to say that all of the most famous swordsmen come from Manhwa. Still, no one would disagree that Manhwa was one of the three most famous, along with Wuding and Namgung. But people didn't know it existed? Arg, there was one positive response at least. Manhwa sect? I think I've heard of it. Weren't they famous in the past? From what I heard, they slew the heavenly demon and then collapsed. Are they still there? Collapsed? The Manhwa sect? What kind of bullshit was he spouting? It would be more realistic to say that the imperial palace burned down and the emperor fled. Manhwa sect has fallen. Manhwa sect. Maybe I should be glad it's me who was resurrected. Chung Mai-en recalled the strange expression Sehyun Jangmun wore in his last moments. If he were alive to hear this news, he would have vomited blood and died again. No, no! Chung Mai-en leapt from his seat. I need to see it with my own eyes. Manhwa sect had existed for hundreds of years. No matter how horrible a state it was in, he had to see it. I'm going to Manhwa. His blue eyes blazed with passion. This was the moment the butterfly's wings birthed a tidal wave. Chapter 3. What the hell is this situation? 3. Guchil was seriously troubled. Chung Mai-en left the tent screaming at the top of his lungs, and then came back into the tent speaking more nonsense. I'm going to Manhwa. Guchil just stared at him. This may sound absurd, but hear me out. Guchil actually wanted to hear just how absurd it would be. However, that was blown away by Cho Sam's next words. I simply could have left without a word, but I came back to inform you because I know I received some valuable information from you. What a mess. There really wasn't a reason for Guchil to listen to a madman's nonsense, but he stuck around because Cho Sam seemed so serious, and he felt bad for him. I will repay kindness twofold, and resentment tenfold. There will come a day when I will repay the favor, so remember the name Chung Mai-en of Manhwa sect. We will meet again, and I will repay the favor that I owe you. His words sounded nice at least. It would have been really cool if Cho Sam wasn't bruised black and blue and dressed like a beggar. Crazy talk. Chung Mai-en's face fell. I know it sounds strange, but remember my words. One day, they'll change your destiny. Wang Cho is looking for you. You're dead if he catches you. Really? They locked eyes. Hey. The world was full of all kinds of people. Someone suddenly reaching new heights wasn't that great or weird in the grand scheme of things. Of course, for it to happen overnight was rather weird and frightening. Well, I need to get going. Come back soon. Or he really will beat you to death. I'm going. Anyway, just remember, Chung Mai-en of Manhwa. Remember that name. With that, Chung Mai-en boldly stepped away. Guchil shook his head. Life was full of twists and turns, sometimes good and sometimes bad. But if Cho Sam got caught, he really was dead. What am I supposed to tell Wang Cho? Abruptly, the tent flap was thrown open and Chung Mai-en walked back inside. What? Why was he back again? But Guchil didn't get the chance to ask. Yeah, huh? What was that bastard's name? Who? The one who hit me. Ah, Wang Cho. Wang Cho, his real name is Zhang Pal 1. Zhang Pal? Sounds like a beggar's name. Tell that bastard, next time we meet, I won't let him go. In Guchil's opinion, Wang Cho was the one who won't let him go. Now, I'm really going. Chung Mai-en strolled out of the tent, whistling. Just as Gu Chil thought everything was settled, Chung Mai-un popped back into the tent. What now? Yeah. What? What now? Why again? Which way to Shaanxi's Mount Hua? No matter how you sliced it, this bastard was definitely crazy. Chung Mai-un ran and ran. There was not a single person in the world who would take a little beggar with them all the way to Shaanxi province. Unbelievable, his 2 legs, which were so strong and reliable, felt tired. Even his heart felt weak. Did Chung Mai-un ever ride a horse or carriage? Never. He could run much faster than a horse ever could, and he wasn't nearly laid back to slow down on purpose. If you added up all the distance he ran in his previous life, you could loop the Central Plains 10 times. That was why he'd started running without a second thought. But he hadn't even really stretched his legs before he was flat on the ground. Heck. Ugh. Ack. Oh God. I'm going to die at this rate. He couldn't have even imagined such a weak body existed. His 2 legs had been reduced from steel to sticks and bones, and his untiring heart was reduced to quivers. What nonsense was this? It felt like his heart would jump out of his mouth at any moment. What kind of body is this? He just jumped once. Did he run for an hour or 2? No. It was just a couple of minutes, but he was already gasping for breath. Just how bad was this young beggar's body? Ugh. The answers were plainly laid out before him. Putting aside his internal energy, his body alone was in quite a state, literally skin and bones, without an ounce of flesh. And he was planning to go to Shaanxi province? A pipe dream. He would keel over from exhaustion before reaching Mount Hua. If he ever made it to the afterlife, his acquaintances would ridicule him. The Plum Blossom Sword Saint, dead from exhaustion? They'd ask. Ha 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 ha. A mocking laugh escaped from Chung Mai-un's mouth. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even stand anymore. Martial artists had great bodies, but this one was simply horrible. Chung Mai-un didn't know if it would collapse from overworking, or overthinking, or just plain hunger. He didn't know, so he just laughed. If I'm going to Shaanxi province, I need to fix this weak body first. But how was he to change his body? Make it healthy? He already knew the answer. Well, I just need to learn martial arts. A new start. Other people might now realize how incredible a chance this was. Isn't it said that those who fail to reach the top have the most regrets? Well, it was true. Even those who successfully reach the top have their regrets. If only I had done that at that time. If only I'd focused on learning the basics. If only I'd practiced when the master grabbed my ear instead of running away. If only I hadn't gotten caught stealing from the secret alcohol stash. No, forget that last one. Well, I can do it all over again. In the past, Chung Mai-un was one of the greatest swordsmen in the 3rd generation. However, that didn't mean he was satisfied. Rather, as he got stronger and his understanding of martial arts deepened, he understood better than anyone just how inefficiently he'd practiced and how flawed his foundation was. Foundation. That damn foundation had cost him his Seiyang and Sei. Chung Mai-un hated the foundation classes, but he understood why it was so important when he became a disciple. After all, the foundation is what makes a man stand. A tall tower needs a strong foundation. How high the tower rises depends on how the foundation is laid. The young Chung Mai-un didn't know that. No matter how much his teachers explained, he just didn't understand. Even when he understood it, he couldn't give it his all. Why? Because I'm only human. If Chung Mai-un was busy digging his foundation, what about the person next to him who'd already built 3 stories? Who wouldn't hurry? Besides, they always told me to concentrate on foundation and basics, but when I did they just praised the ones ahead of me. Fucking power supremacy. He could understand though. The masters were only human too. Everyone knew great success came from solid foundations. Still, while students struggled with their foundations, the masters were busy praising the ones with outstanding swordsmanship. That was bearable. Mount Hua taught patience, so that students were quite good at containing their emotions. However, the students and masters had drinking parties after evening practice. What if someone starts bragging about their disciple, even at the drinking party? The drunks start bragging about their disciples, as if they're one of a kind, and those who have nothing to brag about just have to sit there and take it. That's it. No more patience. The next morning, they take out their frustration on their disciples. My Sei's disciple is already doing the 2nd formation of Plum Blossom Sword. That rotten man's disciple apparently already tapped into higher internal energy. Not once have I lost to him, but now, I'm losing. Whose fault do you think that is? Huh? Answer me. Not enough power. More power. With masters like that, what foundation can be laid? They were too busy trying to show off their students. It was a vicious cycle, where Sei's skills were handed down to the disciples. However, the current Chung Mai-un was different. There was no need to rush. There was no master egging him on. Now that he'd already seen the path he had to climb, he just had to take it one step at a time. Foundations? Others would dig into flat ground, but Chung Mai-un would tear down mountains. His tower would stand upon an unconquerable peak. The first step is always important, the Danshan and inner Kai. In any body, the Danshan was weak. As one practices, it becomes stronger and better at holding Kai, until it can supply the Kai for your martial arts. A well-trained Danshin could be the deciding factor against other martial artists. Simply put, it's like rolling a snowball. Imagine rolling a small snowball down a mountainside. A fingernail-sized ball becomes fist-sized and grows exponentially from there. Soon, it's a colossal avalanche no human power can stop. What Chung Mayan needed to do was create a solid Danshin to hold his Kai. That meant he had to find a mountain where the snowball never stops rolling. Alright then, Chung Mayan looked around carefully before he began. Making a Danshin for the first time was risky. He left town to find somewhere secluded, to avoid casualties. It was unlikely someone would get hurt, but why take the risk? Here is good. Chung Mayan went into the forest, and sat cross-legged under the shade of a large tree. Now, where do I start? There were a lot of things going through his head. All the teachings of Manhwa, more than a dozen methods of tapping into the Kai. There was the self-healing Kai, the Plum Blossom Heart method, specific to the Plum Blossom Sword. The internal Kai, which would boost one's Kai sevenfold. The regulating Kai, said to contain all forms of energy. The number of methods in his head would boggle most people. If he decided not to limit himself to the teachings of Manhwa, Chung Mayan could learn so much. Yet, Chung Mayan didn't even think about it. He knew what technique he had to learn. Equilibrium of 6. For the first time, Chung Mayan's voice was clear and confident. Chapter 4. What the hell is this situation? 4. Equilibrium of 6 Unity. The unity of earth and sky, and the 4 cardinal directions east, west, north, and south. 6. The equilibrium of 6 is the world, and the world is the equilibrium of 6. It sure had a nice ring to it. So, what exactly does that mean in martial arts? It's like one of those worthless items that get tossed out of illegal stores for chump change. It wasn't cheap, but people considered it cheap. It was the cheapest martial arts technique in the world, sold for a price anyone could afford. In short, it's cheap. It was supposed to be the first thing anyone should buy from the bookstore to learn martial arts. Those who don't follow it would end up learning the same thing by self-education. When Chung Mayan was very active, the equilibrium of 6, right of deliberation, and the 3 swords were famous. By the time Chung Mayan was known as one of the greatest swordsmen of the 3rd generation, the basic techniques of martial arts had revolved around Tai Chi. So why was Chung Mayan learning this cheap trick now? Because it's not cheap. Equilibrium of 6 was one of the introductory techniques of Manhwa Sect. All those who entered Manhwa were instructed on the equilibrium of 6 because it could cleanse anyone's body of impurities. Unfortunately, it didn't make your inner Kai stronger, it just made you healthier. Those who didn't understand this despised it and cursed it so badly, they wanted it removed from the teachings of Manhwa Sect. Inevitably, newcomers to the Manhwa Sect ended up hating the equilibrium of 6. But Chung Mayan knew better. This was no worthless technique. If it was, Chung Mayan never would have made it as far as he did 100 years ago. Everything has a purpose. Equilibrium of 6 didn't increase strength nor Kai. Honestly, when comparing the efficiency of internal Kai techniques, equilibrium was less than 1/10 as effective as other techniques. But equilibrium of 6 was incredible for what it was made to do. The practitioner's body would be perfectly purified. The basis, to put it simply, the foundation, the all-important foundation. It was the best martial arts technique to purify the body, perfect the Danshin, and perfect the body itself. However, the effects were never visible to the naked eyes, as people only noticed their Danshin when using skills. In the end, even Manhwa gave up teaching the equilibrium of 6. They only taught it in the introductory class because it was tradition, and even then only when asked. What a mess. What was the point of trying to run and fly when you're only capable of crawling? In his past life, Chung Mayan didn't want to cling to a technique that didn't show him results, either. 100-fold loss. Damn it. It was his single biggest regret. If only he'd completed the equilibrium of 6 instead of switching to a different technique, Chung Mayan could have been twice as strong. It was impossible to rebuild your foundation once the tower was built. But thankfully, he had an opportunity to correct his mistakes. This time, he could complete it with meticulous attention to every detail. His new tower would be even bigger and more beautiful. With a deep breath, Chung Mayan closed his eyes and recalled everything he knew of the equilibrium of 6. As he calmed down, his Kai moved. With every breath, oxygen filled his body, and the Kai moved. First, time learners take around 1 month to feel the oxygen moving through their body. But Chung Mayan didn't need that time. The energy from the air was guided by the equilibrium of 6 and settled into the lower part of his belly. Now the real work begins. Chung Mayan had no intention of loitering at the basic level of the technique. Following the path laid out wasn't bad, but someone who had already walked the path of martial arts could never be satisfied with such a small achievement. A little more. He focused his mind towards filtering out the impurities mixed with the Kai. It was like looking at every single thread in a huge bolt of fabric and gently correcting each misaligned thread. It was perfect. To Chung Mayang, the quantity of gathered Kai was irrelevant. What he needed was a one-of-a-kind pure Kai. The Kai began to fade away. From just the size of a millet seed, it became smaller and smaller and smaller. After over half a day, all that was left was a fine sliver of energy. Anyone else would be embarrassed to call this energy a Danshan. Phew, whoa. Chung Mayang finally opened his eyes. His face was bathed with sweat. His rags were drenched with sweat and thick with dust. He was already dirty, but this was on a whole new level. This is my first time doing it with such concentration. Rather than difficult, Chung Mayang found it refreshing. He was very pleased with the results, though calling it a Danshan was rather ambiguous. It was weak. If you searched the entire history of martial arts, you couldn't find a weaker Danshan than Chung Mayang's. But Chung Mayang knew he'd taken the first step towards the perfect foundation. This little Danshan was the gateway to a whole new world. This mode of pure Kai would roll like a snowball and create an unstoppable landslide. Right, just like that bastard, the heavenly demon. Chung Mayang's body tensed. Even thinking about him made chills run down his spine. He wasn't even human. He was overpowering. No, he was simply beyond words. A group was assembled from the most elite from all the sects. They weren't even after the heavenly demon sect. They only wanted one person, the heavenly demon himself. The result? Total annihilation. It was no exaggeration to say that the heavenly demon had single-handedly beaten the great sects. Perhaps Chung Mayang would be like that this time if he did everything right. Okay. Chung Mayang leaped to his feet. He managed to stand halfway before he twisted and fell on his face. Oh, what? Was he faint from overworking? Kook! He propped himself up on his arms. Or he tried at least. His arms wouldn't move. Oh! His arms shivered as if they'd been struck by lightning. The sight of his bare arms trembling like twigs made him feel pathetic. Why? What now? This shouldn't be happening. When one learns internal Kai, the body should have way more energy. Wait a moment. Chung Mayang turned his gaze to his lower abdomen. The purest Kai in the world was gathered, as small as an ant. It was pure enough to satisfy even the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, and it was almost miraculously small. What exactly did that mean? No, damn it, that isn't going to help me use my body right now. How could I forget? Chung Mayang clutched his head as he writhed on the ground. He should have thought it through before he created it. Think, Chung Mayang, think. His brain was in his head, so why didn't he think? Why didn't he? He could hear Sehyun Jang Mun's voice admonishing him. Please think a little. Think. Why don't you use your head when you're doing things for the first time? Why? Your head isn't a decoration, think. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have put in a little more thought. I need to go to Mount Hua with this body. How far was Mount Hua? Roughly. 2,000 miles? He blinked blearily. 2,000 miles? Any ordinary person would struggle to travel 2,000 miles. But a normal child, no. A beggar with nothing to eat? Ugh. Chung Mayang rubbed his face. This rotten life. But what was he supposed to do? He'd already created his Danshan. It wasn't like he could have created a bigger Danshan, even if he'd known. He knew what came from taking shortcuts. No more sacrificing the future for the sake of the present. It was quite a conundrum. Huak! Chung Mayang sighed and heaved himself up off the ground. What the hell is this life? All Chung Mayang could see were hardships with no end in sight. But hardships forged heroes. There is nothing you can't do with a little persistence. Chung Mayang clenched his teeth and hobbled his way to town. Guak Chung Mayang collapsed to the ground. There are things that can't be done with persistence either. And what a time to realize it. Chung Mayang had realized that there was a force that could stop him. His legs hurt, but he could tolerate pain. But there was one thing he couldn't tolerate. I'm hungry. Nothing could solve the hunger raging in his empty stomach. Chung Mayang wasn't a stranger to hunger, actually. Practice sometimes requires discipline. Eating was an act of accepting external Kai, but naturally, the food could contain impure Kai too. Therefore, those in search of pure Kai forbid themselves from eating. There were times when Chung Mayang thought of abandoning his training. But he was a true disciple of Mount Hua, and he was immune to hunger. Well, that was what he thought. Chung Mayang had never learned the huge gulf between choosing not to do something and not being able to do something extreme. Hunger cannot be overcome with patience. His stomach felt like it was being attacked from the inside. He managed to get out of the forest and into town, but he couldn't do anything more. He'd practically crawled his way out of the forest. The first life or death crisis I experience after being reborn is starvation. It was a whole new level of absurdity for him. Just who was Chung Mayang? One of the greatest swordsmen of the third generation. He was tired. And hungry. He was convinced death was just around the corner. He tried to gather Kai to become a wild beast, but became a worm instead. No, when he thought about it, his body was on the verge of starvation right from the beginning. He'd only realized once he was on the brink of death. What do I do now? He needed money to get food, and he needed to work to get money. But working in his current state was impossible. Just then, a rustling sound came from somewhere. Chapter 5. What the hell is this situation? 5. What is that? Chung Mayang shook his head to clear his mind, only to find something shiny in front of him. Huh? At the same time, the sound of metal clicking could be heard. Tisk tisk tisk. He's still so young. How did he end up as a beggar? Plink, plink. Coins started flying towards Chung Mayang. It looks like he's been beaten pretty badly. Looks like he'll die soon. Such a terrible world. What a pitiful kid. What was happening? Ah, that's right, I'm a beggar, aren't I? I forgot for a second. To everyone else, Chung Mayang looked like a beggar. No, he was a beggar in his own eyes too. He was a young child who hadn't reached adulthood yet. He was so severely beaten that his eyes were puffy and blue while blood clotted his open wounds. And such a beggar was lying flat on the street. Ugh, he can't survive without our help. I can't just watch a child suffer like that without help. What sort of person would do such a thing? A raggedy young beggar, with underdeveloped limbs and covered in dust, seemed to be dying. No, it didn't merely look like he was dying. Chung Mayang was really dying. How else could such a perfect beggar scene be witnessed from him? Coin kept flying into view, one after another. Tisk, tisk. No matter how I look at him, he's just a beggar. How did he get here? Seemed like the world still had kindness in it. People were clicking their tongues as they passed by Chung Mayang before tossing a few coins in his direction. Looking at the coins that came pouring in, Chung Mayang couldn't restrain the tears in his eyes. Oh my! He's crying. Poor thing, it sure is pitiful. Go and buy yourself some noodles with that money. The warmth was too much. However, the reason why Chung Mayang was shedding tears wasn't due to the kindness he received. A disciple of the great Manhwa sect has been reduced to begging. How did he fall so low? Until just a few days ago, he was the greatest swordsman in the world. He risked his life and went to battle Chun Ma, who was about to usher in a new era of chaos. Before that, he was the most elegant swordsman that roamed the world. But now, he was here begging. The world was finding new ways to wound him. I have some pride too. If he accepted the money, then he would truly turn into a beggar. What a beggar he would be, a noble swordsman of the great Manhwa, who earned his living clutching the ankles of others. As if he would actually pick up the money. It was a truly impossible task for Chung Mayang. Chung Mayang had a warrior's pride. He would never give up. Even when there was a blade about to slit his throat, he refused to bend or break. Chung Mayang raised his head while clenching his teeth and shouted, "Thank you so much. You will be blessed, sir." His pride was long dead. He had to live. Hia tilde. Chung Mayang patted his bulging belly. He looked weird, like a tadpole with a slim body that held no charm and a convex belly. Self tilde, esteem tilde went to tilde drain tilde with the food. Better to live as a beggar tilde than die. Due to his small stature, he couldn't eat much. Just 3 dumplings were enough to make his stomach bulge out. He still had 3 coins left up his sleeve. Coins that he would have never picked up in his past life looked like treasures in this new life. I never would have thought that money was so important. Chung Mayang remembered the words of his Sahyang, who would always hold his head in agony on the last day of each month. Warriors need to be obsessed with wealth. If possible, Chung Mayang wanted to go back to those days and ease his Sahyang's suffering. My stomach is actually full. A young beggar was mouthing his complaints off to a ghost. Chung Mayang had to keep himself from crying when he thought of his hard-working, money-obsessed Sahyang's final moments in the battle with. Anyway, first I need to live. Chung Mayang scratched his head. He left without a plan, and he had no idea how to get to Shaanxi. I underestimated how far away 2,000 miles is. Chung Mayang began to reflect on his actions. All of his plans revolved around the abilities of his previous body. Even though he knew that his body and the circumstances had changed, it wasn't an easy task to adapt to his new body overnight. In the past, he would have reached Shaanxi in half a day. He would have even stopped for a cold drink at an inn beneath Manhwa. But now, heading to Manhwa with his deprived body was a risky venture. Even if Chung Mayang could defeat any mountain bandits or beasts, there was no way he could overcome hunger. His mind felt burdened as he realized that the journey he expected to be easy turned into an epic journey that could cost him the life he had just regained. I can't just beg my way to Shaanxi. Chung Mayang scratched his head, feeling lost. I need to find a way. But I need to understand what I need to find a way. He wasn't aware of it when he first awoke, but 100 years had passed since his era. It was no exaggeration to say that Chung Mayang had no idea how the current world worked. But, how should he go about finding out? Hey, an average person would take more than 2 months to get to Shaanxi. It wouldn't be too strange to believe that, with Chung Mayang's frail body, it could take up to half a year to reach Manhwa. Hey, it was horrifying and frustrating for Chung Mayang, who desperately wanted to see Manhwa's condition with his own eyes. He had to find a way, but right now not a single thing came to his mind. Hey you bastard, you deaf or something? Huh? Chung Mayang turned his head. What now? He heard everything clearly, but he didn't think that someone would be calling for him. There was no reason why anyone would talk to a beggar. 3 beggars were glaring down at him with ugly faces. They looked like beggars. His current life seemed to be intertwined with beggars in many ways. Me? You? Who else could I be calling? What the hell is wrong with you? The ugly beggar standing in front of Chung Mai spat on the floor. I don't know what hole you crawled out from, but who gave you permission to beg here? Was permission needed to beg? You're still a child, so I'll spare your life. Take out everything you have, including the money you have hidden in your sleeve, and leave this place. The remainder of Chung Mayan's limited funds were stashed in his sleeves and in his hands. Chung Mayan looked down at his hand. They were the leftovers, the cold dumplings. You people have no conscience. You bastards. Take this away. This little bit of food too? What was he supposed to eat? You beggar. Whoa, a beggar was cursing at another beggar for being a beggar. It felt like he was spitting on his own face. Wait a minute. Chung Mayan carefully placed the dumplings to the side. He then stood up, stretched his hand forward a couple times, took a step ahead, then one step behind, and repeated that several times. The beggars who were watching the strange scene rolled their eyes. What are you doing now? Wait just a moment. I'll be done soon. After stretching his arms and legs a couple more times, Chung Mayan got up. It's not entirely perfect, but this should be enough. After his odd routine, Chung Mayan had managed to get a sense of distance and understand the length of his reach. Even with his short limbs, he managed to adapt. So, you guys are about to be very upset. I have a grudge against beggars. What? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Well, that's just how the world is. It's messed up. Don't be too pissed off. Just accept it and move on. What is this bastard talking about? Chung Mayan cracked his neck. By the way, I can't hit very hard because my body is weak. So, you're going to get hit a whole lot to make up for it. This crazy at that moment, Chung Mayan lunged ahead and punched the face of the beggar standing at the front. A proper step. A fully extended fist that gathered strength through the gentle rotation of the waist utilizing strongly grounded legs. Chung Mayan's fist slammed right into the beggar's face, and the sound was like slamming a bamboo stick against a wall. Thud. The beggar who got hit with the unexpected blow silently collapsed on the spot. Seeing that, Chung Mayan smiled. You, Puck. He kicked another beggar. I am Plum Blossom, Sword Saint of the Great Mount Hua. You bastards. At that moment, all his accumulated resentment after reincarnation exploded. Esteemed sir. Does a beggar look like an esteemed sir? Great beggar. Should I hit you again? The beggars who had their asses handed to them whined. Where did this monster come from? It hurts so much that I could die. A couple hits were all it took for Chung Mai to subdue these beggars. It was shocking that a child knocked out 3 grown adults, and it was clearly a disastrous result for the 3 of them. It's going to take some time to get used to this body. It didn't take much to subdue them, but if he had been in his previous body, he would have turned them into rice cakes with just one finger. But now he had to kick, run, roll, and even punch to subdue the beggars. One of them kept getting up after every hit, so Chung Mayan had to slap him 38 times. That Zhong Pal? Cho Pal? Whatever it was, that bastard should also be taught like this. Just thinking about him made Chung Mai gnash his teeth. If only he had known how short his new limbs were in advance. If only he had the stamina to get up after being beaten, he could have beaten Pal Cho. He was in a hurry to get back to Mount Hua, so he couldn't even take revenge. One day, however, he would definitely catch that beggar and teach him a lesson. Men. Yes. The 3 beggars jumped up. Sweat trickled down their face. All 3 of them looked at Chung Mayan. No matter how I see it, he looks like a beggar who couldn't even lift a bag of rice. This makes no sense. Totally incomprehensible. Small, weak, and thin. On the surface, he looked weak and frail. No one expected that he could fight so fiercely. So, when they got close, they ended up seeing stars. Their fists never even touched Chung Mayan's clothes. Chung Mayan wasn't very fast or strong, so why did they lose to him? Hey. Yes. Please give your orders. Esteemed sir. No, esteemed beggar. No. What's the point in understanding? It takes time to convince someone, but beating them is quick. The only important thing was that the young beggar's punches hurt like hell. Chung Mayan glanced at the beggars and opened his mouth. I am just asking, do you know how to reach Shaanxi quickly? The beggars looked at each other and smiled. Chung Mayan began to feel like there was some hope when he saw their expressions. Haha. You are asking something obvious. Oh, really? If we knew something like that, why would we be begging? At least ask something worthwhile. Chung Mayan looked at the beggars and sighed deeply. These guys weren't wrong. At the very least, it was his mistake to seek a path from a beggar. Enough. Go away. Thank you. Be strong. The beggars bowed their heads and turned around, ready to run away. No, they tried to run away. Hold it. At that moment, Chung Mayan's words froze them in place. Yes, it is fine to flee, but take out everything in your hands and pockets and leave them here. You came up behind me while I was eating, so 1 coin. No 10 coins. Trust me, it is better than getting hit again. Realizing how sincere he sounded, the beggars relinquished the coins in their pockets and quickly escaped. Ugh. Yes, take off everything aside from your underwear before I take them off for you. It was a horrific scene, where a beggar was being robbed in daylight. Chapter 6. Oh, my Mount Hua is in ruins 1. Finally, Chung Mayang leaned against the stick he was using as his cane. Finally, the magnificent Mount Hua lay before his eyes. Finally, tears flowed freely. How hard was it to get here? He'd brushed shoulders with death so many times and arrived using a child's body. No different from an ordinary, no less than an ordinary person's body. Of course, it wasn't anything people usually didn't face on their travels, mostly starvation and exhaustion. That was dangerous too, right? After his terrible ordeals, Chung Mayang had finally reached Mount Hua. Finally, if he wrote down his hardships, it would become a hero's epic, or a beggar's epic. Of course, Chung Mayang couldn't ignore the wear and tear on his body. Although he'd accumulated Kai, the energy that should have been used to develop his body was spent walking and running. His body had not gotten stronger at all. The constant grating of his bones made Chung Mayang grimace in pain. Even his already ragged clothes had been reduced to scraps on his body, and the dust stuck to them, but that wasn't important. Chung Mayang had reached Mount Hua. I'll smash the head of anyone who says being reborn would grant a wonderful life. Chung Mayang unconsciously squeezed his eyes shut. Who you were reborn as was important. If he was reborn as a beggar without parents, or a temple to take him in, he'd rather not be reincarnated. But the suffering ends now. He'd finally reached Mount Hua. So, now he would see with his own eyes. What the hell happened to Mount Hua? Let's go. Chung Mayang vigorously pushed on his stick and started climbing Mount Hua. After a while, Huak. Chung Mayang, clinging to the cliff slopes, heaved like his lungs were going to burst. What test is this? On this mountain? On this all-important mountain? Did it make sense for the path to be like this? He could remember the Shaolin and Wuding sect paths overflowing with incense, but he couldn't see a single person visiting Mount Hua. Chung Mayang stared mournfully downward. Endless cliffs stretched before his sight. Was that an exaggeration? Obviously, nothing was endless. But he was above the clouds. This crazy mountain was so tall, he'd passed the clouds, and he still had to walk. This wasn't a road anymore. If this was a road, then a sparrow was a phoenix. Can you call it a road if you can't plant both feet on the ground and have to scrabble forward on your hands and knees? Damn it, what were they thinking, building the sect on top of this mountain? Chung Mayang wanted to run up and investigate as soon as he'd reached Mount Hua, but it didn't seem like he'd get the chance. Sahyang, isn't Mount Hua such an auspicious place? Isn't that peak over there shaped like a sword? It seems like the sect established itself in a good place. Shit. Damn it. What? Sword-like peaks? Very sword-like. The paths to the sect cut his feet like swords. It was said that Mount Hua was the steepest of the 5 mountains. It was only when he could not use martial arts that Chung Mayang really understood. I'm really going to die. It wasn't a joke. He was fully convinced his life was at risk. His limbs were already trembling, and he had such a long way to go. And seeing how empty it was, he understood just how badly Mount Hua had suffered. Eck. Chung Mayang groaned and propped himself against the wall. But he couldn't give up. What was the point if he gave up after all this way? If there's a mountain, it's a man's job to climb it. Climb it, and rise again with persistence and courage. The truth was, going down was more dangerous. Really. A hand clawed at the top of the cliff's edge. Eck. The dusty white fingertips were frail, yet they lifted the rest of the body. I'm going to die. Chung Mayang flopped onto his back, having barely managed to lift his body up. Ha! Almost fell. He could see the clouds he'd put far below him. Coming this far as a child deserved a compliment from himself. It didn't go easily. It really didn't go easily. The good news was he didn't have to go down the mountain. All that was left was finding the sect. Let's see. Chung Mayang struggled to his feet and looked around. That way in front of him was a road leading towards the summit. From a little way along the road, he could see Mount Hua. Chung Mayang's small legs pumped. His heart shook. After 100 years, he finally returned to Mount Hua. Of course, it's only been a month since I got here. But let's use 100 years, cause it sounds cooler. Climbing the hill wasn't difficult at all. His body was completely exhausted. But the thought of reaching Mount Hua gave him strength. The sight of the roof tiles of the main gate filled his eyes with sentiment. River and mountains had changed, but these tiles didn't. The gentle curves still captured the spirit of Mount Hua. Right on those old tiles. Old? A tile was missing. Chung Mayang rubbed his eyes. Was he mistaken? No matter how much he rubbed, the scenery didn't change. With each step closer, the half-destroyed gate became clearer and clearer. Chung Mayang ground to a halt. The main gate was the first thing visitors saw. Even if the interior was damaged, the front gate was always kept grand and neat. But this was the gate of Mount Hua. Its frugal and pragmatic construction exuded the atmosphere of Mount Hua. And it was at least kept neat. But, what am I looking at? The tiles were scattered here and there and graffitied all over. They needed to be replaced, and badly, but the cracked, blackened, unpainted pillars were even more horrifying. Spider webs. They had to be removed frequently, so he could understand that. However, it was impossible to understand why they were left where they were so visible. And the fire dragon point. Where did the sign go? The signboard, where did it go? Didn't the signboard symbolize the sect itself? Where the hell did it go? This gate did not read Great Manhwa Sect. That was the signboard Sehyeon cleaned every morning. Where did it go? Where? Chung Mayon's legs lost strength. He barely staggered to the main gate, but he had no words left. From what I heard, it's ruined. Manhwa Sect? I think I've heard of it. Weren't they famous in the past? From what I heard, they slew the heavenly demon and then collapsed. Are they still there? Ruined? Manhwa? Chung Mayon's eyes shook. No, what kind of dog shit is this? Others may despair, but Chung Mayon struggled to contain his growing irritation. Manhwa destroyed. Damn it, not something else, but Manhwa? Manhwa? Oh my. Manhwa is ruined. Manhwa, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't deny reality. Chung Mayon, battered and shaken, finally had to admit it. Sehyeon Jangman, why did this happen? Why? Why did this happen? Ah, this suffocating silence. Ugh. Manhwa could actually be destroyed. No matter what he heard on the way here, he didn't hear a single thing about Manhwa. He occasionally heard about Wudang Sect, Shaolin Sect, or even the smaller sects, but not a single word about Manhwa. This is why I told you to act in moderation, Sehyeon. Yeah, you bastard. Manhwa is a sect. What is the meaning of warriors stuck in the mountains prettying themselves up and acting like big people? Those who ignore the difficulties of others have no right to speak about their troubles. Even then, you should have held back. The elders, disciples, and even the other great disciples were all killed in that battle. Numerous sects said they sent their very best, but there was no sect as invested as Manhwa. The elders who were supposed to lead the sect died, and the disciples who were supposed to succeed them died. All that remained were the youngest disciples, who had much to learn and hadn't even mastered their martial arts. Who, then, was supposed to carry the name of Great Manhwa? Right. He could feel his hope shatter. He could feel it crumbling like the front gate. Manhwa was destroyed. Sehyeon. This is why I said that. Didn't I tell you nothing would be left if we blindly followed the rules of the sect? Do you see what happened? How can you face the rest of the sect in the underworld? You frustrating man. Chung Mayon's resentment echoed across the empty mountain. This is crazy. Really. He returned to life after 100 years, and found Manhwa ruined. He fought to protect this. But, if this was the result, what were they fighting for really? He felt the despair creeping over him. It was then, who's there? A voice touched his ears. Chapter 7. Oh, my Manhwa is in ruins too. Ah, Chung Mayon turned his head. There are people. After a month of travel, this was good news. Someone lived in the supposedly ruined Manhwa. The heavy, damaged wooden door squealed open on its abused hinges. A man in a black uniform stuck his head through the half-open gate. What, a child? Chung Mayon was immediately convinced this man was a martial artist. In the last month, he had hardly ever been called a child. What, a beggar? This beggar? The beggar is traveling alone? He's a beggar. People didn't care if a beggar was old or young. They were beggars just the same, but this man ignored his ragged clothes and dripping sweat and saw him as a child. You came here alone? The middle-aged man looked around, puzzled. How did you manage to get up here alone? Chung Mayon stumbled over his words. I just walked up. He wanted to say that nothing was impossible with persistence, but it didn't seem like that would go down well in the current situation. With his skinny body, he would raise suspicion no matter what he said. There was no need to make excuses. The important thing wasn't to explain himself, but to take the lead in the conversation. More importantly, I need to ask you something. Huh? The man rolled his eyes. It was absurd for a child to come here all alone, much less start asking questions. Are you a martial artist of Manhwa? You know about Manhwa? Am I right? I am, for now. It isn't too late. Chung Mayon heaved a sigh of relief. It must be on the verge of ruins. He could tell that from just a glance, but it wasn't entirely ruined, and that was the critical part. Anyway, the legacy continues. Chung Mayon resolved himself. First of all, Manhwa is coming for now. Huh? Chung Mayon was surprised by the man's kind smile. The sun is going down. Oh, right, it was already getting dark. The nights are cold on Manhwa. You've already had a long day. If you risk a night outside, you're likely to freeze to death. Going down the mountain right now is unreasonable. This place doesn't accept guests right now, but I can't let someone who knows of Manhwa go back alone. Chung Mayon's eyes spun. Wasn't this too easy? Come to think of it, there really was no reason for Chung Mayon to be wary of him. What could a frail beggar like himself need to be on guard for? If no one came with you and you don't have other plans, come in. We'll listen to what you have to say later. Chung Mayon was a little dazed, like something was swelling inside him. Right. This is it. What was the meaning of making a name for yourself with a sword? Even before they took up the sword, Manhwa sect was famous. Hardly any traces of Manhwa lingered, but the fires of the mighty sect were yet to be extinguished. Then I will trouble you tonight. Chung Mayon bowed his head. Come in. The man ushered him in with a smile. Yes. Before that, Chung Mayon paused. How should he introduce himself? I don't know. He wouldn't question it, would he? I am Chung Mayang. If it isn't too rude, may I know the name of the master? Chung Mayang, huh? Such a good name. I'm Un. The Un family. Chung Mayang's eyes twinkled. Maybe the family changed? If it is the Un family, then this man must be the great-grandson? Mount Hu, as Chung Mayang and Un family were mutually exclusive. Neither family would exist simultaneously. At one time, it would be Chung, and at another time, it would be the Uns. And since it had to have been 4 generations by now, this had to be the Un family. Then, he would have never seen me. The last disciples of Mount Hua to see Chung Mayang were of other families, so this man named Un wouldn't have known about him. Like so many years had passed since he'd walked through these gates. Chung Mayang had been brought to Mount Hua by Sahyung when he couldn't even climb the mountain on his own, and now he'd come back of his own accord. He had to take a deep breath, considering what they'd left behind on Mount Hua, and the circumstances of his return. It wasn't strange for Mount Hua to be bare. No, on the contrary, it was expected, and it wasn't the fault of the current people. It wasn't their fault their seniors had been wiped out while they were still children. In other words, Chung Mayang had no right to direct his anger at these people. He should be sorry if anything. If Chung Mayang had been in the same situation, would he have struggled to protect Mount Hua? He would have left it behind, and gone to the Wuding sect. Wasn't that just common sense? Right. By what qualifications can I chastise these children? He was ashamed. No matter what else happened, he had to take responsibility. Phew. Chung Mayang finally walked inside. Chung Mayang had nurtured his sword in this vast hall. The cracked floor, the bluish-white stone. He rubbed his eyes. Bluish-white, no, where did it go? Why was the ground covered in mud? Sahyun was dissatisfied by the muddy floor, just beyond the main gate, and decorated it with expensive blue stone. Despite being damaged by their constant practice, he never removed it. So where did all those stones disappear to? Was the current sect leader just more pragmatic than Sahyun Jangmun? Ugh, he could feel a headache coming. Let's stay calm, and calmer. What was the point of getting worked up over some blue stones? Right, just stones. No matter how expensive they were just blue chunks of rock. Even if Sahyung Jangmun harassed the disciples for scarring it, it was still just a stone. People are born, and so are stones. Stones are born, and so are people. People and stones come and go. Anyway, maybe it was sold. It was more important for Mount Hua to survive than protect the stones. Yeah, that was more important. Let's just calm down. Phew. Chung Mayang took slow, deep breaths. Thanks to those who kept the name of Mount Hua alive by selling those stones. Where did the Heavenly Golden Palace go? I can't see it. What the hell? The Heavenly Golden Palace was a building, not a living thing. It couldn't just run away, right? But no matter how hard he looked, the Heavenly Golden Palace was replaced by barren ground. Him? There. Chung Mayang raised his trembling finger to where the Heavenly Golden Palace should have been. The land there seems strange. Was anything over there? It seems you have good eyes. There was originally a palace in that space. There was. Where did it go? It isn't a story a young one like you should hear. Tell me. I know this place better than you. I guess it's a wound of glory. It's embarrassing to say it, as a martial artist. Glory my ass. Nothing. Chung Mayang was at a loss. The blue stones were gone, the signboard was gone, and the best place in the sect was gone. Wherever the wind blew, it found dust. This is Mount Hua? This? He would have believed it, if you told him it belonged to those rotten bastards in the demonic cult. Heck. Are you okay? No. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Every time he inhaled, however, he seemed to catch mouthfuls of dust. It's a little, It seems a little desolate. Smiled sadly, a bittersweet expression that hurt Chung Mayang. Right, of course it would be like that. The people who protected Mount Hua, like were the ones who suffered the most after its collapse. If they had the ability, they wouldn't have let Mount Hua decline like this. If they hadn't been loyal, would they have stayed even as it fell to ruin? You must have suffered a lot. Just the thought of it weighed heavily in his heart. No matter how hard Chung Mayang was taking it, it was nothing compared to the sorrow of those who protected it all this time. Come here. Yes, when a guest comes, it is right to give them a place to rest. However, Mount Hua is a sect, and there is a law that guests must follow. I understand you might want to rest, but you must first pay your respects. Chung Mayang nodded obediently. Brought him to a place similar to a shrine. Although there were several temples of significance on Mount Hua, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Auction Temple was the most important. Chung Mayang didn't abandon the teachings of Mount Hua, so it was only right to enter and pray. In these trying times, he was grateful that had proposed, and yet, he wasn't ready to see the inside of the temple. The entirety of Mount Hua was in ruins. Could the temple be any different? Let's not be too shocked. He took a bracing breath. This way. Yes. Chung Mayang gathered himself and stepped into the temple, and then stopped. Auction was cut. All he could see was a portrait, an incense burner, and some small objects. So frugal. Rugal, Sheng Mai, ungroaned and shook. Where were the golden candlesticks gifted from the Jin Emperor? Where were golden scrolls inscribed with the ancestors' words? But that was what surprised Cheng Mayan the most. Say this. No way. No. Where did it go? Cheng Mayan barely managed to raise his trembling finger towards the front. Huh? Hey? There should be a flower, right? A flower? Yes, a flower. How did you know that? It was there, right? Where did the flower go? Anam tilted his head quizzically. There were many things he wanted to ask this child, but his contorted face begged him to answer. Right, there was one there. A plum blossom made of a strange white metal. Yes, that flower. Where did it go? Sold it. Huh? It wasn't particularly useful and didn't fit well with the sect atmosphere, and there was a merchant who wanted to buy it. So we sold it for a good price. Sold right. But you ugh. What? Cheng Mai's eyes rolled crazily. Ugh, the white fragrant plum blossom along with the divine sword of violet dawn. It was one of the 2 sacred items of the sect. It didn't glitter like gold or shine like silver, yet it was said to contain the very essence of Mount Hua. And these crazy people sold it. There are other things to sell. You sold it. You idiots. The combination of shock and fatigue finally won over him, sending Cheng Mai toppling to the ground. He could almost see Sahyang Jangmun's terrified figure. Ruined. Mount Hua was ruined. Completely ruined. Sahunk. Cheng Mai passed out. Chapter 8. Oh, my Mount Hua is in ruins 3. Elder Hai Unjong of Mount Hua Sect gave on a confused look. You mean he came up here alone? Yes. And then he fainted inside Auction Temple? It seems like he couldn't even eat properly, but since he climbed Mount Hua by himself, it's natural for him to be exhausted. I guess so. Hai Unjong smiled. The ruggedness of Mount Hua made it difficult enough for an adult to climb. The strain he would place on a child would be indescribable. Where is that child now? I moved him to the Plum Blossom Hall. I also called Unjin to check on him, and he said there was no problem other than fatigue. That's good. Hai Unjong nodded. Whatever his circumstances, the kid was a guest of Mount Hua now. But it's strange for a child to climb up here alone. Is there no story behind it? After the visit to auction, I was going to ask him, but as you know, he fainted, and I couldn't ask. I see. Ahem. Anam frowned and explained the plum blossom to Hai Unjong. You sold them? Hai Unjong tilted his head quizzically. Yes. He said that and then fainted? The elder stroked his beard. Of course, I could have heard it wrong. But it is a long story. That wasn't the only weird thing before. I could ask him anything. He asked me if I was a martial artist of Mount Hua. Doesn't that mean he came to join? Yes. I wonder what he was planning. Are you worried? Hai Unjong chuckled at Unam. It isn't like that. What is so strange about knowing where Mount Hua is? This sect left its mark on history. It's no wonder people would remember it. Right. And he could be a descendant of a Mount Hua member. Ahanam nodded. As they were pushed out of the great sects, many people had left Mount Hua. Few had remained to share their fate to the end. If this kid descended from one of them, they would find out. If you're worried he's here to steal something, what is there left to steal? Sect leader. Unam's face fell. However, Hai Unjong didn't see that. Sold it. Hai Unjong shook his head and smiled. Right. Maybe he descended from a former member, since he seems to know what Auction Temple used to be. It must have been embarrassing for the child. Sect leader. Enough. It's true that we sold it. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Maybe it's better not to tell him. Unam gulped. He wasn't telling him everything the boy had said. You sold it. You idiots. He wondered how the sect leader would react to those words. Right. Bring him to me as soon as he wakes up. Yes, sect leader. Hai Unjong lost himself to his thoughts. Sold it. It felt like salt being sprinkled on his wounds. The ancestors will never forgive me. No matter how much he wanted to save Mount Hua, how could he face his ancestors after selling the very history of Mount Hua? It hurt to think about. The name of Mount Hua should not end in my time. Hai Unjong's face darkened. It wouldn't happen. Not even in his dreams. He worked day and night to keep Mount Hua afloat. But with each day, his hope waned. Unam quietly stood up. I'm leaving. Unam stopped, just as he was about to leave. Sect leader. If that child wants to join, what do you plan to do? Join. Mount Hua sect didn't accept disciples anymore. However, it would be different if they were a descendant of one of the disciples. It won't happen. Hai Unjong nodded firmly. I understand. Wait. Yes, sect leader. What's that child's name? Cheng Mayang. It's Cheng Mayang. Cheng Mayang. Hai Unjong's expression darkened. Okay. You can go. Yes. Cheng Mayang. He had the same name as one of Mount Hua, as swordsman. Weird. It was definitely weird. If only he were still alive. If only the famous Plum Blossom Sword Saint had survived that bloodbath, the fate of Mount Hua would be much different. It was a meaningless daydream, but Hai Unjong couldn't help himself. So much debt. Hai Unjong felt so alone. You damn bastards. Cheng Mai spat curses. You had nothing else so you sold it? It was maddening. Even if they were starving to death, those weren't things they should sell. No matter how shabby it looked, the disciples were dead. The young kids would have known nothing. Right, but even if Mount Hua was destroyed, those couldn't be sold. No, this is better than being ruined. If the ancestors had seen Chung Mayang, they would have scolded him. No martial artist should be obsessed with material things. He knew that. He knew it well. Chit, Chung Mayang groaned. He looked down at the mountain range. Whenever he felt frustrated, he would climb another mountain and look at Mount Hua. When he saw the endless peaks rising through the clouds like swords, his spirits rose. But now, chit, everything was bad. It was all inside out. It felt like his stomach rotted whenever he saw something missing. The sect has declined. Really, it was more like collapsed than declined. Anything of value is sold. That meant practically everything in Mount Hua. No doubt, auction was the last place they touched after he saw Auction Temple. He could understand why this place was so run down. They were so destitute they'd pulled up the blue stones and sold them. Right. I understand everything. Everything else is fine, but this. Why are the martial arts so crooked? Chung Mai-un rolled around on the floor outside the hall. He would die if he fell off, but Chung Mai-un didn't have the time to think about it. That old man, not even a third-rate disciple? Talk about fate. Under normal circumstances, Chung Mai-un wouldn't even be able to guess the level of Un-em. No matter how strong he used to be, he was nothing more than a kid now. However, Chung Mai-un could clearly see Un-em's level of martial arts. His senses weren't strong, Un-em was just too weak. When Chung Mai-un was at his prime, Un-em wouldn't have even qualified as a student. What am I supposed to do? He didn't even know where to start. He knew he should start from the bottom, but it was too deep for Chung Mai-un to see. Is this Mount Hua? Do I tell them I'm that Chung Mai-un? They would curse him, no doubt. If he was lucky, they wouldn't beat him before they kicked him out. Chung Mai-un wouldn't believe himself either. But let's say they did believe him. Assume the man was infinitely patient and asked him to prove it with his martial arts. I don't have the strength. Chung Mai-un was like a walking treasure. He had all the knowledge to revive the sect, but not the power to protect himself. Chung Mai-un knew not everyone was as wonderful as his Sehyun. What if one of them didn't like Chung Mai-un and decided to take him out? His second life would be stolen just like that. That's no good either. Then I'll have to revive the sect without revealing my identity. Or at least, hide it until he had the means to protect himself. It would be easier to fight the demonic sect. He spat a laugh. He had to teach martial arts to save Mount Hua and himself. He wanted to start hitting people, but if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have run over here. He owes Mount Hua. The only reason he could walk around saying he was the best swordsman in the world was because of Mount Hua. Yet, he'd given nothing back to Mount Hua, only the honor of defeating the heavenly demon. Thanks to that, Mount Hua was on the edge of destruction. How could he ignore Mount Hua? He couldn't. Oh, Sehyun, Chung Mai-un shook his head regretfully. Up in the blue sky, he could see Sehyun Jangmun smiling down at him. Still, it's Mount Hua. Chung Mai-un heaved himself up. If he didn't want Sehyun to murder him in the afterlife, he had to make himself useful to Mount Hua. Damn it, who said anything could be impossible in this world? When he'd first started learning martial arts at Mount Hua, who would have imagined he would become a great master? Everyone had thought they would be lucky if he didn't cause trouble. Chung Mai-un overcame their cold eyes and became famous in Mount Hua. Challenging the impossible was his specialty. I will make it the best in Murim. Chung Mai-un's eyes glowed with passion. Everyone in Mount Hua shivered. Chapter 9. Oh, my Mount Hua is in ruins 4. Where did you go? I was looking around. Looking around? Un-em eyes Chung Mai-un suspiciously. However, Chung Mai-un crossed his legs and turned to gaze at the sky, as if he didn't mind at all. Was this child always like this? The first time he saw the kid, he'd seemed extremely polite. Now it seemed like his behavior had changed. How should he put it? He was full of bad energy. Well, he must be. Judging from his behavior, the kid must have been a beggar for quite some time. Expecting innocence from a beggar in this world would be naive. Have you eaten? I'm not hungry. Chung Mai-un was being sincere, ironically. The condition of Mount Hua stole away his appetite. How could he overcome the emptiness he felt from looking at this place? Then follow me. Huh? The sect leader wants to see you. Ah yes. Chung Mai-un nodded. He had to do this eventually. Better sooner than later. The door opened to reveal an old man sitting quietly. Chung Mai-un was shaken. He certainly deserves to be called sect leader. The feeling of Kai was enough to convince him that this man had devoted his entire life to this place. But he doesn't seem to have the courage to speak first. As a sect leader, he didn't lack for anything, but he was lacking as a warrior of Mount Hua. Greetings. Is there anywhere as unhappy as this? Chung Mai-un sighed. After all he'd been through, this sect leader seemed like a toddler compared to the sect leader of his time. Here was the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, offering his greetings to a toddler. I shouldn't have been reborn. What was he supposed to do? Get sick and die? Chung Mai-un didn't voice any of his thoughts and just bowed. I'm Chung Mai-un. I am Haiyan Zhang. The sect leader smiled and returned a simple greeting. A guest has come, but we have nothing to treat you. I hope you can understand our current situation. Ah yes. Hai Unjong's eyebrows twitched. Usually, you would reply, don't worry, or something like how could an uninvited guest expect much. The look in his eyes and his gestures indicated this child didn't seem to expect much from them in the first place. I heard you said something interesting in Auction Temple. Hin? Sold it? What are you talking about? Chung Mayan tilted his head. Hai Unjong narrowed his eyes, but it really seemed like he didn't understand what was being asked. He really doesn't know. A child couldn't lie so well. No use trying to read me, you jerk. Chung Mayan smiled to himself. He was Chung Mayan, one of the best liars in the world. Even Sehyung wouldn't see through his lies or find his alcohol. Hai Unjong simply couldn't find any evidence that the child was lying. Did you not say such words? I don't remember well. The only thing I remember was being so tired I fainted. Made sense. He'd climbed Mount Hua with his young body. The kid must have reached his limits. However, if you were that tired, why didn't you say anything? It is said that, when entering the gate, it is necessary to pay tribute to the ancestors. Hai Unjong raised an eyebrow at Unem. The child came here all alone, and you dragged him off to make him pray? Huh? Unem blinked. No, he was perfectly fine. The kid was perfectly fine, until he entered the gate, and then he passed out from exhaustion. What kind of crazy story is that? Unem shot Chung Mai an accusatory look, but Chung Mai-un's eyes were wide and innocent. Hai Unjong nodded. That sounds reasonable. Apologies for our inattention. It's fine. Right. Another question. Yes. Why did you climb all the way up this steep mountain? Don't say you came here on a whim. Mount Hua isn't something people climb for the novelty, much less a child. A sharp question, but Chung Mayan had his answer prepared in advance. Sect leader. I'm listening. I want to enter the Mount Hua sect. You want to enter? Hai Unjong's eyes narrowed. Yes. Hai Unjong stared at Chung Mayan, but he couldn't see anything from his innocent eyes. Does that mean you climbed up here with a purpose? Yes. Hai Unjong nodded. Mount Hua wasn't a place for tourists. You want to enter Mount Hua. This means you know of Mount Hua? Yes. Enter. Hai Unjong's eyes narrowed. Chung Mayan licked his lips. It makes sense. Tung Jin was chased by the demonic sect and disappeared before the final battle. A missing person, not dead. Chung Jin fell off a cliff. A woodcutter found him and helped him heal. However, the injury was too severe for him to ever fully recover from. As gratitude, he took the man as his disciple and taught him the martial arts of Mount Hua, and Chung Mayan is the descendant of that woodcutter. Superb. A flawless script. The best thing was that Chung Mayan had control of everything he said. This story had no loopholes, and he was guaranteed to be accepted as a member of the sect. Even if I won't get the same fame as in the past, he would at least be treated well, even if they didn't think too kindly of him. Now, ask me the reason. And then, he would unfurl his script. It would be a breeze from, I accept. Yes. Of course the entry, what? Chung Mayan bobbled at Hai Unjong. Contrary to his expectations, the sect leader just nodded at him. If you want to join, we should let you. Huh? No wait. Was it so easy to gain entry into this place? A totally unfamiliar child? The sect leader. Unem was equally shocked. Didn't you say we won't accept new students? Yes, ask him. I changed my mind. Hai Unjong grinned. Truthfully, we aren't in a position to accept new students, but we cannot turn our backs on a child who came all this way knowing about Mount Hua. Ha! But, Unem. Yes, sect leader. Things go round and round. Whatever the child is, he came to us on his own 2 feet knowing of Mount Hua. Are we going to kick out those who searched us out, just because we aren't as great as in the past? If someone else heard this, they might have been impressed. However, after all of Chung Mai-un's preparations, it was just making his skin crawl. What is this? Aren't they supposed to be suspicious of someone they don't know? How did he even become a sect leader? No, he must have become a sect leader because he was like this. No, before that, it's fine. Hai Unjong shook his head firmly. It doesn't matter what kind of life you lived before this. Whether you were a sinner or a thief, the moment you climb up Mount Hua, your past disappears. Of course it did, but it couldn't be that simple and... No, I told you it was fine. Man, it isn't okay. Listen to me. Unem. Sect leader? Give this child a place to stay. Yes. Your name is Chung Mayan? Chung Mayan nodded. A very nice name. A very good name. Chung Mayan of the Chung family. The sect leader chuckled. This must be fate too. You don't need to get a new name for him you might not know, but your name means a lot in Mount Hua. Hai Unjong's eyes narrowed. Would anyone be worthy enough for that name? Yes, Chung Mayan replied. I'll see. Chung Mayan stood stiffly, and Unem escorted him away with a sullen expression. This way. The landscapes of Mount Hua caught his eyes as he stepped outside. I've entered. Unem interrupted his thoughts. The introduction ceremony hasn't been held, but from this moment on you are a disciple of Mount Hua. You will become a vessel for the martial arts, and the youngest disciple of Mount Hua. Youngest. Chung Mayan's eyes trembled. Youngest? Him, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, Chung Mayan the youngest? Heh. When Chung Mayan's amusement leaked, couldn't help but smile. You seem happy. Yes. So happy. Ha ha ha. But why were tears falling? Shit. Chapter 10. Oh, my Mount Hua is in ruins 5. The child? I sent him to the dorms. I think we can just proceed with the ceremony right away. I see. Stared at his feet. Hyun Jong, seeing that, gently smiled. You don't seem to like this. Rather than not like, hesitated a little, then opened his lips with a sigh. Sect leader, I just don't seem to understand the meaning of your actions. Why was the child taken in? Now is the time for us to reduce the mouths we need to feed. Yes, that's true. And he isn't just some child, but one who doesn't even have any talent for martial arts. Him. Above all, I don't feel even a single ounce of kindness from him. That child doesn't seem to fit the standards of our sect. So why bring in such a kid into our Mount Hua? At Unum's points, Hyun Jong smiled. You think so? Sect leader. Unum took a deep breath. Sometimes this old man was confusing. I can never understand him. Even after assisting this man for over 10 years, Unum still couldn't understand him. Hyun Jong's thoughts were too deep for him to understand. Yes, sect leader. Sometimes relationships come unexpectedly. Hyun Jong smiled brightly. Maybe that child could turn into a light for Mount Hua? That child is too young to be the light of Mount Hua. He could be. Hyun Jong's face darkened. The current state of Mount Hua was similar to a wind chime. Holding itself up was hard, and no one would bat an eye if it fell. That was the reason why Unum didn't want Chung Mayan to join. How much sadness would Chung Mayan feel if he was left alone right after joining? How would he feel suffering so much to get here only to be pushed back onto the streets? I know the situation is difficult. Hyun Jong opened his mouth. But plum blossoms are bound to bloom even in snow. The plum blossoms in the harsh cold are bound to give off a sweeter scent than normally brought plum blossoms. If we don't plant seeds just because the winter has come, won't that mean that the possibility of plum blossoms and snow will disappear? Yes. Right. So go and see. As Unum quietly closed the door, he shook his head as he sighed. Each time he talked with Hyun Jong, he felt like his heart was being ripped open. However, as of today, even after talking with Hyun Jong, his heart didn't feel refreshed. At Hyun Jong's words, his thoughts still stayed, and mind was still fuzzy because of the current situation of Mount Hua. The current Mount Hua couldn't be saved. Hyun Jong worked hard all his life, but the situation just kept getting worse. If things went on like this, they wouldn't last another year. Whenever he thought Mount Hua, which had such a valiant history, was coming to an end, his heart would ache. Where is our Mount Hua heading? Unum closed his eyes. Chung Mayan blankly lowered his head, looking at the clothes he was wearing. A white robe which caught his eyes. Looking at the 5-petal plum blossoms engraved near the chest, he felt strange. It made his entire body tickle. No, this is really itching me. The material of the clothes was so bad that each time it touched the skin, it felt like it was grating on his skin. If he hadn't experienced those rags on before, wearing this would have troubled him even more. The month of living as a beggar seemed to have helped him. Sage, Chung Mayan frowned. It's changed. In the past, Mount Hua wasn't a clan with money overflowing like the Wudang sect or Shaolin sect, but still it had enormous wealth hidden in. Of course, he couldn't spend the money to his heart's content because of Sahyun, whose greed for money never let anyone touch it. At the very least, he would dress the disciples of the sect with nice clothes and feed them good things. But the clothes were all ragged now. What did these people do with all that money? There must have been heaps of money in that safe. No, forget the safe. They even sold off the historically important items inside the sect for money. So why were they dressing the kids like this? Not able to dress them properly? Not able to teach them properly? Doesn't this mean that they just wasted all the money they got? Chung Mayan took a deep breath. There is no such thing as a straight walking path. Sigh. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Expectations only lead to disappointment. Anyway, I'd join. He managed to join. The worst disaster happened, in which he ended up being the youngest of Mount Hua. This wasn't what Chung Mayan wanted, but at least he managed to enter the sect. There are a lot of problems which will have to be solved, but isn't this just the first step in a 1,000 miles path? No matter how difficult the task is, there is nothing that cannot be done if it is tackled one step after another. Most things in the world can be solved like this. But where is this place? That was the problem. Where Chung Mayan was located now was a hall in the past. However, it was changed in the meantime. The past appearance of the hall was turned into a dorm. If Chung Mayan's memory hadn't failed him, there was no concept of accommodation in Mount Hua. Those who were newly admitted into the sect would start living with their master. Then what was he doing now? I can't see this as a place where I stay before I enter the wings of another master. No matter how he looked at it, it was a place made for the sake of humans to live. Am I the only one here? Chung Mayan came out of his room. The rooms were lined side by side around the narrow hallway. It was different from the appearance of the past. Chung Mayan opened the door to the next room. and show clothes and other items in it. Is someone staying here? Chung Mayan titled his head. Who would dare to live in such a messed up room? Who are you? Chung Mayan turned his head. Oh my! He didn't even notice that someone was approaching him. He had made a mistake. I forgot, I don't have martial arts now. Even though he came to Mount Huar, he didn't learn martial arts yet. Thanks to that, only his body got stronger after Kai cultivation, which was the foundation. Realistically speaking. The only thing he could do right now was gather the internal Kai, which was as small as a fingernail, which meant it was impossible to be anywhere close to where he was in the past. Who are you? You bastard. Spying in on someone else's room. A thief? A rough mouth. A child who seemed to be the same age as Chung Mayan. As the child yelled, more kids rushed out. What? Jogul. What is it? The child called. Jogul pointed to Chung Mayan. This jerk was spying into my room. Who is he? Looks like a newcomer? Chung Mayan looked at the ceiling. Why did I have to come back alive? Was it to witness such a cruel situation? It was heartbreaking to see the young people point fingers at him and call him what not. In terms of age, Chung Mayan was their great-grandfather. Of course, they couldn't possibly know that. But how should he reconcile the meek and disciplined students of Mount Hua to the current disciples who were using their mouths like neighborhood gangs? As he opened his mouth to speak to the guy with messy hair. What is happening? Ugh! Teacher Unjeom. At the low voice from behind, the kids began to move left and right, and a huge person came down the stairs. Clumsiness which reflected on his face and gestures. And it was evident that this kid hurt not a single person till now. As he was called, Unjeom glanced around with his sharp sword, like eyes befitting his name. Why are you all making a fuss during your training time? Who said it was fine for you to do this? No, it isn't like that. My uniform was dirty, so I came to get a change of clothes. How dare you give me excuses? I apologize. The frightened children all backed up a step. In the meantime, they all looked at Chung Mayan. You are? Chung Mayan. You must be a new member of the White Plum Blossom Boarding House. White Plum Blossom Boarding House. This is the White Plum Blossom Boarding House. These are the dorms where the disciples of Mount Hua live. Didn't you hear about it? Dormitory? The man frowned. Don't you know that you should speak in a respectful manner? Yes. I apologize. Calm down. Damn it. Once again, he didn't think it through. The children who hadn't even entered Mount Hua during his time would be masters now. This is so messed up. To have the position of a teacher, this man must be really skilled. He was sure that he would be forced to work for his life here. You too come along. Yes. Whether you are late or early, you need to practice. It wouldn't make any difference. It is the job of a disciple to never waste time in vain. Chung Mayan could help but agree to the statement. In order to change the terrible situation, Chung Mayan had to strengthen himself, even a day sooner. For that, an environment where he could focus on training was necessary. The problem was that what they were trying to teach him would be basic martial arts which are useless to Chung Mayan. Come. The man left first, the children followed after him. However, one of them turned back. It was Jogul. I'll see you tonight. I'll fix that head of yours. Right. Don't bother thinking about running away. Sure, come. You really are. What are you doing? The child, startled by the shout of Unjeom, responded. I am coming, teacher. Seeing the child run ahead, Chung Mayan sighed. I need to treat them well. They were all the descendants of the sect. Of course, the way Chung Mayan showed favor to the kids would be different from others. They deserve it. Chung Mayan smiled as he moved. Chapter 11. Collapsing was inevitable. You bastards won. Ahem. Unjeom lowered his head and looked at the kid walking next to him. He seems pretty fierce. People placed in new environments tend to be meek. It is normal to get scared when in an unfamiliar place like Mount Hua. This is especially true for someone at such a young age, but he couldn't find that in this child. The fast walk showed the kid's annoyance, not fear. Unjeom looked at him with strange eyes. When Chung Mayan suddenly asked, when did that place called the White Plum Blossom Boarding House come into existence? What are you curious about? I heard that teaching is done by taking a disciple under a master, as well as lodging with them during the process. It was a little strange to see everyone gathered at one place. Unjeom frowned at the comment. He is stabbing at a sore spot. Traditionally, what the child said was right. A newly introduced child would be taken under a master, and that man would instruct the disciple about Mount Hua. That is why Mount Hua was known to be the most dignified sect. The reason this teaching method was broken was because of the decline of Mount Hua. Nothing much. We just thought it would be more efficient. Then does teacher also stay back in the White Plum Blossom boarding house? No. Chung Mayan nodded his head, at which Unjeom frowned. A strange kid. Such an answer wouldn't satisfy the curiosity of a kid. However, this one nodded his head, as if he understood. No, more like, he didn't care. And Unjeom wasn't sure what the kid was thinking. Basically, everyone who enters Mount Hua is sent to the same dorms. In other words, it was to make the newcomers be aware of Mount Hua's teachings under Unjeom, who handled them. He had seen quite an array of children, but never such a strange kid. What should he do? He couldn't just explain the sob story to a kid, right? An interesting kid seems to have come in. While Eunjeom was slowly analyzing him, Chung Mayang had different thoughts. They ran away. He could barely comprehend the situation. Looking around at the entire Mount Hua, he could see at a glance how absurd the situation of this place was, considering how he should have left behind at least 3 disciples during his time. If even only 3 people stayed back, Mount Hua wouldn't have turned into this. This means many people abandoned Mount Hua. The number of people couldn't have decreased in an instant. But it was a sinking ship, and once one person walks out, the others would soon follow. Assuming it is okay for those masters who didn't have any disciples they are responsible for to leave. What could the disciples with nowhere to go do if their masters, who were supposed to teach them, leave the sect? There was a limit to what another master could handle. As a result, a situation would come out where there aren't nearly enough people to teach. Sage, Chung Mayang lost his appetite. What to do? The current situation is nothing to criticize. Chung Mayang was a pragmatist in the past, and unlike now, he had been quite closed off. Delivering results was more important than sticking to tradition. If these people made Mount Hua survive by creating the new dorms, then it was overall a good thing. He felt a bit bitter, but the hearts of the children who had to make up the new dorms must have been torn. It was depressing, as he could guess exactly how they had felt. No, I don't have the time to think like this. Enough of being depressed for others. What Chung Mayang had to do was to not be swayed by emotions, but to remake Mount Hua the same great place it had been in the past. 3 halls unfolded in front of him, a high pedestal at the top of the large vacant lot, and small kids taking their place. Huh? Chung Mayang titled his head. The number of disciples was much lower than expected. Compared to the past where the ground was filled, only a handful of them were here. Sword! Taha! With a command, the swords were used and pointed ahead. Oh! Chung Mayang, who looked at it, wondered. Mount Hua was a liberal sect. Although it had been criticized for having a strong secular nature, they didn't follow the martial teachings blindly. It was because they didn't like considering the martial arts to be something to force and discipline the kids. Thanks to that, the training hall was never actually full of disciples. Yet, it was constantly overflowing with willed people. This is interesting. It was certainly interesting to see more than 100 people learning the same swordsmanship. Even Chung Mayang had never gone through such type of training, except for the time when Sahyang would teach the 7-star sword technique. To the back! Slash! The sounds of 100 swords moving at once. Seeing that, Chung Mayang exclaimed. Wow, isn't it nice? Eunjeom asked with a smile. No need to be shocked. If you practice hard, you will soon become like them. Yes. Chung Mayang's answer was rather bland considering how he exclaimed a moment back. Of course, Chung Mayang's comment had a different meaning than Eunjeom assumed. What are they doing? The further the training progressed, the more his eyes narrowed. Ahead. Hildren took a step ahead and then stabbed. It wasn't swordsmanship which kids should be taught. That, huh? What kind of sword technique is it? What do you mean? Ah, the swordsmanship. Eunjeom, who understood the question, nodded his head and answered. The swordsmanship which they are practicing now is the equilibrium sword. Equilibrium sword? Yes. To be precise, it is called Equilibrium of 6 sword, a sword technique which was handed down from Mount Hua as strongest swordsmanship masters. It is the sword technique which is the basis of everything. It might not be easy to learn, but if you put in effort, you will surely see results. Make sure you go and stand at the back. It will be awkward for your first time, but think of it as a learning and observation period. Detailed instructions will be done within a week. Chung Mayang walked to the back with a dull face. He must have been frightened. Seeing that, Eunjeom frowned. Kids have no ambition these days. Right, he glanced at the kid again. It was strange that the kid didn't seem frightened by holding a real sword. Even fearless kids would tremble a little when they see themselves holding a real sword. However, Eunjeom thought that it would be better to not expect too much from this child. Meanwhile, Chung Mayang, who was standing at the back, had a completely different line of thoughts. What the hell are these crazy people even doing? Practical? Learning this? Sigh, this is knee-deep shit. This was an introduction to martial arts. Introduction is meant to give the basics to the kids who were nothing more than blank sheets of paper. What would happen if they decided to teach some children 3,000 characters instead of basic alphabets? Sure, the kids would be able to know the characters by heart, but would they be able to understand the meaning behind them? Of course not. This was going to ruin the kids. What good will this do? These people were in a hurry, so they used the shortcut method. This was too ridiculous. What these kids were doing wasn't that great, but it's plausible enough to teach. Him. Chung Mayang said his thoughts out loud, making all of them turn and look at him. Chung Mayang, who noticed it, quickly shook his head, yet all the kids still looked at him suspiciously. At that moment, the great disciple standing on the podium shouted, "During training, why are your eyes looking elsewhere?" "So, sorry. Look ahead, kids." "Shit. Ugh." Children made sick noises and took their stances back up, placing their swords into pose again. Seeing that Chung Mai unclicked his tongue. It was then that the great disciple looked at Chung Mai. And you? Yes. Why aren't you doing it? Because I don't know? The great disciple rolled his eyes and nodded his head, focusing his attention back on the group of children. Continue. Back. And the command fell. Chung Mai and looked up at the sky as he watched all this. The sky was blue, clear without a single cloud. It was like seeing the future of Mount Hu and nothing. How can I change this? He had a deep and long future ahead, where he will have to travel an incredibly rough road, a path only exacerbated by the fact he is alone. Such was also the future of Mount Hua. No money, no people. The martial arts is a mess. Changing Mount Hua is more troubling than anything. Sigh. It was then that a sharp voice rang. Hey, huh? New here? To instantly recognize a new member. How weak was the current sect? So? I'll see you later. Don't you leave. Chun Mayung lost his appetite for the second time. Okay, but let me ask you one thing. Have you lost it? Don't you understand what I am hinting at here? Fine. Just answer me and I'll do whatever you want. What is it? What else are you learning here besides this? This? Equilibrium of 6 or something. After learning this, it will be the 7 Sages' sword. After that we will graduate from the White Plum Blossom and learn the lesser King Sword technique. King Sword? Yes. After that we will be able to learn the Tei Flummox sword technique. Tei Flummox sword technique? Right, Tei Flummox. Chung Mayun was shocked. No, it couldn't be. No way. Hey, one more question. What happened to the 24 movement Plum Blossom sword technique? What is that? The 24 movement Plum Blossom sword technique? It's a technique of Mount Hua. The child frowned as he responded. What is that? Mount Hua doesn't have that sword technique. Huh? It's my first time hearing about it. Ugh. It was strange. No technique called the 24 movement Plum Blossom sword? And people need to learn this one? Chung Mayun's eyes were blooming. Leader, this Tei Flummox sword is too weak in power. At this point, I don't think removing it entirely from our teachings would even cause any rift. What do you think? It is a sword technique that cannot be used. Let's just let it go. Still, the ancestors left it behind for. Are we going to teach the kids a technique which they wouldn't use and is a complete waste of their time? You're right. Let's throw it away. Sehyung, these kids were learning that Mount Hua is bound to die if it continues like this. Looks like it would fall before he could even have the chance to rebuild it. Who is talking again? You people, come out here right now. Sit. I'll see you later. I mean it. A huge vein sprang up on Chung Mayun's forehead. Chapter 12. Collapsing was inevitable, you bastards too. Dying is better. Dying is better. Chung Mayun's face as he returned to the dorms was completely rotten. Nothing was going right. People said that even if a rich man failed, he'd live 3 years in luxury. Judging from the current situation, it seemed like 100 years was too far-fetched. There was no way the Mount Hua sect was any better than some third-rate sect. No, even a third-rate sect would do better. This sect has no money, and the children are in poor condition. If that wasn't bad enough, they are full of shitty philosophy that no one understands. Every other place would be fine, just this, and that too. Where did you throw away the 24 Plum Blossom swords, you bastards? He could understand prioritizing one technique over another because of the difficulties of the sect, or teaching abilities of the remaining instructors. But making a technique totally disappear is a whole different thing. Even given the fact that the previous generation was annihilated, they had left money and history behind. Chung Mayun scratched his head. Where should I even start? The term total chaos would be used in such cases. Sehyung, can I even save Mount Hua? When he lifted his head and looked up, it seemed like that old man was smiling down. Save? Chung Mayun grabbed a handful of soil and threw it to the sky, and went back to his dorms. Oh, my waist, he said as his back hurt. Just because they talked a little during the training that man made them train extra. If only Chung Mayun was as strong as his previous life, he could go back and forth from the summit to the base of Mount Hua with minimal effort. I need to hurry. Chung Mayun lost his appetite. At first he was going to try and figure out how Mount Hua worked and think about fixing it, but the more he found out the more troubled he felt. It would have been easier if Chung Mayun had passed on to the current time with his past body in mind. However, right now, Chung Mayun was nothing more than the youngest disciple, a beggar nonetheless, which meant the lowest level. Could he change the position of Mount Hua? Sigh. He could help let out a sigh while thinking. Of course, he could take his time and slowly change it. However, the problem was that Chung Mayun wasn't the laid-back kind. The more he saw the current Mount Hua, the more rushed he felt. Even the Wuding sect must be developing at this moment. In general, martial arts focus on practice and repetition. However, Chung Mayun had a different idea. The world is continuously evolving. No matter how many people in the past were geniuses, if they continue to study, even the new generations will turn into geniuses. In the end, they are bound to surpass the realm of those ancient geniuses. In other words, it means that martial arts would eventually develop with the passage of time. Just because they were Shaolin, if they didn't constantly try to enhance their existing martial arts, that sect wouldn't be so flourishing now. Over the years, numerous more people will come up and fill the gaps of martial arts. Right, progress. Other people are making progress at this time, and these ones are forgetting what they have. How could he not be upset? Chung Mayang took a deep breath. For now, gulp. Chung Mayang looked down at his stomach. Sage, because he had been living as a beggar for so long, he couldn't properly develop his body. I couldn't eat dinner. After all the others finished training, he wanted to eat, but Chung Mayang was punished so he couldn't eat. In the past and now, there was nothing he hated more than fasting. Things turned more difficult and annoying when he was hungry. Chung Mayang grabbed his stomach as he entered the dorms. First of all, he had to organize some things. Yeah, he's here. Upon entering, Chung Mayang raised his eyes slightly towards those who appeared. Dozens of disciples of the third great disciple were in the room. Yeah, newbie. The gaze of powerless Chung Mayang went towards them. Seeing their faces, it didn't look like they were waiting with any good intentions. Chung Mayang took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and said to Agul. What? Agul's face heated up in an instant. This bastard must be crazy. Call me Jogul Sahyang. Sahyang, Chung Mayang, and looked at the ceiling. Looking at the old ceiling and wooden buildings, he wanted to cry. Now he was in a position where he had to refer to these little jerks as Sayongs. But what could he do? He should have done something earlier if he didn't like that. Yes, Jogul Sahyang. What is it? If you are new, you should report. Don't worry, it won't be too bad. You look too weak. I am afraid that you die if I hit you a bit hard. Laughter erupted from the sides. Everyone seemed to enjoy the joke. Well, he understood the situation. This is the essence of what dorm lives are. Through these types of situations, the bonds between the people grow stronger, and they learn and connect with each other. Almost everyone giggled. Nevertheless, it doesn't feel nice. He wasn't dissatisfied with this, but what he hated was the attitude of these people, acting like it was their own gang. Of course, when Chung Mayang first entered Mount Hua, it was similar, but at least they didn't act like these kids. What was this old man saying? Well, he was over 80 years old. Report. Chung Mayang nodded his head. First of all, it will be important to handle these people. His stomach hurts, but what could he do? He was here to save Mount Hua. Right. What can I do? Great Sahyang, Jogul said as he smiled. Yes. Great Sahyang? Chung Mayang turned his head and saw the one called Great Sahyang. One span bigger than the Jogul, and definitely older. This guy was another person under the third great disciple. I'll do this. Yes. In Chung Mayang's head, the current order of people flashed in an instant. That guy is higher, but Jogul takes the lead. It was the same in his time, although Sahyang would always help clear the problems for the sect leader. If so, then this situation, take it off. Chung Mayang's head tilted. Did he hear something wrong? I said take it off. Chung Mayang looked around. He looked at the kids inside. Everyone was looking at him as if they were having fun. Chung Mayang's gaze turned to Jogul. I feel like I misunderstood. No, I think so. Chung Mayang tried to smile. Don't get mad, let's not get angry. If he got angry, he would be the same as these kids. Take it off? Yes. Jogul smirked. That is how we normally get to know each other. Come on, take it off, dance, and get beaten because that is how we show our love to the new ones. Jogul's lips turned into a smile. Now. I feel shy. His pronunciation wasn't right. Chung Mayang, who coughed up, then tried to speak. Then, Sasakun Jiom? He'll be practicing for the evening. You better throw away the thought of him coming to help you. Right now, we're the only ones here. I see. Chung Mayang nodded his head. And even if he was here, you would be fine for today. But you'll have to live here from now on. So do you really think you'd be able to escape? Right. This was where he will be living. Thanks. His thinking had been a bit wrong until now. Then there are no other dorms here. This bastard just keeps talking. I can't hold back anymore. Let's get right to it. Jogul jumped up from his seat and grabbed Chung Mayang by the collar. Once you get the hang of it, you'll respect me as the Sahyang. I'm not doing this because I hate you. We're using this to love and put you on the right path. Get it? Sahyang. What? Anything left to say? Clench your teeth. At that moment, Chung Mayang's fist hit Jogul's lower jaw. Bang! With the sound of something exploding, Jogul's body soared to the ceiling. Crack! And he broke through the old ceiling. Crack! Jogul's body, which was nailed into the ceiling, shook. Everything turned quiet. The eyes of the other disciples went wide. Chung Mayang took a glimpse at Jogul, then turned and walked towards the door. Where are you going, Lank? Chung Mayang raised the latch and locked the door, and as he turned with a bright smile on his face. As long as a person lives, they worry about this and that, and among them, I think about one thing the most. But, crack! Loosening his head, he continued. Thanks to you, my thinking has turned very simple. Right, I need to start with organizing my surroundings. Chung Mayang raised his leg and stepped on the chair next to him, and shattered it. Grabbing the broken leg of the chair, he smiled. Heh heh, and he went up to one of them. I grew up growing in my own way. So would I have the manners to treat my seniors rightly? A small hope bloomed in their hearts. He had called them seniors. Seniors, since you are seniors, I will trouble you. Don't scream out loud. Any screaming bastard will receive double the dose. Oh, they were the seniors. Come on, get hit and done with it. Say young bastards. Chung Mayang, as if possessed, attacked the disciples. Chapter 13. Collapsing was inevitable, you bastards 3. Sahyang. Yesy. Do it harder. Yes, I will do my best. The strength in the hands which were massaging the shoulder increased. What's your name? It is Yun Jong. And you are the great Sahyang? Yes, that's right. Chung Mayang slightly turned his head, as Yun Jong's swollen face came into his view. Still, since you are the great Sahyang, I will treat you well. Thank you. Keep pressing. Yes. Yun Jong returned to rubbing as Chung Mai and turned his head back. The other Sahyangs were all on the floor with their heads bowed to the ground. You all. When Chung Mai opened his mouth, everyone flinched. It was a strange sight to see kids above his age trembling on the floor. Shouldn't you be helping out and living a quiet life? Shouldn't you? Sahyangs? Yes. We were short-sighted. Chung Mayang sighed at those words. Who was Chung Mayang? He was one of the 3 great swordsmen, and was recognized to be of the highest level among the 3 except for Chun Ma. Wouldn't he be able to easily handle these people? No matter how weak he had become, these people were little kids, and Chung Mai-un could easily handle 30 of these kids. Since this was your way of accepting me, I will let this go this time. But from now on, such things should happen in a humane way. There are things which can and cannot be done. Everyone groaned without answering. Why am I like this? One of them thought. It feels like a Sasuk is yelling at me. It didn't feel like they were on the same level as Chung Mayang, as if they weren't his peers. Chung Mayang clicked his tongue. I need to deal with them. The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous the situation felt. Attention. As soon the word rang out, the kids got up. No matter how bad Mount Hu, as current state is, the kids of the most disciplined Mount Hua shouldn't be like this. Chung Mayang clicked his tongue. You need to get back to the Sect's initial state. The children exchanged glances. I don't get it. How did this worm crawl in? Who was the bastard who claimed that this kid was a loser? We're ruined. Now we all have to live together. Now they were staying together in a dorm. If only they could live with their masters, like the old tradition, they could have escaped from Chung Mayang. But now, they were all living in a single dorm. It was like a wild tiger was thrown into a cage of rabbits. Sage. Chung Mayang opened his eyes. Remember. Yes. Now, who in here is the most aware about the situation of Mount Hua? Hands up. No one said anything, but all their gazes turned to one side. Seeing the gazes of the others directed towards him, Joe Gull's eyes widened. Hand. Raise your hand. Joe Gull's hand moved upwards. I'll see you later, you bastards. It's been many years that they had been living together. How could they sell out their own? Did they have no conscience? Joe Gull gritted his teeth and stepped forward. With a stiff head, he looked at Chung Mayang. Sahyang Joe Gull. Yes. Even if you are a Sahyang, aren't you being too stiff with me? Not at all. Joe Gull hurried and touched his neck. My neck felt too stiff so I couldn't move it like usual. Chung clicked his tongue and got up. Follow me to this room. Yes. The others can rest for today. We'll do what we need to tomorrow. Yes. Sahyang, follow me. As Chung Mai-un moved his hand, Joe Gull followed him like a cow being led to the slaughterhouse. As soon as the two disappeared, the remaining disciples rushed to Yun Jong. Great Sahyang, are you fine? Do I look fine? No. Yun Jong caressed his swollen eyes. The sad thing was that his swollen eyes would be fine by tomorrow, so he couldn't even complain. If only Sasuk was in these dorms, he could have stopped it. With his pride he couldn't go to the man and show him the wounds. And by tomorrow morning everyone would be healed with no traces of the abuse suffered today. In other words, he planned this beforehand, and as he hit us, the more he thought about it, the more terrifying the new kid became in his mind. Now what do we do? Do what? Should we attack him once he goes to bed? Will you do it? He retorted. Everyone went silent at that question. The image of Chung Mayang running wild like a tiger roamed in their minds. No, we shouldn't do that. We'll die if it goes wrong. Yun Jong shook his head. The image of Chung Mayang made his mouth turn dry. But, someone who was lost in thought asked, why was Joe Gull taken away? Sit comfortably. I will stand here. Don't worry and sit, I won't hit you. It wasn't because of that. Joe Gull hesitated and opened his mouth. I can't seem to bend my back after being hanged from the ceiling. So standing is fine. Chung Mayang coughed. So, why did you call me? Walk comfortably, Sahyang. Yes, it is strange to see Sahyang talk so respectfully. So speak comfortably. Yes. Speaking comfortably? Yes. Chung Mayang gave up. Well, as long as they live, one day, the kid would open up. So why did you call me? I have a few questions for you. First, I'd like you to answer in as much detail as you can. Okay. Chung Mayang opened his mouth. So, are the children here mostly from merchant families? Yes. Chung Mayan tapped his chin with his finger. Merchants. In the past there were many children of merchants who wanted to enter Manhwa. However, Manhwa never accepted anyone from merchant families as disciples. Was it because merchants were bad? Of course not. They could accept beggars into the sect. A merchant wasn't a huge deal. Problem was that the children of merchants didn't come to become disciples. They came only to learn the martial arts of Manhwa. In the case of descendants of Manhwa, they would come here with the intention of burning the teachings of Manhwa into their bones. After initiation, training and receiving guidance, one of them would become the leader of Manhwa and lead the sect. However, those who enter from merchant families remain solely as disciples of the sect and learn only the martial arts, after which they return back to their families. Even out in the world, they would be respected for being a disciple of Manhwa, but it was nothing compared to those who stayed back. The disciples who sunk down the teaching of the sect into their lives were always of support, and they would protect Manhwa. Most of them leave, which meant even the 3 great disciples who were teaching today would eventually leave Manhwa. What is this situation? If the number of disciples decreased in Manhwa, then its name and reputation would in turn decrease. But Sehyungs are here. What do you mean? Well, there should have been rumors going around. You should have known that Manhwa isn't in a good shape. Why come all the way here? Ah, that. Joe Gull scratched his head. Actually, my father originally didn't like the idea of sending me to Manhwa. However, there weren't many sects which would accept me. Although Manhwa has collapsed, it is still one of the many sects in the world. The connections which come from this would give me great strength and freedom. According to Joe Gull, the kids of the merchants who came in here were common. It wasn't bad. Ultimately, it was to make themselves be valued. If they had money or talent, there was no way kids like Joe Gull would enter Manhwa. They would have gone to other better sects. Which means even the past disciples of Manhwa don't have money. Which means everyone around Manhwa is in a mess too. His bones felt sore. It reminded him of the old days, with his Sehyung holding up a book and tying up his hair. At that time, he was obsessed with making money, and Sehyung was a mastermind in gathering it. Thinking back, Manhwa could have come out of the situation if they had those ledgers that Sehyung had. People need money to live. Just because one is a martial artist doesn't mean they could live on eating dew. Then, yes. Are you planning to go back to your family after learning martial arts? Normally yes. Is that why this place looks so sleazy? There was no way anyone could love this place when they came here to fulfill a temporary goal. I get it. Go away now. Then, and yes, when does the morning training start? It starts at 7. Tell everyone to prepare by 5 and gather them in the hall. Yes, 5 a.m. Yes. And have the Sehyungs know what I said. To prepare for tomorrow morning and get them together? What, don't like it? Why would I not like it? Trust me. Yeah, I like that attitude. After a while, Joe Gull left the room with a subtle expression. But sadly his room was right next to Chung Mayang. Hearing the footsteps leaving, Chung Mayang laid flat on the bed. Even 1,000 miles start with a single step. He didn't remember who said that in the first place. But the road Chung Mayang had to take was 1,000 miles with all kinds of messed up roads. Still, it will start with one step. And that one step would be with these kids. Chapter 14. Collapsing was inevitable, you bastards 4. The next day at dawn, Chung Mayang stretched his body. His danshan, which used to be small and feeble, was now in a period of noticeable growth. The energy which accumulated had grown to be clearly recognizable. With every breath he took, Chung Mayang could feel his energy resonate and purify his body. Bright and clean energy. Even Chung Mayang was taken aback. Despite having lived for decades, he had never witnessed such a clean and transparent energy before. His danshan was now accumulating this energy. Although the size was limited and wielding enormous strength would be difficult, with time, more power would accrue, and he would be able to reach new heights he had never reached before. How long will it take? After cultivating, Chung Mayang's face distorted. In order to reach his former peak, and even exceed it, he needed time. Manhwa was facing its doom now. Would it wait for him to gain power? Chung Mayang pushed aside and suppressed his anger as he analyzed the situation. Let's get this straight. The problems in Manhwa are innumerable. If he had to pick one out, Chung Mayang wouldn't be able to decide which was most important. However, there were 3 things he knew. No money, no martial arts, and no talent. So, what is wrong? Any one of these issues was bad enough, but when they were all piled on top of each other, he could feel his stomach curling in on itself. What was the biggest problem? Young talent. Chung Mayang simplified it. Money could be earned, and he has a wealth of martial arts knowledge that could be taught naturally. So, where do we get talented youth? Talent wasn't something Chung Mayang could influence. He couldn't just go out and kidnap talented kids to save Manhwa. And finding out who was talented and who wasn't simply by looking at them was impossible. If so, he would have to go for the children of prestigious families. So I need to make use of them. Chung Mayang clenched his fists. What would change even if he blamed himself? He had no choice but to make the best of what was available to him. It was clear that the people here weren't very good, and there was a shortage of teaching staff. But if the people here are deficient, they must be taught, and if they are broken, they must be fixed. Of course, I never took in a disciple. Old memories came to his mind. When he was old enough to accept a disciple, Sahyang asked. Mayang. Yes, Sahyam? Now is the time to take in a disciple. How do you plan on teaching your disciples? Do you even need to ask? What do you mean? Spare the rod, spoil the child. Should they make a mistake, they will be beaten. Even dogs will walk on their hind legs if trained to do so. I assume humans can't be too different, right? Let's talk again later. After that, Sahyang never brought up him taking on a disciple again. I never expected to receive so many disciples at once. Mayang's lips curled into a smile. If anyone had seen that, they would surely think of it as a wicked smile. I am sleepy. Why do we need to gather at dawn? Rate Sahyang. Isn't this too much? Yunjong closed his eyes. Just be quiet, will you? You bastards. The rules of Mount Hu are relatively strict, but the children weren't yet forced to give up on worldly affairs. They are children from families that control their own regions, even if they are not from famous families. As a result, they can't stand being inconvenienced and aren't used to being patient. Even though it had only been half a day since they had been beaten, they still let loose with their complaints. Yunjong lifted his head and looked at Zhou Gul. At least Zhou Gul kept silent in this situation. Well, it wasn't that the others didn't understand the situation. Despite complaining, everyone did come over here as requested. Yunjong stared at the dorms. Where did that monster even come from? Mayang wielded a broken chair leg with a demon-like appearance, defeating over 30 kids in an instant. Brrrr, when he thought about it, chills passed through his body. But who the hell is he? They were words that expressed everyone's feelings. As if I could know, there were more than 30 people. Is it even possible for the seniors to control a crowd like that? I don't know, but what was certain was that even the great disciples wouldn't be able to imitate what that monster did. That kid only joined us yesterday. He must have learned martial arts somewhere else already, right? Anyway, does it make sense to be here without even having anything to eat? Everyone was confused. Even Yunjong, who was older and lived longest in Mount Hua, couldn't figure it out, but he knew that something was up. Is he going to hit us again? It wasn't known who said it, but everyone went stiff upon hearing those words. Is that possible? It could be that he wants us to remember last night's embarrassment. What if we fail? Worry spread among the crowd. Everyone turned their heads. Zhou Gul, who was standing there, spoke. If you all don't want to be hit again, then just stay quiet and follow what he says. Sahyang Zhou Gul was known to have the best skills among the disciples, and even he was shaking. Crazy. What? Get hit again? Get hit and end up stuck in the ceiling? Zhou Gul was confident in his skills, but even he couldn't compare to this monster despite being called a genius in Mount Hua. In the end, martial arts are something people learn. Even without sufficient teaching and good martial arts, he was confident that he could even stand toe-to-toe with the genius disciples of the most prestigious sects. However, that confidence flew away after just one punch struck his jaw. Then, why were we asked to gather here? The disciples tilted their heads, looking at the strange tools ahead of them. Right, how do you use these? Long wooden rods and then a sturdy pouch, large enough to fit a person's head, filled with something, and why prepare pebbles and sand pouches? Do I look like I know? As everyone was groaning, the door swung open. All the clamoring mouths went silent at once and looked at the person. Mayang slowly walked out, but on his face the annoyance was evident. Why does he look bothered? If you are so bothered, don't gather us like this. Mayang stopped, and then looked around as he asked. Is everyone here? Yes. Keep quiet or the Sassaks will wake up. Crack crack. Mayang stretched his neck, and then said, well, we are going to be living together for the foreseeable future. Though I don't know how it will turn out, maybe we would even end up spending the rest of our lives together. I will go home, even if that means death. I'll make it down. I'll make it down the mountain at any cost. Even those who had decided to live and die with the Mount Hua sect had second thoughts upon hearing those words. But in my opinion, Mayang smiled. You people are too weak. The most insulting and disgraceful word to those who walk the path of martial arts is weak. Even if they were only here from merchant families to build a name for themselves, it was painful to take such an insult to their faces. Shit. Problem was that they couldn't object to it. These were the words of a person who beat 30 people at once without being hit. No one could deny it. Well, even I agree that martial arts aren't everything in life. But you all chose to study and learn as Mount Hua sect members. Then, you should aim to be as strong as you can be, right? So, starting from today, you will practice with me every morning. It's nice, right? As if that would be nice. Someone raised their hand when they saw Mayang's shameless attitude. What is it? Do we have to do this? Mayang looked at the one who asked the question with a bitter gaze, and then turned to Yunjong. Yunjong, who looked at Mayang, flinched as he said, it's because not everyone was there at that time. Right. There were people who didn't get hit. Some didn't participate in that bullying. Even if word of what happened had spread, not many would believe that and step back, right? You don't want to then? You seem like a newcomer, so why are you talking all this nonsense? No matter what, you should at least mind your manners. Chung Mayun nodded at those words. Yes, a person must be polite. In that sense, those who have no intention of becoming strong or training, raise your hand. If 100 people gather, there will be at least 1 or 2 who don't care, and as those 1 or 2 hands come up, others will start to raise. Roughly a dozen or so. Right. Martial arts aren't everything. Come on, let's go inside. Can we go? Sure. The faces of Joe Gul and Yoon Jong went pale at those words. You idiots. Let's go is different from you go. They are walking into a hell of their own making. The children, unaware of their situation, smiled brightly and entered the dorms. And Chung Mayun followed them with a smile. Tack! The door was neatly closed behind them. No one dared to open their mouths as they looked at the dorm. Contrarily, there were no screams either. But, that's... Yoon Jong looked at the dorm. The entire building was swaying slightly, and it was obvious what was happening inside. A short time passed. Kick! The door opened, and from the inside, the kids sprinted out with their might as if they had seen a ghost, and then came over and took their positions. Tusk! Chung Mayun, who came out, began to speak once more. Who among you doesn't want to practice? None. Be quiet. Others will wake up. None. Good. Chung Mayun clapped once and began to move. I, as an instructor, like to make people strong. The future of Mount Hua is bright. I will do everything I can to make you stronger. Now let's begin. Seeing the sun rising in the distance, Yoon Jong tightly closed his eyes. The future of Mount Hua was bright, but their future seemed bleak. Chapter 15. Collapsing was inevitable. You bastards 5. Him? Frowning at the bright light peering through the window, Eunjeom reluctantly woke himself from bed. These brats. The laws of Mount Hua were strict. In the past, when the students would share their teacher's residence, the disciple was bound to rise earlier and wake up their teacher, then prepare breakfast for him. Although the times had changed, and such doctrines had fallen from standards, nonetheless it was customary for a disciple to come wake them and greet them. But today, no one came. Ha! These kids. Let them go for a while, and they turn lazy. Eunjeom frowned as he got up. If any of the disciples were awake, they should have come to wake him up. That means that all the kids inside the white plum blossom dorms were still asleep. No, just because they didn't come to wake him up doesn't mean that they must be sleeping. Come to think of it, he remembered a new child joining the dormitory yesterday. Are those brats doing it again? He already knew that these young disciples of his would put new recruits through some form of hazing, and that they were hell-bent on seeing it through. As a teacher, he felt that he should put an end to it. But Eunjeom was conflicted, as he also believed it helped them bond together. Joe Gul might take it too far, but, knowing that Yoon Jong was there, he was confident that no problems would arise. However, the fact that no one came over to greet and wake him meant that things had gone sour yesterday. Eunjeom furrowed his brows as he quickly changed his clothes. Putting on his robe and sword at the waist, he went out. First, I'll have to check. Determined, he took long strides towards the white plum blossom boarding house, thinking that he would have to wake the kids with a huge scare. It happened the moment he turned the corner. Go out? Eunjeom, who was about to yell, took a deep breath and choked back his words. His eyes widened at what he saw. What is this? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the strange sight unfolding before him. What? Am I in hell? Such a strange thought briefly flashed through his mind before he came back to his senses. This is Mount Hua. The scene unfolding in front of him was happening in Mount Hua, but he couldn't understand why this was happening. Had he gone delirious, or was he looking at something wrong? Eunjeom, who found himself rubbing his eyes once more to clear his sight, looked at what was happening again. However, nothing changed. A despairing chorus echoed within his ears as Eunjeom stifled back a groan, unsure of how to react. Ugh! I'm going to die. Ugh! Mother, take me home. Eunjeom stared blankly at the kids, who were moaning pitifully. Were these the same young disciples he knew? Although their ignorance would sometimes cause anger, and their wickedness would lead to disappointment, the children he knew were still innocent kids. He always felt warmth from them, but from the kids right now in front of him, there was no warmth of life. Who are these ragged kids? Were these the kids he knew? No matter what he thought, these kids looked like worn-out beggars. Eunjeom peered around. Hua! I am done. I am really going to die. Eunjeom looked at the faces of the kids who were sprawled across the area. Are these my disciples? A little rough. No, their condition was horrible, but those lying around in a beggar-like state were indeed his disciples. What have they done? Why were the kids who were so soft yesterday in such a dire condition? Wooden swords and strange pouches lay scattered around the ragged children. Eunjeom knew what he had to do. There was a limit to what his mind could guess, and what's more, there were more than 100 mouths here that could answer his questions. What the hell has happened here? As soon as he asked, the kids, who were lying on the floor groaning, looked at him. The eyes of the half-dead disciples came to life. Sesek! Lord Sesek! Oh heavenly Lord! They all were speaking strangely, but it was clear that these kids were welcoming him warmly. They were even shedding tears. It was unusual for him, whose mission was keeping the youth controlled, to see them greet him with such enthusiasm. No, it wasn't uncommon, but this was his first time it seemed so genuine and heartfelt. Cough. Sesek, why are you here so late? Why? I miss Sesek so much. What were they saying? Strangely, every corner of his heart was proud looking at these kids who were always ignorant, welcoming him so fiercely. An unknown emotion flooded in, but Unjeom soon shook his head and collected his thoughts. No, it wasn't the time for him to be impressed like this. Upon examining the youth before him, it seemed like they had fought some fierce battle. They were battered in dirt and sweat. Unjeom's heart ached as he saw their pitifully trembling limbs, and desired the truth of the situation. Just what happened here? The children, who looked like they were about to cry, hesitated and didn't say anything when the question came. Just a glance to the back. Are they concerned about speaking up? Unjeom's gaze followed their line of sight. There was another kid who was working hard. Jogul? No. The other one. Other? From Jogul he looked even further back. He is? Unjeom's eyes seemed to widen beyond their limits at what he saw. The new kid? What was his name? Chungmayam? What is he doing? Unjeom tilted his head. Chungmayam was doing something bizarre. He had a wooden rod on his shoulder with several large pouches hanging from either side. What is in those pouches? Those are dirt bags. Why dirt bags? He asked despite knowing why. Weights. Among the unrivaled ancestors, there were people who would do this. Gasp. Unjeom, who was watching, could tell that the kid's body was getting stronger. Despite trembling as if he would collapse at any moment, he stands up, shaking until he regains balance, and squats again. Tuck, tuck. Beads of sweat poured down his chin. His whole body was drenched in sweat. Will he die like this? Unjeom worried about his condition as he watched the child's face, which turned a blazing red with veins popping, and his expression twisted like a devil freshly escaped from hell. There was no word more fitting than difficult to describe this kid, Chungmayam, as he groaned and continued to work out despite the apparent pressure he felt. You'll die like that, you brat. Unjeom wasn't a generous man. In fact, he firmly believed the more rigorous the training, the better the results. Like a blacksmith hammers a sword to remove impurities, diamonds can only emerge from coal under pressure. This mindset allows him to push his disciples and strengthen their will alongside their bodies. However, even he would say that the training of Chungmayam was harsh beyond the limits. Wait, then the reason why these kids are here, was it because they were training together? Sesek, save me. We will die this way. The children's bodies were drenched in sweat. The clothes they had on were soaked through and dripping with water. It gave Unjeom goosebumps to think that this was all sweat. Then, they weren't sleeping? Did that mean the kids were training since dawn? When did you begin training? Since 5. Have they been doing this for over an hour? Why? A simple question, yet no one answered it. We'll die if we tell you. Everyone present was making a desperate face. No way? No, it couldn't be. As if that could happen. Does that even make sense? The kids there were the disciples of Manhwa. Even if the sect wasn't what it used to be, they still practiced martial arts. Among them, some kids have been here for more than 5 years. Did that mean the young disciples were suffering here like this because they couldn't handle the little new kid? Wait. Jogul was known for his outstanding skills among the children, yet even he was on the ground struggling to catch his breath. What about Yunjong? He quickly scanned the area looking for Yunjong. Only Yunjong was on the floor. Why is he like that? Jogul was fine, but Yunjong looked as though his soul had escaped his body. Yunjong was gasping for air with his face on the ground and hips slightly raised, and tears could be seen forming in the corners of his eyes as he struggled on the ground. That Unjeom opened his mouth and shut it again. No, training is good, but wasn't it clear what happened? The kids must have woken up early to do strength training. Although Manhwa is a sect that focuses on speed and finesse, basic strength training is also taught. All martial arts begin with the body as a foundation. But what the hell does it mean that only 1 hour of training made everyone like this? Unjeom wiped the cold sweat from his brow. When he glanced back, the kids were all looking at him with dazzling eyes, all with the hope that this man would solve the situation. Don't look at me with those eyes. It was seriously embarrassing. Kua. Unjeom coughed as he changed his mind and looked at Chungmayam. First, he had to figure out what was happening. He would determine how to react once he knew the situation. Bring that kid. At that moment, Unjeom had firmly imprinted the name Chungmayam into his mind. Unjeom had no idea that this would be the most important name he would learn in this life. Chapter 16. Manhwa is like this because of me. 1. Phew. Unjeom's eyes began to gleam as he stared in a daze at the blue sky. Certainly, he seemed like a normal kid at first, right? This one was by no means ordinary. Will he be fine? Chungmayam's thick uniform was thoroughly drenched, and as the sweat poured from his body, it could be seen dripping through his clothes. With a face flushed red with blood, it seemed as if his head would burst at any moment. He struggled even to stand steady as his legs were trembling, and he could be seen biting tightly against his lip in order to keep moving. Would you like to sit? Unjeom, who firmly regards courtesy and manners as integral to life, unwittingly suggested to the child. Help it. It didn't make sense to make Chung Mayan stand after the training he went through. Looking at Chung Mayan's current condition evoked a similar feeling as seeing a young puppy left alone in the pouring rain. Pitiful. Ah, it is fine. Rather, I'd prefer a little water. Someone get water. Now. Yes. One of the kids who was watching on the side rushed to get water. Right. That. However, Unjeom quickly fell silent. What should I ask? He called for him to come here, but he didn't know where to start. It was his first time being in such an absurd situation. What is going on here? He asked the most obvious question. Chung Mayan, who received the question, glanced around and opened his mouth calmly. It's nothing much. What? It's just that from today on, we all decided to exercise together in the mornings. But since it was our first time, we may have overdone it a bit. It must be because everyone was so motivated. Motivated? Unjeom looked at the kids behind Chung Mayan. They were waving their hands desperately yet keeping their mouths sealed tightly. However, their hands fell swiftly, and they froze in place when Chung Mayan slightly turned his head towards them. What sort of act is this? It was absurd. It was unclear how it came to this, but one thing was certain. All the disciples were afraid of this new child. Unjeom was no fool. He had already dealt with kids and trained young disciples for 10 years. He can often understand how a situation has developed simply by observing the kids. No, it would be stranger if he hadn't noticed what was happening, even without his experience. The disciples of Mount Hu, are they afraid of a newcomer? Unjeom's head slightly tilted sideways in confusion. No. Come to think of it, the skills of these children were by no means weak. Most kids of the same age could only hang their heads low compared to Mount Hu as disciples. Even if it was rotting, they were still disciples of the once great Mount Hu. It wasn't that his disciples were weak, it was just that this new child was odd. Did you say morning exercise? Yes. You. Unjeom spoke firmly. White Plum Blossom Boarding House has its own rules. Who told you to reduce your bedtime and practice as you please? Chung Mayan's expression remained unchanged as he spoke as if it wasn't a concern. Then I won't do it. Huh? I thought that training would be helpful. But you said no, so I won't do it. Oh, what was that? Unjeom was perplexed. This reaction was unexpected. Why, you thought that training would be helpful? Yes. Why did you think that? Chung Mayan thought that this question was weird. You think it won't help? An awkward air passed between them. Ugh. Unjeom groaned to himself. He understood what this kid was saying, but Chung Mayan spoke first. I felt that it would be enough to learn martial arts from Sect, but the disciples must also show effort in our own way. The essence of martial arts comes from the body, so I believe this strength training could improve our overall results. That was true. The theory was correct. Your words are right. Unjeom readily acknowledged that. However, can you say that being forced to train under threat of coercion is correct? Coercion? Chung Mayan glanced back as he continued. Ah, Sect. How could I ever force my Sehyungs? When I said I was going to train, they said they also wanted to join in and followed me. What nonsense. A shameless lie. But if he wanted him to speak the truth, Unjeom would have to ask, didn't they only join in with you out of fear? But I can't ask that. It would crush the pride of his disciples. Yesterday, the disciples couldn't manage one new youngster, and had to be hauled out early in the morning to train in fear. Unjeom decided not to touch that sensitive topic. And wouldn't this situation turn Chung Mayan, the youngest, into a terrifying villain who abused his own Sehyungs? That would also hurt his disciples if mentioned carelessly. Just as Unjeom was about to say something, Chung Mayan spoke. Give me 1 month. I won't let it affect our regular training, and in 1 month, I will deliver you good results. Oh. Although they were discussing training, his hidden intention was slightly different. 1 month. He asked Sect to ignore this situation for a month, and make his judgment after seeing the result. Look at this kid. It didn't seem like the words of a child, rather, the words of a strong man full of confidence. 1 month may be acceptable, but this training doesn't seem that simple. Can the kids really endure it? The Sehyungs all practiced, because they wanted to, and no one complained about it being hard. Chung Mayan spoke brazenly as he glanced at his Sehyungs, none of which dared to open their mouths to refute him. Since no one spoke up, they must be okay with it. Where did this kid come from? While Unjeom thought, Chung Mayan turned his head and asked, Isn't that right, Sehyungs? Yes it is. We will work hard. Very hard. We worked hard today too. Chung Mayan turned back. Without a strong will to grow, how could we possibly expect good results from our efforts? The children's faces behind him were shocked and full of exhaustion. Unjeom was speechless as the kids were utterly unable to speak out. Despite only 1 day passing, Chung Mai-un had completely seized control of the disciples. Furthermore, he's asking to allow this to be ignored for 1 month to show Eunjeom the results of his control. Come on. The more he listened, the more absurd it felt. Where did this little monster come from? But it isn't really a bad thing. The White Plum Blossom boarding house had a significant issue when it came to securing training time. Mount Hua was understaffed, and Eunjeom couldn't handle it alone. At least 10 instructors were needed, but now there were just 3 people who could train the kids. As a result, they couldn't spare much time to teach any of the disciples one-on-one. Most of the time was spent keeping the group organized, so their growth had begun to stagnate. It was evident that it would be a great help if this kid could relieve some of his burdens. I'll ask you one more thing. Yes, it won't be easy for you either. Why would you choose to train so early in the morning? Chung Mai-un titled his head. I don't understand what you mean, Sesuk. There was no way that this kid suddenly couldn't understand. To enter Mount Hua means learning the sword, but simply joining the sect doesn't necessarily mean we will become stronger. To become stronger, diligently training and striving for higher goals is the duty of any disciple. That is right. Of course, we can become stronger by following Sasuk's teaching. But if we can put in our own effort, as well, the process can accelerate. It's only natural that some sleep must be sacrificed if it means working harder to achieve our goals. Right, it was that. There is no particular reason, only a passion for training. Sect leader said we would no longer accept new students. I wondered what sort of child would receive an exception. Perhaps a new wind is beginning to blow on Mount Hua. Wouldn't it be quite worth it to bring this kid up? His talent hasn't been confirmed yet, but he should be able to achieve great things even without it with such motivation. Even if he's unable to become a master, his attitude could have a good influence on the other children. You seem to be having a hard time with your training. It's because it's my first day. Still, it seems difficult. The more we do, the better the results. Eunjeom's lips trembled as he struggled to stifle a smile. This is it. Doesn't this training perfectly match his own theory? It might be fine to push the others to their limits if such a kid leads them. After all, in the sect's old days, the children would often form hierarchies not restricted solely by age. And what is important when dealing with Sehyeongs? Be polite, show respect and follow their words. He means to maintain this hierarchy while showing proper respect to his elders without despising or looking down on others. Eunjeom looked around and nodded. Unable to understand what was happening, the kids were all worried. Hua. Eunjeom coughed as he averted their gaze and opened his mouth. It's quite touching that you all were voluntarily training from dawn till now. Sesuk. Master. Shouts of confusion and shock, but Eunjeom ignored it all and continued. If you continue to train like this in the future, you will achieve great results. This child seems to know much about training, so I will allow you to continue. Try your best. We are screwed. Wow, he is abandoning us. Look at him avoiding our gaze. The young kids were in a state of despair. Then make sure you have your breakfast before it gets late, and come out in time for the morning session. Eunjeom slowly turned, and then suddenly stopped. Ah, that's right. Still, they couldn't believe that this man would really throw them away so easily. It'll interfere with your training, so you no longer have to come and wake me in the morning. Training comes first after all. Okay. Eunjeom grinned and turned away. The disciples wanted to reach their hands out to catch him, but he vanished from sight before they could even move. Crack. At that moment, a faint crackling sound. It was Chung Mai-un cracking his knuckles. He turned to them with a smile. It was a smile, but the veins on his forehead were bulging, making it clear how he felt beneath his grin. Sesuk, help me please? It's not like I said. I was going to kill you. Now, my dear Sehyeongs, how about we have a chat in the boarding house, before having our meal? Move it. Yes. It was at this moment that many young hopes and dreams disappeared from Mount Hua. Chapter 17. Mount Hua is like this because of me. 2. Are you serious? Yes. Sehyeong. Eunjeom's face began to distort. Eunjeom titled his head at the unexpected reaction. You didn't know? How could I have known? Huh. I thought that the sect leader brought the child in with some purpose. I guess he didn't. We can barely afford to make it through each day in our current situation. We can't spare additional expenses trying to recruit hidden talents. He's a tenacious child who sought us out himself, and he was taken in by the sect leader. Eunjeom stopped. This child was accepted by the sect leader, who said he wouldn't take in any more disciples. So, he thought that there must have been some story behind it. That the wind bringing change to Mount Hua wasn't intentional. It seemed that Eunjeom didn't know anything more. Is there some secret that only the sect leader knows? No. That kid really came here on his own. How curious. Eunjeom said. The more I think about it, the more bizarre this is. A mysterious boy traveled alone from afar, claiming to want to be a disciple of Mount Hua, and within a day, he'd taken hold, and was enacting some sort of plot. Perhaps I'm just overthinking. He wondered if this kid was a spy sent by another sect to hasten their ruination. But it felt unnecessary. First, Mount Hua was already in a sorry state, on the verge of collapse. Second, even if such a plan existed, sending a child too young to develop the necessary skills wouldn't make sense. And if a child with such talent existed, the sect would do everything they could to nurture and guide them rather than sending them to rot away here. If that is the case, wouldn't it be better to keep an eye on him? Let's leave him be. But Sahyung, you didn't stop him because you believed he could meet your expectations, right? Instead of answering, Unjium lowered his head. I am well aware of your hard work. It's only natural for you to lead the disciples, but even you can't accomplish everything on your own. No, Sahyung, it's all right. Unum laughed softly. It is difficult for everyone. I'm not sure what he's thinking, but if you believe it will benefit Mount Hua, there's no reason to stop him. Unjium raised his head and looked at Unum. I'm not sure. That kid Unjium. Yes, Sahyung. That child is now a disciple of Mount Hua. Unjium's eyes slightly shook. At times, we may be biased toward a child who comes first. However, even if he came later, all children who come to Mount Hua must be cared for as our disciples. I was short-sighted. Unjium bowed his head. Even if he crosses the line, it won't be too late to stop it then. Yes, Sahyung. Unjium stood up. I'll take my leave. Sure. Unum poured himself a cup of tea as Unjium walked away. What a strange boy. Indeed, an unusual child has arrived in the sect. He's a kid that didn't bother trying to hide his presence despite bringing about a drastic change. Whether these changes would be a blessing or a curse was unknown. Just one thing. Change is necessary. What Mount Hua needed now was a new wind. Floating in the open sea without wind will leave you lost and starving. Even if the destination is unknown, you must set sail. Whether the final stop is paradise or a desolate island, it was better than dying, unmoving in the open sea. Unum brought the teacup to his lips. He hoped that Chung-mai-un could be the wind that moved Mount Hua, of course. Whether he can keep calm when the wind turns into a typhoon remains to be seen. I think I am going to die. I am already dead. A chorus of pained wails echoed from all around. Now, of course, those who were speaking on the verge of death were Mount Hua, as third-class disciples. What fresh hell is this? A new type of torture? They knew it was an exercise to build muscle, but it's not like Mount Hua neglected strength training. A solid body is the foundation of all martial arts, and even the Shaolin sect would have its own rigorous training regimen. But this is unreasonable. Yunjong lowered his head and looked at the table. Stir-fried vegetables were served as a side dish, but his hands were shaking so much that he couldn't accurately put them in his mouth and spilled food all over the table. Ugh, I can't even eat properly. We have swordsmanship training in the afternoon. Will I be able to swing my sword with my hands shaking like this? If it was a real sword, wouldn't it fly out of my hand and pierce someone's ass? Thankfully, I don't think I have enough strength in my arms to swing with that much power. Are you really thankful for that? Yunjong sighed. Say it to his face. To his face. If they want to complain, shouldn't they do it to his face? What good does it do to talk behind his back like this? There is nothing I can do. Great Sahyang. Groans emerged from the crowd. However, Yunjong just silently picked up the stir-fried vegetables. What could be done about it now that Unjiom has taken the same side as Chung-mai-un? Sahyang. In such situations, it doesn't matter if it's Sahyang or not, but shouldn't great Sahyang's opinion hold some weight? Yunjong sighed, and was about to speak when a sharp voice came. How pathetic, what a rotten conversation. The crowd of third-class disciples had their eyes drawn in unison to the one who spoke. Jogul? There was a moment of silence before Jogul, who was quietly eating in the corner, began to speak in a sharp tone. Do you think great Sahyang is your errand boy? Chung-mai-un isn't hiding from you. If you have something to say, you can go say it to his face yourself. No, we were. If you can't speak up in person, just be quiet and eat. If you don't eat, you won't be able to survive in the afternoon. No one could open their mouths to argue after hearing what Jogul had to say. Yunjong's eyes met with Jogul's gaze. He's acting strange. If this were the usual Jogul, he would be the loudest to complain about Chung-mai-un. After all, he was the strongest and most vocal among the third-class disciples. It became difficult for others to open their mouths and disagree when even Jogul took Chung-mai-un's side. Tech. Jogul put down his chopsticks and approached Yunjong. Great Sahyang. Him? Can I see you for a moment? Sure. Yunjong put down his chopsticks and stood up. The remaining disciples tilted their heads as they watched them leave. Are we looking at something the wrong way? Yunjong spoke first once they arrived in a deserted area. You look pretty pissed off. Jogul lifted his hand and rubbed his face. Is that how I look? Your face is quite easy to read. That's the first time I've heard that. Jogul laughed. Even after all that training, you can laugh like that? Sahyang. Huh? What do you think of Mount Hua? Yunjong went silent at the question. It was a sensitive subject that needed careful consideration. It is a difficult question. I was originally planning on going back to my hometown after this. But don't you plan on staying here? Yes. Yunjong nodded quietly. He had already decided to stay here. The other third-class disciples had yet to make their choice, but he would become an official disciple of Manhwa and live or die with the sect. Do you believe that Manhwa has any future left? Mind your tongue, that isn't something you can say so recklessly. I couldn't believe there was any hope left. It's not something that should be said, yet Yoon-jong couldn't condemn Jo-gul. He had often had similar thoughts in the past. Do you mean to say you've changed your mind? A little bit. It's changed. I was forced into this training, but it made me realize. I'd never done any training that pushed me to my absolute limits until recently. That is true. Yoon-jong nodded his head without realizing it. He had never done this kind of training. He always thought he was trying his hardest, but never pushed himself to the limit where his body trembled like now. That guy didn't seem tired at all, even though he did twice what we did. Twice what we did. Along with doing double the repetitions as everyone else, Chung Myung also used more dirt bags. The intensity was on a completely different level from the other kids. Yoon-jong had checked the weights himself and couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Chung My and using a weight heavier than his own body. He's strong. He's not just strong, but he's younger than us as well. I don't believe he was born powerful, so he must have grown this strong through his own efforts, right? You're right, Sehyeon. I thought it would be impossible for me to become strong in Manhwa. I thought I would stagnate at a mediocre level and leave. I never even thought of becoming a master known throughout the world. Jo-gul. Listen to the end, Sehyeon. Jo-gul gulped and continued. But, looking at him, I realized I was wrong. I mean, is there anyone our age who can even compare with him? I don't think so. There never will be. Despite being the eldest, Yoon-jong wasn't the best among third-class disciples. Even still he was confident in his skills. He was sure that even if he had to face a disciple from one of the great sects, he would still be able to corner them. But that monster flipped Yoon-jong upside down with one finger and knocked Jo-gul, who was stronger, into the ceiling. How could another monster like him exist? It doesn't matter which martial arts you learn. What's important is how you learn. I thought it was just an empty phrase that sounded good on the ears. Seeing him though, I realized they were honest words. Sehyeon, I want to do my best. I feel the same. Jo-gul nodded his head. So Sehyeon, please. This may be an opportunity for our generation to experience a massive change. Even if he is a little sarcastic and arrogant, let's follow him for now. Yoon-jong looked at Jo-gul. Jo-gul had excellent skills. He had the ability to grasp the flow of things around him due to his experiences down in the world outside. If such a person became a merchant, he was bound to become successful. If such a person was speaking like this, let's do it. Sehyeon, you are right. As of right now, nothing matters. I am someone who decided to stay in Manhwa till the end. I will do anything I can to help Manhwa. At Yoon-jong's words, Jo-gul nodded his head. It's funny though, all of this is because of the youngest just who joined us yesterday. He may be the youngest, but he's far from normal. Hee, that's true. Two smiled lightly and turned around. Their talk was done. No matter how child-like they were, they seemed wise. Gul. Yes, Sehyeon? Can we really become strong? One thing is certain. If we can't become strong, then we can always train harder. Such comforting words. The two returned after this brief exchange, and until the very end, they were unaware that they were being watched. Chapter 18. Manhwa is like this because of me. 3. For now, I have two good ones. Hidden in a nearby tree, Chung Myung had spied on their conversation. He was lying down comfortably with a rice ball next to him. Goak. I never used to be this merciful. If he entered the dining hall now, the Sehyeons wouldn't be able to eat. He should at least let them have a proper meal. Isn't that the most humane thing to do? Chung Myung patted his stomach and sighed. I caused a bigger mess than I intended. Initially, he planned to lay low, but those kids came and plucked the nose hair from a sleeping tiger, so he had no other options. What more can be done? Some things can be tolerated, but there are lines that cannot be crossed. There's no changing the past. Thankfully, Eunjeom is easy to communicate with. He perfectly understood what Chung Myung was trying to say when they spoke. Thanks to that, things were a bit easier than he thought. Of course, he had prepared countermeasures if Eunjeom didn't understand, but that would have been more troublesome. He's smarter than I thought. Smart? Certainly, Eunjeom understood Chung Myung clearly. However, as a young disciple of Manhwa, looking down on his senior only to reevaluate him as smart seemed disrespectful. That was still a compliment, right? Ugh, this is so complicated. It seemed like it would take more time to get everything organized. His position within Manhwa still wasn't clearly defined yet, but those two are definitely smart. Chung Myung's eyes followed Yoon-jong and Jo-gul from a distance as they entered the dining hall. When so many people gather, there will always be a few who stand out. In Chung Myung's eyes, these two could be the core of the third-class disciples. I've got a good idea. Aren't they quite unique? Typically, they would be on the verge of death if they were pushed that far. Complaints would pour unceasingly as they agonized over the pain. But not these two, they desired more. Chung Myung found that quite admirable. Especially Jo-gul. Despite being beaten so thoroughly by someone younger than himself, he held no grudges. What's more, it even motivated him to work harder, and gave him confidence that he could grow stronger by following Chung Mayang. If Chung Mayang had any money left, he'd certainly gift it to Joe Gull. If I raise him well, he will be of great use. Chung Mayang smirked and bit the rice ball. Discovering talent was important, but the main priority now was Chung Mayang. First and foremost, body strengthening. Foundation was laid. There was still a long way to go, but it can be said that the most dangerous section has been passed. So now he can learn martial arts in earnest. So, what did he need the most? A perfect body. Having returned to a younger body with all his past knowledge, can't he get stronger through cultivation? He could. However, a theory is a theory, and reality is reality. No matter how much martial arts knowledge he holds, if his body is too weak to perform, then he'll be unable to reach his full potential. He cannot do internal energy training with his mind alone. Only through blood, sweat, and tears will your body adapt. For that, what's most needed is to develop strong muscles. Isn't the sword of Mount Hugh as swift and dazzling? Mount Hugh, as sword technique, requires you to swing fiercely with the strength of 100 arms within one. The sword is beautiful, not the body. If the body is weak and unable to endure the technique, then the sword will never be dazzling. To make plum blossoms bloom, the roots must be strong. The root of martial arts is the body. I can't just see what I want to see. The people are drawn to the gorgeous sword arts of Mount Hua. Thanks to that, they don't see that there are people out there who would swing their swords to kill them too. Ah, damn it, why is this so complicated? Can't I just stab him? Why do I have to swing 3 times when I could just stab him in the face? I am going to break my wrist. Like a swan that gracefully swims on the water, yet, below the surface, the swan's legs flap desperately. The sword should be graceful like the swan, while the body, like the swan's legs, is the engine that drives it forward. So you train and train again. Even if you only digest a quarter of the training, after 3 years, they will have forged the strongest bodies and been reborn. By then, Mount Hua might not be the world's most gorgeous, but they would become a sect that can take down Shaolin. Chung Mayang smiled and stood up. The problem isn't the kids, it is the seniors. The kids will follow and get the hang of it, but he can't treat the seniors in the same manner. When he thought of Unjiom, he sighed. He isn't that bad. You could feel how hard Unjiom worked from the pressure emitted by his body. It isn't easy by any means for a person with no proper teacher to rise to this level. If he can receive the right instruction before it's too late, he will be a good swordsman. But how do I give it to him? Chung Mayang scratched his head. This was annoying. It would be nice if he could just say it, but that would cause disaster. He didn't have the confidence to deal with it. So, he thought of ways to naturally hand this information over. Huak Chung Mayang scratched his head. Since he wasn't used to using his head and making plans, finding answers was hard. Should I return for now? To find the solution, he had to know the full situation. He must know what techniques are being practiced, and if the sect's martial arts are being transferred properly through each generation. Joe Gull gulped as he looked at Chung Mayang sitting cross-legged. Maybe I was wrong. Get stronger? Train? That all sounds good, and he liked it. But to do that, he would have to live with this guy. Can I handle this? The more he let his thoughts run free, the more it felt like something was wrong. So, yes, there's no need to be tense, Sahyun, huh? Is that everything? Yes. You can just speak casually. Yep. Chung Mayang frowned, looking at Joe Gull writhing uncomfortably. This is really all that you have? It is. Really. You can relax or get it, do as you please. Once he gets more comfortable around him, Joe Gull could naturally change how he speaks. Chung Mayang grabbed his head and looked at the paper. So, these are all the martial arts being taught? Joe Gull nodded his head. Ha! I am going crazy. Chung Mayang moved a little as he stretched his body. What is he doing? He suddenly called Joe Gull over, and had him write a list of all the martial arts taught here. Once he received the list, Chung Mayang seemed to lose his mind. This is all? He kept reciting this same line again and again like a parrot. Sesak had previously taught him that you need to make sacrifices to become strong. But it seemed like this kid even threw away his sanity. Sahyang. Yes? Isn't there anything other than this? Is there possibly a restriction on what Sahyang can learn? We aren't allowed to read the techniques, but just seeing them is fine. That's all. Ugh. Chung Mayang looked at the paper again. He had guessed it to some extent when he heard that the sect no longer had their sword techniques, and replaced them with a worthless one. But this is too serious. No, what good would these do? Not a single thing on this list would help them. Were these old people deliberately trying to ruin Mount Hua? So, you are saying that now, the Tei Flummox sword is being taught? You know that already. Ugh. Chung Mayang scratched his head. This is more serious than I thought. Having people around was indeed more important than martial arts books. But, is that all? What good are people if they don't know how to use their weapons when the enemies come? Even if they held swords, these people would be beaten while their enemies used tree branches. Tei Flummox's sword didn't meet Chung Mayang's standards. If only we had the Seven Sages sword, Mount Hua wouldn't be like this. The more he thought, the more troubled he felt. Chung Mayan tried to calm his raging mind when Joe Gol suddenly spoke. From what I hear, Chung Mayan didn't even ask, but he spoke on his own accord. When the demonic cult attacked, the West Building was set on fire. A fire in the West Building? No, rather, the demonic cult invaded? What did the demonic cult attack Mount Hua for? Wasn't their heavenly demon dead? Joe Gol asked him. Do you know of the Plum Blossom Swordsman? I know. He knew very well. Because no one knows him as well as himself. Sisuk said that the Plum Blossom Swordsman helped kill the heavenly demon. Helped? He beheaded that bastard. Not helped. Chung Mayan's face brightened a little as his disciples knew about him. That's what was said. What? The Plum Blossom Swordsman killed that demon. Huh? Who said that? What do you mean Hua? Chung Mayan tilted his head. Well, wait. It is impossible to say, because everyone on that mountain had died at that time. No one knows who killed the heavenly demon. Right, they all died. Chung Mayan was the last one before he finally severed the heavenly demon's head. So, no one saw. Yeah, no one knew. Chung Mayan understood. No, then, for the honor of Mount Hua, he gave up his life to defeat heavenly demon. Yet no one knows it. What was this disgusting situation? Anyway, at that time, the heavenly demon fell, and the remaining demonic cult people went crazy and tried to push for vengeance. Despite taking a lot of damage, they climbed up and set fire to Mount Hua. Cold sweat began to flow down Chung Mayan's body. However, Joe Gol didn't notice and continued calmly. Even if we don't know what happened, there seemed to be a strong grudge against Mount Hua. That Joe Gol may not know, but Chung Mayan did. To sum it up, Mount Hua was smashed after that. Because of me? Yes, all because of him? Why are you laughing all of a sudden? Oh, my life. Chapter 19. Mount Hua is like this because of me. 4. Now, he had a rough idea of the situation. The alliance which climbed the 100,000 mountain was utterly annihilated. However, the 100,000 mountain is the home of the demon sect. It wouldn't be surprising if some of them survived the war. Those demon sect survivors must have witnessed Chung Mayan kill the heavenly demon. Ugh, damn. Chung Mayan threw away the paper in his hand. All the people who should be recognized were dead, and not a single person he knew survived. Meanwhile, his enemies survived and came for revenge. What the hell is this? Joe Gol felt a chill and stepped back. Why are you suddenly angry, Huok? Chung Mayan rubbed his face. I need to calm down. It wasn't something he should be angry about in front of Joe Gol. So, those bastards stormed in and wiped out Mount Hua. I don't think the damage was that great. They also spent a lot of energy getting here, since they came through a difficult path. Quite a few of the buildings burned down, and many of our martial arts were lost in the process. It was understandable. No matter how poorly this place was maintained, it wouldn't have fallen to this degree without something like that happening. Martial arts can still be learned without a teacher to guide you. Even if you must walk through hell to succeed, it's 100 times better than nothing. On the other hand, if even the martial arts were lost, it explains how Mount Hua could collapse so quickly. I can explain. It was already explained, but why is it so heartbreaking? Okay, I get it. Chung Mayan stood up from his seat. Where are you going? A walk. I need to clear my head for a moment. Sisuk will come to check on us soon. We may end up being scolded. Right. Thank you. Joe Gol, looking at Chung Mayan as he left, shook his head, unable to understand. He is one strange guy. This is crazy. A fire was raging within his body, contrasting wildly against his facial expression, which exuded a chill that seemed to freeze your soul. He risked his life, sacrificed himself to kill that demon, and those below him destroyed Mount Hua? What the hell are these results? Is there no retribution in this world? His mind began to ache as his thoughts continued unrestrained. Now, he couldn't even get angry at the pathetic state of the elders in the sect. After all, it was clear why this happened. I don't get it. What kind of loyalty did those people have? Their heavenly demon was killed. They should have just lived cowering in seclusion. Instead, they rushed straight for revenge. If the journey to Mount Hua hadn't been so arduous, it might have been destroyed all the way to the roots. Should I call us fortunate, or were we unlucky? Only a few things were damaged. Sigh. Still, sitting alone on the rooftop and watching the sun fall as the night approached helped to soothe his mind. That's just how the world is. The real reason Chung Mayan was distraught wasn't because of what occurred to Mount Hua. He was angry because his successors had to pay the price for his actions. If Chung Mayan had lived after killing the heavenly demon, he could have stopped it. But he died, and the young disciples, who knew nothing, had to face the hellish aftermath. As a result, Mount Hua ended up like this. Sage, what can I do? No one could criticize Chung Mayan. It could be said that a disaster befell the sect because he killed the heavenly demon, but if he didn't kill him, then the entire sect would have ceased to exist. Chung Mayan didn't have a choice. Even if asked to relive that moment, Chung Mayan would still not hesitate to sever the heavenly demon's head. But it feels unpleasant. Chung Mayan took a deep breath. Well, the past is the past. If it's broken, then we can just rebuild it. Whether or not he's responsible, doesn't his goal remain the same? He must revive Mount Hua and regain the sect's former glory. Worrying won't change anything. What matters is getting results. It will be enough if he can make Mount Hua stronger than before. It might be impossible for others, but not for Chung Mayang. It will be a little difficult though. No, there will be a lot of difficulties. It may be even more challenging than cutting off the head of the heavenly demon. But I'm in a hurry. Impatience is poison to a task. There's a difference between moving quickly and trying to rush. Contemplate the job thoroughly and advance without rushing. Alright, let's take it easy. First, let's figure out everything that's been lost. The best way would be to simply ask someone. Where is the sect leader? Come on out. Right. Sect leader is the right. Who said that? Chung Mayang's eyes went wide as he turned to see where the voice had come from. The main gate? There was a loud noise coming from the main gate. At this hour? The sun was setting. Why would visitors come at this time? Sect leader, get out here. Ah, right, the sect leader, Sect leader? Chung Mayang touched his ears with a blank expression. What did I just hear? Demanding the sect leader? What crazy bastard is saying that? Such insolence. How dare they assail the gates of Mount Hua and demand the sect leader? In the past, such actions would be inconceivable without enormous repercussions. Before he'd even finished speaking, a teeth-shattering fist would have met the man's face. These people outside didn't seem to be wary of Mount Hua's power at all. Thud, thud, a violent banging on the gate. At the same time, the gate, which was barely in shape, began to rattle and fracture. No, no, no! Whoosh! The front gate finally gave in and made a strange sound as it moved. The gate collapsed to the ground and shattered as dust and debris scattered the area. Chung Mayang stared blankly at the scene, clearly dazed. They broke the gate of Mount Hua? What was happening? Let's go in! Dozens of people smashed the gate and sprinted inside, all of whom ran towards the residence of the sect leader. It didn't seem like it was their first time doing it. The other sect elders stormed out from their residences at the noise. Wait! You can't do this! The opponents were relentless. Get out of my way right now. Won't you move? Tell him to come out. Sect leader. Huh. Did you just touch my body? Chung Mayang's eyes rolled back in shock. What was up with this situation? The intruders broke in, as if they owned the place. The elders seemed to be struggling to block them. Whenever one stepped forward, the elders would step back, as if they'd been assaulted. It wasn't like they had strength. No, Chung Mayang could feel that the elders were stronger. Before Chung Mayang could understand the situation, the people pushed in and arrived in front of the residence. Sect leader, come out right now. Don't even think of running away. I know you are in there. I am not going to let you have your way today. Come out. Chung Mayang was feeling dizzy. What am I seeing? Where is this place? No matter how horrible the downfall was, Mount Hua wasn't a place where such things could happen. Huak. Chung Mayang felt something hit his forehead as his anger began to boil over. What are you doing? Eh? One of the elders, holding back the violent men, asked Chung Mayang and rebuked him. Go inside right now. Why is a third-class disciple wandering around at this time? Chung Mayang tried to think of an excuse. Come to think of it, no one but him was here. Despite such a considerable commotion, not a single disciple was here. Does this sort of thing happen often? It was human nature to stick your head out and spy when there was a commotion. Nevertheless, the fact that no one came meant that a code of conduct had already been established in this situation. Chung Mayang, who only joined recently, had no knowledge about this. What are you doing? No, even so, it wasn't him they should be concerned about, but those violent people. Sect leader, come out. I am not going back like this today. Hiding is of no use. Come out. Have you no shame? People didn't stop shouting in front of the sect leader's residence. Chung Mayang's neck began to feel stiff. It happened then. Kiek. The door creaked open with a shrill sound, and Hyeon-jong, the sect leader of Mount Hua, walked out. When he came out, the members of Mount Hua bowed to him. What are you doing here at this late hour? Indeed. While Chung Mayang was getting angry at their words, the sect leader responded in a noble manner befitting his status. He felt proud seeing the man act this dignified despite not having anyone to guide him properly. Every movement was refined, and his words carried strong yet stable energy, which felt good to the listener, making Chung Mayang feel even more relaxed. Truly, what nonsense are you asking? Come down. Right now. Why are you acting all calm? Right, he's pretending to be calm. No. Hyeon-jong's face stiffened slightly as he sighed. I didn't run, nor did I hide. Where would I go if I left Mount Hua? So calm down. Quiet that mouth of yours. Chung Mayang was enraged. Even though he spoke to them respectfully, these crazy people didn't even bother listening. The strange thing was how despite that, the sect leader didn't yell and seemed flustered instead. What sin did he commit to act so meekly? A particular word came to Chung Mayang's mind. Sect leader. A person who seemed to represent this group, pointed his finger and shouted. We have waited long enough. We can't wait any longer. The calmness disappeared from Hyeon-jong's face. That, was he serious? When will you pay our money back? The payment date passed long ago. We can't wait any longer. Tung Mai and looked at Hai and Zhang with blank eyes. Hai and Zhang's virtuous appearance vanished as he opened his mouth with an awkward expression. If you can give me some more Tim. Chung Mai-un grabbed the back of his neck and stared toward the sky. Shit, there's debt as well. A collapsing sect is all that's left, and even that is owed to debt collectors. Really? Tears formed in Chung Mai-un's eyes. His mind was feeling as overcast as the cloudy night sky above. Really, this place is full of crazy people. Chapter 20. Mount Hua is like this because of me. 5. We've given you time. How much longer are you planning to take? A man can only be so shameless. We have waited long enough. Hai-un John's face was a bit stiff. I know, but... At that moment, a man standing quietly in the back walked forward. As he stepped forward, everyone around fell silent and took a step back. Is he the one in charge? Tung Mai-un's eyes lit up as he looked at the person ahead. The man had the typical appearance of a merchant. A slightly chubby face, dressed in fine clothes made of the most expensive silk adorned in elaborate patterns. Looks like he has a lot of money. Chung Mai-un decided to listen as the man's mouth opened to speak. Sect leader, have you been well? I didn't think that pavilion owner Kong would come here in person. A soft smile crept onto the face of the man called Kong. I wish I could meet the sect leader under more favorable conditions. I truly didn't want to climb Mount Hua, but I hope you understand there are far too many people urging me to do something. And I apologize. Hai-un John lowered his head slightly and bowed. Then, owner Kong opened his mouth with a different voice from before. The sect leader, you must also try to understand the feelings of others. The date of our contract has long since passed. The one called Kong tilted his shoulders back. In Chung Mai-un's eyes, it was an arrogant gesture. We already know of Mount Hua as difficult situation, and we've looked the other way on several occasions. Nevertheless, if you keep breaking your word like this, it will be difficult to overlook anymore. Hai-un Zhang couldn't say anything. Although he was trying to keep a peaceful face, Chung Mai-un noticed that the old man's face was twitching subtly. It was a natural reaction. This man, the sect leader, looked after Mount Hua for years and now suffered from debtors because of what the past sect leader did. According to the contract, we could demand payment for breaking the contract right now. Owner Kong smiled and shook his head. We too have benefited from Mount Hua as blessings for many years. Therefore, we are hesitant to take such harsh actions. Owner Kong, we've already waited. Aha! The merchants around him protested, but the man silenced them with a cough. You don't know, Grace, we are nothing but animals. Don't be blinded merely by the kindness you've shown them. It is thanks to Mount Hua, as graces and blessings that we can live so comfortably now. Don't forget the work of your predecessors. Right. As everyone understood, he smiled. So, we are going to give you a little more consideration. We will give you 7 days from now. If you don't repay the loan taken in 7 days, then we'll take the price as per the initial contract. Owner Kong, wait for a moment, sect leader. Owner Kong quietly shook his head. No more. We need the money. We've already been as lenient as possible. If the money isn't ready in 7 days, we will confiscate Mount Hua as promised. Kuak. Owner Kong turned his head at the sound that came out of nowhere, and looked at Chung Mai, uncovering his mouth. We've shown something unsightly in front of a child. Owner Kong said, this is all for today. Sect leader, I hope that we can exchange pleasantries and smile together next time we meet. Until then, farewell. As the man moved to leave, the other merchants followed behind him. Hai-un Zhang quietly raised his head to watch them pass. As if he had just survived an encounter with a fierce predator, he let loose a small sigh. Frustrated and weak, this sigh seemed to carry an immense burden. So, Chung Mai-un had his legs crossed and rested his chin on his hand. A merchant of Hua village? Right. Ugh. Chung Mai-un's head was rattling back and forth as he kept thinking. Seeing that, the other kid moved back. I don't know if he'll attack. It's better to avoid it. The reason he was explaining this to Chung Mai-un was very simple. After returning to the White Plum Blossom boarding house with great anger, he called together all the kids from the shopping district who knew about Mount Hua as condition. Finally, the one who answered his questions was this kid. As a result, he explained Mount Hua as state to Chung Mai-un. Hua village is the one right under Mount Hua, right? Joe Gull, who was listening in from the side, asked. Yes, Saiyoung. I remember seeing it when I was peddling wares with my father. The Mount Hua sect borrowed money from Hua village merchants. I don't think that's... The kid scratched his head. Although he was in Mount Hua, there was no way that third-class disciples would know about the sect's finances. At best, they could guess what was happening. That man, Kong, is the owner of Hua Pavilion in Hua Village. It is the largest one in Hua Village, and I heard that he is working on various businesses using it as a base. He is the most successful merchant in Hua Village. So if Mount Hua needed to borrow money, he was the best person to borrow from. Crick-crack. Joe Gull turned his head away as the color in his face turned a grim pale. Chung Mai-un kept cracking his neck, like a broken wood doll. Sei, calm down. Sei, Kitihu, what's wrong? Joe Gull felt terrified as he saw Chung Mai seemingly lose himself in shock. Of course, they couldn't understand the reason for Chung Mayun's strange behavior. Step. Chung Mayun, suddenly erupting with vitality, jumped from his seat and stared into the eyes of the other kid. Eek. He rushed to the door with lightning speed, grabbed the kid by the collar and asked, "Is it true that he is the owner of Tihua?" "Why yes. So, the owner of Tihua loaned out money to Mount Hua, and now he's trying to confiscate this ruined place." "See, calm down." "Calm down? Are you telling me to calm down? That bastard. Does he have any idea what Chung Mai-ung was feeling?" Chung Mai-ung released his grip on the kid's collar, and then scratched his head wildly. "What's wrong with you, Sei?" Chung Mai-ung couldn't answer that question at all. The reason was simple. There was no way to explain it. Because Tihua is supposed to belong to Mount Hua. Being a warrior of Mount Hua doesn't mean that all worldly obsessions would be forgotten and neglected. Any sect without money would be unable to last regardless of their fame. Sects like Mount Hua especially needed money to sustain their massive size. In the first place, the swordsmen of a sect focus solely on their personal growth and getting stronger. For such people, whose only focus is martial arts, it can be challenging to make money and provide for their families. It requires a massive sum of money to feed such people. Therefore, Mount Hua employed several businesses in Hua village to work for them. One of those operations was Tihua. But now, a business that belonged to Mount Hua was lending money to Mount Hua and trying to confiscate the sect for debt? He couldn't understand it. Right, if what he knew didn't match up with what they were saying, then something must have gone wrong. "Sahyang Joe Gull." "Huh?" Chung Mayung motionlessly called, and Joe Gull approached him with curiosity and confusion in his eyes. Chung Mayung whispered something which only Joe Gull could hear, and Joe Gull's eyes opened wide and stared back at him in shock. "That? Can you get it for me?" Joe Gull stuttered a bit. "Ah, no, I can, but..." "Then go and bring it to me." "Really? Did you think I was joking?" "Sahyang? I'll bring it." Joe Gull left the room with a nervous face. "What is he trying to do?" Yoon-jong curiously watched the scene as he tilted his head. Joe Gull's reaction was weird. Before he could think too deeply, Joe Gull was already returning while carrying something. With a subtle face, he delivered the item to Chung Mayung. "Cloth? No clothing? But why would he need something like that out of the blue?" Chung Mayung, who took the clothes Joe Gull gave to him, quickly tossed aside the robes he was currently wearing. He was fully dressed in black clothing, which held tightly to his body. What are you planning to do?" "I should ask around." "Huh?" Chung Mayung answered. "If I ask the Sasuks, they wouldn't give me a proper answer and will tell me that a kid has no business knowing such stuff. Obviously, because that's the correct response. So, I will go and ask." Wait. A cold sweat gathered on Yoon-jong's forehead as he began to understand where this situation was heading. So far, all of Chung Mayung's antics were limited to Mount Hua. Therefore, although there were problems, it was possible to remedy any issues. If he headed down the mountain though, what sort of problems could he cause? He needs to be stopped. If he was lucky, he might find the information he wanted, but, as if that would happen so smoothly. Considering Chung Mayung's brazen behavior, he would ask right away without considering who he is talking to. This could create an even bigger problem. If he happens to cause an incident, then the aftermath of what he's done would be uncontrollable. If he couldn't be stopped here, Yoon-jong would have failed in his duties. If the adults of the sect found out that Chung Mayung caused an incident, they would hold Yoon-jong, the representative of the third-class disciples, responsible as well. But how could he stop Chung Mayung? If he could be persuaded with words, then he would have already talked him out of it. Yoon-jong, steeped in a cold sweat, opened his mouth. What are you going to do?" "I am going to ask them directly." "And what if they don't answer?" "Would they not?" Chung Mayung titled his head. "I guess that's usually the case. Still, I am pretty sure they will give me an answer." "As if stop it, you crazy bastard!" Yoon-jong racked his brain trying to think of a solution, as he desperately thought about things that would get him a beating if spoken aloud. "You are a disciple, right?" "Huh? You are a disciple of Mount Hua." Yoon-jong didn't know why, but he felt like Chung Mayung had a strong sense of pride in being a disciple of Mount Hua, so he planned on using that. "A disciple shouldn't do such things. We won't be different from undisciplined groups if you do it." Chung Mayung nodded deeply in agreement. "You are right. A disciple shouldn't do it." Clearly it seemed to work. Yoon-jong's face lit up with a ray of hope. "All right, but Sahyang, listen up." "Huh? There is a Buddhist saying, if you meet a Buddha, kill him, and if you meet an ancestor, kill him. So, being a true disciple requires you to understand this." He draped the cloth around his face, masking his features, and then cried out proudly. "Sometimes, you need to know when to break the law." What was this crazy guy even saying? "I am going to be a true warrior." Only then did Yoon-jong realize that stopping this man Chung Mayung was impossible from the beginning. Chapter 21. Are you from the Southern Edge Sect? 1. Hu, Thumb Village. Settled beneath Mount Hua, it was one of the largest villages in Shaanxi. In the past, when Mount Hu, as name echoed loudly throughout the world, the village was full of energy, and the harmonious relationship with the sect played a vital role in that. The peddlers continued to line up to visit Hu, Thumb Village, and those who wanted to see Mount Hua arrived unceasingly. Thanks to that, Hu, Thumb Village never had a shortage of customers to buy their wares, and it made a name for itself by depending on Mount Hua. The eye makes fools of all men. Mount Hua began to decline, and its name faded from memory. As such, the life in Hu, Thumb Village began to bleed out. However, the Hua Pavilion, the main base, still held firm. And now, on the top floor of this esteemed location, dozens of merchants were gathered. Aha! Huge smiles broke out. Sect leaders seemed flustered. Did you see that face of his? Very flustered. After all, we finally issued an ultimatum. Of course it was too much. The coins they took alone was 100,000 yang. Many sects would double over at such wealth. Their operations should have increased at least twofold. We extended our hands to help because of our ancestors' relationships, but they should have at least had some conscience and paid it back. Right. A man should have a sense of propriety. The owner of Hua, Kong Munyon, nodded as he smiled. Even though I am a merchant here, I must admit that it was unpleasant having to issue such commands to a place with deep connections to my ancestors. What do you mean, Owner Kong? Owner Kong did as much as he could. In the first place, despite breaching the contract and missing the reimbursement date several times, you still offered them several extensions and opportunities to repay their debts. Right. No one can blame you for that. We should be praising you for the mercy you showed. I am glad to hear such support. Owner Kong leaned and drank from his glass, but inside he was ridiculing those around him. How comfortable. Well, thankfully, he could live such a simple life. Mount Hua is full of potential. True power of Mount Hua didn't come from its present force. The most important thing about Mount Hua was the history it had. When such a clan continued to exist for hundreds of years, there were people who would build relationships with it whether they wanted to or not. At least in Shaanxi, it was difficult to find people who had no connection with Mount Hua. The current Mount Hua is but a speck compared to its former glory. Even if it disappears, few people will so much as give a damn. But the most important thing is what would happen next. Once people realize that Mount Hua disappeared, more and more will want to find out why. If the cause is unjust, and they can't show adequate reasoning, then this Hua village could be destroyed instantly. Most of those connected with Mount Hua were people of high status. But it will be fine, because his plan was a prolonged and effective one. Mount Hua has reached a simmering boil over time, like a duck whose flesh can be torn with mere chopsticks. But Owner Kong, yes. What do you plan on doing with Mount Hua? Owner Kong smiled. Mount Hua is more meaningful than you might think. It may be old and fallen, but it's a good deal. I don't get it. Such idiots. Owner Kong's expression was nearly distorted, but he succeeded in keeping an amicable appearance. Don't underestimate the power that Mount Hua's name holds. Even if it is used as a tourist destination, many people will want to visit. But Yu Johnsan, who sold silk, had a crumpled-up expression as he spoke. How much does it cost to rebuild Mount Hua? Wouldn't it be better to get something else? We don't need anything more. Owner Kong pursed his lips. You don't have to worry much. I don't wish to disclose it now, but there is certainly a place which will offer enough compensation for that location even if there's nothing left of it. You think so? For Mount Hua to be loved like it is the other way around. Yu Johnsan nodded as if he understood. A sect that would want to erase the presence of Mount Hua would buy it for a high price just to destroy it. And they could think of a couple sects already. So don't worry. We will get our money. Kuahaha. As if I was worried. We always believed in you, Owner Kong. Of course. We merchants always believed and followed you. Kong Mun-yo nodded with a smile. But his heart held different thoughts. I can't handle doing business with these people anymore. This was a dying land. When Mount Hua rose to fame in the world, this place flourished, but there was nothing left anymore. Because of their deep connections to Mount Hua, they had stayed. Now, they were slowly decaying husks, soon to be empty shells of their former selves. In the first place, Thumb Village wasn't the main attraction here, so not many people came anymore. Nevertheless, the only reason they were able to stay and live was because of the money they earned when Mount Hua flourished. If Mount Hua vanished entirely, this village was as good as dead. Before it is too late, I need to organize and leave. If he can try and get a lot of money by selling Mount Hua, he could move and establish himself elsewhere. To do that. At that moment, Kong Munyon turned his head. Who is it? As soon as he shouted, the guards who were there ran out. Who is there? Is someone there? Kong Munyon didn't answer, and waited for the guards to come back. Eventually, the guards returned. No one was there. When Kong Mun Yon didn't say anything, Yu Johnson spoke with a smile. Owner Kong, aren't we on the top floor of the Tihua Pavilion? Who could even come here? Right. And if there was someone, they would have been found. Where would they even hide up here? Kong Mun Yon nodded his head. Was I being overcautious? It could be. He wouldn't need to wait much more until his long, cherished wishes were going to come true. I seem to be tired. I want to enjoy it a little more, but I think it would be right to end my enjoyment here. Everyone agreed with those words and got up. However, once the nerves were raging, they would rarely subside easily. It seemed like he needed rest. Ooh, Yu Johnson staggered as he walked down the street. Feels so good. It looks like he had a bit too much alcohol for the night, and his excitement hadn't stopped. Why? So much money is about to come my way. The money they could get from Mount Hua is immense. The interest on the loan given to them has been compounding for so long that the initial amount is minuscule in comparison. If just that could be recovered, he would never have to work again, and could rest and play around for the remainder of his life. Kong was an unreliable person, but he was serious when it came to matters of money. Regardless of what he planned behind the scenes, getting paid was what mattered for Yu Johnson. The moon is bright. What? There is no moon? Yu Johnson smiled and looked around. Instead of walking in a wide street, he had drunkenly stumbled into a dreary and lonesome alley. It was creepy. Haha, he wasn't thinking straight. If a robber came over now, wait there. Yu Johnson closed and opened his eyes repeatedly. Someone was blocking the dark alley. From the black clothes to the mask. Truly, like a robber. He was quite small for a robber, not too scary, but his intentions were clear. Still, do robbers usually commit robbery in those clothes? Wasn't it too obvious? The clothes are screaming that he's a robber. Yu Johnson smiled and opened his mouth. Am I being mugged? I don't care about money. The robber steps forward. If you answer my questions, I will send you away nicely. Hello? Yu Johnson laughed. It isn't that I don't want to give you an answer, but I feel like it would be a bit difficult. With those words he raised his head. You see, I have a lot of people with me, because it isn't safe to go around alone anymore. Swash! A group of men carrying swords appeared with a slight sound. They were guards secretly escorting the man. I'd love to answer your questions, but I don't think doing so will make the Merchants' Union happy. The robber just looked at the man. Yu Johnson, who had sobered up, closed his mouth, and this time, one of his escorts spoke. What should I do? Kill him? Yu Johnson stroked his beard. If he came here wearing those dark clothes, doesn't that mean he came here with a purpose and not to rob me? I believe so. Then, we need to hear the purpose. Capture him for me so I can have him speak. Yes. With that, the escorts rushed forward. Wait a moment. The robber showed his palm to stop them. See, if possible, I would like to not cause a scene. So, if you just answer what I need to know, everything will end well. So, how long are you going to listen to his shit? Bring him. Yes. The escorts surrounded the robber in an instant. Idiot. Seeing that, Yu Johnson turned his head away as he was uncomfortable with seeing violent scenes. They had a contract with a large sum of money involved. So, the escorts he was handed were more capable than average. This time, the robber was unfortunate. Quang. Right. Boom. Oh my, that poor robber. Quack. Yu Johnson frowned. Seemed too violent for one man to be hit so much. Didn't I tell you that he needs to speak? Really? Right. I'm sure. Who answered that? Yu Johnson looked back. His guard escorts were sprawled out before him, foaming from the mouth like crabs. The robber had clearly crushed them and was steadily approaching him now. Language is what separates men from mere animals, yet when given a chance to speak, you chose to prove yourself a beast. The robber wiggled his finger. Come here, come on now. Yu Johnson silently approached the masked man as if possessed. Once again, if you answer well, nothing will happen. Understood? Yes. The answer came immediately. Now then. If you had answered like this in the first place, I would have just left, but since you tried fighting me, you need to be punished, right? Don't worry. I'll make sure you're able to speak. It was a dark day in Yu Johnson's life. Chapter 22. Are you from the Southern Edge Sect? 2. Chul, undirch, and speak properly. You sound ridiculous. I understand. The robber, Chung Myung, crossed his legs as he thought. So, yes, you say the money you lent to Mount Yu exceeded 100,000 yuan? Yes. 100,000? Yes. 100,000? Yu Johnson wanted to cry. That is what I am saying, you jerk. If someone has a complaint, it should be resolved through conversation. This man was bullying and abusing others like this. Hey. Yes. Even with multiple businesses joined together, it doesn't look like you could even afford 1,000 yuan. Yet you're saying you lent 100,000 yuan to Mount Hua? That. Yu Johnson, who finally understood what Chung Mai and was confused about, answered with a large smile. You see, that's how interest rates work. If you lend money with a high interest rate, the interest will continue to grow until the principal balance is repaid. Hee, it grows quickly and before you even realize it turns into a hit. Goak. Yu Jongsun grabbed his head, which was hit. Stop being proud of it, you ass. Ugh. Chung Mayan took a deep breath. Well, there is no point in blaming him. Perhaps this debt has been accumulating for ages. Right. It is meaningless to come and borrow large sums of money now. The time Mount Hua needed money would have been when it was collapsing. They would have required money to stop people from leaving and upholding its name. By the way, yes. Did you say you were the silk merchant of Hue? Yes. When did you buy it? Huh? What do you mean? Our family has owned that cloth shop for generations. Owned? Yes. As far as I know, it was my great-grandfather who made the store. Chung Mayan smiled bitterly. Is this possible? This cloth store was one of those initially owned by Mount Hua. Then, were all the original businesses in Hue successful? Yes. It made sense. In the beginning, this village called Hua was full of paddy fields until Mount Hua was established. As Mount Hua kept growing and visitors increased, the village changed, and Mount Hua would use its own money to develop the village and create businesses. Businesses that flourished in Hue were all under Mount Hua. What now? This cloth store was inherited from his great-grandfather? Considering his age, his great-grandfather would probably be around Chung Mayan's age from when he was here in the past. Even Chung Mayan had memories of going to this particular store to get uniforms for other disciples. Something smells fishy. I need some answers. Please ask anything. Then, who owns the Mount Hua tea shop? That is owner Yu. And it has also belonged to their family for several generations now? From what I know, yes. Of course the top 5 businesses in Hue are the same, right? Yes. All of them too. Chung Mayan smiled at it. No need to ask more. He knew what was happening. Once Mount Hua went down, these people must have severed their connections, right? Oh my. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't prevent a sour expression from creeping onto his face. There were 2 reasons why Mount Hua didn't run the businesses directly and handed it to agents they trusted instead. The first was that no matter how esteemed Mount Hua's reputation was, it was primarily a sect that led disciples down the path of martial arts. If it was known to be running silk cloth or tea shops, then there would surely be criticism over their priorities and methods. Secondly, Chung Mayan. What Mount Hua wants isn't to monopolize the wealth, but for all of us to live well together. Aren't the people of Hue also people who belong to Mount Hua? If we all live well together, we all will be happy. What more could anyone want? This is how humans are. Sayang, there is only one reason why the forefathers and scriptures emphasize that people should learn to repay kindness. It was because humans are beings who don't inherently seek to repay kindness. No, actually, he was glad they didn't pay it back. Anyone would stab their benefactor in the back if the benefits were great enough. The sect helped these people to make a living, but instead of repaying it, they took advantage of the calamity the sect was going through and took over the businesses. And knowing what they did was wrong, they were living happily, putting all the burden on Mount Hua. Ugh. Puck. Chung Mayan kicked Yu Jongsan with all his might, making the man roll like a marble across the ground. Ugh. Chung Mayan looked at him and sighed. What am I to do with this one? There was a good chance that Yu Jongsan didn't even know what he was doing. He really seemed to think that the cloth business was his family's. What should I do with this? Chung Mayan felt troubled. Any other time, he would simply beat the man black and blue, kick the life out of him, and then go back as if nothing happened. But it wasn't that simple now. Mount Hua is a prestigious sect. Even now, though the name has faded, the image of Mount Hua in his time remains unchanged for Chung Mayan. Maybe the forces of evil could assault people without reason, but prestigious sects must behave appropriately and defend their dignity. The day he acts unrestrained would be the day Mount Hua fell. Even if it is twisted, it is disgustingly dirty. He could see what happened, but finding the solution was complex. He had to find a way to get the businesses back without intimidating them like a thug. Easy to say, tough to do. Ugh. Chung Mayan scratched his head and glanced at the man. Hey, so it was then. Stop. Huh? Hearing the voice from behind, he turned his head. Huh? You are awake? One of Yu Jongsan's guard escorts, whom he had blown away, seemed to have come to his senses and aimed his sword at Chung Mayan. He definitely walloped the man, but he had to be stronger than the others if he regained consciousness so quickly. You bastard, the guard sneered. Using a cowardly surprise attack. Surprise attack. Him. Chung Mayan looked at the escort with a puzzled expression. Hey, you ran towards me first. You coward. Fine, let's go with what you said. He didn't want to talk much with this man. Who are you? Huh? Given your skills, you certainly aren't normal. Reveal your identity. The absurdity of the situation grew. If he planned on revealing his identity, would he be wearing a mask? What will you do when you know my identity? I need to know who is going to die by my sword. What? I was the one that knocked you out just a moment ago. He should have just pretended to be dead. Why would he bother getting up and speaking like an idiot? Now he's earned himself another beating. Did all the kids get stupid after my reincarnation? If I was on alert, that wouldn't have happened. I've been a guard for quite a while, and I can't remain still after receiving such humiliation. Do you know who I am? I am Young Bin. Even if you don't know much, you must have heard of my name. Sorry. I am not as knowledgeable as you think. Young Bin opened his eyes wide. Although he was here to escort for the sake of money, his name was widespread in Shaanxi. This mysterious figure hadn't heard of his name. You cheeky bastard. Young Bin grabbed his sword and aimed it at Chung Maiyang. I am giving you a chance to name yourself before you die. Hot. Chung Maiyang sighed deeply. Why were there so many idiots in the current world? Hey, but I don't think your current actions really fit the job description of an escort, do they? No matter how you look at it, even I seem more like a guard than you. I am a good escort. Right, sorry. A hot-headed brainless person. Be prepared. Chung Maiyang clicked his tongue as Young Bin unleashed his sword and rushed towards him. His physique was clearly more incredible than Chung Maiyang's. Their strength, speed, and internal energy were incomparable. By general standards, Young Bin is so much stronger that even comparing them would be an insult to him. So, was Chung Maiyang weaker? As if. Strength, speed, and internal energy. While you may judge ordinary people by these standards, it's not enough to apply to Chung Maiyang. After all, doesn't he have a lifetime's wealth of experience wielding the sword and his memories as the Plum Blossom Sword Saint too? Chung Maiyang's sword moved slowly. Compared to Young Bin's fierce, it seemed powerless, as if he would struggle to even hit a stationary target. Tack! However, that very powerless sword moved towards Young Bin's sword. That moment Young Bin felt shocked. As soon as the slow sword of Chung Maiyang came close, a tremendous force suddenly was pushed through his arm. Quack! As his body could not handle the force, Young Bin soared into the sky. Learn thoroughly and come back. The brilliantly shining sword of Chung Maiyang. It wasn't vivid like the plum blossom, but hazy like flower buds. Thud! Young Bin's body collapsed on the ground like a rotten tree. Sage! Chung Maiyang clicked his tongue and went to pick up the sword. Using the opponent's strength against them, a kid who can't even handle this was no match for Chung Maiyang. Learn your pla, it was then. Indeed. When he turned, Yu Johnson was staring at him, mouth agape, and clearly stunned. Shit! At that moment, Chung Maiyang realized the mistake he had made. Yu Johnson had been living here his entire life. It wouldn't be surprising for him to recognize Chung Maiyang's swordsmanship, which bursts flower petals. Of course, since he lived here, he may recognize that it's a technique native to Mount Hua. Though the evidence is circumstantial. As expected, you are from a prestigious sect. I expected it, but Chung Maiyang's face in the mask had distorted. Did he figure it out? Or maybe he would have to make sure this man never opened his mouth. That clean and splendid swordsmanship. High-level martial arts. And above all, a gentle feeling of kindness. What? Kindness? Something was wrong. Chung Maiyang hesitated with how to deal with this situation. As he waited for the man to continue, Yu Zhongzan confidently shouted to him. And at such a young age, there was only one place which could nurture such abilities. It is. Oh, no. Southern Edge Sect. Chung Maiyang looked at the man with blank eyes. Southern Edge Sect? Why would it be them? Are you from the Southern Edge Sect? He only had to think for a moment before quickly responding. Right. I knew it. Yu Johnson bowed. Ask me. I will answer anything. Thanks. Very much, thank you very much. Oh my. Ha. Chapter 23. Are you from the Southern Edge Sect? 3. Why is he so late? Joe Gol looked around nervously. Dawn approached as the sun was rising in the distance, but there was still no sign of Chung Maiyang's return. If Chung Maiyang didn't make it before the morning, the elders would discover his disappearance, and then there would be a riot. The disciples of Mount Hua are forbidden from leaving without permission. What if they find out that Chung Maiyang snuck out while wearing a suspicious full-body black outfit? It will be hell. He hoped that he would never have to see that. Calm down. But Sahyang. Yun Zhong shook his head. He isn't that stupid. He'll be back before it's too late, as long as there was no accident. And no matter how much he thought, it didn't seem like anything could happen to that monster. At worst, he would be a little late. Still, doesn't he know that people are waiting here for him? Right. If it's him. As soon as Joe Gol voiced his concerns, the door swung open. Sage. Joe Gol and Yun Zhong swiftly turned around. Sei. Chung Maiyang opened the door and entered the room. Chung Maiyang, carrying his cloth mask in one hand, began to take off his mysterious clothing as soon as he closed the door, quickly changing into Mount Hua's uniform. Nothing happened, right? That's what I was going to ask. Did anything happen? What would happen? Chung Maiyang had a mischievous grin. I was treated well and even treated others well too. Who? What was his name? Whatever, it was the fabric shop owner. Joe Gol and Yun Zhong were shocked at his words. Seeing their reaction, Chung Maiyang remembered what had happened a while back. It wasn't funny, seriously. Yu Zhongzan, who mistakenly believed Chung Maiyang came from the Southern Edge Sect to clean up the remnants of Mount Hua, willingly released all the information he had. He was trying his best to leave a good impression and gain favor. It was good that everything worked out so easily, but at the same time he felt bitter. Although it was no longer among the great sects, Mount Hua still had a formidable history. Yet Yu Zhang's clearly held no regard for it. Even after witnessing Cheng Maiyang's sword arts, Mount Hua's name never so much as crossed his mind. Regardless of whether the plum blossom sword technique was lost in recent years, it was still iconic as a symbol of Mount Hua. But he lived in all his life and couldn't recognize it. Considering Mount Hua's recent history, no one could even remember it. However, the bitterness in his heart didn't go away. Well, something bitter will always remain bitter, and it helps me see things clearly. He was glad that he didn't expose his identity. What happened? Sage. At Zhou Guo's question, Cheng Mai unclicked his tongue. It isn't something for kids to know. You are a kid too? Yeah. Just go gather everyone. We need to train. Today too? Cheng Mai rolled his eyes. Listen, Sehyung. Yes, whether pouring rain, freezing snow, or violent winds. Starting today, we won't miss a single day of training. Heavy snow or cold winds. We will not rest for a single day, even if Mount Hua collapses around us. Zhou Guo nodded with a stiff face. He's decided. After all, it was his decision to follow and help Cheng Maiyang, right? If he can get strong through training, then he would do it. Truthfully, training without rest was what he was hoping for. We will gather everyone. Then you will. Oh, I won't be coming. Huh? Cheng Maiyang looked at Yun Zhang and continued. You know how to train, right? Yes. Then do it right. Then you? I have other work to do. Yun Zhang sighed as Cheng Maiyang waved his hand. Right. Today we will go and practice ourselves. But you are only exempt for today. Yun Zhang had a slightly serious face. Don't forget that this training is possible because of you. If you don't plan to end it halfway, then you need to set the example and join in. I get it. The third-class disciples of the White Blossom dorms were training without complaint due to their fear of Cheng Maiyang. Even though Yun Zhang was the great Sehyang, there was a limit to what he could do if Cheng Maiyang was absent. Sure. Cheng Maiyang lay flat on the bed as the two left the room. Now what do I do? His head pounded and ached. He was dumbfounded. It wouldn't be difficult to merely wipe out the enemies, but anyone who learned about it would naturally link it to Mount Hua. If it was only Cheng Maiyang's reputation at stake, then there would be no reason to hesitate. But he was a disciple of Mount Hua, and if he tried anyway, people would say it was impossible for a kid like Cheng Maiyang to act alone. The sect would receive all the blame, and it would carry the crime of forcing children to carry out unspeakable acts. Cheng Maiyang wanted a better result than that. He needed justification. A reason, ugh. Cheng Maiyang tore at his hair in frustration. Does any of this make sense? Damn it. All those businesses belonged to Mount Hua, but now they were trying to make Mount Hua pay them? His stomach was boiling in rage. He had to prove that the businesses belonged to Mount Hua, and that the merchants tried to steal them away by manipulating the ledgers. In that case, what about the 100,000 nyang? It could be paid back. No, Mount Hua wouldn't even have to pay because every nyang originally belonged to them anyway. They were the owners who made and used the money, who would ask them to pay. So, all he would have to do was prove that the businesses belonged to Mount Hua. Then everything will be resolved. If it was easy, I wouldn't be here. If Mount Hua still had its business ledgers, there would be no suffering now. If there was evidence, someone would have found it. The disciples of Mount Hua aren't fools. Rather, they're quite smart. Looking at the situation, when the demonic sect attacked, the ledgers and everything must have been destroyed. Is this also because of me? It hurt. His stomach hurt. Cheng Maiyang rolled over in his bed. No. Sehyang would always keep the most important things in a safe place. Safely. Money and ledgers. A place, huh? Cheng Maiyang jumped up from his bed. Place? The hussy? Could it be? Would Sehyang ever keep his books in a place that could be easily targeted? He tried to remember. Cheng Maiyang wasn't really interested in his Sehyang's matters. He knew that money was needed to run a clan, but he thought that a warrior shouldn't be attached to such things. But seeing these kids in Mount Hua struggling to survive, he felt bad thinking of how he'd behaved in his past life. Since Cheng Maiyang wasn't interested in such a matter, his Sehyang had never shown him any books. In fact, whenever he was organizing, he would often ask Cheng Maiyang to leave before he began. Leave? Hazy memories began to resurface. At most, there were no more than 3 ledgers in Sehyang's room. There must have been dozens of ledgers for a sect the size of Mount Hua. So, where were the others stored? There's somewhere else. There was no place to store it in Sehyang's room. Although he was the great elder and sect leader, his room was strangely empty. Cheng Maiyang remembered that. There was no shelf to even keep books. Besides, he would keep the books in a box, and there were only 3 held in that room. So, where were the other ledgers? Then, is it true? The rumor was that there was a secret warehouse that only the sect leaders knew about. It was a famous rumor. Normally, Cheng Maiyang would have investigated that rumor to know the truth, but he didn't check it because he had no interest in it. Wait, maybe. Mount Hua used to be a prestigious sect in Shaanxi, and sometimes strange things would arrive at the door. For example, forbidden martial arts, which none should learn, or secrets that only the sect elders know. Occasionally, legendary swords and treasures were obtained. So, where did they all go? If those items were here, Chung Mai and wouldn't have overlooked them. And they weren't sold. Some things in the sect could cause a storm if released. If the current sect leader sold them, then word would have spread widely. Then what? There must be a secret warehouse where books and treasures are stored. It can't be far from here. The warehouse wouldn't be placed out in the open. So, it had to be in Mount Hua. A warehouse which no one knew about. But could that be possible? How would you build a secret warehouse in a sect where martial artists swarmed all over like ants? Chung Mai slammed the door and stormed out. There could only be one place. First, the entrance had to be near the sect leader's residence. If the entrance was outside, it couldn't go unnoticed. No one could enter without the permission of the sect leader, so it had to be there. The residence of the sect leader hasn't changed from the past at all. Then, is that it? Chung Mai, who ran outside, opened his eyes wide. There is a gentle ridge behind the residence of the sect leader. If a warehouse had to be built, it would have stood out in the eyes of the people. However, there is one way to avoid the eyes of others. An underground warehouse. If they had dug out an underground warehouse near the living quarters, martial artists with keen senses could have discovered it. However, what if they had made a passage starting here and built the warehouse under the mountain? Other than a ghost, no one would know of it. Chung Mai smiled. Right. When he thought about it, it was strange. Usually, in other sects, the sect leader would live in the most central area. Wouldn't it be strange if the emperor's palace was placed in a corner? However, the residence of the sect leader of Mount Hua was in such a place. And there is nothing after that. That's all there is. Seeing the small garden behind the sect leader's residence, Chung Mai grinned. It looks like this treasure hunt won't be too complicated. He felt as if he could see his Sahyang biting his lip and clenching his fist from the afterlife. Please understand, my dear Sahyang, shouldn't our top priority be saving Mount Hua? If possible, I will hand this treasure over to the current sect leader without touching it. If possible. Of course, only after he got what he needed. If it makes you sad or angry, then come back to life. Heh. Chung Mai smiled triumphantly. Chapter 24. Are you from the Southern Edge sect? 4. Ugh. Chung Mai sat on the floor. I feel like I'm going to die. It wasn't an easy task. Although the garden was small, it was still on a mountain. And rummaging through such a place was far from easy. Moreover, it felt like he was stealing, because he was taking advantage of the dark night to avoid the eyes of the Sasuks. Damn this body. He couldn't adapt to it. In the past, he wouldn't lose his breath even if he worked continuously for 3 days and nights. However, this weak body constantly gasped for air. It was the same when he went down to interrogate the merchant. Going up and down was 10 times more difficult than dealing with that guard escort. Moreover, with his current body, this task wasn't easy. Ugh. Chung Mai took a deep breath and pushed his internal energy into the ground with his hands on the floor. What was he doing in the middle of the night? Hot damn it. The warehouse was down there somewhere. But the problem was that he didn't know where. There was only one way. He had to check each place individually like this. Thanks to that, Chung Mai was constantly crawling along the garden, pumping out energy, searching for an empty space to find that warehouse. Something far easier said than done. Finding it was tough. This is like finding a needle in a haystack. Chung Mai sighed deeply. In the past, he could instantly check an entire small mountain with his one hand. However, his current limit required both hands to only shoot a small amount of energy. Ugh. I am really dying. Moreover, it wasn't possible to constantly use that much energy. His danshan was too small to even be called one, and it would quickly be depleted. He would have to sit down and cultivate again every time that happened. What if the warehouse doesn't exist? Am I doing something stupid? His body was tired, so he couldn't keep his mind away from such thoughts. Chung Mai shook his head to blow away the clutter in his mind. Where there is a will, there is a way. It must be here. Considering his Sahyang's nature, along with everything else, the ledgers must be safe and sound. And there was only one way to find it. It seemed like combing the desert to find a diamond. However, this was more like searching for a boulder on a beach. This hopeful thought was enough to keep pressing forward. How could he fail to find it? Once more. Ugh. Once more. I am dead. Once more. Empty? Well, none of my business. Once more. No. Hold on a moment. Empty? Chung Mai's eyes widened. To confirm it, he squeezed out even more energy. Gasp. He felt something unusual. An empty space below him. It wasn't possible to determine if this space was the warehouse or created naturally, like a burrow, as his internal energy was weak. But he was certain that it was empty. Then, spit it out. Chung Mai spat on the floor and stood up. And then he grabbed a pickaxe which was next to him. I need to see it with my own eyes to be sure. Now it comes down to a battle of guts. Kuak. 1 dig kuak. 2 dig zak. 3 digs. Down. Just digging down 5 times was enough to make his arms and legs tremble. His back hurt too. Anyone who learns martial arts would be accustomed to suffering. However, the pain caused by hard training and battle wounds differs from the pain of solid labor. Unfortunately, Chung Ma-en wasn't very accustomed to the pain of labor. Even if he was used to it, it wasn't something he could do with a child's body. Digging in healthy land is difficult even for a healthy adult man. Besides, there are no tricks you can employ. This was something that could be done solely with strength and perseverance. Spit. Chung Ma-en spat out the dirt which entered his mouth. Come on now. Whether it's your victory or mine. Let's see. However, it would besmirch the name of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Ugh. Chung Ma-en vigorously started sharpening the pickaxe again. If there was space down there, he would find it. Dig. 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 Tack. Okay. Huh. Tack. Chung Ma-en quickly lowered himself to the ground. Then he began to peel the soil back with his hands. After digging up the soil, he felt something under his hands. Rick. Chung Ma-en's face contorted. It felt strange on his hand, and he could see a crack in the middle. It looked like a brick. It would be a good sight that a brick was below this place because that meant that something was created. However, Chung Ma-en had a different idea. If this place was Mount Hu's warehouse, it shouldn't be so poorly built from common bricks. A brick, for now, I should keep going. Chung Ma-en suppressed his disappointment. He wouldn't be sure until he saw it. The most important thing was to see it with his own eyes. When the soil was removed, it was revealed that the bricks made a clear pattern. It was night, so he couldn't see it well, but he could tell that something was underneath it. Let's see. Chung Ma-en carefully grabbed one of the bricks. As many years had passed, the bricks were firmly attached to one another. He pulled the brick with force, yet he was careful not to break it. And the brick was slowly pulled free from the others. Great. Chung Ma-en carefully pulled out the brick and shoved his face into the hole he had created. Okay, here is. Chung Ma-en raised his head and frowned. There was nothing down below. All he could see was no way. Ahoy! Tightly, he clenched his fists. He wasn't wrong. He searched properly and found something. The place he found wasn't the warehouse but the path which led to it. Due to his lack of internal energy, he couldn't distinguish between a warehouse or a hallway. But finding this place meant that he found the path to the warehouse. Great! The moment Chung Ma-en raised his head and tried to remove more bricks, a low sound of footsteps from below. Gasp! Chung Ma-en almost screamed in shock as someone was walking through the hallway. Sect leader? He titled his head back and hurriedly covered the brick he pulled out. But there was a bigger problem. Shit! Some light was leaking through the cracks created from removing bricks. Chung Ma-en, in a panic, quickly covered the bricks and then laid his body over them as he stifled his breathing. Why now of all times? He could get caught. What would he say to the sect leader if he asked how this child found this place? He couldn't let himself be caught. Step. The sound of footsteps walking through the dark hallway gradually grew closer. It has to be sect leader. His appearance came into view in the dark corridor as he continued his casual pace. Fortunately, the sect leader passed by where Chung Ma-en was hidden. But there was no sigh of relief. The sect leader came to a stop a short distance away. A wall. As his eyes got used to the darkness, he could see what was inside through the hole. A large wall could be seen where the sect leader had stopped. No, not a wall. It might seem that way, but it wasn't a wall. At the end of the long hallway was a door. The sect leader stood still as he looked at it. He knew about this after all. Chung Ma-en had expected him to know. Apart from the sect leader, there was no way anyone else could know about this place. Likely, this was a secret location passed down through the generations from one sect leader to the next. Or maybe he simply discovered it while living in his residence over time. Rather, how strange would it be if the sect leader didn't know that this warehouse existed? This must have been where the books and treasures were kept, right? It was then. The sect leader quietly raised his hand and touched the door. He traced the door with his fingertips, as if he was feeling something precious. What is he up to? An action with no meaning. However, a somber air around the sect leader made it feel as if this meaningless action carried some purpose. As he fumbled with the door, he slowly lowered his head and remained in that position for a time. Only then did Chung Ma-en realize. It wasn't that he was doing something. It was that he couldn't do anything. Chung Ma-en, who looked at it, bit back his words. Small weak. The back of the great Mount Hua leader should always be wide and warm. But now, this man's back was bent like that of a village chief overburdened by his obligations. A small back that went unseen by anyone else. Only within this corridor can he show his weakness. Outside, he refuses to allow anyone else to see his meek self. Chung Ma-en could feel the old man's trembling. Now he understood. He can't open it. Chung Ma-en bit his lip. His back hurts. It's cold and painful. Mount Hua was collapsing. Their name was tarnished, and their riches had been lost. Those who used to stand below them were now driving them into a corner, and demanding what little they had left. Every day they grew hungrier, and their blades grew sharper. How desperate would he have been all this time? How miserable would it have been for the sect leader, who couldn't do anything but watch Mount Hu collapse in his lifetime. Still, he couldn't speak of it to anyone, because he is the sect leader, which the people depended upon. He wasn't someone who could lay his burdens on them. Even if everything collapsed, he had to be firm and support the others like a massive tree that dug its roots firmly into the earth. So, he was in this place, seeking solace, alone amidst the pain and sorrow, grasping at the door which held his hopes yet refused to open. Chiang Mai and looked at the sect leader's back, as if trying to engrave that image into his eyes. The sect leader, who hadn't moved for a while, raised his head. He stared at the door intensely, took a deep breath, and then turned around, slowly making his way back out of the hallway. Chiang Mai held his breath until the sect leader's presence completely disappeared, and then lifted the brick and slowly jumped in. Sage, he bore witness to something he didn't want to see. The fault lies with me. Not just him. Even the others during his time were at fault. The world's future was important, but the sect's future, this Manhwa sect, was important too. It was important to go after the monster that arose, but they should have thought about the children they were leaving behind. It isn't too late now. If there was a mistake, he could rectify it. From now, Chiang Mai will help to return their lost years. Well then, he turned his head. Shall we open this damn door first? Chapter 25. Are you from the Southern Edge sect? 5. Before that, check the surroundings first. Chiang Mai shook his head and turned away. He had to make sure that he was ready to avoid any traps that might activate when he opened the door. Knowing his young, he was sure that the old man would have traps if anyone other than himself tried to enter. That man was one careful bastard. I don't see anything strange. Chiang Mai's gaze was drawn to a hole at the top of the corridor. It seemed to confirm that some device that should have been there was missing. It was a hole big enough to fit a child's fist, and it wasn't just one. There were dozens of these holes separated a fixed distance apart from each other at regular intervals. Sage, originally, there must have been lights placed there. This hallway should have been a brightly shining one, not a dark hallway like now. Each time the sect ran low on money, they must have taken and sold another lantern to cover their growing debts. The corridor steadily dimmed and lost its light with each challenge they faced. What was the sect leader thinking as he looked at the dark hallway each time he entered? Was Mount Hu, as hope fading with every light sold? Did he feel that as this corridor's light gradually faded, another path for Mount Hu, as revival would be severed? Ugh! Chiang Mai scratched his head. It would have been better not to see this. Heavy. So heavy. He knew it. Because he wasn't stupid. Although the sect leader and the Sassaks never let the weight of their burdens show, Chiang Mai could still guess how they felt. Everyone likely had trouble even sleeping properly. The weight of Mount Hu, as declining name, gradually rotting away during their generation, weighed heavily on their minds. And they must have been under this kind of pressure all their lives. It's unfair. It wouldn't be enough to do something alone. In fact, it was true that Chiang Mai alone had raised the name and reputation of Mount Hua back when he was known as the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. But even then, the glory of Mount Hua had echoed in the ears of the people long before Chiang Mai's time. Chiang Mai clicked his tongue and moved to the door. He was done sitting around complaining. Now it was time to try and open the door. But, how do I open this? Chiang Mai tilted his head. There was no handle for the door. The long dividing line in the middle was what made him guess that it was a door. Without that line, it would simply be a wall. And what are these lines? The long split in the center was a sign of the door interlocking. Then what about those jumbled horizontal and vertical lines? It looked as if someone had used the wall to practice their swordsmanship. Is this really a door? Chiang Mai, who placed his hand on the unknown wall or door, quietly infused his energy into it. But he soon let go of it and backed off. Insane. The energy wouldn't enter. With an ordinary wall, such a thing couldn't happen, which meant that there was something behind this door. 1,000 dear, rolled cold iron. At least an inch thick too. All the money must have gone to this. It must have been incredibly expensive to bring in that precious piece of iron, and use it as a warehouse door. That's why the sect leader couldn't even think of opening it. This was the best metal in the world. A sword forged from this ore would be a treasured blade. An armor made of this material would turn into a priceless garment with impenetrable defense. It's a rare treasure that holds far more value than gold at the same weight. So how was a warehouse made of such a material? Hoo. Depending on what you think, it may seem foolish. However, just from this act alone, you can gaze into the sect leader's personality. To use such an expensive metal like this. But Chiang Mai could understand why the sect leader couldn't open this place. 1,000-year-old cold iron was the most rigid metal in the world. Even Chiang Mai wouldn't be able to cut it. If such metal was an inch thick, it would take Chiang Mai at his peak in the past utilizing all his techniques to cut through it all. So, if he wanted to cut this now, he would have to be the best swordsman in the world or bring someone equally strong. But would such an expert just kindly open the door to the treasury and walk away without touching the contents inside? Absolutely not. A toothless Mount Hu would be easy to exploit. and those with power will take away what they want without any consideration for Manhwa. Manhwa could face absolute destruction if robbers and outsiders were clumsily asked for help. Sect leader's choice wasn't wrong. Calling in a master to avoid immediate downfall would be like calling in a tiger to avoid the wolf. What is inside the warehouse is essential, but even the material it is made of could attract calamity. Items that could bring in thousands of gold would incite thievery if the information was made public. The problem is, even I can't cut it. Chung Mai-un's face distorted slightly. If it was him from the past, he could even cut it open with his bare hands. He reached the peak of the sword in the past. Never mind. He put aside all thoughts of his past life. Chung Mai-un looked at the patterns on the wall. This was a door, and as his Sahyung could enter and come out, there had to be a way to open it. His Sahyung wasn't stronger than Chung Mai-un. So, his method would be, this is 24 Plum Blossom Sword Technique. The pattern on the wall. No, it was from a sword. Some of the patterns resembled the 24 Plum Blossom Sword Technique, and once a clue was found, the other patterns could be recognized as well. This is the Equilibrium Sword Technique, and this one is also the Plum Blossom Sword. There were lines from shallow cuts to deep marks. Engraved on this door were the techniques unique to the disciples of Manhwa. That's why the sect leader couldn't open it. Because the Plum Blossom Sword calls for the 24 Plum Blossom Sword Technique, which has been lost to the sect. Although it's possible to recognize a sword technique from the patterns it leaves, the sect leader couldn't learn and understand the technique just from these markings. This depth, Chung Mai-un let out a sigh. The marks started with the Equilibrium Sword and Bamboo Leaf Technique, followed by the 24 Plum Blossom Sword Technique. That was the way to open this door. If the technique was spread precisely along the path, it would make the door open by itself. Chung Mai-un couldn't understand how such a thing was created. But the problem was solved. Now, only one problem remained. How am I supposed to do this? If it was the past, there wouldn't be any problem. Not just him, but any disciple of Manhwa in the past would be able to open this door without much trouble. However, the current Chung Mai-un was a child who didn't properly learn the sword technique. He could still follow the sword lines. However, it was impossible for him to put in the energy needed to unfold it at once. Chung Mai-un sighed deeply. Nothing is impossible. If it was impossible, then make it possible. There were no problems in the world that couldn't be solved. Chung Mai-un gritted his teeth and put his hands together on his danchin. I really didn't want to do this. He didn't want to resort to this. He didn't want to overdo it. But this was the only method left that he could think of. I think I'll end up recuperating for about a month. Chung Mai-un thought, and then used his strength to tap into the innate Kai, located in the deepest part of the danchin. The true internal Kai. The power that every human has since birth. It was different from the inner energy trained through cultivation. Even if your energy is used up or vanishes, the person wouldn't die. Although they would feel a great sense of helplessness and weakness, it wouldn't interfere with their life. This is because this energy is artificially cultivated by humans. However, the true internal Kai is different. Humans who lose their true internal Kai can no longer sustain life. In other words, it can be said that the true internal Kai is vital for human life. Those who have reached the peak of martial arts can use the true internal Kai as their own strength. However, the true internal Kai exists to sustain life. A price must be paid to utilize its power. Excessive consumption of it would result in death. Even if cautiously consumed, the energy will be significantly damaged, and one wouldn't be able to lead a normal life for several months. I'm only going to use a little. Right, just a little? Wouldn't it be meaningless if Chung Mai-un died before he saved Manhwa? Right now, Chung Mai-un was probably the most crucial figure hidden within Manhwa. Tap. Stimulate the true internal Kai. Make sure not to bring out too much. Just enough to use. Just enough to use. True internal Kai, roused from its slumber, began to rage. It was then pushed into the danchin. It is a little more than I thought. Chung Mai-un blew away his thoughts and grabbed the sword. Is it possible? It is. A magnificent power was created by mixing the internal Kai with internal energy and letting it flow throughout his entire body. As this energy began to flow through his unfamiliar body, his entire being shook. Kuak! A groan escaped from behind his lips. A terrible pain that made Chung Mai-un doubt his mind. Just once. I need to do it just once. A black-purple color began to form on his fingertips. He didn't learn martial arts in this life. It was nothing more than a clumsy imitation of what he remembered from the past, and it felt even more unfamiliar because of the child-like body. Chung Mai-un's hand cut through the air like a beam of light. A vivid trail of illusory purple light pierced the wall. Kuek! The sound of scratching the wall resonated in the empty hall. It was a door that had to be opened in one go since Chung Mai-un couldn't handle doing it another time, but even his imitation was slow, thanks to his body's condition. Kuek! Each time he moved it hurt. But Chung Mai-un didn't stop and kept moving his hand. As the excessive movements continued, he could feel his muscles tearing, as if they would snap at any moment. and his face was flushed and burning as though it would explode at any moment. I am the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. If he didn't have the ability, then he would move his body on pride alone, biting his lip to drive his consciousness forward. Chung Mai unleashed his final struggle. Tuck. His hands stopped in the air. Done? His legs were trembling, and his heart pounded erratically, as if desperately trying to keep his body together. But he didn't have time to pay attention to his current condition. If the door still didn't open after this, he would truly be facing a disaster. It was then. Kick. He thought he heard a strange squeaking sound, the sound of something opening, and the huge door had moved. It opened. He thought that the door would open fully, but only the lock on it seemed to have been released. But it was... Heg. Suddenly, Chung Mai uncurled forward, grabbing his stomach. Blood poured out of his small mouth. It came out with a force that couldn't be swallowed back. Ugh. He wiped the lips with his sleeve. It seemed that his body was injured more than he thought. If this was the case, he would have to take at least 2 months rest for his internal injuries to recover. How reviving Mount Hu is horrifyingly tough. Chung Mai spit out the blood remaining in his mouth, and pitifully pushed the door open in a disgraceful way using the little might he had left. Kick. The door, sealed for ages, finally opened wide from side to side. Now, shall I check what Sehyun was hiding? With a cunning smile, Chung Mai confidently walked into the warehouse. Chapter 26. Mount Hua Gains, of Fortune 1. The place was narrower than expected. It was natural. It would have left a large hole in Mount Hu, as finances, if they had created a massive warehouse, out of 1,000-year-old cold iron. They would have never lasted this long. He kept whining every day that he had no money. Yet he kept spending it to make things like this. Chung Mayang felt a surge of anger, but what could he do? He could do nothing to a dead person. Chung Mayang went inside and looked around. There were a lot of things stored here. What should he check for first? Money. Chung Mayang blinked his eyes and scanned the room. It had to be here. The slush funds which Sehyun was saving. Some shining piece of gold. Riches shining brilliantly. It must be here. Chung Mayang continued to survey the room. Why couldn't he see them? Chung Mayang once again scoured the inside of the storeroom. No matter how many times he rubbed his eyes, however, he couldn't find anything shiny, let alone treasures. It shouldn't be this way. No. With how frugal his Sehyun was, he must have accumulated a lot more money than any other sect leader. It would be common sense for him to plan and keep aside a certain amount of wealth to prepare Mount Hua for any unexpected scenarios. But there is no money. A great sense of defeat came over him. Fucking bastard. Didn't he keep any slush funds? Chung Mayang rubbed his face. If there had been an emergency stash of money, he could have used them for any number of schemes. For the revival of Mount Hua, for buying drinks, and for buying more drink. So no. I am purely focused on the revival of Mount Hua. Chung Mayang abandoned his lingering desires and turned his head. There were things more important than wealth. This is it. Books lined up one after another on a bookshelf on one wall. Chung Mai gulped and walked over to it. This has to be it. He pulled out a book from the middle and scanned the contents. As he read each line, a bright smile slowly appeared. Right, there can be no other way. As expected, the books displayed on the first shelf were books of Mount Hua, which Sehyun kept. These documents were generally supposed to be stored in the sect leader's house, but it seemed like copies were made and stored here in case of emergencies. And there weren't just ledgers from Chung Mayang's time, but even from the previous generations too. With just this information, he would be able to slap those rotten jerks in the back of the head. Those bastards are so dead. These ledgers were worth the painstaking effort he went through to open the door. And on the second shelf, no way. Chung Mayang nearly screamed without realizing it. The authentic secret arts of Mount Hua are here, Chung Mayang tilted his head. Are these the real deal? Chung Mayang frowned. These things were a bit different from the martial arts he studied. In Mount Hua, the secret arts, which were almost as good as dead, were gathered there. Chung Mayang scratched his cheek. Those foolish old bastards. It had been decided not to pass these down to the future disciples, but it was clear that they didn't abandon them. It seemed that Sehyun was reluctant to completely throw them away. Maybe he thought that it would negatively impact Mount Hu as future if they were abandoned, so he kept them here. If the first shelf full of ledgers showed the old sect leader's obligations and responsibilities to the sect, this second shelf represented his compassion and dedication. Sehyun. Chung Mayang felt a rising surge of tears sting his eyes. Don't worry, I will definitely revive Mount Hua to its original state. No, he would make it more prosperous than in the past. Chung Mayang regained his ambition and turned. There was no rush, and it will be fine. After all, the important thing was that Chung Mayang knew how to use all the techniques. It was annoying to write it down for others, but he didn't plan on keeping the information a secret either. And finally, there was virtually nothing on the third shelf. There was only a single rolled scroll. What is this? Without hesitation, Chung Mayang reached out, opened it, and immediately began to read it. From the sect leader Sejong, if anyone is reading this, it means that the next generation sect leader has been decided. Sometimes, a single line of writing conveys more than 100 words, so I leave my meaning in this humble form. The position of sect leader within Manhwa isn't a position to lead, as anyone who becomes the next sect leader would naturally come to know. The ones who lead Manhwa are the precious disciples, and they are the ones who bring growth to Manhwa. A sect leader's role is to protect and support them to carry out their own will without restrictions. Now that you are the sect leader, I hope you will put aside your own impatience and work for the sake of the sect. Manhwa is simply Manhwa. No one person can lead or wield it. Remember this when you are tired from life's difficulties and the heavy burden on your shoulders. Manhwa will not fall. Manhwa is Manhwa. Whether it declines or flourishes, it will stay as Manhwa. As sect leaders, we merely protect the spirit of the sect in our generation. Pray that the will of Manhwa, which our ancestors protected, be passed on to future generations, and nurture our descendants to continue our will so that we remain eternal. I leave you a heavy burden as the sect leader of the previous generation, the 21st sect leader of the great Manhwa, Jangmun, and Chung Mai, and looked at the scroll silently. He knew that this wasn't a letter written by his Sahyung to him, but weirdly, he was the person who needed to read this more than the others. Right, that man really nagged a lot. Chung Mai sighed and put away the scroll in his hands. The other things will be returned to Manhwa, but not this scroll. Okay then, Chung Mai turned around with a smile. There wasn't much, but this should be enough. First, he had the ledgers, which were the most essential items. If he had them, the businesses could be retrieved. Then Manhwa would be able to get out of the debt. So then, Chung Mai, who was about to walk outside, stopped walking. Wait a minute, it was strange. Why does it feel like something's off? He couldn't pinpoint what was so strange, but he felt something was wrong. Why was he feeling that way? Wait, third shelf. Chung Mai turned his head. Sect leader, his Sahyung, Jangmun, was the 21st sect leader of Manhwa. That man had been obsessed with neatly organizing things. It wasn't just the cleanliness. Even if the furniture in his room were off by a slight angle, he couldn't stand it. But 2 full shelves and 1 empty shelf? No. That man would have lost his mind. He knew it because he had been with that man for a long time. Chung Mai rushed to the empty shelf. Something has to be here. Surely. That empty shelf kept bothering him. Isn't it awkward to use an entire bookshelf for just 1 scroll? The Sahyung that he knew wasn't that kind of a person. If the one who came here wasn't Chung Mai but someone else, they wouldn't have thought much of it. But now Chung Mai was there. He grabbed the shelf without hesitation and moved it to the side. There's nothing else around. There was nothing behind the shelf except for the cold iron wall. But what about below? It could be. Floor seemed to be covered with iron. What? Chung Mai, who moved the shelf, put his hand on the floor and soon infused it with energy. If it was the old man that I knew, then it must be here. If there is a suspicious place, then something must be there. Wuan. Nothing happened. He wondered if his internal energy wasn't strong enough. He couldn't feel anything. Maybe I'm wrong? It was the moment when he was flustered and thought about giving up. Tuck. Right. As Chung Mai felt himself being sucked below where the floor once was, something gave way. Rumble. Eventually, with the sudden feeling of something falling, Chung Mai lost his balance and collapsed backwards, rolling away from where he stood before. Ouch! After hitting his head several times, it felt like the night stars were flashing in front of him. Wasn't it too loud? He instinctively turned towards the entrance. However, it didn't seem like anyone noticed it. Although it was connected, it didn't seem like it could be heard because of the long corridor. More than that, Chung Mai jumped up and ran forward. Something opened for sure. Chung Mai ran to observe the hole which had formed. Then, Sahyung, you really are a nasty bastard. A hidden double floor was made in case someone other than the sect leader had come in. After all of the hard work it takes to find and open this place, nobody would have imagined that there was another secret hidden here. Even Chung Mai wouldn't have known if he didn't understand his Sahyung so profoundly. Light shone from the entrance. Light. It seemed like the light was made to show the path to Chung Mai. Without hesitation, he threw himself into the opening. The entrance was small, even for a child's body. As he went down through the entrance, he found a space so small that straightening his back was difficult. In that place, Chung Mai stretched out his hand and decided to close the door which opened. Slowly, he made sure that no sound came of it, and Chung Mai's eyes opened wide. His breathing became rapid, and his heart began pounding. Blood rushed to his face as excitement colored his vision. Ha! He was dying of joy. There was happiness right in front of him. Gold bars were neatly stacked on one side, and various other treasures arranged at another side. And, is this my tomb? Even unknown gems were in there. Laughter kept coming out. Even when he tried to not laugh, he couldn't control it. You ha. Right, smile. Laugh. I'm finally rich. The situation which the 21st sect leader, Jangmun, desperately sought to avoid by taking extreme measures to guard this wealth. This was the moment when the fate and fortune of Mount Hua firmly passed into the hands of the one person who should absolutely not have it. Chapter 27. Mount Hua gains a fortune too. Hi, Unjong softly sighed as he watched the sunlight peering through the window. For some, that sunlight may be the start of a pleasant day, but for those living on borrowed time, there was nothing more resentful than the sunlight which brings forth another day. It's morning again. Yet again, a new day has started. 2 days have already passed, and 5 more days were left to pay back the enormous debt. 5. Just 5 more days. Hai Unjong quietly closed his eyes. 5 days. If he could not prepare 100,000 yuan within the short period, then Mount Hua would fall into their hands. There are 3 things essential in life: food, clothing, and finally shelter. Although they could live even if they lost their residence, those who stayed in Mount Hua would need to try and find a different way to lead their lives. Mount Hua could no longer be called Mount Hua. There may be some who wish to carry its name and succeed the will of Mount Hua. For many years, Mount Hua was considered a prestigious sect. Surely, some would wish to hold on to it. If a towering sect with thousands of disciples one day crumbles and can only shelter a few dozen students, and if it then loses its home and is exiled, can we not say that it has been thoroughly destroyed? Those who can't stay here will have no choice but to disperse. There will be people who follow him for a time, but as their lives grow more difficult, wouldn't they simply find other work? And gradually, no. Hai Unjong shook his head violently. This isn't the time to think so weakly. He still had 5 days left. He could protect Mount Hua if he found some way to raise the amount needed. He is the sect leader, and he will not give up until the day Mount Hua disappears. Everyone else has the luxury to give up, but he cannot falter. Hai Unjong raised his hand and rubbed his face. Perhaps he could reach out to everyone who had so much as a needle-thin relationship with Mount Hua. Stories of Mount Hua's decline have circulated throughout the world. He only needed to find one capable person who would be willing to help them. Just one person. Hai Unjong chuckled softly in derision. Help us? If someone wanted to help, they would have done it already. Even when Mount Hua had higher hopes than now, not one person helped them. And now, who would come and lend a vast sum of 100,000 yuan to a ruined sect? It's so burdensome. It couldn't be avoided or ignored. But Hai Unjong had to feel the weight each day as it grew on him. The ever-present fear that Mount Hua's life would be cut short with his generation. He prayed and prayed that the sun would fail to rise each morning as he struggled through another sleepless night. It was then. Sect leader. Hai Unjong adjusted his expression. No matter how depressed he was, he couldn't show that to his disciples. Even if Mount Hua collapses tomorrow, he must be remembered as the noble sect leader who carried the woes of his students as he stood by their side. What is it? I think you need to come out and see. Hai Unjong tilted his head. He moved right away and went outside. Right outside, Unjiom stood there waiting with a blank face. Unjiom? Hai Unjong frowned. It wasn't but Unjiom. Wasn't Unjiom in charge of the White Plum Blossom boarding house? If he came here, it meant that something had happened in the dorms. But what could happen in the dorms which required the sect leader's direct attention? Isn't it still so early in the morning? What happened? As sect leader, Unjiom had a strange face. He seemed surprised, yet a bit exhausted too. Just what could have happened? He knew that gathering children and disciplining them was exhausting and required patience. Being chosen for this task, Unjiom was generally a very calm and composed person. However, if even Unjiom struggled to keep his composure, he couldn't understand what happened. I will tell you about the details on the way. Sect leader, you need to see this for yourself. Guide me. Hai Unjong followed without question. He was curious. However, since Unjiom asked in such a serious manner, he decided to simply follow him first. Yes, sect leader. Unjiom moved quickly, and Hai Unjong followed him without delay. Where are we going? Hai Unjong frowned as he looked around. The place they were heading wasn't the dorms. It was a place behind the dorms, the Lotus Peak. Why there? However, Unjiom kept climbing up with all his might without saying a word. I'll know once I see it. Halfway up the path with Unjiom, he saw third-class disciples sitting, scattered on the side. Huh? Why were those kids here? And why were they all over the place? Hai Unjong's eyes widened. Kids were lying left and right as they kept climbing. Even though their sect leader came, they couldn't even raise their heads to greet him, and kept gasping for air sprawled out on the ground. What is this? Unjiom, who came to a realization, yelled out. You lot, the sect leader is here, can't you show manners? Leave them be. But sect leader, rather, why are the children in this condition? That Unjiom looked around and then asked. Chungmayang. Where is Chungmayang? Chungmayang? Why was that name coming out here? Hai Unjong looked at Unjiom with a face that said he couldn't understand at all. Chungmayang referred to the child who recently entered the sect. So why was he called? I'm over here. The answer came before his questions were answered. Hyun-jong's eyes widened when he turned to see where the voice had come from. You why? Huh? A bizarre, almost grotesque young child walked out from behind a tree, face whiter than a blank sheet of paper with bluish lips like a corpse. The shadows under his eyes seemed to stretch down to his chin. He didn't seem like a human. It wouldn't seem strange if that child collapsed and died on the spot. What happened? Ah, I am sorry. I trained a little too much. What was that? If a person could take on such an appearance simply by training, no disciples would have survived until now. Training should make you stronger, not weaker. Make excuses that are believable. At that moment, Eun-jeom spoke. That's not the point right now. Hyun-jong blinked his eyes for a moment. Doesn't matter? What are you talking about? The man in charge of looking after the children says such a ridiculous thing. The White Plum Blossom boarding house is the future of Mount Hua. Weren't they the disciples who would lead Mount Hua into a new future? How could someone who was training the kids say that? You need to see this. This one, Chung Myung, has found something strange. Strange? Hurry, sir. Eun-jeom seemed serious. What, if it had been someone else showing such an attitude? Eun-jong would have yelled and cursed them right away, but he had a deep understanding of Eun-jeom's character. If such a calm individual behaved in such a way, it must be serious. Eun-jong finally followed Chung Myung and Eun-jeom and went into the forest. What the hell is he? Eun-jong couldn't continue. A small section of the earth came into his view. It had been dug out and held an old box within. The box was halfway open. Eun-jong's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. He could see it. Inside the box was a shining gold light, and there was only one metal that could emit such a golden light. But it wasn't simply the gold that caught his attention. It was the books next to gold. The title of the books seemed to pull his soul from his body. Great Mount Hua, as Hua, Thumb Village Ledger's a long title. This. Hyun-jong couldn't come to his senses. Where did it come from? Why was gold here? He was too scared to approach this unbelievable reality. He was afraid that the items would disappear like a mirage if he reached out to grasp them. How did you find them? That child found them, child? Hyun-jong turned his head to the corpse-like figure. With a half-dying face, Chung Myung opened his mouth. I was training at dawn. What? Listening to the mosquito-like voice, Hyun-jong titled his head. Eun-jeom decided to help him out. He seems to have come to Lotus Peak at dawn to train. Training at dawn? When did you start that? We started it a while back. From the day that child entered. From the day the child entered? How long has it been since he joined? No. I shouldn't be thinking about such a thing now. He could ask for the details later. So, you mean you found this while climbing the Lotus Peak for morning training? To be precise, I was too tired and decided to take a rest inside the bushes. But the place I sat on was strangely hard, and when I looked more intensely, something was sticking out. So, I dug it out just in case. Oh my! But the stuff inside was so unusual, so I thought that I had to inform the elders, rather than check it myself. Take your time. What kind of kid even trains so hard that they can barely speak? Training is the routine. I get it. You should go back and rest. I will check it myself. Eun-jong swallowed back dry saliva as he approached the box. Trembling, he placed his hand on the box. However, what he touched wasn't the gold, but the books next to it. Great Mount Hua, as Hua, Thumb Village Ledgers. Eun-jong murmured to himself, as if he had lost his mind, as he took the books out one at a time. His trembling hands clearly spoke to the state of his turbulent mind. He didn't even open the books. He was terrified that if he opened the book clumsily, it would crumble to dust before his eyes. Great Mount Hua Records. It was a book dealing with the history of Mount Hua. Although it may not play a functional role, it was still significant. Hyun-jong carefully laid down the books and gazed at each of their titles. C. His eyes twitched. Seven Sages Sword. His whole body shook. This is this. See Sect Leader. Ugh. Eun-jong felt himself losing consciousness. Sect Leader, calm down. Hearing the people call for him, Hyun-jong smiled as he closed his eyes. What came out of the box wasn't just some wealth and books. It was hope. Chapter 28. Mount Hua gains a fortune 3. Sect Leader, open your eyes. Hyun-jong opened his eyes in shock. A dream. He got up and saw that the box was still in front of him. Fortunately, it wasn't a dream. Eun-jeom. Yes. Sect Leader, call the merchants. Move the box to my residence, and have the older disciples guard the perimeter. Yes. Sect Leader. No. I will move it myself, right now. Eun-jong took a breath and calmed himself. Nothing was certain yet. To accurately understand the situation, he would have to check everything first and see if the items were genuine. But they must be genuine. If these things were buried here, along with such enormous wealth, they had to be genuine. No. Still, I need to be certain. Hope and anxiety battled against one another as his emotions surged. Has he felt like this any time in recent decades? Unjeong. Yes. Sect leader. Bring your things and come down the mountain. Yes. Hi. Unjeong jumped up and then suddenly looked at Chung Mayang. Chung Mayang. Yes. Sect leader. You have worked hard. We will discuss this later. Yes. When Chung Mayang stepped back without saying a word, Hai Unjeong hurriedly lifted the entire box. Then, he made a request to Chung Mayang. Take the other children and head back to the dorm. I will. Good. With that, Hai Unjeong headed down the peak, and Unjeong followed him with the other valuables. The children who were there looked at them with blank eyes. What was that? Huh? Amid the confused children, Chung Mayang smiled. This should be enough for now. The wealth and supplies contained in the box were only a portion of what was in the warehouse. Why did he only give a portion? It's not Mount Hugh, as it's Chung Mayang's. No, that's certainly not why. It is because the first bite vanishes fast. If you give a buffet to a dying man, his body may not be able to withstand it and waste what's been given. Rather than overfeed him, you must give him enough to sate his hunger so that he would no longer starve. It's not necessarily a good thing to give someone more than they need. Chung Mayang judged that the current Mount Hua couldn't handle the burden of a large sum of wealth. It was unreasonable for them to be handed an enormous sum of money at once. All the sect needed to do was start over. Of course, this was a trial for the sect, but it wasn't one for Chung Mayang. Unjeong approached him saying, Huh? We were asked to go down. Shouldn't we head back to the dorm? Chung Mayang nodded his head. We should, but why does he look like that? Ugh, something happened. Chung Mayang waved his hand and dismissed the concern. I know what he's asking about. Thanks to using his pure internal Kai, the condition of his body deteriorated. I should have been more careful. This wouldn't have happened in the past, but now he wasn't even in a stable body. So, everything changed when he tried to over-exert himself with a child-like body. It was foolish to think he could control it perfectly using this new and inexperienced body. It was only natural that he ended up using more of his true internal Kai than he intended. You look like you are going to die. I won't die. Really? Would you prefer that I die? Unjeong turned his head away without answering. Huh? Not answering. Did he really want Chung Mayang to die? Such a bastard. You aren't going to die anyway, so why were you expecting me to say that I hope you don't die? Expect what? Chung Mayang clicked his tongue at that. I really might be on the bed for a month or two. It wasn't easy to recover from such things. Even if Chung Mayang tried living carefully, he could only struggle until his body returned to normal, unless he could find some medicinal pills. By the way, how did you find that? It didn't seem like something normal, especially seeing how shocked the sect leader was. Live a good life, and the heavens will look after you, so be a good boy from now on. If someone like Chung Mayang was blessed by God, then the other children should already be guaranteed a blessed life. Yet, no one retorted. Chung Mayang glanced down and looked at the sect leader descending the mountain. If he's been given this much, he should be able to handle it. Things will go well. If he isn't stupid, come on, let's go down. Right. But, where are you going? What? To go down? Shouldn't we head down from this way? Unjeong pointed at the path leading down. Are you seriously asking something so obvious? Then, why are you walking up? Chung Mayang clicked his tongue at Unjeong's question. Sehyung. Huh? To be a warrior, you need to have a flexible way of thinking. Don't think that there is only one way down. Climbing to the top and descending the other side, there are many ways to go down. What sort of bullshit is he saying? That idiot. Come on, the sect leader and the others are gone, but we still have the training to do. The last 10 people won't get their meals today. Run! Unjeong's feet began to move as he hurriedly ran towards the peak, even before he had a chance to express his dissatisfaction. The other kids followed him, running to the top in a panic. That devilish bastard. Fucking shit. I don't think I can catch up to him. Seeing the kids running with their might, Chung Mayang smiled. I will give a present to whoever finishes first. What should he prepare for the next time? The items he placed in that box and gave to the sect were just a little of what he had. The wealth brought out was less than 1/10 of the wealth in the storehouse. Chung Mayang glanced up at the sky. It felt like his Sehyung was looking down at him with a distorted face. Don't tell me, you think I'm going to eat it all alone? Healthy. Just enough in moderation. Right, moderation? Hey. Chung Mayang smiled as he moved. It's genuine. He could feel his heart pounding. Of course this answer was expected, but the impact didn't diminish even though it was expected. Hai Unjeong asked, unable to hide his trembling. Are you sure? Yes, I am sure. The ledgers are genuine, and we also secured the deed lying underneath the gold. Sect leader. Hugh. Hoo. He wanted to speak but words weren't coming out. He couldn't help but laugh in a hoarse voice. How did this? We have it. Sect leader. Hugh. Hoo. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop smiling. It was said that no one knew what would happen in life, but do such precious things really happen? What if this was discovered a week late? He didn't even want to think about it. The heavens have not forsaken us. No, it's not the heavens, but the ancestors of Mount Hua, who kept looking after and helping them. Haiyan Zhang closed his eyes, unable to hide his burning passion. Then can we prove the contents in the ledger? These certificates were issued by the nation. Of course we can prove it. We can bring the businesses of Hu under us once more, and even Tihua Pavilion as well. Good. That's good. It's a miracle. In just a few days, the disciples of Mount Hua would have been thrown out to live on the streets. But with these books, they could not only protect their home, but they could even recover the businesses they lost so long ago. A jackpot. The head of financial affairs, Hai and Yong, laughed. It is improbable, but even if they are fake, we can overcome the immediate crisis. Even if these ledgers don't work, the wealth in the box is worth well over 100,000 yuan. It is more than enough to pay it back. Thank God. It's a relief. With this money, we can solve all the financial problems of Mount Hua at once. And if we can take back the businesses, we won't ever have to worry about money again. He could hear such honeyed words flowing non-stop. To Haiyan Zhang, it sounded like the most beautiful symphony. That's not all. Haiyan Sang, the head of martial arts, smiled and said, "This seven sages' sword is the real thing. I will have to examine it more later, but there wasn't a single error written in this book. Oh, it is also encouraging that the falling flower sword is correct. Although it isn't on the same level as the other ones, it is perfect for learning along with the seven sages' sword. It will serve as an intermediate step into the more advanced arts." Alright, the bamboo leaf sword seems to be legitimate too. He was losing it. Haiyan Zhang couldn't keep up. If he spoke now, it would only make him look stupid. It's an indescribable feeling. The seven sages' sword has fallen into our hands once again. In the past, it was practiced as the basis for all of Mount Hu, as martial arts. Finally, it will be like it was in the past. It wasn't like that for us, right? Yes, sect leader. This is the treasure of Mount Hua. The sect leader noticed that Haiyan Sang had opened his mouth to say something and then closed it, but Haiyan Zhang didn't miss it. Is there some problem? No, it was nothing. Is it about the martial arts? Not at all. They are genuine. I can guarantee that. I am glad. As the sect leader nodded, Haiyan Sang spoke. Wasn't it said that a third-class disciple found them? Right. A child called Chung Mai and joined recently. He needs to be rewarded. We should give him something. Thanks to that child, Mount Hua. I didn't mean that, sect leader. Hai, Yong cut short Haiyan Zhang's words. He is a child who just entered Mount Hua. How long has it been since we saw someone have such a heart for Mount Hua? Right. Even if that child didn't know the value of the books, he would clearly recognize the value of the gold and jewels. If it were me, the moment the box was opened, I would have taken a few items and hid them somewhere else. If not, I would bury the box itself and hide it from others. But there were horrible words. But what Haiyan Zhang said was the truth. Right. I didn't think of that. A unique child, truly strange and unique. That's a wealth that could shake the heart of any man in Mount Hua. If I had seen it, I wouldn't have spoken about it right away. I'll remember that. Sect leader? Haiyan Zhang was a bit flustered, to which Haiyan Zhang said, "It is wonderful, but Mount Hu, I got a blessing." Haiyan Zhang smiled. Although it was a coincidence, he was really thankful that this box was discovered at the right moment. He thought that changing his mind and bringing in the beggar was the right decision, as it was going to save Mount Hua. Haiyan Zhang. Yes. Sect leader, are the ledgers real? I will put my neck on the line. I see, then there are people we need to call right away. Haiyan Zhang's eyes were serious. Now was the time to punish those who tried to aim their arrows at Mount Hua. All those involved, bring them to Mount Hua. Haiyan Zhang, the sect leader, was finally able to stand tall. Chapter 29. Mount Hua gains a fortune 4. Oh my, this is tough. Yu Zhangzhen, clearly suffering, groaned aloud. The mountain leading up to Mount Hua was so steep that even people living in the village below couldn't climb it with ease. Fortunately, they had escorts to help them climb the mountain, but ordinary people wouldn't dare it. The fact that they were climbing the mountain again less than a week after their last trek was making him uncomfortable both physically and mentally. Ugh. Owner Yu. Be strong. I am trying to be strong. Yu Zhangzhen was annoyed. Despite the escorts encouraging him, he struggled greatly to climb each step. He was being asked to climb a sheer cliff, which no ordinary person could pass through, by relying on a worn-out old rope. This was why Mount Hua didn't develop. Once I get the money back, I will never come to this place again, because he didn't want to see Mount Hua ever again. As they climbed the cliff, a smooth and flat area greeted them. Owner Kong, who confirmed that everyone had come up, opened his mouth. We will take a break here. Oh my. Owner Kong. That's a good idea. My legs are shaking. Owner Yu needs to work out more often. Hoo. I am no stranger to exercise, but I don't think my body will ever get used to climbing this mountain. It isn't that bad. Owner Yu shook his head and sat down on a rock. But Owner Kong. Owner Peng approached Owner Kong. What is it? Why is the sect leader suddenly asking us to come to Mount Hua? Those who were rubbing their aching legs all turned their focus toward the man. Maybe he came up with some money? Owner Kong smiled softly. Is that possible? 100,000 isn't a small amount. Owner Kong spoke bluntly. But if it is borrowed, there is no one in the world who would willingly lend 100,000 to a dying sect. A person with such a kind heart could never become rich. Surely, Yu Johnson shrugged his shoulders. Then, what does Owner Kong think? Why do you think the sect leader has called us? To give up. Give up? Owner Kong looked at the summit, where Manhwa stood. Likely, he must have tried to reach out for assistance, and been denied at every turn. It would be distasteful to drag out the suffering until the last moment, so he called us ahead of time to concede. Huh. Yu Johnson clicked his tongue at it. This is the first time I've heard of someone calling their debt collectors to their door, without anything to pay, just to get rid of them more quickly. What a stiff debtor. Well, he's in a difficult situation because of the debt. Still, he is the sect leader of Manhwa. Don't speak too rashly about him. Owner Kong is such a kind-hearted person. How can you think so well about someone who borrowed money and hasn't paid it back for decades? Owner Kong smiled. What I meant was for us to keep our manners. The name of Manhwa will soon disappear. Why make it more painful for them than it needs to be? The whole world should know of Owner Kong's benevolence. We have such different attitudes. It was nothing. Seeing that, Yu Johnson clicked his tongue and thought to himself, spouting pleasantries while sitting around doing nothing. They were planning to confiscate the sect and kick them out of their homes. Who would care about your courtesy? But, Yu Johnson looked at the summit. Will we really get the money? He was always worried whether the sect would be sold for a reasonable price. Indeed, Owner Kong spoke quite confidently, but any merchant would be worried when money was on the line. But Yu Johnson wasn't worried about that. If a member of the Southern Edge sect came here, doesn't that mean they are interested in this? In the past, the entire world knew what kind of relationship existed between Manhwa and the Southern Edge sect. It was now a faded story since Manhwa's name vanished, and the Southern Edge sect descended too high up for the others to reach. However, the Southern Edge sect leaders would certainly remember their rivalry with Manhwa, right? If they continued to hold on to their resentment, then it was evident that they wouldn't want even a fragment of Manhwa to remain in the world. Owner Kong must be thinking of selling it to the Southern Edge sect. Out of the total debt of 100,000 yang, Yu Johnson was due to receive 5,000 yang. How much was 5,000 yang? Even if the money was squandered and spent frivolously, it was an enormous sum that would still be enough to leave for the next generation to live comfortably. The long tug of war is finally coming to an end. Yu Johnson's heart began to flutter at the thought of finally getting his hands on such wealth. I wonder what the sect leader's face would look like. The thought of seeing that old man's solemn face being distorted made Yu Johnson feel a bit bitter, but he quickly suppressed the rising feelings of sympathy. After all, isn't it true that there are no friends or family when it comes to matters of money? Let's start climbing now. Yes. All of them got up with a push, despite having a hard time. They didn't say anything. With their eyes blinded by money, they started to climb again. Each time I see it, it feels strange. Someone in the crowd voiced their thoughts. It's just a building barely holding itself together. A sense of reluctance could be heard in the voice. Falling buildings and walls and the front gate where the door had been broken through already. An obviously ruined sect appeared before them, either destroyed by someone else or neglected for years due to bankruptcy. Still, something was captivating about it. The weight of Manhwa protected the Shaanxi for years. Despite not saying a word, they all shared similar feelings. Now, they were here to suffocate Manhwa as final breath. Today, the sect leader was going to finally give in. Manhwa, which protected this land for hundreds of years, was finally coming to an end. Did everyone feel the weight of their actions? Everyone coughed in silence. They had no intention of turning away from so much money, but still, they were people born in village. So, they couldn't help but feel bad that they were killing their guardians with their own hands. Let's go in. Only Owner Kong seemed fine. When he took the lead, everyone hesitated, and then followed him. Is everyone here? As they entered, Unam greeted them. Elder Unam, nice to see you. I am still not good enough to be called an elder. Please just call me Unam. As you wish. Unam smiled and spoke. The sect leader is waiting. This way. Owner Kong frowned. Are they able to pay it back? When they arrived the other day, the others stopped them. But now they were asking them to come in with casual expressions. Even if the sect leader had informed them that these merchants would come, wasn't it strange how much their attitude had changed? Owner Kong looked cautiously at Unam's back and followed behind him. We'll know soon enough. Maybe this is the true nature of Manhwa. Perhaps they acknowledged their fate and decided to meet the end in peace. Rather than look like cowards begging for more time, they've chosen to die standing with their heads held high. I feel worried. Perhaps it was because the moment he had waited so long for was finally coming true. Ordinary people tend to let their guard down as soon as their goal is within sight. But Kong Manyon is a shrewd man who becomes more nervous at these times. As they quietly walked, they reached the residence of the sect leader. Standing in front of it was Haiyan Zhang waiting for them. We greet the sect leader. When Owner Kong issued his greetings, the others followed. It was the last step. He wanted to be as polite as possible. Welcome. You must have gone through a lot while coming up here. Hi, and John smiled softly and greeted everyone. I am sorry to take your time. I hope you understand that I had to ask you to come up here instead of me coming down to meet you all. It's no issue at all. We are busy but not busier than the sect leader. So, it is obvious that we should come. Owner Kong responded with a smile. Rather than that, what? Haha. Such a hurry? You must have had a hard time climbing the mountain, so maybe a cup of tea, sect leader. Owner Kong cut the sect leader's words off with a resolute tone. It is good to have a cup of tea and talk, but we are merchants, so we would like to discuss the business affairs first. We merchants are people who deal with problems first, and then eat or drink later. I hope the sect leader understands that. Of course. I see. I was only thinking of myself. Hai and John smiled and then said, Then, let's get to the point without wasting time. Thank you. Owner Kong smiled. I have brought you all here today to convey the position of Mount Hua. Position of Mount Hua? Hai and John looked at Owner Kong. Owner Kong was already playing out the situation in his head. I have tried every method available, but I haven't been able to find anyone willing to lend money to Mount Hua. In other words, it doesn't seem like I can repay the money within the given date. Owner Kong frowned at those words. Sect leader, we have given you enough time. We also need to earn enough to make a living. We can't extend your deadline any further. Which is why I am saying this. Hai and John made eye contact with each person. I know that it cannot be delayed any longer, but it is impossible for Mount Hua to make the full payment before the due date. Please understand. Hai and John bowed. I can't pay back all of that money, but I can pay a portion of it. So, if anyone here would be fine with personally delaying their repayment date, it would help us greatly. As the sect leader lowered his head toward them, everyone was shocked and embarrassed. A strange atmosphere began to flow amidst the crowd. Chapter 30. Mount Hua gains a fortune 5. Chung Mayang, resting on the eaves of a building from a distance, seemed to be enjoying himself as he spied on the sect leader and merchants. So, that's how he plans on attacking. Chung Mayang's eyes, which looked at the sect leader, gleamed. He didn't know. Was the sect leader seeking to push them into the hellfire, or was he giving them one last chance at redemption? It could be interpreted either way. However, one thing was certain. Hai and Zhang, the sect leader of Mount Hua, wasn't as simple of a man as he seemed. This is how it should be. Didn't he see it? The figure of the sect leader, hunched over, and trembling in sadness within the dark corridor, clinging to the door he couldn't open. He was the one who maintained Mount Hua, even as the burden grew, and the pain tore away at him from the inside out. He carried the collapsed sect on his fragile back without sacrificing his gentleness or dignity. Chung Mayan narrowed his eyes. But that shouldn't be all. He proved his patience. However, that wasn't the only trait a sect leader should possess. Of course that is important too. But Mount Hua know, there are certain qualities essential to being a successful sect leader in any force. To remain cool, headed and composed. That is how a sect leader needs to be. Although a sect is where martial artists are born, the essence of discipline is remaining calm and keeping a cool head. Regardless of their original personality, a sect leader must have this trait. For the sake of Mount Hua, you must be able to trust your decisions with all of your mind and body, making decisions while rationally thinking out your course of action. So, did Hai and Zhang have the heart of a sect leader? Chung Mayang, lying down, rested his chin on his hands and slightly raised his body. Crack! A sound of bones breaking in his back. He immediately grabbed at his waist and fell back down to his original position. I am going to die. There wasn't a single part in his body that felt fine, probably because his body wasn't trained properly. Even though he was constantly practicing, his body wasn't recovering quickly enough. He had calculated that it would be possible to restore his body in a month or two, but the problem was that he would have to endure this pain for those months. He resurrected into the body of a young, weak child, and was constantly exhausted to the point of dying, and now he couldn't even lift his body. Ugh, I need to do something about this. Chung Mai-un took a deep breath and shook his head. His body's condition could be dealt with later. First, he had to see how this situation resolved itself. Did you ask us to delay your repayment? Owner Kong frowned subtly. This was something he didn't expect. He never underestimated the power of Mount Hua. Dozens of sects emerge and disappear every day. So he knew that a sect running for 100 years wouldn't be an easy target. Although the situation wasn't good for Mount Hua, it was still a sect with a long history. But, is this all that is left of them? He wanted to laugh. Did I overestimate Mount Hua? If they had potential, they wouldn't have arrived at such a desperate situation at all. Sect leader, I clearly told you before that there is no way we can delay the payment any longer. Don't get me wrong. I am not asking Owner Kong right now. Huh? Hai and Zhang looked at Owner Kong and spoke. I am well aware of Hu's position. This is why I am asking all of you directly now. Even if it's 100,000 yuan, doesn't each of you have a different amount to receive? That is true. So, I am personally asking if there is anyone fine with being paid at a later time. Owner Kong frowned. He didn't understand what the man meant. So, you're saying you can pay back those who can't afford to delay any longer? That's right. Sorry? Owner Kong's eyes widened. Even if Manhwa isn't what it used to be, there are still those who are willing to help us. We didn't get the whole 100,000 yang, but we might be able to pay back a few of you. With your help, Manhwa won't lose its name. So please, to those who will show mercy in Manhwa's current situation, in the name of Manhwa, I will surely repay you. Sect leader swore again, but he had a confident expression now. Seeing that, Owner Kong had a bitter face. What nonsense. So, at that moment, Yu Jongsan, who was watching from the side, cut off Owner Kong's words. It wasn't intentional, but Owner Kong stopped talking and frowned. So, if we delay the payment date, we will still get the money? Yes. Sect leader, let's be honest now. Yu Jongsan continued. We all know that Manhwa may very well collapse tomorrow. The sect's condition isn't a secret, nor is it unknown to any of us. Even the sect leader should understand. If we trust what you said, and postpone the repayment date, doesn't that mean there is also the risk of your sect collapsing, and us receiving nothing? That is right. Does that make any sense? Owner Kong calmed himself. It was true that Yu Jongsan cut his words off, but he was doing a fine job of cornering the old man. Normally, Owner Kong would have soothed the situation, but he didn't do it this time. He wanted to push the sect leader a little farther. It is finally done. Manhwa's long history is coming to an end. It may seem bitter that the once great Manhwa, a sect, has ultimately been crushed by the power of money. But it was more meaningful for Owner Kong, who had much to gain through this. Owner Yu. Yes. Sect leader. What should I offer you? Huh? Hai and John shrugged. A calm wind blew in from somewhere, and he smiled. There is nothing left of Manhwa. Now, all that remains of Manhwa is the honor of supporting Hu down below for many years. All that I have to offer is Manhwa's name. That, if you ask about the risk, and what to trust, then this is my answer. The name of Manhwa. The history of Manhwa. Wouldn't that be enough? Yu Jongsan went silent. The name of Manhwa. History of Manhwa. Right. Such meaningful words. But the people gathered here were merchants. Merchants had no reason to care about name or history, only money. Would it make money or lose money? But to ask merchants to give him time by offering their name and history as collateral? Haha. Yu Jongsan couldn't stop his laugh. Sect leader, aren't you being too stubborn? Was it too much to ask? Hai and John just asked quietly. At the heavy emotions held within his eyes, Yu Jongsan stopped laughing. It could be too much, but unlike his serious and heavy eyes, the voice which came out of his mouth was soft. I would like to ask for at least this much. I believe in the name of Manhwa, which has been protecting Shaanxi and the Hu village for hundreds of years, and I know it hasn't been in vain. Let me ask the other way around. What does Manhwa mean to you? Do you feel that there is no real value in the name or history of Manhwa? No one could answer it. Manhwa. Who would dare call the name lightly? Who would dare say its history was meaningless? Now, only a few traces of the past remained, but no one would take the name so lightly. Moreover, it will be even more so for those who live their lives at the foot of Manhwa. So, no one was willing to continue the conversation except for one person. I feel that our discussion has drifted a bit off topic. Owner Kong spoke. He looked at Hai and John. Unlike Hai and John's eyes, his eyes were sharp. In summary, those who wish to personally delay the payment date will be repaid later, and those who don't will receive payment now. Yes. Good. Owner Kong nodded. Ordinarily, this is something that should be opposed in the name of Hu Merchants Association, but I am a man with a sense of propriety, so I will allow it. Anyone who wishes to do so may personally delay their repayment. But, he looked back and spoke, you must take responsibility for your own actions. The Merchants Association will not provide any help or protection to those who delay the reimbursement date, even if they lose their money. A subtle pressure. You may choose. Those who will be paid now stand here, and those who are fine with delayed payment, go over there. Owner Kong pointed to the other side. Is that all? Sect leader? Yes. Although I disagree, I shall respect the sect leader's thoughts until the end. Although Manhwa doesn't have much time left, it is still worthy of at least this much respect. Hai John nodded his head. Thank you for this. Owner Kong frowned without realizing it. Despite his provocation, Hai John didn't change. I'll break that composure of yours. Owner Kong, who thought that, said, how is it? Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be anyone who can delay their repayment. See. Owner Kong pointed behind himself. Hai John looked to see the merchants. All those who met Hai John's eyes turned their heads and looked down to avoid his gaze. Do you need more time? Hai John didn't answer and closed his eyes. No matter how long you wait, nothing will change. No one will give up so much money because of the name of Manhwa, which faded long ago. So, let's stop the sect leader. Step down now, you have done enough. Owner Kong was intoxicated with the sense of victory. Now with this speech, It was at that moment. He could hear footsteps behind him. Unknowingly, he turned back and looked. Owner Yu Johnson was walking to the other side with a sour expression. He placed himself alone in the area designated for those fine with receiving delayed payments. What the hell? Seeing the absurd expression on Owner Kong, Yu Johnson sighed. Look here, Owner Yu, what are you thinking? Kong Mun Yon's furious bellows spread sharply in all directions. Chapter 31, You bastard. Are you from the Southern Edge Sect? 1. Why? Don't look at me with that face. I know that what I'm doing is foolish. Yu Johnson waved his hands as if he was annoyed. Then why? Look here, Owner Kong. You aren't from Hu. Owner Kong's face went blank. What now? You arrived later, and are the son-in-law of the man who owned the pavilion previously. You don't understand what Mount Hua means to those who were raised in Hu. No. Owner Kong yelled. What is this new shit? Why does it matter if he wasn't born in Hu? Look here, Owner Yu. Enough. I already know what you will say. Yu Johnson took a deep breath. I know that in a world where everything is money, even Hu is for sale. Owner Kong looked at the man with a puzzled face. He wondered what would be said next. But I am a person of Hu. And what does that have to do with this? Those who are born and raised here grow up listening to the legends and tales of Mount Hua. We are raised being told that we must enter Mount Hua and become great martial arts masters, our names echoing across the world. It is still revered even for those of us who lack talent and can never enter. That's how great Mount Hua was. And we grew up listening to those legends and how they protected not just the world but us as well. Owner Kong tilted his head. Where did this nonsense suddenly come from? It isn't just me. My father and my grandfather also grew up like that. Mount Hua is the pride of Shaanxi and of Hu. And Yu Johnson scratched his head and spoke. Not for me, but it was a source of pride for my father and grandfather. So, what do you mean? But what does it make me if I am willing to destroy Mount Hua for the simple sake of money? When I enter the afterlife, will my father leave me in peace? I will be beaten for days and days like when I was a child. A low laugh broke out. When Owner Kong turned his face, the laughter died down, and the others lowered their heads. So, for these sentiments, you are giving up a fortune? Giving up what? Didn't you hear the sect leader say he would give it back later? And you believe that? There is no reason not to believe. What are we going to do with that money anyway? Yu Johnson spat on the floor. A person like you will take the money and move away. There will be plenty of ways to spend that money. If you go to places like Hangzhou, then you'll be able to play around without any worries. But I've spent my whole life in Hu. Where will I go with the money I earn? Should I spend it all on alcohol? That's not very fun for me. Yu Johnson smiled. It wasn't a funny situation. He climbed the mountain enamored at the thought of receiving a large fortune. He was exhausted and wanted his money. But what was he saying now? Maybe I've gone mad. He would never do this in his right mind. Yu Johnson knew that. But, you will regret it. Of course, I'll regret it. Damn it. You think I am saying this because I don't know I will regret it? I know better than you. Of course I'll regret it. Yu Johnson shouted. But it would be far more unpleasant to ruin Mount Hua with my own hands. Owner Kong looked at Yu Johnson, confused. The man was taking deep breaths as he got too excited. Look here, Owner Kong. I can make enough money to provide for myself. If I protect Mount Hua now, I may get my money back later. Then I can take it and live a decent life as always. But if Mount Hua is destroyed, I will have to live in regret each day. And every time I see my money, I will be reminded of what I had done. I don't want to live like that. Owner Kong clenched his teeth. Has he lost his mind? He couldn't understand what this man was talking about. But there is no need to understand. Why should he stop a man who was walking down a pit of fire with his own feet? Just one person changing his mind wouldn't change the situation. Do whatever you want to. It won't change anything if you do it alone. Who said he was alone? Owner Kong turned his head at it. Owner Seo Mun, John walked up and stood next to Yu Johnson. What are you doing? Can't you see? Owner Kong frowned. But it wasn't just that one man. Perhaps the words of Yu Johnson were the trigger. 5 of the 20 people stood next to him. Oh my God. Owner Kong shook his head. When have I ever seen such pathetic people? How could people who claim to be merchants make such stupid choices? No. Owner Kong controlled his expression. If it wasn't for Mount Hua, they would have never made such a choice. I suppose that's how truly absolute their influence is here. If you're swayed so easily by your emotions, you won't be able to make the right judgments. Disrespecting the opponent was something a merchant should never do. It was the right time to think about the potential of Mount Hua, which was being displayed right now. Owner Kong looked at the people who went to the other side. Everyone was showing signs of regret, yet they looked oddly refreshed. Stupid people. Are they proud of not abandoning the sect till the very end? This is only meaningful while Mount Hua exists. Even if the payment is postponed, Mount Hua won't be able to afford to pay the rest of the merchants. They've lost out on a fortune due to a moment's misjudgment. Owner Kong decided that and asked, is there anyone else Who thinks otherwise? The others looked at Hai and John and then shook their heads. Sect leader. Owner Kong smiled. I didn't realize that the name of Mount Hua was still so great. But that is all. The rest of us have no intention of delaying the payment date, so return to us the money we lent you. Hai and John smiled. His eyes weren't looking at Owner Kong, but the ones behind him. Is there really no one else here willing to help us? When there was no answer, Hai and John nodded. Then, it is unavoidable. Sect leader. Don't rush. Owner Kong. Kong Manhwa flinched. Hai and John's voice was soft, but there was a force he couldn't resist. Hai and John looked around at the merchants with Yu Johnzen, who smiled brightly. Still, it is enough that there are a few people who would side with Mount Hua. Doesn't that mean that the world hasn't yet abandoned Mount Hua? Owner Kong couldn't say anything and Hai and John loudly called. Unem. Yes. Sect leader. Bring it. Yes. Unem bowed his head and walked off quickly. Seeing that, Owner Kong frowned. Does he really have it? It couldn't be. Just because Owner Kong had tricks up his sleeve, that didn't mean the sect leader could do the same and receive a strong backing. If there was, the information would have certainly entered his ears. Was it a bluff? No, that didn't make sense either. You can only bluff when something is in the background to fall back on. The current Mount Hua couldn't afford such a dangerous bluff. Unem returned before Owner Kong could finish organizing his thoughts. He went alone but now came back with 3 people. A box. People seemed to be of the same age as Unem, which meant they were elders. One of them was bringing a large box. Sect leader. We brought it. Hai and John pointed ahead. Put it down, yes. Tack. The box was placed on the floor. Owner Kong looked down at the chest, then back up and asked. There is a fortune in that box. Check for yourself. Fortune? Yes. Owner Kong looked at the box with suspicious eyes. I don't think he is playing with me. The Hai and John that he knew wasn't a sly man who would joke in this situation. So, was there money in this box? Various thoughts came to his mind, but now wasn't the time to think. A box of money was right in front of him, so why bother thinking about it? Owner Kong approached the box as if possessed, and slowly opened the lid. He narrowed his eyes and checked what was inside. This is riches. Were the riches these books? Sect leader? Are you messing with us right now? Would I do such a thing? I am sure I have what you wanted. What we wanted. You'll know once you read it. Owner Kong calmed his emotions and pulled out one of the books. He then began to read the contents in it. Flap, flap, the sound of pages being turned at a rapid pace. His face gradually crumpled and changed various shades of color as each page was turned. This Owner Kong's face completely changed, so the merchants behind him slowly approached. What is that? Let us see it too. When he didn't answer, they glanced at the box. After confirming that several books were inside, they too reached out for them. What is this? Each one who checked the contents grew nervous and soon became suspicious. Aren't these ledgers? Yes. Hai and John nodded his head. It looks like old ledgers, so why are you bringing it out now? Hai and John smiled. The ledgers you are looking at now were created by Mount Hua for the management of our businesses. Huh? What? Hai and John narrowed his eyes. Owner Kong, did you check it? Hai and John's voice resounded clearly. These ledgers contain information proving that the ownership of the Hua businesses which you are running belongs to Mount Hua. Huh? Ah, no. What do you mean? Sect leader? Silence. Hai and John firmly cut off their words, and he opened his mouth to those who hadn't come to their senses. Mount Hua has been so kind to you, but to think that you would repay our kindness like this. No matter how good Mount Hua is, we aren't the kind to show kindness to rats who bite their own masters. Hai and John spoke out sharply. Therefore, based on these ledgers, Mount Hua will confiscate not only the businesses you have but also the property that you have accumulated under the name of the business. A bolt of lightning cracked through the dry sky, quickly crushing down their dreams. Chapter 32. You bastard. Are you from the Southern Edge sect? 2. No one was able to speak. It was because of the declaration which came out of Hai and John's mouth. Those who understood what it meant couldn't speak, and those who had yet to grasp the situation couldn't open their mouths in such a heavy atmosphere. The sect leader. W. What are you saying? Sect leader? A commotion broke out. The merchants screamed until their faces turned red, but Hai and John didn't change his expression. A cold expression they had never seen from him was looking down on the merchants. It is as I said. But we don't understand what is happening. It was then. Silence. Owner Kong said in a cold voice, which froze the heated crowd where they stood. Hai and John and Kong Manhwa locked eyes as electricity seemed to crackle between them. Tell me. Owner Kong. The attitude had not changed, but something more had. Hai and John was no longer the weak pushover pretending to remain calm. Even Owner Kong felt stifled at the sect leader's change. This joke has gone too far. A joke, you say? Right. Their eyes stayed locked together, each trying to overwhelm the other. Hai and John typically would have softened his gaze, but he didn't back down at this moment. I am sorry, but the sect leader of the great Mount Hua doesn't joke. Hearing that, Owner Kong spoke. Certainly, according to the ledgers, most of the businesses of the merchants come under Mount Hua, and if it was true that the businesses were taken over, then you can surely confiscate them. You're well aware of the situation. But, owner Kong smiled. This was a different smile. It was as if he was trying to fake it. Isn't that only if the ledger is legitimate? Hai Un-jon kept staring without saying a word, and owner Kong continued. How can you prove if these books which sprouted up out of nowhere are genuine? What? You Hai Un-jon narrowed his eyes. Are you saying that Mount Hua faked these documents? Mount Hua would never do such a thing. Owner Kong took a step back. But couldn't Mount Hua be deceived by some charlatan? We can't trust them unless they're verified. Right, that is common sense, the other merchants yelled. Hai Un-jon, who watched them, nodded slowly, and then looked at Hai Un-yon. Finance head. Yes, sect leader. What do you think? There is truth to their words. Hai Un-yon answered without a change in his expression, which delighted the merchants. What should we do? Sect leader, the focus of this discussion is wrong. Hai Un-yon smiled. It isn't our business to determine if the ledgers are genuine or not. In such cases, isn't it the government which makes such determinations? Right. Hai Un-yon continued to speak. That's why half of the books were already entrusted to the officials in Hua to check their authenticity. If the books get verified, the officials will go and confiscate their businesses. Owner Kong's eyes widened at that. Why, you already gave them? Right. Why? Is something wrong? Hai Un-yon's casual words made Owner Kong feel like he'd fallen into a frozen lake. A cold sweat began to trickle down his back. Damn it. If he was in Hua, he could have done something. But they were now on Mount Hua, and in their absence, the officials could rush in and take over their workplace. He had no way of dealing with them while away. That bastard. Owner Kong glared at Hai Un-jon. Hai Un-jon had planned this from the beginning and gathered them here. Showing the ledgers directly to the merchants simply delayed the time. Everything was going according to what he wanted. When did you leave the ledgers to the officials? Around 2 days ago. 2. Owner Kong gnashed his teeth. 2 days was more than enough to verify the ledgers. It was said that half of them were given to the officials, but they would certainly want to validate all of them. It was clear the ledgers currently in the box must have already been validated. In other words, at the bottom of Mount Hua, officials were checking the authenticity of the ledgers and were preparing to confiscate the businesses. Mount Hua helped protect the world for generations. The sect leader himself requests something by utilizing the sect's connections. Isn't it obvious how fast things would happen down there? Perhaps there was already a commotion down there. Sect leader. Owner Kong yelled in an angry voice. However, Hai Un-jon was no longer the generous person he was a few days ago. Keep your voice down. Hai Un-jon's whole body was giving out a strong force. Even Owner Kong, who was rarely surprised, ended up bowing to him. The name of Mount Hua. The energy now raging from this man showed the worth of that name. You have no right to speak. Hai Un-jon stared at the merchants with cold eyes. Some, unable to overcome the pressure, lowered their heads. A true friend is one who reaches out when things are difficult. There is no need to show kindness to those who held a sword to our throats during trying times. Go back. By the time you return, everything will already be over. Hai Un-jon sighed. It is impossible to ignore how you have treated us. Yet, I will give permission to each of you to take a single cartload of your wealth. See sect leader. They couldn't understand just how things got to this point. I have shown you the greatest favor I could. At that time Hai Un-yon spoke. Sect leader, these are the people who desecrated Mount Hua and siphoned off its wealth. Not just that, they tried to take our very foundation despite all we've done for them. To show favor to such people, if we let go of an animal which was about to bite us, it will turn into a beast and devour us. Hai Un-jon waved his hand at that. I've already made my decision, so we won't be talking about this. Yes, sect leader. Hai Un-yon lowered his head. Go down. Shouldn't you see with your own eyes how things are going? Owner Kong's face distorted. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Hai Un-jon as if he wished to kill him. Sect leader. You've been hiding such a poisonous heart behind that amiable facade. Poisonous heart. Hai Un-jon smiled. Sure, call it a poisoned heart, but I feel that I pale in comparison to you. I will not forget this debt. Right. Guide them out. Yes. Sect leader. Owner Kong turned around, and without waiting for he started walking. The merchants, who didn't know what to do, looked at the sect leader and hurriedly began to follow Owner Kong. They had to go down and check what was happening. Hai Un-jon sighed as he looked at the people moving. Sect leader. You worked hard. Hai Un-jon smiled at Hai Un-yon. Now, Mount Hua is finally free. It is good. Don't relax too much. We've only crossed one mountain now. Will there be a greater mountain than this? Now, everything is set. Hai Un-jon smiled brightly, seeing Hai Un-yon, who wasn't sure what to do, get lost in the excitement. It had been ages since he had last seen the head of finance so happy. Everyone in Mount Hua was carrying a heavy load on their shoulders. All thanks to that child. It could be said that this was a prosperous time for Mount Hua. A reward should be given, but what kind of reward should he give to the one who made this happen? He smiled. Hyun-jong, who thought that, turned his head to Yu-jong-san and the others, and they immediately bowed to Hyun-jong. Even in these difficult times, you kept our grace in your hearts. Hyun-jong's attitude was different from when he dealt with the other merchants. It was soft. Sect leader, what will happen to us? It doesn't change that your business belongs to Mount Hua, and things of Mount Hua should be returned to us. But I will ensure that you continue to handle the business and receive payment. Yu-jong-san's face calmed. This situation was better than those who were running down the mountain now, but they were losing their businesses all the same. Wouldn't Yu-jong-san now be an employee and not the owner? Then, the moment Yu-jong-san tried to protest, Hyun-jong opened his mouth. Excessive greed precedes a downfall. It is also a sin to try and oppress others with a business that isn't yours. Mount Hua is just giving you a chance to lessen the weight of your sins. Sighs came out. All of this had resulted from greed. Grandfather, what have you done? He was flustered again. Finance head. Yes, sect leader. Isn't it true that they didn't betray the loyalty they had to Mount Hua and helped us at the last minute? It is true. Let's discuss this together. There should be a good way. Shouldn't Mount Hua be a warm place for their close friends? Yes, sect leader. Hyun-jong stepped forward and told the merchants. Come this way. Let us head in and discuss. Yes. The merchants followed him with complex emotions. As everyone moved, Hyun-jong remained in place alone. He watched Mount Hua each day, but Mount Hua now seemed different to his eyes. The barren and faded buildings seemed to be full of vitality. Does one's perception of life all depend on how the heart is feeling? No, everything doesn't simply end like that. Mount Hua, which was touched by tragedy, has received its first blessing in several decades. The flow of life is such a strange thing. Once the direction of the flow changes, it isn't easy to reverse it simply through your own efforts. Now that a path for a better future was opened, Mount Hua will be different from before, which Hyun-jong believed. Perhaps today is the trigger that will bring back the forgotten glory of Mount Hua. It will. Hyun-jong's face, full of wrinkles, had a deep smile. In the distance, a wrinkle, free face crumpled and disfigured itself. That fucking bastard. Chung Mayan's eyes went wide with indignation. What? What do you mean by a cart? What was that calm-looking man doing? Come on. I will show you what a beast is. Hyun-jong sent the merchants away, but Chung Mayan would not let them go so easily. Chapter 33. You bastard. Are you from the Southern Edge sect? Free. Sahyun. Great Sahyun. What is it? Did you hear? Yun-jong smiled and asked. Hear what? The rumors circulating around, haven't you heard them? I have ears, so there's nothing I cannot hear. When Yun-jong answered, Jo-gul said, the merchants of who Mount Hua was indebted to, turned out to be Mount Hua as representatives in the past. All their businesses belong to Mount Hua. I see. There's a riot in Hua. Officials are occupying and confiscating their property. I heard about that too. Oh my god. Why are you so calm? Ha! This is why I shouldn't talk to people who want to become elders here. Jo-gul beat his chest as if he was frustrated. Is that such a big deal? It is. It's an amazing thing. Do you know how much money it will be if all the businesses are confiscated? Putting aside the wealth, just their businesses alone, we won't have to worry about making ends meet in Mount Hua for generations. So Yun-jong looked at Jo-gul with a slightly renewed sense of vigor. Yun-jong was someone who was aiming to become a Taoist in Mount Hua. There seemed to be a difference between what he saw as essential and what Jo-gul considered a huge deal. This seems to be bigger than I thought. Oh my Sahyun. Sahyun will one day have to lead Mount Hua, and it will be a disaster if you don't have the money to run it. I should keep this in mind. He heard the rumors, but he didn't think too deeply about them. He merely thought that being able to avoid paying the debt was a blessing, but it seemed like there were much more profound implications for others. So, a new question arose. But how did this happen so suddenly? Why did the sect leader endure such humiliation until now? Jo-gul's face became strangely complex. They said they found some old ledgers. Ledgers? Right. Ledgers related to the business of Mount Hua. They found it a few days ago, so that Jo-gul seemed to trail off as he quietly ended it there. Seeing that Yun-jong couldn't understand, Jo-gul began again. Found a few days ago. The ledgers were found a few days ago. And the ledgers had to be some sort of book, right? Right. Yun-jong smiled bitterly. It is fortunate that we happened to see some books get discovered just a few days ago, right? Yes. Jo-gul and Yun-jong couldn't say anything more and exchanged subtle glances. That box. There must have been books inside it. It was too perfect to be a coincidence. Besides, was it the reaction of the sect leader who checked it too extreme? I really want to say it couldn't be, but I feel the same. Jo-gul and Yun-jong's faces darkened a little. Besides, the reaction of that idiot before it happened was, honestly, it was too strange. Ouch. What is this? Why is there a stone here? No. My god. This isn't a stone. Why did someone bury this here? So weird. Heh heh. Very weird. Should I dig? Is it fine if I dig? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. What could be buried here? Such a strange thing. It couldn't be a treasure. Yoon-jong closed his eyes tightly. If you want to deceive someone, at least act properly. Damn it. He couldn't forget that awkward voice. Even a 3-year-old would do better than him. Ah, he is up to something. That was what anyone would have thought. Soon after that crappy performance, the box was uncovered. As expected, right? Jo-gul and Yoon-jong turned serious. Where the hell did he find it? The more we want to know, the more we end up not knowing. Yeah. Yoon-jong shook his head. There were too many strange details. Even if he didn't pay attention, everything seemed suspicious. Nevertheless, Yoon-jong isn't very wary of Chung Ma-eun because his sincerity towards Mount Hua is evident. This situation was no exception. Didn't Mount Hua benefit from Chung Ma-eun finding those ledgers? Anyway, it was at that moment. Great Sahyang, a loud voice came from outside the room. What is going on? Have you seen Chung Ma-eun? Why him? Sect leader is looking for him, but we can't seem to find him. He isn't even in his room. Yoon-jong, who tried to remain calm, went stiff, and soon his expression turned dark. Not there? Yes. We can't find him anywhere. No. Yoon-jong jumped up and started to run towards Chung Ma-eun's room. He burst through the door, slamming it open, quickly scanning the room. He even inspected the closet. Great Sahyang. What's wrong? Jo-gul, who was a step late, asked. Isn't here. Huh? It's missing. Yoon-jong pointed to the open closet. Resting peacefully inside the closet was Chung Ma-eun's uniform. What? Did he take off his uniform? Where? At that moment, Jo-gul's eyes widened. The uniform was taken off and placed in the closet. Then the clothes which were missing were. Don't tell me. The black clothes which Jo-gul brought to him previously were missing. Yoon-jong's face contorted. Again, he is up to something again. The two of them really couldn't tell if Chung Ma-eun was a boon for Mount Hua or a bane. A group of men stood looking at their carts with a bewildered face. The carts contained a fraction of the wealth they had gathered. Each one was filled with wealth to help them survive. For someone with no money, it would be a startling amount. But for those here, looking at this wealth left them with an indescribable feeling as they recalled memories of what led to their current state. In one day, like being struck by a bolt of lightning from a cloudless blue sky, as soon as they scurried down from Mount Hua, they saw their workplaces already occupied by government officials. They were armed and surrounded their businesses with the official order to confiscate everything. They only heard shouts from the officials ordering their men to confiscate their things. What the hell is going on? Then, were the ledgers real? It was shocking and seemed unfair. Who would have thought that the businesses being run for generations belonged to Mount Hua? Since it was operated by their fathers, they thought it was theirs. But in one day, it was taken away, and they were kicked out of Hua. Where else in the world could there be such an unfair situation? Every merchant gathered wore the same dark expression. When they saw one another dragging their carts, their hearts began to break as they looked truly destitute. What the hell is this? This is beyond words. Sighs emerged from all over. They were exiled. But since Mount Hua informed the officials to let them take a cart full of belongings, they were given some time to gather everything. Even if they wanted food, they had to leave Hua and buy it elsewhere. Are we to leave like this? What more can we do? Protest. The owner of Plum Blossom Inn, Jin-yi-san, looked at Jo Jim-myung in anger. Are you saying that even after watching what just happened in front of our eyes, we are the thieves? Thieves! If the sect leader hadn't shown mercy to us, we wouldn't have even had the chance to leave. We would have been imprisoned. How do you intend to argue their proof? A few people sighed, and their shoulders drooped. Damn it. Jin-yi-san turned. I am leaving. Already? Didn't you hear that we would be imprisoned if we didn't leave within an hour? We need to get out of here first. In the end, they all nodded helplessly. Those who watched him slowly followed. After traveling for some time, they were able to get out of Hua, some with their carts. They briefly pulled their cats into the shade beneath some trees to rest. For this to happen, the officials who were monitoring behind us have returned too. Maybe we can get a moment of peace now. Peace? What should we do next? As they got past one issue, other problems began to come into sight. A few of the men looked at Kong Man-yong. Seeing that he hadn't said a single word, they were tempted to make the man speak and take responsibility for what happened. Owner Kong, a sharp voice. What should we do now? As soon as Jo Jim-myung asked, the others began to join in. Say something. Didn't you say that we only needed to trust you? How did this happen? We believed in you, and now we have turned into scammers and thieves. How are you going to take responsibility for this? At that, Kong Man-yong slowly raised his head. Everyone who saw his eyes went silent. Kong Man-yong's eyes, which had always been soft, were no longer glistening. Are you blaming me? Hearing the cold voice, they were all suppressed by his momentum and backed away. No, we didn't mean it like that. We meant measures. Some countermeasures. As everyone flinched, Kong Man-yong, who was overwhelming the crowd, further bolstered the momentum. You pathetic bastards. Hongmun Young got up. It wasn't as if we were hoping to have a good relationship with Mount Hua. Is there any one of you who thought otherwise? Everyone must have realized this to some extent, didn't you? There was no answer. Those who still knew shame bowed their heads, but most didn't. Hongmun Young said, "No need to make a fuss. For now just endure. However, this isn't going to end like this. Do you have something in mind? How can those ledgers be legitimate? They're obviously forged." What? You must know that, with Mount Hugh, as connections, manipulating the authenticity of the ledgers isn't very difficult. He must have decided to share the wealth with the province officials. The merchants nodded their heads. Then, let's go to Loyang for now. We can take care of matters there. If they try to suppress us with such power, we will have to push back with greater power. I will surely punish the wicked Mount Hua and that sect leader. Oh, right. It doesn't make sense for them to suddenly have a bunch of books from 100 years ago. We need to uncover their crooked tricks. The voices of merchants grew louder. It didn't matter if the ledger was real or fake. As Hongmun Young said, if they can utilize great enough power, even real books would become fake. Then, getting their businesses back wouldn't be a huge deal. Seeing that, Hongmun Young smiled. So, you have nothing to worry about. I will take care of everything, so just trust and follow me. We believe in you. We believed you from the start. Pathetic bastards. Hongmun Young frowned. They were trash, but he still needed them. It was better to have people who would follow his words than to be alone. Once he reached Loyang, the situation would be reversed. He had a strong backer, which could give him strength. What bullshit? Then, an unfamiliar voice flew in. Hongmun Young turned his head. Chapter 34. You bastard. Are you from the Southern Edge sect? 4. When? Hongmun Young was visibly shocked. He didn't feel anyone approaching, but someone was standing right in front of him. Who is it? As he looked at the owner of the voice, Hongmun Young's feelings changed from shock into bewilderment. A black cloth clung tightly to his body, another black cloth obscured his face, and he held a sword in one hand. It was, obviously, a robber. But, Hongmun Young's gaze drifted upwards. The blazing sun caught his eyes as his vision clouded over. A crazy bastard? A robber was roaming on the streets in broad daylight. Did that make any sense? What did you say? Instead of Hongmun Young, someone else asked. The masked man looked at the person and spoke. I said, cough, 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 ugh. What? Cough? Bullshit. Hongmun Young looked at the robber with blank eyes. Is he going to die? Is it some old man? A bent waist with an emaciated body made the man look like a skeleton. Every move seemed to cause his bones to ache, and what can be seen of his hidden face were tired eyes that looked old and withered. Or was it a young child dying? No, that couldn't be. What business does he have? He doesn't seem like a passerby. The masked man coughed a few times and shook his head at the question. Shit, I am going to die this way. Can't you see what is going on? What's going on? A man dressed like this appears before you in broad daylight. What do you think his identity is? Someone who's gone mad. Or dementia. Robber. A robber. Oh, you really were a robber. I couldn't believe it. Hongmun Young stopped smiling. This man claiming to be a robber looked like he couldn't even catch a mouse. Of course, downplaying others based on their appearance wasn't a good idea. But now, this man's appearance wasn't the only problem. Although he had a sword in his hand, no one could feel any energy from him. And any rational man with no energy wouldn't be walking around in those kinds of clothes. This was something only a crazy person would do. Look here, old man. Hongmun Young waved his hand. It seems you've lost your way at the sight of wealth. It might seem like a jackpot, but don't waste your life here. Quickly return. Looking at the riches, cough. The jackpot for sure, cough. Cough. Oh, it must be you. I don't understand what you mean. Hua. Since the masked man couldn't communicate clearly, he tapped on his waist a couple of times, raised the sword he was using as a cane, and pointed to Hongmun Young. I am not trying to steal your money. I am trying to recover my property. Didn't you say you were a robber a while ago? See, you understood it so clearly despite the coughing. Hongmun Young frowned. Since he couldn't rob, this robber was trying to stick around like a beggar. It would be better for you to leave before we are forced to take action. Do you want to try? Are you serious? The moment Hongmun Young was about to scream, the tip of the masked man's sword was aimed at him. I thought you had a brighter head on your shoulders, but it seems you don't understand. Hongmun Young ceased speaking. A moment of silence passed. Hongmun Young, who was looking at the masked man, asked in a slightly different tone. Are you from Mount Hua? At his question, the other merchants seemed shocked. Mount Hua? What do you mean, Owner Kong? Hongmun Young didn't answer their questions. Dealing with the annoying bastards wasn't important now. The masked man was his current priority. The masked man shook his head. It seems you do understand. You know that the talks with Mount Hua are done, right? The talks with Mount Hua are done. But the talks with me aren't over yet. Did the sect leader send you? Does he seem like that kind of a person? No. Hongmun Young knew the personality of the sect leader. There was no denying that the man was dignified and had his own sense of justice. He wasn't the kind to send someone to clean up after letting them go. Are you saying that you came from Manhwa against the will of your own sect leader? It is fine. The masked man shook his head. Because I am not in a position to listen to each and every word of that child. Han Yong's face darkened. Child? Although covered with a mask, he considered this man with a sloppy waist, weird body, and old-fashioned words to be quite old. Even in comparison to the sect leader of Manhwa, this man seemed older. In other words, the person in front of them right now could be a former master of Manhwa. But they aren't the kind to come out and act like this. He couldn't figure it out. It was his will to never disturb his composure in front of people, but the person in front of him could be a former master. Yong's complexion darkened. I didn't realize that former members of Manhwa would be so petty. Petty? The masked man snorted. Aren't you being petty by pointing a sword at us and hoping to take what little we have left? What would your senior think if he saw this now? Senior? The blue eyes behind the mask narrowed. Huh? Look at him. He understands seniority in the sect. Senior was something Chung Mayang was called in his time, though he was quite the rouge at the time. If Yong was a simple businessman, he wouldn't know much about seniority within a sect. But he mentions that? Chung Mayang titled his head. Something smells off. Something very musty. Maybe this wasn't just done by some crazed people. Well, it's fine either way. Chung Mayang swung his sword. I don't know if the sect leader let you go so easily because he's naive or if he simply hasn't learned anything. Personally, with my temper, I would rather just break your bones and be done with it. But for the sake of the sect leader, I will respect his decision to let you go. Leave the carts and get out of here, then I won't catch you. Haha. Yong burst out laughing. Old man, do you think I left because I lacked strength? Yes. Yong was confused. It was weird how this old man talked. Every time he spoke, Yong would be left speechless. Well, you're mistaken. The reason I backed down was to avoid making it a larger problem. It's not as if I'm unable to catch a man wearing a mask calling himself a robber. Haha. Well spoken. Cough. Cough. Ugh. Cough. Spit. Oh my, I am dying. Seeing the masked man hunched over and coughing, Yong felt a bit sorry for him. If the situation allowed, he even wanted to help him. Tears welled up in his eyes, looking at those shaky limbs and bent waist. Old man, if you back down we won't bother you. Seems like things are difficult for you too, so don't stand up and simply head back. The old man has already died. He was a kid now. Agu, that pure internal Kai is killing my body. His body wasn't mature, so he had no choice but to use it, but he never expected the wounds to be so severe. There was no way he could feel fine when he was supposed to be resting for 3 months, but he decided to go wandering the streets. He was thankful they misunderstood him to be an old man, but I have nothing to say. Chung Mayang swung his sword. Those who want to take a beating stay here. Those who value their lives can leave empty-handed. Back in the old days, I would have just pounced without asking a question. Recently though, I am learning to be patient, so don't test my temper. You speak well. Yong drew a line like he didn't want to speak anymore. This is your last warning. I will not show you any more consideration. I get it. Tell the people hiding to come out. Yong was startled. He noticed, following behind him were a group of hidden escorts. They were so talented that it would be difficult for even a trained martial artist to feel their presence. Come out. As the words fell, dozens of warriors appeared from the grassy terrain. Huh? When did these people? The merchants gathered close to their carts, their faces rife with fear. Of course, they couldn't have noticed the guards following them. Once more, Yong still wanted to give the old man a chance to step down, but went silent at what happened. A sound that made his shoulders shake, and swash! The warrior who jumped out the farthest collapsed suddenly. Upon seeing that, Yong's legs trembled. Chung Mayang clicked his tongue and raised the sword. Anyway, heck, kids these days. Thuck. Talk a lot. Heck, I didn't act like this in my time. Thud. 5 escorts fell before Yong could figure out what happened. He couldn't understand it. Sage. Chung Mayang retrieved his sword, put it on his shoulder, and looked at Yong. It may have looked cool if anyone else had done it, but now Chung Mayang was weak and slumped over. Seeing him bent down, seemingly in pain, evoking a sense of misery in his movements made the onlookers feel a sort of pity for him. Child. Chung Mayang smiled and continued. You don't seem to know much, but none of the kids who ignored me in the old days returned with their limbs intact. You should listen well to the words of your elders. I wonder, will some old-fashioned medicine work on you? Chung Mayang walked with the sword on his shoulder, whistling. The warriors who saw it faltered and stepped back at his approach, completely crushed by the momentum. Stand back, you useless trash. Yong, who yelled at the warriors, grunted through his teeth. Was there still someone this strong hidden in Manhwa? He thought Manhwa was just an old tiger with its teeth and claws removed. No, that was correct. The mistake was overlooking the fact that a crippled tiger is still a tiger. Even without its teeth and claws, it could kill a man with its strength alone. I don't know why you waited until now to appear. If you had come out earlier than now, Mount Hua wouldn't have turned this way. Just as Chung Mai and was opening his mouth, Kong Mun Yong continued. But you've come at the wrong time. I wanted to deliver a blow to Mount Hua, but this works as well. If someone like you dies at my hands, the sect leader will surely grieve for quite some time. Prepare yourself. Kong Mun Yong raised his energy. The grass around was ripped up and soared around in a frenzy. It was energy far greater than what a store owner should be capable of. Right, I knew something was up with you. Chung Mayan's eyes shone. Don't worry, at the very least I won't cut that mouth of yours. Chung Mayan walked towards Kong Mun Yong, while Kong Mun Yong ran towards Chung Mayan. Chapter 35. You bastard. Are you from the Southern Edge sect? 5. There was no disrespect for the opponent. Although Kong Mun Yong was a half-baked warrior, his attitude wasn't inferior to that of a truly strong martial artist. Those who walk the path of martial arts should never underestimate their foes. Even a tiger does its best to catch a rabbit. Moreover, there was no way he could be more alert after seeing how Chung Mai dealt with the escort guards. But something felt strange. Tack! As he attempted to strike with his fist, before it could even extend past his chest, it was already blocked. What's more, it was blocked with a sword. The robber kept blocking any movement, twisting and turning without attacking, as if playing with Kong Mun Yong. Huak! He could clearly feel the flow of internal energy. Why, you bastard! He clearly attacked the masked man with a swinging leg attack, but the masked man had already vanished from that place. You're too slow. Huck! Kong Mun Yong, startled by the voice coming from behind, clenched his fist and fiercely swung backward. This time too. Tack! Huck! Strength was circulated from the dantian and amplified through his waist and chest. His fists turned into raging weapons. But what happens when such weapons are blocked before releasing their momentum? Pop! The sound of something exploding inside Kong Mun Yong's body. At the same time, his shoulder blades swelled sharply. It couldn't be seen with the eyes, but there was likely a rupture within his shoulder muscle. Ike! The same thing kept repeating over and over. Uwug! Kong Mun Yong, seething in pain and fury, raised his energy to kill the man and swept with a powerful kick. However, the masked man didn't seem to try avoiding it. He lightly took a step back as if avoiding an obnoxious fly. Kong Mun Yong felt his feet brush past the man's chest. The wind pressure made his clothes tremble, but the masked man was untouched. What the hell is he? He couldn't calm himself. Was he fast? No. Strong? No. The masked man was neither fast nor strong. Judging from his appearance, Kong Mun Yong could surely deal with 10 more masked people. But now, he couldn't even touch the hem of the man's clothes. It was as if a young disciple was dealing with his master. He tried all sorts of maneuvers, but none worked. It was the same now. His full strength blow flew towards the man's face, but it just brushed by with no contact. If he could even graze the man, his flesh would be torn, and his bones would be crushed. But the masked man was completely avoiding his attacks with minimal movements, as if he was playing with a toddler. How could that be possible? He wasn't fast, but he was fast. It wasn't an overwhelming speed. He moved slowly but perfectly and in the right direction at the proper distance, effortlessly and without wasting energy. A dream of any martial artist. However, Kong Mun Yong felt miserable now. It was like seeing a goblin. He was fighting a man, but then it felt like he was kicking the air. He couldn't touch the opponent, and he couldn't hurt the opponent no matter what he tried. This man is a monster. If the man was just avoiding it, he wouldn't be so nervous. However, it wasn't just that. He is reading my movements. Even before he attacked, he was able to decide where to move. He was able to lead the opponent's strength to move where he wanted. This was an excellent combination of posture and movement. Kong Mun Yong couldn't even imagine just how strong this man could be. It was wrong from the beginning. Monsters were unpredictable from the start. Had he known such a monster existed in Mount Hua, he never would have done such a thing. But Kuak the masked man, who was sneakily dodging the attacks, grabbed his waist and bent over. Oh my! Damn this body. It hurts. It hurts. The masked man patted his back. It was a bit clumsy. A master who was so great was gasping and tired from this little movement. Ridiculous. But it was happening right in front of his eyes. The masked man was breathing heavily, and the mask around his mouth was wet. The face exposed in the cloth mask was perspiring heavily, and his back was already soaked with sweat. He seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Yet, he kept dodging the attacks, which flowed unceasingly. Huak! The masked man straightened his back again. Sage, I wanted to play with you more, but I can't. I am too weak. Kong Mun Yong's face tensed upon hearing what was said. He did everything he could, yet he couldn't even catch a loose string of this feeble old man's clothing. Kong Mun Yong was confident that if he put his strength on full display, few would be able to defeat him. He even felt he could bring down Mount Hua if he tried. But now he was toyed with by an old man he'd never seen before, constantly being teased. Why was someone like you never on the front line? You don't need to know. Chung Mai turned and grabbed the sword. Those who think only of themselves live in a strange illusion. Why should I have to answer any of your questions? I'm the one who will ask the questions. For a simple business owner, your martial arts are quite strong. Why is a man with such skills running a business in Hue? Is there a law which says the strong shouldn't run businesses? But it's a different story when the warrior is clearly greedy for money to the point of tricking the sect. With your level of martial arts, there are plenty of better ways to earn a fortune. Do you understand what I'm saying? Chung Mayun's lips inside the mask curled up. What are you trying? That's enough. Chung Mayun stopped him from speaking. I get it, you aren't going to tell me anyway. There is no conspiracy going around, so don't misunderstand. I have not been commissioned by anyone, and I am not affiliated with anyone. This is all because of my personal matter. Is what you are going to say right? Alright. I thought so. Chung Mayun nodded his head. That's how it usually goes. Unfortunately, those who say such things never confess easily in the beginning. Truthfully, even though your sins are great, I don't feel the need to grind you for information. Once I separate your flesh from bone, the words should spill out naturally. But if I do that, there are bound to be additional problems. Chung Meng nodded to himself. Right, so there is the problem. Do you know what I do when I find myself in this situation? How would I know? We'll make a deal. Kang Mun Yong's eyes widened. Huh? I said that we'll make a deal. Chung Mayun shook his head and walked towards the man. You've already said that you won't speak, even if your insides explode, your mouth will remain sealed. So we'll make a deal. You promise to keep your mouth shut, and I promise to beat you until it opens. If you change your mind in the middle and you want to talk, just raise your hand, but it would be better to think quickly. You can't get a refund for a blow which has already struck you. What nonsense. Right. That is my specialty. Here I come. Chung Mayun rushed in, closing the gap between them in an instant. Kang Mun Yong unknowingly backed away. The masked man wasn't giving out any overpowering energy. It wasn't like the sword in his hand was scary. Even the way he ran made it feel like he would trip and fall any moment. Yet Kang Mun Yong retreated. At the speed he was retreating, it wasn't faster than the speed Chung Mayun was running. Chung Mayun's sword, still in its sheath, swiftly targeted Kang Mun Yong's left knee. Realizing that it was impossible to avoid, Kang Mun Yong attempted to block his knee with his arms. Pock! And soon, the sword slammed into the shoulder. Eck! An unseen attack. Shoulder? Obviously, it was aimed at the leg, so why did his shoulder get hit? But there wasn't much time to think about it. The sword which struck the shoulder now aimed for the head. This time, he could clearly determine the correct angle. He crossed his arms over his head. Tuck! His eyes blurred over momentarily. The world turned black for a second before color was regained. At the same time, he felt short of breath, like his neck was tearing. Kuak! Chung Mayun's sword had stabbed him in the throat. The blade was still in its sheath, so it didn't cut his throat. Still, it was a firm lump of metal that had stabbed his throat. How painful would it be? Tears welled up in his eyes as his body trembled. Arg! Meanwhile, Chung Mayun's sword came crashing down. Shoulder, head, and waist. Now, he was swinging the sword like he was hitting a stray dog. What made it remarkable was that the fat man could never avoid it despite how clumsy the swordsmanship appeared. If he twisted his shoulders, his back was struck. If he tried to move his back, his head got hit. Kang Mun Yong, who quickly became a mess, retreated in terror and backed away. And might die. The fear of death began to dominate his mind. Both looked into each other's eyes. At that moment, Kang Mun Yong could tell. Eyes. When he saw Chung Mayun's cold and emotionless eyes, Kang Mun Yong understood. He had seen those eyes many times in his life. All those who had such eyes had one thing in common. Killers. He didn't know what it was, but it was definite that this man had killed countless people. Beating Kang Mun Yong to death would be no different than catching a fly. As soon as he chooses to unsheath his sword, Kang Mun Yong's head would surely fly off without resistance. And no, he didn't want to die. At least not here. Then, Chung Mayun began to pull his sword from the sheath. Soon after, he struck at Kang Mun Yong's head with a swiftness unseen before. Ah! Kang Mun Yong's hands shone in a dazzling blue light. A massive blast erupted from his palms at Chung Mayun as he wielded his sword. Kang Mun Yong remained in that position, with his arm outstretched in a daze. There was nothing there. Chung Mayun wasn't where he was supposed to be. Kang Mun Yong, who came to his senses, hurriedly looked at Chung Mayun, who had already come closer as he was sheathing his sword. Chung Mayun opened his mouth. Tei divine palm technique, you bastard. Kang Mun Yong's face went pale the moment he realized his mistake. Are you from the Southern Edge sect? His face soon became horribly distorted. Chapter 36. A leader who is more like a beggar. 1. Kang Mun Yong quickly pulled himself together. Even if he was caught in a tiger's den, wouldn't he be able to survive as long as he kept his wits together? Whatever do you mean? Ha! Look at this fool. Chung Mayun snorted. Did you think my eyes are for decoration? Do I look like someone who can't recognize the Tei divine palm? Chung Mayun shrugged. Quite a coincidence. What a crafty bitch. The person operating a business in Hu, who led the merchants to pressure Mount Hua into the ground over their debt also just happens to know the martial arts of the Southern Edge sect, the Tei Divine Palm technique. You've learned it quite well, huh? Cold sweat ran down Kong Man Yong's back. He was so surprised that he couldn't even feel the pain from the beating he took. Damn it. He should have been more cautious. Even if his neck was cut off, he shouldn't have used that technique. What's more, he did it in front of a man from Mount Hua. A fatal mistake. But can this be called a mistake? If the old man hadn't pushed Kong Man Yong to this extent and suddenly unsheathed the sword while beating the hell out of him, Kong Man Yong wouldn't have used the technique. If it was a coincidence, it was the worst kind. If he aimed for this, then Kong Man Yong couldn't imagine just how nasty that old man was. Did the Southern Edge sect send you? Kong Man Yong tightly sealed his lips. No matter what he said, it would come out as an excuse. If he could turn the situation around, even if he had to use the lamest excuse, then he would. But it didn't seem like anything would work on this old man. So he kept silent to ensure he didn't give up more information. Huh? Shut your mouth, eh? Chung Mayan walked towards Kong Man Yong. Well, this is fine too. It's a good thing to be loyal. You made a good choice. But there is one thing you are wrong about. You know what that is. What is it? I won't tell you. The Southern Edge sect wasn't an easy place. Since the old days, the Southern Edge sect had been at odds with Mount Hua, but it must be admitted that it was now one of the 10 great sects. There was no way for a sect of that size to do such sloppy work. That was Chung Mayan's thoughts. The information Kong Man Yong knew had to be limited, and even if he knew more, there was no way to verify its authenticity. All he had to know was that this was indeed the work of the Southern Edge sect. Isn't that something that Chung Mayan and Mount Hua should find out? Ha, you bastard. Even in the past, when the martial arts world was quite grim, it wasn't this horrible. One of the 10 great sects tries to steal not just other people's martial arts techniques, but also their entire sect. Isn't that quite a scam? What an honorable sect. Kong Man Yong, who could no longer maintain his composure, broke out. Right, isn't that better for Mount Hua, too? Huh? You must understand it too. Mount Hua is hopeless now. Wealth, riches, they are just additional things for a sect. Mount Hua has lost its martial arts, and it can no longer become the same Mount Hua whose name echoed in glory. It's just a matter of it falling down later if it survives now. Oh, Chung Mai, and listened to Kong Man Yong's words. I was trying to snuff out the dying Mount Hua as last breaths. Again, this is something Mount Hua should be thankful for. Someone like you should know this, right? Mount Hua can no longer survive. Even the martial arts, the core of any sect, have withered at Mount Hua. Who said that? You don't understand what I am saying. No. Who said that Mount Hua's martial arts have withered? Kong Man Yong looked at Chung Mai, and with blank eyes. Kong Man Yong would have snorted and dismissed it if anyone else had said this. But the words coming from Chung Mai seemed to hold greater weight. In the eyes of Kong Man Yong, this man was a former master of Mount Hua. You bastards are trying to cut off Mount Hua's last breath. Mount Hua is still alive and well. Even if it dies, it dies. But you piece of shit, what do you think you're trying to do by burying Mount Hua while it still breathes? Whatever, you crooked bastards always justify your actions with some twisted logic. I'd rather you people charge straight ahead and destroy Mount Hua head on. That is the only way I will acknowledge those bitches from the Southern Edge sect. The closer one lives, the more likely they will bump into each other. It's true that in diplomatic matters, you must treat your enemies as friends and keep them close. Mount Hua and the Southern Edge sect had many similarities, and both had a strong focus on swordsmanship. Despite having different ideals, they stayed close to one another. If two sects with similar techniques were placed side by side, one was bound to die. In the past, Chung Mayan would regularly beat the shit out of the Southern Edge sect when he felt bored. To be more precise, Chung Mayan would provoke them into starting a fight. I am not a member of the Southern Edge sect. Is that so? You misunderstood something, but the technique you saw was something I learned by accident. Right. Should I tell you a surprising fact? What is that? I am not a member of Mount Hua either. Yes, that makes sense. You son of a bitch. Chung Mayan was startled at Kong Man Yong's reaction. That was close. He almost hit him. Anyway, in return for showing me that technique, I will show you something interesting. If you can recognize this, it will be interesting. But if you don't, then it is a shame. Chung Mayan slowly stuck his sword out. Tell the one who sent you. Chung Mayan's way of speaking had changed. The playful appearance was no more. His bent back was now straight, and the drooping shoulders had regained their form. A perfect posture, picturesque. Kong Man Yong, who witnessed it, was shocked. A sudden breeze began to blow over the area. The wind seemed to carry the gentle scent of plum blossoms that filled the air. Plum blossoms give off the most intense fragrance when they bloom in the snow. Although it is winter now, Mount Hua's spirit remains unbroken. Eventually, the spring will come, and the plum blossoms will bloom in full. Kong Man Yong saw it. the tip of the sword which moved. Shiver. The movement, which began with a tiny vibration, soon grew into a great tremor, and the tremor turned into an illusory sword whose trajectory seemed to embroider the sky in a fantasy. The tip of the sword seemed to cover the entire sky. Vivid plum petals bloomed at the sword's tip. After a dreary winter, the plum blossoms which heralded a warm spring bloomed all over the mountain, painted into the world through Chung Mayang's sword. This is an illusion. The wind blew. The plum blossoms, which covered the sky, as if fluttering in the spring wind, began to bloom. Eventually, the petals flew up as if swimming in the sky and landed on Kong Man Yong's head. The petals gently swept past Kong Man Yong, blowing away his consciousness like the wind. Until the very end, he didn't know what he was looking at. Thud. Only the sound of him falling to the floor, unconscious, could be heard. The plum blossom petals covering the sky disappeared like a mirage. Chung Mayang, who withdrew his sword, turned around. Guek. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth due to overexerting himself to operate the technique. Chung Mayang, who took off his mask, spit out a large surge of blood. I am dying for sure. He had a broken body that lacked strength. If it was the past, such a thing could have been done without sweating. The foundation is good, but I still might die. Ouch. Chung Mayang put the mask on and thought about coming up with some new countermeasures. Well then, his gaze went to the other merchants. They were looking at Chung Mayang as if they had seen a ghost. Why wouldn't they? They had never seen or heard of plum blossoms blooming in the sky due to a sword technique. No, they had heard such a feat was accomplished by masters in the past, but those warriors were dead, so they believed it to be an exaggerated legend. However, this man brought the legend to life before their eyes. From their point of view, as those who tried to extort money by scamming Manhwa, Chung Mayang was nothing short of a grim reaper. Who wants to be beaten first? Who wants to leave? Me. I will go away too. Please spare us. Chung Mayang just nodded his head. Good. So cooperative. Merchants rushed out and away from their carts. But of course, Chung Mayang had no intention of letting them go so easily. Stop moving. The merchants froze in unison. If you just leave just like this, what am I to do about these carts? Think a little, think. The merchants looked at Chung Mayang with eyes overflowing with injustice. Did they even have to consider the convenience of a robber? No matter how horrible their luck was, this seemed too much. But no one dared to speak against him. You. Yes. For now, each of you will check how much money is in your cart. Whoever finishes last will end up like him. Chung Mayang pointed toward the unconscious Kong Man Yong. No more words were needed. As soon as the words were spoken, the merchants rushed to their carts. 800 nyang. 2,800 nyang. It is 8,000. What? You had that much money? Is that important now? Some even yelled at the others. Chung Mayang, who saw it, frowned. Hey. Yes? Did you include the cost of the cart and the horse too? Recalculate. Yes. Once it was done, Chung Mayang nodded. Then, I will lend the horse, so one of you will go to the nearest town from here and get the money. I will sell these wares to you. The merchants looked at Chung Mayang with blank eyes. They were the sort of people who lived their lives obsessed with money, but even for them, this was the first time they'd seen such a person. Bring the money on a non-disclosure slip. If you put anything on the slip, I will kill you right away. Okay? Yes. One person will go. But, what? One merchant asked. What if the one going escapes? Chung Mayang laughed. What good would running away do? Do you people have money now? No. And your businesses have been confiscated? Yes. Then what good will running and escaping even do? If you want to at least get something, you should come back, right? Then what if they report to the government? Try it. Chung Mayang gently raised his leg and hit the floor. Thud. The ground beneath them cracked. Report it, but don't come back with them. Run to the end of the world, because I will capture that bastard even if I die. So don't think of coming back. The merchants gave up on the report too. Thinking about it, their families were here. They couldn't just run away and leave them go. Yes, Manhwa was a benevolent sect. However, there was one reason why the merchants were unhappy. Manhwa was benevolent, but not everyone who lived in Manhwa was. On that day, before the sun even had a chance to set, a masked man with a money slip as thick as a book climbed Manhwa with joy and excitement. The wealth made from the sweat and tears of many people was silently stored in a greedy warehouse. Chapter 37. A leader who is more like a beggar. 2. Manhwa hadn't changed much. The wind blowing into it was the same. The old buildings were the same. What changed wasn't Manhwa, but the people who lived there. UK. Jogul took off his uniform. The sweat was pouring down from the uniform as he threw it off. After morning training, his entire body was steeped in sweat, and he couldn't stay without changing clothes. Man, today's training was really hard. Really, it's so much to do right at dawn. As he heard that, Jogul smiled bitterly. The people around him were also hoping to get a clean bath. Together, they washed their bodies and sweaty clothes in the ice-cold stream. Jogul, who put on a new uniform, packed his laundry and said, "Let's get going." Yes, Sahyang. The others picked up their robes and started going up. Looking at the people walking ahead, Joe Gull had no choice but to think about it. A lot has changed. In the past, such a sight couldn't be dreamed of. Although the other third-class disciples were training, they weren't passionate about martial arts. Even Yoon Jong and Joe Gull were the same. But now, everyone was voluntarily coming out for practice at dawn. There was no end to their complaints, but they never rebelled against it. What would one call the scene? It feels like a martial arts sect. Joe Gull smiled bitterly. Looking at the disciples walking up, they all looked like martial artists' disciples. Did that mean that Mount Hua was nothing until now? Why are you smiling like that? At the voice next to him, Joe Gull turned his head and looked at great Sahyun Yoon Jong. Ah, Sahyun, it is a bit embarrassing to say, but I was thinking about how everyone seems so much like true martial artists now. Is that so? It's a bit of a strange thought though. No, I was thinking the same. Haha, Joe Gull finally laughed out loud. Not long ago, Joe Gull had never imagined that he would train to this extent on Mount Hua. He did everything instructed in his dorm, but it was half-heartedly done so he could finish and go back to resting. Joe Gull's goal was to pass the time, and then descend and return home. No, it was everyone's goal in Mount Hua. Could he genuinely feel passionate about this? Lately, it felt like something had changed. Not only him, but the eyes of the other disciples had changed too. It has to be because of him. Joe Gull thought of Chung My-eung's weird behavior. Chung My-eung was changing Mount Hua. It was clearly a small wind that most people couldn't even feel, but it was bound to turn into a strong wind or a typhoon that would shake Mount Hua. The result of these changes will be evident in the future. Walking up the mountain, Joe Gull, who reached Mount Hua, straightened his shoulders and touched his chest. A faint feeling of pride began to swell inside his chest. But then, the pride he felt flew away into the open sky. Hey, you shouldn't touch that. Move, move, move. We're going to push all the materials inside, and then start working. Are you deaf or something? If you fall there, you won't get any pay for a month. If just the climb up here is tough, then what are you worth? Joe Gull blankly stared at the figures in front of Mount Hua. His gaze shifted from left to right. What? Who are those people? People he had never met were walking up. Everyone had tools and materials which he had never seen before. No, not there. This way. It was comforting to see someone he recognized in the group of strangers. Unam was standing among the crowd giving instructions. Sahyun? Yoon Jong, who received Joe Gull's gaze, walked towards Unam with a blank expression. Sesuk. Huh? Yoon Jong? What is all this? Oh, Unam smiled brightly. He usually wasn't the kind to explain such things, even to Yoon Jong, the eldest of the third-class disciples, but now Unam was in a good mood. They're workers. Workers? Yes. You know that many of our buildings are a bit old, right? Yes. Not old. Ancient would be the right word. Even Mount Hua, as nameplate on the front gate, was crumbling. And if a strong wind blew, it seemed many buildings could collapse. At least, the place where the disciples stayed and trained was constantly repaired and maintained. But the other buildings were left without management due to a lack of manpower. With our current opportunity, we plan on repairing the area. We'll re-establish the place. Don't just keep looking. Go and help carry the materials. It seems like all the workers are having difficulty bringing the materials up here. Most of the wood can be acquired by cutting trees nearby, but it seems they have some wood that they can't find nearby. Yes, move fast. Move already. Hurry. Looking at Unam shouting with a smile, Joe Gull had a blank expression. Maybe the change was faster than he expected. What is going on? Joe Gull looked at the dining table in shock. His hunger-soaked stomach was rumbling after carrying the materials up, but looking at the food on the table, he was more flustered than hungry. What is all this? Am I dreaming? No matter how I try to look at it, isn't this meat? The other Sahyungs wore the same skeptical expression. All eyes in the hall were fixed on the table. Something extraordinary was on the table. There was meat being served. They really served us meat? To kill a living being, cook, and serve it to us, sacred martial artists. What a windfall. Something must be wrong. Joe Gull smiled grandly. In Mount Hua, there was no prohibition on the consumption of meat. Mount Hua did have a rule that condemned eating meat in the long past, but it had changed as Mount Hua developed. Vegetarianism was recommended, but meat wasn't prohibited. But allowing them to eat meat and actively putting meat on the table were two different things. It had been years since the disciples entered Mount Hua, and it was their first time seeing meat on the table. Can I eat this? They put it on the table so that it would be eaten. Everyone looked at Yoon Jong. If that Sasuks were not there, the decision maker would be the great Sahyun, Yoon Jong. Yoon Jong smiled and said, "Let's eat. The food is getting cold." Yes. Joe Gull sat down at a loss for words, and felt a piercing gaze. All the Sahyungs were looking at Joe Gull. No, to be precise, they were looking at Yoon Jong, who was next to Joe Gull, with fiery eyes. Yoon Jong, who understood it, grabbed his chopsticks and picked up a piece of meat, and the moment he put it in his mouth, Papa! Chopsticks came flying into the meat bowl from all directions. Some were directly throwing it into their mouths too. When Joe Gull saw that, it seemed so absurd that he wanted to scream, but then, he didn't. Joe Gull's chopsticks also flew like lightning. If I am late, I won't get any. Out of the way. My meat. 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 Seeing the fragments of meat scattered everywhere, Yoon-jong closed his eyes. Mount Hua. Mount Hua he knew was becoming strange. Well, the longer you live, the more changes you'll experience. Right. They started construction, all of a sudden, and now meat is being served for our meals. We even got 2 new uniforms, right? Yes. Yoon-jong narrowed his eyes, as if thinking about something. Seeing that, Joe Gull asked, "What are you thinking?" "I think that money is quite good." Haha. Joe Gull laughed. Even if others didn't hear it, it felt weird hearing such things from Yoon-jong. "No matter how much money we have, I didn't expect the seniors to change so quickly." "Did you think they would purposefully keep their disciples poor? They just couldn't help it in the past." "That's right. It wasn't that meat was prohibited, it was because meat was expensive. It was something that couldn't be done because of the lack of money, so they are doing it now that they have money." "But isn't it weird?" Joe Gull nodded his head. "Didn't you see Sasuk-on-em, who couldn't hide the smile on his lips?" "Right. They all saw it." Joe Gull could swear that it was his first time seeing On-em smile so brightly. Who could have even imagined that On-em could smile like that? What was certain was that Mount Hua had clearly entered a path of change. "Sehyang. Him? What do you think will happen now?" It was a broad question, but Yoon-jong understood Joe Gull's question. "You should know it too, right? Mount Hua is changing." "Yes. So, we need to be prepared." "Prepared it isn't just about money. You saw it too, in that chest." "Yes. There were books." The scene where the sect leader yelled the name of some martial arts and almost fainted. "Mount Hua is changing. We won't be able to avoid the change. So, we need to strengthen ourselves. Then, won't we be able to see something different from what we originally expected?" Joe Gull nodded his head. "Is all of this because of him?" Joe Gull couldn't shake the suspicion that Chung Myung's manipulation was what caused this whole situation. That obviously bad acting in front of the chest. Joe Gull shook his head. "What did he do? Can we know?" Even though no names were mentioned, they both knew who he referred to. What's certain is that there's no way to predict the jerk's actions ahead of time. We need to remain alert. If we approach this with clumsy determination, we might end up being swept away in the storm he creates. "Don't worry, Sehyang. I'm Joe Gull." Right. Yoon-jong smiled and headed back to the dorm. A slightly different thought lingered on Joe Gull's mind. No way to predict. Joe Gull had a different idea. Maybe Chung My-un wasn't someone that only disciples, but even the Sasuks and sect leader couldn't handle. By the way. Huh? Where is he? I haven't seen him since this morning. Didn't you hear? The sect leader was looking for him today. He's probably at the sect leader's place. Sect leader? Why was the sect leader looking for him? How could I know? As Yoon-jong shrugged his shoulders, Joe Gull sighed. I really can't understand him. Chapter 38. A leader who is more like a beggar. 3. Are you alright? Yes, cough. I am fine. Are you really fine? Really fine, cough. Cough. You don't look it. Hi. And John's face creased, looking at Chung My-un. He was speechlessly staring at Chung My-un. He looked withered, as if he was just skin stretched over bone, with a face that was pale like a ghost. How bad could his health be? No matter how he looked at it, this kid seemed to be on the verge of starvation. It was likely that people would think that the other disciples were snatching away his food. He wasn't like this when he first came here. Hyun-jong turned his head and asked On-em. What did the medical practitioner say? That he was out of Kai. Kai? Yes, they said that excessive training has caused damage to his pure Kai. Huh. Hi. And Jong looked at Chung My-un. Child. You practiced until you damaged your pure Kai. Why would you do such a thing? It wasn't like that. Training his ass. Chung My-un hadn't properly trained since he entered Mount Hua. Of course, that's all the medical practitioner could say. It was true that his fragile body tapped into the pure Kai in his body and damaged it. How could a child who just began learning martial arts shatter their Kai? Naturally, the only explanation was overtraining. It was a strange misunderstanding, but he decided to go along with it at this time. I apologize, sect leader. I just wanted to learn the martial arts of Mount Hua as soon as possible. Huh, this young one is quite good. The sect leader nodded his head, as if he began to like Chung My-un even more. Chung My-un didn't lie. It was true at heart. Eating quickly will spoil the stomach. What are we to do now that you are sick? Be more careful, child. Yes. Hyun-jong smiled in satisfaction. The child in front of him was Mount Hua's good luck charm, and he was a devoted disciple to the core. Right. Did you enjoy the tea? I don't really enjoy it. Chung My-un shrugged it off. Maybe I would enjoy alcohol. The tea was too strong for Chung My-un. Unlike alcohol, which stimulated the throat, tea was just grassy water. Even his Sehyang couldn't understand why Chung My-un loved alcohol so much. Is there a law that all sect leaders of Mount Hua should enjoy tea? In the past too, the sect leaders loved tea, and in Chung My-un's eyes, the long tradition of people liking it was unusual. Sect leader carefully handed the tea to Chung My-un, and he took it with both hands. It is a pity you don't enjoy it, but please taste this tea. Yes. Chung Mayan quickly drank the tea in one gulp without even appreciating the fragrance. There was a greater pleasure in enjoying the aroma of tea, but to Chung Mayan, tea didn't seem like anything more than hot water. Hai and Zhang looked at Chung Mayan with a sad face as he put down the teacup. How was it? It's cold. There was a subtle disappointment in the sect leader's face, but Chung Mayan was being honest. Right. Hai and Zhang decided to blow away the awkwardness by coughing, as his expression gently relaxed. I have called you here to reward you for your recent achievements. Thanks to you, Manhwa was able to get out of this crisis. You did an amazing job. I haven't done anything. How could you say that? If it weren't for you, we would have all been on the streets right now. I just happened to walk past it, and I accidentally stumbled onto that chest. Hoo-hoo, what a coincidence. Hai and Zhang shook his head. No, there is no such thing as a coincidence in this world. Everything is the result of a connection. Chung Mayan nodded his head. Hai and Zhang just said it to himself, but it seemed like it was directed at him. I mean, at times he is extremely sharp. Isn't that right? Yes, sect leader. Also, even if it was a coincidence, the contribution made was very significant. Besides, since you weren't greedy and informed the sect leader right away, how could we dare call your devotion small? Right. Hai and Zhang touched his beard. Yes. Then he looked at Chung Mayan with warm eyes. It is only natural to give a reward to the one who made this possible. Manhwa wishes to reward you. That was why we called you. Reward? Yes. Is there anything you want? Chung Mayan was a little confused. Was there something he wanted? It would be a lie to say that you could give up such wealth with no regrets. If you need, we can even return a suitable sum of wealth. Money is not needed. Hai and Zhang was a bit shocked. You don't need wealth? Yes. Manhwa already provides me with food and clothing. Even if I take the money, where would I use it? There's nowhere in Manhwa to use it. Right. Hai and Zhang smiled. The way of Tao. No matter what, it wasn't easy to give up on wealth. Just because he can't spend it now doesn't mean that he can't spend it in the future. Seeing him refuse the wealth, it seemed like he was a child with no greed, a child who was on the path of Tao. However, Chung Mayan's inner thoughts were very different from the warm interpretation Hai and Zhang had of him. How much could you even give me? The sect leader's secret warehouse had become Chung Mayan's personal hideout. Inside there was an amount of wealth that would drive others crazy and drop Hai and Zhang's jaw to the floor. Chung Mayan was already the richest man in Hu-Thumb. So, he didn't need some minor wealth given by the sect leader. Then what do you want? I could allow you to learn more advanced techniques which aren't normally allowed. I don't really want techniques either. Is that so? Yes. Do you find these techniques meaningless? Chung Mayan shook his head. It isn't like that. This disciple doesn't know much, but I think there is meaning in progressing through the martial arts one step at a time in accordance with the techniques passed down by our predecessors. Hai and Zhang was shocked. Is that so? Yes. Didn't you say that eating too quickly will spoil the stomach? I did. I think the same applies to martial arts. I will learn it slowly and progress. Yes, right. You are absolutely right. Hai and Zhang nodded his head. The more they spoke, the more he liked the kid. Has a child who knows nothing of martial arts already started following the path of Tao? Where did he learn all this? Hai and Zhang couldn't hide his excitement, but Chung Mayan had a different thought. Who is giving whom martial arts? You jerk. Still, Chung Mayan struggled to determine how he would hand over the rest of the techniques he had left out this time. It would have been better if he had given it to them all at once. However, the human mind is strange. If you give a man both a gold and silver bar simultaneously, his focus would mostly be on the gold, and would think less of the silver. The same was true with martial arts. If all of them were given at once, would they know the value of each technique? I need to pay attention to every single one of these things. Seihyun, I was wrong, I'm sorry. He was sorry that he listened through one ear and let it spill out the other. He should have tried to understand how hard being a sect leader was. Looking at Manhwa through the eyes of his Seihyun, Chung Mayan could imagine how difficult things were in the past. Although it was difficult to atone for the dead, Chung Mayan vowed to do his best for Manhwa now. It is good that you have no greed, but it will be difficult for me. Then there must be something you need, right? Something I need. What could Chung Mayan need? First, he could ask for some freedom which would let him move around more. That was more urgent than anything right now. Sect leader. I am not lazy when it comes to martial arts. I can see that by looking at you. Chung Mayan coughed and continued. But I think there's a limit to only learning in this place. I want to see the wide world once in a while. Please give me permission to go down the mountain whenever I want. Hai and Zhang frowned a little. I understand your intentions, but it is against the rules of Manhwa. Your contribution is great enough, but if we do that, others may complain that we're giving you preferential treatment. Let me think about it. Yes, sect leader. Is there anything else? Chung Mayan, who was worried, opened his eyes wide. Sect leader. As you can see, my body isn't great. Yes, anyone can see that. And the doctor said I damaged my Kai. Yes, I've heard. So, could you give me vitality pills? Vitality pills? Yes. Mount Hugh, as vitality pill. Don't most sects usually have something like that? Hyan Zhang laughed. Hugh, right. Vitality pill. Right. That sounds nice. Is there anything better to supplement the body and return it to its original state? Yes. Right. Hugh, hoo. Right. Vitality pill. Right. The merit you put in is certainly enough. Hi, and Zhang looked at Chun Mayang. Didn't you say you wanted to go to Hugh? Huh? Of course, it is against the rules, but considering what you've accomplished, I can grant you that much. Yes, sect leader. In the name of Mount Hugh, as sect leader, when disciple Chung Mai-un wishes to head down to Hugh, he will not need permission from others. Yes. However, Chung Mai-un, you must keep within Hugh. Furthermore, you are directly responsible for your own actions and keeping out of trouble while there. Do you understand? Yes. But, Chung Mai-un asked, tilting his head, the vitality pill? Also, be sure not to neglect your training when traveling. Hugh, hoo. Now then go. Wait. Sect leader, the vitality. I have high expectations for you. Keep your head high. Yes. Good, take care. Sect leader. Hi, and Zhang smiled as Chung Mai-un bowed and walked out. What the hell, I'm suffering out here. That stingy old man should just give me some pills. Hugh, hoo, I don't even have vitality pills for myself. You think I could give one to you, brah? Chapter 39. A leader who is more like a beggar. 4. Hyan Zhang, and Hyan Sang remained in the sect leader's residence after Chung Mai-un left. What do you think? Smiled at Hyan Zhang's question. He seems to understand the path of Tao. You felt the same way too. Hyan Zhang smiled happily. It was true that Chung Mai-un seemed great. Why not? Thanks to him, Mount Hua was saved from extinction. There was no enemy invasion or internal strife. Instead, money caused the issue entirely. Thankfully, they were able to avoid the most disgraceful situation where Mount Hua, with its long history and tradition, lost their sect because of such a petty issue. So, from Hyan Zhang's point of view, Chung Mai-un was worthy of extra care. But now, the evaluation was unrelated to his contributions. Even if he is a child, there is a lot of depth in his words. His language can be rough at times, but it is understandable when considering his age. Right. Thoughts deepened the impression Hyan Zhang had. It didn't feel like talking to a child when speaking with Chung Mai-un. It wasn't just because of how he spoke. Rather, there was nothing childlike about him. What could it be? Am I the only one who feels it? He couldn't put it into words. The scent of an experienced man came from the child. I can't explain it in any way other than the Tao. Tilted his head slightly. Unlike a child, he has deep thoughts. He seems to always consider what he says before speaking. He is a smart child in many ways. Right. If nothing happens, it will be possible for him to lead the next generation of Mount Hua. Hyan Zhang nodded silently. He then looked at Hyan Sang. What do you think? Hyan Sang had only silently watched the entire thing until now. Don't you know that I don't have eyes for judging people, sect leader? Really now, all I am asking is how you feel about him. Feel. Hyan Sang closed his eyes. Time passed slowly, and as he thought for a long time, he said, that child doesn't seem like a child. I know that children who have lived a rough life usually have deep thoughts, but that simply means they are more mature for their age. It doesn't mean they behave as adults. Hyan Sang, who glanced around, continued, but that child isn't precocious. He speaks and behaves like a grown man, to the point where I would like to dig in and see what's hidden inside his mind. You believe he's hiding something? I don't mean it in a bad way. But, Hyan Sang didn't say more. I understand. Hyan Zhang nodded his head. I know what everyone is thinking, but don't worry too much. As you can see, isn't he a child? Yes, sect leader. We aren't the kind to use people. We are here to nurture people. If it is a good seed, we help by letting them grow their talents. And if they have a problem, we need to lead them to fix that problem. You're right. Yes, sect leader. How is the construction going? It is difficult to replenish all the materials due to the steep hills. We are cutting down trees as much as possible, but we can't speed up much since it takes time to dry and trim the cut trees. I see. Hyan Zhang brushed his beard with a serious face and asked, Are you displeased with me, who only cares about money now? Of course not, sect leader. Please understand. Mount Hua is being reborn now. When a person makes a new resolution or sets a new will, they must refine their attitude and change their thoughts accordingly. This is no different for the sect itself. The sect should be rebuilt to obviously convey Mount Hua as meaning and determination. Sect leader is right. Hyan Zhang nodded his head. Say, yes, sect leader. Hyan Sang bowed his head slightly. Please finish interpreting the newly acquired martial arts books as soon as possible. However, I don't mean to rush you. The fate of Mount Hua will change depending on how well we can pass these techniques to our students. I will make sure that there is not an inch of laxity. I trust you. Seeing Hyun Jong, who was immersed in thoughts, Hyun Sang's face hardened. Should I tell him? No. Sect leader was currently envisioning the future of Mount Hua, which will continue for thousands of years. He shouldn't be bothered by a measly story now. But, Hyun Sang sighed. When he discovered what happened, he felt so shocked by it. However, he couldn't get rid of his growing doubts lately as he kept digging deeper into the process of interpreting these books. For a book which was at least 100 years old, the paper was too clean and maintained, and there were traces of ink smeared here and there. If his suspicion was correct, then the book wasn't from the past but recently written. Then who? Who could recreate martial arts exclusively practiced in Mount Hua? It didn't make sense. If anyone could do such a thing, it would be better for them to come and directly speak to the sect leader. Then the entire Mount Hua would support the man like a king. It means that someone was helping Mount Hua, but didn't want to reveal their identity. Hyun Sang shook his head. He shouldn't overthink. He was worried about some conspiracy, so he reviewed the martial arts repeatedly. But no matter how much he looked, it was genuine. There was nothing wrong or misleading in there. The strange thing was that he couldn't find anything out of place. Let's review it one more time. If anything was strange, he could always tell the sect leader. Ugh. A sect which even beggars wouldn't come to. Chun Mai kicked a stone. What the hell did you all do with all the vitality pills left behind? He could guess from the look on the sect leader's face. It was clear that there were no pills left in Mount Hua. It was hopeless. They couldn't make the pills because they didn't have money then. Now that they had money, the only answer is, I would need to wait for now. Right. However, Hyun Jong chose to change the subject and gave permission to leave the sect instead of talking about the pills. Not a single thing is right here. His stomach hurt. Even if someone deliberately planned to destroy Mount Hua, they wouldn't pick such a variety of ways. No martial arts, no pills, no people, no money. Not a thing goes well. Just my luck. He was upset, but what could he do? It was all his karma. Chung Mayang licked his lips and patted his stomach. Ha! What a pain in the ass. His body didn't recover as easily as he hoped. He thought it would be fine dealing with the side effects, but using his internal Kai in a child's body whose musculature wasn't complete injured him more than expected. The problem is that it's not enough. His body wasn't recovering. Perhaps, it was because he kept expecting his childish body to function at the level of his previous body. That's it. In his past life, if Chung Mai-en had heard that a child had tapped into their internal Kai, he would have lifted the child and spanked him on the ass. That was how dangerous it was. That was how humans are. Others shouldn't do it, but they themselves could. The problem he was facing was that the one disgruntled and suffering was none other than himself. Since his body was not recovering, his training slowed, and since his training slowed, his martial arts were lacking, and he was too severely concentrating on rebuilding Mount Hua. If things kept going like this, it would take another half-year to recover at least. I might die within half a year. He could have handled it in an older man's body, but in such a young body, it was too fatal. Half a year in a young body was like a decade for him. It wasn't just about recovering and feeling comfortable. Now, Chung Mai-en was trying to build a perfect foundation. Wasn't he still in a human body? Children grow and change. There is an ideal time for growth. The opportunity is lost if the timing is missed. It's necessary to build the basics and lay the groundwork for your future achievements when learning martial arts. I need to find a way. Chung Mai-en had a severe face. I need to find a vitality pill. A weakened Kai can be healed. If it can't be resolved with daily cultivation, he would have to find another source to repair it. So there are two ways. Either receive pure Kai from someone else or eat a precious vitality pill. However, there was no way Chung Mai-en could find someone who would transfer Kai to him, and there was currently no way he could get his hands on a vitality pill. It wasn't something that money could buy. Besides, wasn't Chung Mai-en a child? It was impossible for anyone in Hue to give him a pill. No other way. Ah, really? You don't even have dog shit for medicine. What kind of sect doesn't have a pill? You rotten bastards. In the past, vitality pills were rolling on the floor of Mount Hua. It was natural to eat one pill. And the plum blossom pill? That wasn't even medicine. The plum blossom pills were so common that they weren't treated as pills. If Chung Mai-en were a little stronger, he wouldn't even bother looking for a plum blossom pill. It could be helpful for him now, but they were just useless herbs that didn't even increase his stamina in the past. Chung Mai-en used to use them to recover from hangovers. They had pretty great results. When you secretly drink alcohol, and the hangover doesn't leave the body, eat a bunch of plum blossom pills. Although it had no value in training in martial arts, it was the best thing for a hangover. Of course, if Sehyang knew of his thoughts, he would have hit Chung Mai-en. So, he hid the plum blossom pie. Chung Mai-en's body, which had been walking, came to a standstill. Hungover relief? He turned his head. Why didn't I think of that? Right. The pills. No. Right. They must be there. Mount Hue, as troublemaker. No, Mount Hue, as former troublemaker. Chung Mai-en Un's secret vitality pill. Sometimes a rotten mind is needed. Chung Mayan giggled at his past self and started running towards a cliff in the distance with all his might. Chapter 40. A leader who is more like a beggar. 5. Chung Mayan raised his head with a grim look. Clenching his jaw, he bent his neck up. Little more. Just a little more. And a little more. It was only when his neck was tilted to the extent that it looked like it would break was he able to see what he wanted. A shaved cliff. A terrifying cliff, endlessly high with the top obscured by mist, filled his eyes. Crazy. A smile on his lips. Dangerously disconnected cliff was what the people living in Manhwa called it. The highest and the most dangerous cliff, famous for being rugged even among the 5 mountains. And in the middle of this perilous cliff was the place Chung Mayan was looking for, the most secretive location in the world. Very few people from Manhwa would come here, and even less knew about the secret. Well, I'm the only one who knows. In the middle of the cliff was a small cave that couldn't be found without climbing the cliff directly. The steep peak was a place where the people of Manhwa were prohibited from training. However, Chung Mayan was someone who reveled in being disobedient. So, he enjoyed coming here frequently. Then, by chance, he discovered a small cave in the middle of the cliff, and from then on, he used it as his exclusive hiding spot. It helped me out a lot. For example, drinking alcohol while avoiding the eyes of his Seon, eating meat while hiding from his Seon, or taking a nap while ignoring his Seon. Oh Seon, why did you even keep me alive? He should have beat him to death. Now that he had changed his position, and began acting as a guardian for Manhwa, Chung Mayan could understand his Seon's constant lectures. If anyone in the current Manhwa behaved like the old Chung Mayan, he would beat them to death. Even Chung Mayan wanted to kill his old self. No, was I crazy? It felt like his neck was going to break. No sane person would even consider using the middle of a cliff like this as a shelter. And now Chung Mayan has a weak and damaged body. Chung Mayan, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, could have happily skipped his way up this cliff. But it's impossible for Chung Mayan, the third-class disciple, to climb this. Why? Why did he have to be a child? There was no place to step and no place to grab. The cliff was too smooth for him to move up. This cliff was always like that. I've had it. Really. He wanted to hurt his past self for choosing this place. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Chung Mayan looked up at the cliff again. Still, I need to go. There was no going back. If someone asked why, Chung Mayan would answer, there are vitality pills in there. Damn it. If his memory was clear, then there should be plum blossom pills and many other pills in that cave. Because that cave was where he would get drunk and sleep, the pills he used to relieve his hangovers should also be there. There's no other solution. No matter how much the alcohol kicked his ass in the morning, it's still a precious vitality pill, but they were hidden in a cave to recover from hangovers. This wasn't something any sane person would do. But thanks to that, Chung Mayan had a chance. Chung Mayan looked at the steep cliff with a determined face and turned around. He strode into the forest on the other side. Phew, whoa. He took a deep breath. It's crazy no matter how much I think about it. Chung Mayan was now standing on top of that cliff. He came to the edge of it with a long rope, woven from vines, in his hands. No matter how much he thought, climbing up was impossible since it was difficult to climb a smooth cliff, and the height was too much for him. With a child's body, it was too harsh to climb up. Then how about descending down to the cave from the top? It must be more manageable than climbing up. But the problem was, it is 10 times as dangerous. Chung Mayan glanced down and gulped. He couldn't even see the ground. All he could see was the cliff, and a veil of mist hiding what lay beneath. He stepped back and grabbed his chest. Ah fuck. I'm shaking. He enjoyed being here in the past, like walking into his own personal garden, but now it felt like the entrance to hell. How many vines did he have to combine to get himself down with a single rope? How many people would think of climbing down this cliff with just a rope? Right now, he had to do it, no other choice or option. You only live once, not twice. No, this is my second life. Chung Mayan untied the rope in his hand to a nearby stone. This was going to be his one lifeline. He pulled on the rope several times to ensure it would hold him, and then stood at the edge of the cliff. Saving Manhwa is so difficult. He even had to risk his life like this. Damn it. Chung Mayan cursed loudly and boldly started going down the cliff. It was never easy to go down a steep cliff. It was challenging to find any stable footholds. Chung Mayan leaned his body on the cliff to move slowly and attached himself to the walls. After struggling and yelling out, Chung Mayan slowly moved down. Fuck. Damn it. If I had known, I would have learned acrobatics. It was something that Chung Mayan didn't learn in the past. It was then. The stone ledge he stepped on as he moved down crumbled. Tuck. Chung Mayan blankly stared at the falling stones. The rocks bounced off the cliff and burrowed into the thick mist below. Tick. After a long time, a noise lightly echoed back. Oh, it takes so long to fall to the bottom from this height. If Chung Mayan fell, there would be no corpse left to find. Realizing that, he unconsciously gulped in fear. Plum Blossom Sword Saint isn't afraid of anything, not even the heavenly demon, but that's if the opponent was mortal. What about the ground below him? Between fighting the heavenly demon or falling to his death, it's a no-brainer which is worse. Imagine dying here and going to the afterlife. How would his Sehyeon greet him? He would be downgraded from the hero who killed the heavenly demon to the idiot who fell from a cliff. Shit. Chung Mai-un began to move. It was a little awkward at first, but after a few repetitions, he was moving like a lizard attached to the wall. It has to be down there. Chung Mai-un, who was descending, frowned. There was a huge crack in the middle of the cliff. Going inside will be tough, so he would have to jump few. Taking a deep breath, he looked down. I am Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Can't be afraid of this. He boldly threw his body. At the same time that he let go, he cried out. He reached out and grabbed onto a protruding stone. Hanging off the rock, Chung Mai-un shouted. Ugh, I am scared. But thanks to the jump, he traveled a lot. Tuck. Huh? Chung Mai-un looked up. The stone he was hanging on to no. Tutuk. No, it's. Help out a little, you conscienceless cliff. Cracked, the stone broke, and Chung Mai-un's body began to fall. Oh my god! Oh my god! Chung Mai-un desperately swung his arms and legs in the air. What would happen if I fell from here? Death. Certain death. Am I going to die? Die? Chung Mai-un? It was then. Thud. Suddenly, a strong shock was felt from Chung Mai-un's waist, and his body floated into the air. Huh? The swaying rope came into Chung Mai-un's sight. Right. Tuck. After bouncing a few times, the violent movements began to settle. Chung Mai-un, hanging listlessly from the rope, sighed in lament. A moment later, he burst into laughter and yelled. Indeed, a man must be prepared. He wasn't sure if the rope would hold up well as it was made of vines, but it turned out to be strong enough since it was only holding a child's body. Chung Mai-un slowly looked around. There! His eye shone. A bulge that wasn't far from where he was hanging. Below there was the hiding place of the former Chung Mai-un. Out of habit, he measured the rope, and it seemed like he guessed the right length. Quack! Heaven is helping me out. Grabbing the rope, he took a deep breath. First, he was still hanging in midair from the rope. He needed to cling to the cliff. Ugh! Chung Mai-un began to swing his body, the still rope, then began to shake back and forth. I need to find the right angle. Woon! Wuan! Chung Mai-un's body, clinging to the rope, gradually swung closer and closer to the cliff. Ugh! He reached out and grabbed the cliff, but the rock was so smooth that he couldn't take hold of it. Once more, Chung Mai-un moved and kicked the cliff to straighten his body, and then with both hands he would hold the tuck. What? Chung Mai-un's head shot up like a thunderbolt at the sound. His eyes quickly found what he was looking for. The rope was halfway torn. No, that can't be true. Usually, the line should stay until he reaches the cliff, and then it should break free. Nuo! Yua! Chung Mai-un fell along with the momentum from rebounding towards the cliff. Hiik! I am dying. Oh my god! Since he was already close to the cliff because of the rebound, Chung Mai-un raised his kai and tried to grab hold of the cliff. Crack! The bones, which were overburdened, broke. Ah shit! His wrist couldn't handle the weight of the speed he was moving at. Desperately, he thrust his other hand with kai and held onto the cliff. Crack! The result was the same. Ah what? They aren't some flimsy twigs. Why are the bones breaking down so easily? What sort of damn body was I given? Live a little more. Chung Mai-un swung his arms and legs like he was swimming in the air, but somehow it didn't seem to work. Gua! If the hands don't work, use the body. Like a frog, he clung to the cliff. Instead of his broken wrist, he held the cliff with his arms and legs. Hot! Hot! With his body scraping against the sheer cliff, an immense, scorching heat could be felt. Despite the pain, it worked, and his falling speed reduced dramatically. Now, all he had to do was find that protruding cave. Chung Mai-un lowered his gaze. He couldn't find it. Instead, he was able to find something better than it. A much safer place than the protruding cave. Land. It was the ground. It was a sudden crash. Chung Mai-un's smiling body was plastered to the ground. Thuud! Kuak! A cloud of dust scattered around. Chung Mai-un's body trembled as it was buried in the dust. I am alive! Thanks to slowing down the fall, he escaped death. However, his entire body was shattered. Every single spot ached and hurt. Kuak! After struggling in place for a while, Chung Mai-un managed to drag his weary body up and stared at the cliff with searing, scarlet eyes full of anger. I will climb you no matter what means I have to use, you damn disgusting cliff. Chapter 41. Because it is Mount Hua 1. Guak! A dark cave. A bandaged hand, covered in tattered cloth, pulled itself up to the lightless cave's entrance. Soon after, a face which couldn't be more distorted suddenly appeared. Tack! Chung Mai-un, who reached out and grabbed the floor with both hands, crawled into the cave. Ugh! Plum Blossom Sword Saint, my ass. What was he thinking hiding in such a place? Did his head go mad after all that training in the mountains? Right, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint is me. I'm dying. Chung Mai-un, lying flat on the floor, began to curse. When he realized that he had somehow made it into the cave, he strangely felt as if he would cry. It was really close. Climbing up a cliff with broken wrists wasn't an easy task. Any person with common sense would have known how dangerous it would be and given up. Unfortunately, Chung Mai-un was a man who had a brain, but no thoughts. Right. If I didn't climb up now, it would have just wasted more time. Chung Mai-un yelled as he kept trying to make excuses for what he did as he lay on the floor, suffering and shifting around. Ah, this old man is dying. Actually, he is a child now. He gets so confused at times. Still somehow, he managed to live. He made a stronger rope this time. If the rope had broken again this time, he would have really gone to see the king of the underworld. If that happened, he was sure that the king of the underworld would have a hard time holding back his laughter. Now he felt glad he didn't die. Huak. Chung Mai-un, who forced himself to straighten his crooked waist, looked around. He couldn't see anything. Not because his body hurt that much, but because it was too dark to see anything. Sage, this is probably... He stretched out his hands and caught onto some form of fabric. Right. Pulling the cloth held in his fingertips, it was easily swept away, revealing a light that brightened the inside of the cave. Looking at the glowing light, Chung Mai-un smiled. Really, I was something else. The light was clear and brilliantly shining. One cannot light a fire inside a cave. Since the cave inclined with the entrance at the bottom, it would quickly fill with smoke if a fire was ignited. No one could drink alcohol with such acrid smoke permeating the air. To be precise, it would be possible for Chung Mai-un, but who would want to drink in such a place? Which is why I brought nightlight lamps and put them here. How costly they were. It's one of the offerings I slipped away from Manhwa. In the past, so many things came in and out of the sect. Even if one or two things went missing, nobody would notice. Of course, his Sahyang and the finance minister, who had to settle the bookkeeping, would have vomited blood if they'd heard his thoughts. What good would remembering the past do? Once again, with a calm feeling, he realized how ruthless the Plum Blossom Sword Saint was. Ah, that's me. I keep forgetting that. Chung Mai-un looked around at the brightly lit cave. Inside, which was neither large nor small, there was only one bed to lie down on, a small tea table, and a chest. Something felt wrong. It was weird how these things stayed the same despite the years that had passed. Is this how things end up? Suddenly, he came to a realization. What if he had died without being revived, and someone from Mount Hu had discovered this place in the future? Wouldn't it have caused an uproar, thinking this was a secret master practitioner's hideout? What if someone fell off the cliff and stumbled into it? Ugh, the bloody cliff! All Chung Mai-un wanted was to hang out in a quiet place and drink, but the people of the later generations wouldn't understand that and might think there was some secret hidden here. They would think that the hidden cave was the personal hideout of a man going against the principles of Mount Hua. But aren't all cliffs used for such purposes? Chung Mai-un walked towards the chest. With his hurting hands, he carefully opened the lid. The dust, which had accumulated over 100 years, scattered through the cave as the lid was lifted. Cough, cough, cough. Waving away the dust, Chung Mai-un looked inside the chest. The first thing which caught his eye was a bottle of alcohol. When he saw various liquor bottles stored inside, he began to salivate. No, no, alcohol isn't important right now. He despairingly pushed the bottles out of his sight, and then looked at the small box remaining in the chest. This is it. Chung Mai-un quickly grabbed the box and pulled it out. It was a bit heavier than he remembered. Hua. Taking a deep breath, Chung Mai-un carefully opened the lid. At the same time, the strong scent of the plum blossom pills spread throughout the cave. It felt as if plum blossom trees in full bloom filled the surroundings. Click! When the lid opened completely, he could see round objects filling the box. From the bottom, the box was filled to the brim with pills, and sitting on top were 5 perfectly round snow-white items. Wow! An overwhelming sense of excitement caused tears to flood Chung Mai-un's eyes. What was filling the box wasn't just some random cushioning materials, but actual plum blossom pills. So crazy! No matter how common the plum blossom pills were, who would use them as cushioning? How greedy can a person be to covet them and use them like this? If Sahyang had seen this, he would have grabbed Chung Mai-un by the neck. Be grateful I didn't use the truly precious pills. Sahyang. Chung Mai-un was making excuses to his dead peers from embarrassment. But he couldn't touch the most precious pill, the supreme pill. Like any other sect, it was a treasured pill that could only be handled by the highest level authority in Mount Hua. The supreme pill can only be taken out with the permission of a medical practitioner and the sect elder. On the other hand, any of the elders in the sect can take out the plum blossom pill. Of course, there were other pills more precious than plum blossom pills, and those too could only be handled by powerful elders. Elders like Chung Mai-un, the youngest and most powerful in the sect, the strongest troublemaker of Mount Hua. It felt like he was hallucinating and hearing voices from somewhere. For now, Chung Mai-un needed to get these things. With this, he would be able to heal his body. Chung Mai-un took the white pills, the snow plum blossom pills, from the box very carefully. He used these as hangover pills in the past, but now they were precious medicine for him. To Chung Mayang, these pills were more precious than money. I am nervous. Chung Mayang placed the box in the chest and looked at the snow plum blossom pill in his hand. A pure scent constantly flowed from this white pill. Just smelling it made his body feel more comfortable. It is said that people don't know the importance of things until they're gone. When Manhwa stood at the top of the world, no one would even look at these pills. Only higher, tiered pills held value then. Wasn't that why Chung Mayang was able to bring so many plum blossom pills with him? Not just Chung Mayang, it happened all over Manhwa. It was a natural thing. There was no shortage of pills in Manhwa. So who would pay attention to the lesser valued ones? But now he's in such a precarious situation. The pills he regarded so lightly have come back with a crushing weight. Oh my God! How did my life come to this? He'd rather die than suffer like this. Chung Mayang gathered his thoughts and sat down quickly. He would surely have enough time to lament over things once the task was done. Now, he had to recover his weak body and build more strength. He crossed his legs as he sat down and threw a snow plum blossom pill into his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, it melted without even giving him a chance to chew. A fresh scent filled Chung Mayang's mouth as he began to meditate without letting such thoughts distract him. Merely eating a pill doesn't automatically increase your strength. Your strength can only be improved if the Kai in the pills is properly absorbed into the body. So, a subtle problem arises here. When you're young, you can't fully absorb the energy, even if you eat a powerful pill. This is because children lack the ability to properly operate their Kai. On the other hand, what about once you're old enough to manage your Kai? The effects would be weakened because your body had already developed and created its own energy reserves. Pills are only made to fill in the Kai lacking in the body, not to add to what's already full. If people could get stronger from pills, then the Shaolin Sect bastards would have been at it, and become the best in the world. A young body couldn't absorb the full extent of the Kai in the pills, so what about Chung Mayang? I will suck it deep into the core. He knew how to perfectly manage his Kai. He knew the teachings of the past and had experience. Phew. Once the pill entered the stomach, the Kai began to release. Woon. The energy was pulsating within Chung Mayang's body. He felt the great flow of Kai, which he hadn't felt in a long time. Nervous. Fill the Danshan with Kai and prevent the excess Kai from breaking out? That shouldn't be difficult for Chung Mayang. However, what Chung Mayang had to do now wasn't so simple. He had to fill the Kai into his body to repair his innate true Kai. Chung Mayang's thick and dull mind had to act sharp like a blade, but he decided to go a step further, sharpening his mind like a needle. He perfectly controlled the pill's Kai and pushed it into the Danshan. Carefully, slowly, soft and delicate, as if he was handling a baby. Inside Chung Mayang's mind, he held the Kai in his hands and guided it. However, the goal wasn't just his Danshan. It was the deepest core of the Danshan, where a pure internal Kai is held in every human since birth. No, I can't. Chung Mayang, who was about to push it into the Danshan, suddenly pulled it back. It's impure. Pills were created by refining the excellent energy of spirit medicines found in nature. In other words, it can be said that these pills seek to extract and concentrate pure Kai. However, although this pill was Manhwa, as pride, it was too impure to be used in Chung Mayang's Danshan. If the Kai inside his Danshan was like pure water coming from the mountains, then the snow plum blossom pill would be akin to stagnant water. So he decided, I'll filter it. If he could filter the Kai, most of the impure Kai could be discarded. Accepting the Kai as it was seemed meaningless. Hadn't he come a long way to create the most complete and perfect foundation? He couldn't ruin his progress by being hasty now. Keep what's pure and discard the rest. Kai circulated through his body. Gradually, it was shaved off little by little. Impurities in the pill mixed with impurities within his body, and were slowly pushed out of him. Soon, thick, dark sweat began to seep out of Chung Mayang's body. Chapter 42. Because it is Manhwa too. I am really going to die. The Kai was chipped away. Chung Mayang tried to make the most of what he could use, but there was nothing that could be used. It was like trying to cut out the edible part of a completely rotten radish. The Kai couldn't reach the required standards and was pushed out of the body. Wasn't a pill something one used to improve the Kai in their body? But now, Chung Mayang was throwing it all out. If the person who made the pill had seen it, they would have died frothing at the mouth. Do you want me to lose everything? This damn foundation. Chung Mayang gathered only the purest Kai into his Danshan, but it was far less than he had hoped for. Even a pill that was refined repeatedly to improve its quality was deemed impure by Chung Mayang's foundation. Only a tiny portion of the Kai could be used. Desperately leading the handful of pure Kai, he pushed it into the Danshan. Woon. Soon, the remaining essence merged with Chung Mayang's Kai within his Danshan and circulated throughout his body. In an instant, everything changed. Chung Mayang, who was sitting cross-legged, began to float. Normally, it would be impossible for this to happen, even with a greater level of internal strength. However, because Chung Mayang's Kai was so pure, this phenomenon, which transcended the amount of inner strength he had, began to occur. Woon! A clear, diaphanous Kai went around the whole body, circulating once and again. It then began to filter out the impure energy. No, this wasn't what Chung Mayan intended. He was thinking of recovering his lost Kai. But the Kai went against his will and started to regenerate his body. Both his broken wrists instantly reset and attached as the bruises covering his body were restored entirely like they had never been there. Sweat and impurities flowed from his pores like a cloud of steam. The danchin and even the blood vessels in his body began to open wider and wider. Chung Mayan titled his head, "He heavenly opening." The bottom danchin, Kai, which started below the navel, where the danchin is commonly located, forcibly opened the middle danchin in the chest, and even the upper danchin had opened now. It was terrifying. Everything in the world must follow a proper process. A child should first learn to crawl. Maybe they could walk with some effort. But if a child learning to crawl suddenly tried to run, they would surely stumble and fail. Need to stop it. The Kai was thrashing about inside Chung Mayan's body. If he couldn't control it, it would continue to rage and destroy his body. The situation was quickly turning sour. Even if the process was helping his body heal, no one could be sure what the end result would be. Chung Mayan struggled to block the Kai. However, it rebelled against his will and moved along its own path. Shit, listen and stop already. You're my energy, damn it. Chung Mayan cursed in his mind, and the Kai slowed down. It seemed like it realized who its master was. But after a while, the Kai began to run wild again. Stop. Even if blocking the Kai would hurt his body, he had to stop it as soon as possible. Then right when he gathered all of his will to suppress it. So, are you a Taoist or a martial artist? Sahyang? It was the voice of his Sahyang echoing in his mind. Why? No. This was something he had heard in his past life. Martial artists try to oppress and control the flow. But those who follow the path of Tao, let it be. You idiot. Where did your sense of logic come from? If you build a dam to stop the flowing water, it will simply flow over it. Chung Mayan's body twitched. Let it be. If you leave it alone, everything will flow naturally. You wish to twist the rules of nature with the will of man? Stupid bastard. Humans are also a part of nature. How can a man compete with the all-encompassing nature? Remembering his Sahyang's words, Chung Mayan gave permission for the Kai to flow freely. The moment he released control, the energy, which had been violently raging, began to flow smoothly and softly through his body. As it circulated, the flowing stream grew larger and thicker, soon becoming a river that cascaded throughout his body. How long had it been? Link. Chung Mayan suddenly opened his eyes. A supremely crystalline glare. And, thud. Ouch. Chung Mayan, who dropped from the air to the ground, touched his hips. What? Why was I floating? He never imagined that his body would float. He got up, rubbing his tingling butt. Phew. I was almost done for. It was dangerous. The slightest deviation would have paralyzed him or taken away his life. Falling off that cliff didn't seem so scary now. The reward could be felt. Chung Mayan waved his wrist. The broken wrist was fully attached. Rather, it felt more robust than before. It wasn't just the wrist either. The impure Kai. Chung Mayan thought that his body had already washed away all impurities, but it was even more efficient and clean now. This was his second time removing the impure Kai from his body. If he could do it again in the future, his body could reach unparalleled levels. But the most significant changes were the meridians. It felt like his entire body was open. Originally, his meridians were a small, thin stream flowing into a creek, but now they were wide like a river surging into the ocean. The internal Kai has also increased. Considering that a year of accumulation would only increase his Kai by a fingernail-sized margin, it was encouraging to improve so much overnight. The pure innate Kai has also recovered. Altogether, my danchin grew. For Chung Mayan, the body is a vessel for his martial arts. If the danchin is small, then it will be limited. As he overcame a new wall, the danchin has grown, and what it can withstand has expanded. Right now, it was like a rat's tail. But still, this was the foundation Chung Mayan aimed to surpass his past with. With a satisfied smile, he thought, if it wasn't for Sahyang, it would have been a disaster. Maybe he finally attained enlightenment after dying once. The words of Sahyang, which he always regarded as nagging, took on a new meaning and helped him when he needed it. I was just a swordsman, not a Taoist. Manhwa was home to both Taoism and martial arts. But Chung Mayan couldn't call himself a Taoist. Could he really help the current Manhwa? Chung Mayan scratched his head. Such concerns would do him no good. First, let's just try something. If that doesn't work, then try something else. Chung Mayan was flustered as he walked. With each step, he was moving farther than expected, but thanks to his past experience, he adapted to it quite quickly. Click! Chung Mayan took out the box of pills and pushed it into his sleeve. Seech! How unfortunate. Now, this was meaningless to him. He could repair and grow his body, but the pill's energy was only a catalyst serving as a medium for him. The pill itself did not contribute to his growth. Compared to Chung Mayan's unique Kai, it was nothing more than a lump of impurities. Things might have been better if it was the supreme pill. It felt terrible to just use the pills as a medium. Anyone other than him would have experienced a much greater effect. Sage. Chung Mayang hated how things were always tricky for him. He closed his eyes to contemplate. He didn't need to feel bad. Although he didn't get much energy out of the snow plum blossom pill, he managed to achieve a result he couldn't normally get no matter how many pills he took. I'm being greedy. Chung Mayang, let's only eat as much as you can handle. Chung Mayang turned around. Clank. A couple of alcohol bottles that were in the chest were wrapped around his waist. It's not like he wanted to drink it. It was an action that stemmed from innocent curiosity. He simply wanted to know what alcohol aged for 100 years would taste like. Chung Mayang, who finished taking the alcohol, stood at the entrance of the cave and glanced back. It feels weird. Traces of the past. Manhwa had changed so much, yet this cave remained the same. When Chung Mayang was in this cave, it felt like he was taken back in time. He missed it. And more. Chung Mayang, who was silently looking into the cave, smiled. I need to come here again sometime. Not for drinking and playing around like in the past, but it was still a good place to come and rest. Well, not too often either. The past needs to stay in the past. He was Chung Mayang, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. However, that wasn't who he was anymore. Now, he was Chung Mayang the third class disciple. Those bound by the past cannot advance into the future. The past was a milestone that would lead his life to the right place. Then, Chung Mayang walked out of the cave. Swash! His body felt incomparably lighter than before, and he was able to move with far more proficiency and agility than before. His light feet slammed the cliff as he accelerated upwards. Ugh! Making multiple leaps and ascending quickly, Chung Mayang made it to the top of the cliff. Not bad. A deep breath. The fresh air on the summit lightly caressed him. Then as it brushed his nose. Ugh! He felt nauseous. It was then that he realized that his clothes were thick with filth. Chung Mayang's face frowned as he took off the clothes. What the hell is coming out of this body? Chung Mayang removed his clothes, lifted them up with his fingertips, and took a deep breath. Oh my god! Nothing makes sense. Where is the nearest stream? He would have to wash the clothes before heading back to the dorm. Chung Mayang turned and trudged down the mountain. On that day, the innocent animals, which had come to happily cool their throats in the stream, had no way of knowing they would suffer a tragedy lasting several days to come. Chapter 43. Because it is Mount Hu, A3. It's cold. Dawn on the mountain is distinctly different from dawn on the plains. When cold air meets the humidity of dawn, it creates a chill that penetrates the bones. Walking through the early morning air, the third class disciples left the dorm and headed to the training hall. I'm wide awake now. I'm awake too, but my body doesn't wake up at all. So tired. You should have mediated. Who does that at night? Right. While exchanging idle conversation, the third class disciples took out their sandbags and stone bags from the hut prepared at the side of the gymnasium. By the way, how long do we have to do this? Well, maybe until we are asked to stop. Who will ask that? You don't know? All the disciples thought of one face. That monster-like bastard. A scary jerk. Although they were all disciples of the same class, Chung Mayang had completely subjugated them. Since the training was difficult, some rebelled occasionally. However, once they were knocked into the ceiling of the dorms, they quickly settled down. Zhou Gul, the first to go against Chung Mayang, and even Yun Zhang weren't complaining, so how could the others rebel? The disciples couldn't even think about surpassing Zhou Gul and Yun Zhang, who were better than them. From their point of view, even those two were monsters. But isn't he a bit weird these days? What? He doesn't look well and he doesn't come to train either. Right. In the beginning, Chung Mayang would participate in the training and torment the others. But he didn't even show his face in recent days. Then, is it true? Is what true? The rumors that he had overloaded his internal Kai. No way. No. Think about it. He's getting thinner and weaker each day, and he doesn't seem to be in good health either, so he keeps skipping the training. Well, maybe it would be different if he was lazy, but he isn't. Isn't it strange that a guy who trains 3 times as much as any of us suddenly stopped coming to train? When you put it like that, it makes sense. All the disciples present were listening to the exchange. Then, someone said something that shouldn't have been said. Do we even still have to train? The faces of the third class disciples suddenly hardened. Actually, their feelings were no longer the same as they were at the start. In the beginning, they went to train because they were forced to, leaving them with aching bodies and discontent. But now, they realized that they were getting stronger through the training. Although it was unfamiliar to physically train the body rather than cultivate their Kai, they could clearly see their growing results. Their lower body had become more stable. Is there any greater joy for a martial artist than growing stronger? Although their bodies were tired and weary, they began to appreciate and enjoy the training. But as soon as they heard that, the feelings they had been holding back began to take over. I can't take a leave every day, but, no, just one successive training isn't good either. I don't think it would be bad to reduce it. Everyone's thoughts changed. Maybe if Chung Mayang isn't here, Their poisonous thoughts continued until they reached the training hall. The early morning training, which was taken for granted, suddenly felt more annoying with these thoughts seducing their minds. Well, they were children, so it was inevitable. Look, he isn't here today either. Is he really badly hurt? Then, can't we just back out? The decisive blow. There were precisely 3 reasons why the disciples followed Chung Mayang. First, even if all the disciples rushed in, no one could take down Chung Mayang. Second, Chung Mayang had the support of Unjeom, the overseer of their dorm. If a disciple steps out of line and can't be controlled, you should bring it up with a superior. But what can you do when the superior is on their side? And finally, Chung Mayang was weirdly reasonable. When it came to training, he was a demon that would attack others and crush dissent. But he didn't bully the others, or make them do anything unreasonable to benefit himself just because he was stronger. Because of that, they preferred how things were now rather than when they were disciplined under Joe Gull. But now, the first of the 3 reasons collapsed. Can't we back out? He is already just skin and bones. Wouldn't we win if we all worked together? Their eyes began to shine with determination. Seeing that, Joe Gull sighed. Sahyun, let them be. Yoonjong smiled. They'll see the truth soon enough. It was then. Kick. Everyone's heads turned to the side as the door to the White Blossom training hall opened. Only Chung Mayang was missing. In other words, it had to be Chung Mayang coming. No one other than him could be coming here to train. The door opened wide. All the third-class disciples turned their heads. Hey, what? It's so dazzling. Something was shining brilliantly. Those who fought against the light and glanced at what was hidden within opened their eyes wide in shock. Chung Mayang was coming. Yep, it was definitely him. But the man they were seeing wasn't the same as yesterday. Clearly, Chung Mayang was. What is with him? Did he put oil on his face? Did he pick up some wild ginseng and eat it? The third-class disciples doubted their eyes. Until yesterday, he was withered and weak. Even dying wouldn't have seemed strange, right? But now, he looked healthy, and there was a weird oil-like glow on his face. We're done for. We'll have to train now. It was a nice dream. The disciples thought their dreams had flown away just as quickly as they arrived. Chung Mayang, who walked in, stood in front of them and spoke. Gentlemen, this instructor of yours can't help but feel sorry for you. I have been so ill that I neglected your training these days. I feel deeply responsible for this. No. It is fine. Things happen. We are fine. We are fine too. They all desperately screamed at the weird words Chung Mayang was saying, but he shook his head and continued with a somber look. No, you practiced so hard, even in my absence, but I couldn't live up to your expectations. This is definitely a mistake on my part. The atmosphere kept getting weirder. He shouldn't be acting like this. Is he really saying such things? Hearing it felt quite ominous. However, Chung Mayang made a decisive declaration. Even if I can't undo past mistakes, I can make up for what I did. If the training was lacking, then we need to practice more. That bastard, I'd rather die covered in shit. I'd rather try and kill him. Curses quietly poured from the surroundings, but Chung Mayang didn't care. So, I hope that you two do not forget that the future of Mount Hua lies in your hands, and work diligently. So, Chung Mayang pointed up, which made everyone look where he pointed. He showed Lotus Peak standing proudly. Start. First come, first serve. The half who arrives last will do it again. Aren't you going to go? At that moment, someone shot out of the crowd like a bolt of lightning. The faces of the disciples who confirmed the person's identity were shocked. Great Sahyun? Yoonjong. He was running onto the Lotus Peak, as if the soles of his feet had caught fire, and someone was following right behind him. It was Joe Gull. No. Great Sahyun. Hey. Run. Hurry. We are late, we need to run again. Run. With that, the rest of the disciples began to run at full speed. How can he recover like that overnight? How could I know? Sahyun, didn't you say we should all try going at him? A gentleman should know how to embrace the right timing. Now isn't the time. Well, I am freezing to death. What? Sahyun. Sahyun. Run. Please. All the disciples began to run. Only when they did their training right would they be able to eat their meals. They would have to run on their arms instead of their legs if they had to run a second lap, which was why everyone struggled to get there first. Everyone ran with tears of blood streaming down their faces. They didn't know what happened, but Chung Mayang was healthy, which meant there was no hope for them. Their rebellion was suppressed before it even started. Looking at the backs of the running disciples, Chung Mayang smiled. What cute bastards. They dared dream of rebelling? His body had become more sensitive as he reached a higher level, so he heard everything they had said. Well, this is good. There's a limit to what a submissive person, who only knows how to listen, can accomplish independently. Mount Hua never accepted such people. That didn't mean they took in overly rebellious ones either. There was nothing worse than people who constantly complained about everything. In Mount Hua, you needed to have the ability to match your confidence if you wanted to speak freely. That ability, I will create it for them. Chung Mayang smiled. It was important to be as strong as he was in the past, but he alone wouldn't be able to bring back the lost glory of Mount Hua. It was because Miram wasn't influenced by a single person. Countless people rose to the top of the world through their own strength, but their names would fade if their successors didn't manage to carry on their legacy. In the end, for a sect to maintain its reputation and be famous, all members of the sect need to be strong. The reason the Shaolin sect is known to be the best isn't because of any individual person in it. Even the sect with the strongest warrior cannot defeat the Shaolin sect alone if his allies are weak. Even Manhwa in the past couldn't stand against it. Not this time. Chung Mayang's eyes shone. In the past, he had to follow the methods of his Saiyans and Saseks, but this time he could rebuild Manhwa in his colors. It will be a long and difficult journey, but in the end, it will be grander than in the past. Of course, his Sahyang wouldn't like this. If it makes you sad, then come back to life. After giggling, Chung Mayang put his hands around his mouth and shouted, "The last person back has to skip breakfast today." A viciousness that even a devil may cry over. Chapter 44. Because it is Manhwa 4. Quack, a raspy gasp that scattered dust into the wind echoed. Joe Goal's body wriggled and writhed about on the ground as he struggled to catch his breath. That was crazy. There was no strength in his body. The sky was shining yellow as his consciousness seemed ready to drift away at any moment. If he was like this, what about the others? He lifted his head and looked around. A total defeat. Not a single person could stand. No, it wasn't that they couldn't stand, but they were all motionless on the floor like corpses and gasping for air. Only Yun Zhang was sitting on the floor with his back held straight. Sahyang. Respect welled up in Joe Goal's heart. In fact, in terms of martial arts, Joe Goal was a little better than Yun Zhang. Joe Goal was definitely ahead of Yun Zhang in swordsmanship too. However, at this moment, Joe Goal realized why Yun Zhang was the great Sahyang. It was hard for Joe Goal to lift even a single finger, but Yun Zhang, who had persevered through the same training, was sitting calmly and catching his breath. It wasn't a matter of skill, but of mental strength. How could he not respect such a Sahyang? On the other hand, Joe Goal turned his gaze to the other side. Ugh. Okay. More. In Joe Goal's eyes, he saw the figure of Chung Mai and constantly squatting with sandbags 3 times his size. Ugh. Ha. Ugh. Hey. Why are they so light? Hey. If you are done training, come give me your weights. What? Why are you all lying down? What a monstrous bastard. Joe Goal grunted. The training they were being made to endure was unreasonably extreme. Chung Mai-en must have felt too excited after recovering from the recent days of rest as he pushed the third-class disciples into this new training. However, there wasn't a single person who objected to him. This was because Chung Mai-en was training 5 times harder than anyone else, right before their eyes. Anyone with common sense would keep their complaints to themselves. Even if they were full of dissatisfaction, they would keep their mouth shut to avoid looking like an idiot in front of others. Chung Mai-en, who was training more than others, continued to train without showing any signs of hardship. Ah, is it that time already? Thud. He threw the sandbags on the floor and then said, "What is all this? Kids these days are so weak. You lack determination. It wasn't like that when I was a kid. You are the youngest one here. How can the youngest one call the other disciples kids? Today's training ends here. All you have to do for today is eat and attend afternoon training. Those who doze off or do something else during the training will be made to do twice as much tomorrow." Devil. Demon. Bastard. Everyone cursed him in their minds but nodded their heads, nonetheless. Then let's go in. Organize the training equipment properly. As they watched Chung Mai-en walk into the white plum blossom dorms, the third-class disciples sighed in unison. Meat. Meat was visible. These days Manhwa is awash with money. Meat can be seen at every meal, and seeing the new chef, it looked like the sect had even hired new staff. All of them were looking at the meat served on the table, but not a single person touched it. Eat. Yun Zhang said weakly, but no one raised their chopsticks. I feel like I will vomit if I eat. To think that I would want to puke when seeing meat on the table. Is this my time to die? No one could bring themselves to eat. Great Sahyang. What? Isn't this just too much? Yun Zhang didn't answer, but that didn't make the others stop. It is good for us to practice. Actually, it's true that we haven't been concentrating on training ever since we first came up Manhwa, and I understand it is better to train properly than waste time clumsily. But, however, this new training is too much. There isn't a single part of my body that's unhurt. It seemed like the others felt the same way. We might die at this rate, Sahyang. I was able to hold out before, but these days I feel like I would die for sure. When I enter my room, I fall asleep like a corpse. Every time I lay down, I'm afraid I might die in my sleep. I can't even lift my chopsticks. My hands keep trembling. Yun Zhang sighed. Why tell? But wouldn't Chung Mai-en listen if Great Sahyang is the one speaking? You are the Great Sahyang. Yun Zhang frowned. You aren't entirely wrong. In the past, Yun Zhang and Joe Goal spoke about this. But right now, he couldn't hold back. Yun Zhang was reaching his limit too. Fatigue builds up during training. In order for the next training to be effective, you need to rest and relieve that fatigue. Recently though, Chung Mayan pushed everyone without giving them a chance to recover from their fatigue. Yoon-jong felt like he was pushing his body to the limit every day. At the very least, didn't he go to the morning practice in fear? Yoon-jong glanced at Jo Gul. Gul. Yes. Sahyang. What do you think? Well, as Jo Gul was asked, everyone focused on him. Among the third class disciples, Jo Gul was the second in rank. Honestly, it is a bit unreasonable. Right? My body is struggling to continue. The problem is that it's getting more intense each day. I welcome intense training, but this is too harsh. Steel gets stronger the more you hammer it, but the human body breaks when beaten. Then, what should we do? The problem is, Jo Gul took a moment to compose his thoughts. That Bastano, Chung Mayan should know this too. Ugh. Yoon-jong groaned. He had the same thought. The training right now made no sense. However, Chung Mayan should know that this sort of training is overdoing it for them. Because it's Chung Mayan. For now, I think it would be better to hold on a little longer. If nothing changes after a while, then we will talk to him about it. Let's do that. When the conversation between Yoon-jong and Gul ended, everyone agreed. First of all, it was necessary to calm down the protesters. Let's eat now. Even if you can't eat, push it down your throat. We have practice in the afternoon too, and if you give a weak performance, Sasuk will punish you. Yes, thank you for the food. Everyone picked up their chopsticks with weak hands. Seeing their faces, Jo Gul felt bad. Huak. Jo Gul struggled as he went to bed that night. I think I'm going to die like this. It was tough to bathe. Whether he was covered in grime or not, he just wanted to rush to bed and stretch out his body, but he praised himself for washing his body and clothes despite feeling that weak. Thanks to this, his eyes felt heavy, and there was no strength left in his body. It was amazing that he was able to walk. Slump. Jo Gul, who fell on the bedside. Back to training again once I wake up. In fact, Jo Gul wasn't dissatisfied with the training. He thought that he could endure it no matter how harsh it was, because in the end, all this training would make him stronger. But lately, he was growing doubtful. What if his body broke down first? Will his body be able to survive this training? Before the question deepened, Jo Gul felt ashamed. He quickly forced himself to stop thinking, and let his fatigue drift him off to sleep. Sahyang. Sahyang. Get up. Sahyang. Him? Jo Gul opened his eyes. A human figure hazily entered his vision. Who? A heavy hand was pressing down on Jo Gul, who was about to get up. Don't make a fuss and get up silently. Chung Mayan? Him. What was this crazy guy trying to do by breaking into Jo Gul's room? How did he open the door? What is it? Jo Gul struggled to get up. He felt like he had slept quite a bit, but the fatigue didn't disappear. His body was still heavy. At that moment, Chung Mayan offered him something. Here. Seeing the small pill placed in Chung Mayan's hand, he frowned. What is this? Vitality pill. What? Ch. Jo Gul, who made a loud noise, shut his mouth. It wasn't easy to get this. I am giving it to you because you are Sahyang. Really? You think I'm deceiving you? You'll know it's real just by smelling it. It is real. A little while ago, the pure scent pricked his nose. Yet, the reason he questioned it was because he couldn't believe it. Vitality pill? It was a pill that enhanced internal Kai and purified the body. It was said that in the Murine world, people would even kill sects and families for it. Even if this pill wasn't the best, it would be more valuable than gold if it could even slightly increase the body's Kai. But such a pill was being given to someone else. It isn't poisoned. No, I didn't think that. Jo Gul took a deep breath. Why give this to me? Why don't you use it? Because Sahyang needs it. Hurry up and eat it before anyone else finds out. Also, it is absolutely secret that I gave this to you. It is only for Sahyang. You. Jo Gul couldn't speak. Could he really have it? If it was the normal Jo Gul, he might have questioned it more, but now he was struggling with fatigue and fighting to keep his mind awake. The pill appeared to be real as well, so he reacted on instinct and accepted it from Chung Mayan. Just eat it. I will help guide you. Can I really have this? I am giving it to Sahyang. Chung Mayan tossed the pill in his hand, and before Jo Gul could react, the pill went down his throat. As soon as it entered his mouth, he could feel it melt and fill his body with pure energy. He could instinctively tell that this was a real vitality pill. You should guide it, but don't absorb it in a hurry. You should take your time and slowly absorb it over a month's duration. I get it. Turn around. I'll take it from here. Jo Gul felt moved and looked at Chung Mai, and with slightly watering eyes as he turned around. Looking at Jo Gul's back, Chung Mai smiled a wicked grin. You have to give water to a thirsty person to make them feel grateful. He was already curious about what kind of eyes his Sahyangs would show him at the training tomorrow. Chapter 45. Because it is Mount Hua 5. The next morning. No, it was embarrassing to call it morning. The door to the dorms opened wide. It's morning. So tired. Oh, I'm dying. It was the beginning of a day that was not so different from usual, and nothing seemed strange. But obviously, something was different. There was a subtle strength in the steps of those who were dragging their feet like corpses. What's more, the fatigue-filled voices complaining weren't the same as before, and there were unfamiliar emotions in the eyes of those around. Come on, I should practice hard today. Well, right, it will be hard. It may be hard, but you have to work hard. Everyone went to the warehouse without a word and brought back the equipment they trained with. Phew, it's light. I seem to have a lot more energy in my body. Is it fine for me to be the only one to receive it? I feel bad for the Sahyans. Hoo, say Chung Mai. Must like me a lot to give up such a precious vitality pill. All the Sahyans warily looked around. If the others find out that I received a vitality pill and ate it without them, wouldn't they be disappointed? I feel bad, but a vitality pill isn't something that can be shared. Did anyone else get one too? Each of them kept thinking. Since Chung Mayang told them to keep it a secret, they wouldn't even think of saying it by mistake. Although they all had awkward expressions on their faces, the third-class disciples of Mount Hua never thought that all the disciples had gotten a pill each. Why? It's simple. Vitality pills aren't something that can be obtained in large quantities. It would take more than 1,000 gold to feed all the disciples a vitality pill. Even if you have the money, there's no guarantee that you'd be able to find someone willing to sell so many pills. And why would Chung Mai buy so much just to give it away to others? Such a precious vitality pill was given to me. Hua, I feel hot. Moreover, those who had taken the vitality pills realized the efficacy of the medicine. Warm energy constantly rose within their bodies. The Kai hasn't even been fully absorbed yet, but just a little was enough to blow away some of their fatigue and improve their internal Kai. Their motivation was revived. Thud. The door to the training hall opened, and Chung Mayang walked out. Seeing him arrive, the disciples lined up. Seeing that, Chung Mayang smiled. Nice, bright and vigorous eyes. The eyes of the disciples, which were staring at him, sparkled with a light that shone brighter than dawn stars twinkling in the sky. Why wouldn't they be? For Chung Mayang, it was useless to eat the vitality pills himself, and selling them would be a waste. From their point of view, though, it was a priceless treasure they would normally never be able to obtain. If the disciples knew that the vitality pill given by Chung Mai wasn't some generic purchasable pill, but was instead made by Mount Hua in the past, the reaction would have been even more intense. He turned out to be such a good guy. Quack. The effect is so great. Such a precious vitality pill. Loyalty. The disciples looked at Chung Mayang with warm eyes. So warm that even Chung Mayang felt a bit embarrassed. So, this was why Mai Sahyang occasionally gave out vitality pills to the ones who didn't listen to him. He realized that handling people required more than just a whip. Now, should we get a clean start today? Oh, Chung Mayang pointed to the Lotus Peak. Go there. I will be number 1 today. Move it. I am coming through. Seeing the Sahyans rush for the peak, Chung Mayang laughed. It's gonna be comfortable for a while. It's strange. Unjium's eyes narrowed. In front of him, the third-class disciples were wielding wooden swords as usual. It wasn't any different from what he had seen so far. However, Unjium's sharp eyes noticed a subtle difference. The sword is stable. It was the same swordplay, but the sharpness and stability were different. Unjium's eyes, looking at the disciples, narrowed further. The lower body has changed. There is strength in the feet. Because greater force in the feet was applied, the upper body became more stable. Since the upper body was under better control, they could place more weight on the tip of the sword. A good thing. If the tip of the sword is steady, doesn't that mean they were accurately deploying the technique? It was a significant change considering that the reason for practicing and honing the same technique countless times was to develop perfect control of their swordsmanship. But there was one thing bothering Unjium. Is it possible for such a significant change in such a short period? According to Unjium's calculations, it should have taken more than a year for them to reach this level. It's really short, considering they did this in a month's time. Realistically, it wouldn't be strange even if they took 2 or 3 years. But the swords cut through the air. What? And now, the advancing step on the floor was cleanly executed. Unjium exclaimed. It was a good thing that the disciples' achievements had increased, but he couldn't understand how it had happened. Was it the morning training? Unjium's eyes turned to Chung Mayang, who wielded his sword in the back. That was the only reason he could think of. He didn't even have to think too deeply. It was after Chung Mayang's arrival that the disciples began training more. To be precise, it was after Chung Mayang started the morning training. Unjium's frown deepened. Was the training that effective? Unjium allowed the training because the third-class disciples were willing to practice on their own. Of course, Unjium, also wanting some training time for himself, was a more realistic reason. I thought it would be a little more motivation for them. Was the effect too great? It was too extreme. Moreover, the disciples also realized that their skills were increasing, so they were more excited than ever to engage in training. It felt strange. How long had he been looking after the kids of the White Plum Blossom dorms? To finally see the disciples' eyes shining so brilliantly. This is embarrassing. The disciples trained so enthusiastically, but did Unjium ever have such passion when he taught them? Didn't he constantly feel bothered by the work placed on him? Unjium sighed. Even though I knew that they were Mount Hu, as disciples, and that they would determine our future, I was negligent in caring for them. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. Ashamed for not being the pillar the disciples needed him to be. Ah, the disciples' swords all pointed to the sky in unison. Seeing that, Unjium nodded his head. Great, a word resonating from his heart. Your swords look so lively. He didn't know what more to say. Unjium's gaze turned to Chung Mayung. It was weird. Mount Hua hadn't changed much in the past. But since Chung Mayung arrived, constant changes have been occurring. The financial problem plaguing the sect was solved without any fuss, and the disciples were practicing with a passion. Besides, didn't he see that their skills were improving? Was this all a coincidence? Or, Unjium opened his mouth. As you all know, according to the rules, you are supposed to learn the Tei Flumuk sword. After seeing you all work hard, I think that I should break the rules and pass on the technique in advance. Oh, Tei Flumuk sword. Unjium smiled, seeing the disciples cheer. Rewards were given to those who worked hard, and those who received rewards worked even harder. If this cycle can be encouraged, these children would grow well to represent the Mount Hua sect. So don't be lazy and keep practicing. Yes, sir. Okay then, back to training. The lively words resounded through the hall, and Unjium smiled. It was then. Someone approached the hall with quick steps. Is Unjium here? Unjium turned his head in surprise. Sect leader? Unjium adjusted his expression and looked at Hai Unjong with curious eyes. It was rare for the sect leader to visit the training hall. You've worked hard. I have something to speak with you about. Could you spare some time? Yes, sect leader. Unjium turned to the disciples and spoke. As for your swordplay, do it again. Seeing Hai Unjong arrive so suddenly, Unjium was puzzled. Leaving the children behind to continue their training, the two elders went to the other side of the hall, where Unjium waited for Hai Unjong to speak. Unjium. Yes, sect leader. A problem has come up. Huh? Hai Unjong took a book from his sleeve and handed it to Unjium. Unjium, who received it, asked, This is it came out of that chest we found. Unjium, who noticed that Hai Unjong was beckoning him to read it, began to read in haste. Sect leader, this equilibrium of 6 technique? Yes, it is. Unjium frowned. Equilibrium of 6 was the foundational technique of Mount Hua. However, it was replaced with the true equilibrium of 6. But why are you? Did you see everything? Yes. When I read it the first time, I also hastily glanced through it because it was a hectic situation. Huh? Check the last chapter. There is something written there. Huh? Unjium hurriedly opened it. Soon his face contorted upon seeing what was written there. Unjium's hands trembled. A letter. To the successors, it isn't wrong for one to develop and transform the martial arts of Mount Hua. Martial arts need to constantly change and develop to be effective. But the equilibrium of 6 is the basis of Mount Hua, the backbone of Mount Hua. Transforming or changing the equilibrium of 6 is no different from changing the essence of Mount Hua. One should keep this fact in mind. My dear successor, Chapter 46. Don't be offended if something goes wrong. 1. What is this? Unjium, who was shocked, stared blankly at Hai Unjong. Hai Unjong gazed off at the distant mountain, seemingly at a loss for words. Equilibrium of 6. As if his mind was tangled, things seemed out of order. The equilibrium of 6 technique is the most fundamental lesson taught in Mount Hua, and was supported for many years. Just as those who hold a sword for the first time must learn to grip it, just as those who learn to read must memorize the characters first. All the martial arts in Mount Hua began with the equilibrium of 6. Time has passed and things have changed. Mount Hua was no longer in a situation where they could afford to teach a slow technique with a methodical approach. They had to prepare things faster and advance quickly. Wasn't that why everyone put their heads together and invented the true equilibrium of 6 sword? Unlike the equilibrium of 6, it can be learned faster, and is more practical for new recruits. Sect leader, haven't we all come to a conclusion together that we had to move faster for Mount Hua? Right, but this, Hai Unjong let out a sigh. That's why I came here to hear your opinion. As you said, it was the will of Mount Hua which redefined our foundation into the true equilibrium of 6 sword. But the words of our ancestors are also important, right? Unjium nodded his head. It wasn't some advice given randomly, but the words of their ancestors which laid the path for them. All sects work hard to follow the path set by those who came before. So how could they deny the clear will of those who built the sect? What do you think? How can you teach the children of Mount Hua? When it comes to their future, I can't help but consider your opinion. Don't think about anything unnecessary. Simply speak from your heart. Unjium took a deep breath. It is difficult. Whether to follow tradition or choose to change was something people always contemplated. Because it wasn't a question that had a correct answer. Sect leader, the reason we created the true equilibrium of 6 sword technique was that we didn't have much time in Mount Hua. Right. In the end, the original method took time. Who didn't know the superiority of the original technique? However, Mount Hua didn't have the time to leisurely raise their disciples. Right now, they were on the verge of collapse, so they couldn't opt for a slow method. Which is why I ask you, do you believe Mount Hua has a future now? Hai Unjong frowned. This was a difficult question too. Future. Mount Hua has just solved one of the most horrendous problems. Although it was the most urgent issue, many problems still remain. There isn't an easy answer. Please understand that it cannot be answered clearly. Sect leader. As if he had made the decision, Unjium opened his mouth. Then, I am against it. How come? Because it isn't easy. Unjium sighed. Although the two techniques came from the same root, they were still different. In the first place, the fundamentals that they taught were different. The equilibrium of six was slow and methodical, gradually developing the individual's foundation by advancing one step at a time. On the other hand, their new technique allowed rapid advancement and quick growth, but it lacked stability. Children learn quickly. These children have already learned the martial arts with their bodies. It will be difficult to overwrite what's been taught and reteach them from the ground up. Failure to do so properly may have disastrous results. Above all else, it takes a stable lower body and strength for the past technique. It's too late now. Unjium shook his head. I don't think that the words of our ancestors were wrong. If possible, I would also like to follow their instructions. But realistically, that is impossible. That's what you really think? Yes, sect leader. What did you say was necessary for the equilibrium of six? A stable lower body and strength. Thunjium blinked dumbfoundedly as Hai Unjong turned his head to observe the children's training. Stable lower body? Strength? Their training seems to have gone well, hasn't it? He didn't train them like that. Did that child do it? Unjium looked at Chung Mayang, who was swinging his wooden sword in the back. No. This situation was complicated, but it seemed too unreasonable. Chung Mayang wasn't from a martial arts family, and there was no way he could have predicted it in advance. It seems to me that the children wouldn't have much difficulty in learning their techniques, right? Well, but the children might get confused. Unjium, isn't it our job to manage the chaos and confusion as we lead them down the right path? Unjium nodded his head. Is it the children who are confused, or is it you? As sect leader, could you give me a moment? Him? I want to ask one of the children. One of the children? It isn't me who will be learning the technique. To truly know the best way, I think it is better to directly ask the children who will be learning the martial arts. That's a good idea. Teaching is something that flows from top to bottom. The ones receiving the teaching would be the children. What they think is also important. Then Yunjong. Chung Mayang. Before Hai Unjong could finish, Unjium called loudly for Chung Mayang. Chung Mayang, who was swinging his sword, flinched at the sudden call. Come here. At those words, Chung Mayang lowered his sword and approached the elders. You called? I have something to ask you. Yes. Unjium exhaled and opened his mouth. Which do you think is better, going slower and higher or faster with certainty? Hai Unjong, who listened from the side, had an expression of disapproval. The question was too cryptic. It wasn't asked in a way a child would understand. Right. It's Chung Mayang. This child certainly had a unique side to him, so maybe he could understand and come up with an answer. As if in deep thought, Chung Mayang frowned. Then, as his thoughts cleared up, he raised his head and looked at Unjium. Going higher is the better choice. Why? Because it's Mount Hua. Unjium looked at Chung Mayang with a stiff face. The corners of his eyes twitched, as if the answer was shocking. Because it is Mount Hua. Hu. Unjium slowly turned his head and looked at Hai Unjong. Hai Unjong had closed his eyes. It wasn't difficult to guess what he was thinking, although his thoughts couldn't be entirely understood from just his expression. It didn't matter if the answer was right or wrong. The important thing was that the answer came out of this child's mouth. Right. We are Mount Hua. What they lost. Mount Hua as pride. Fragments of that distant past were now flowing from the mouth of the youngest child in Mount Hua. Any other sect can choose the latter, but not Mount Hua. In order to restore the glory of the past and make Mount Hua, as name resonate around the world, we cannot compromise with reality. It was an answer which cut directly to the heart of the matter. Although Unjium asked a cryptic question, Chung Mayang answered while revealing his hidden intentions. It was something the adults should be ashamed of for trying to directly avoid. You mean we shouldn't compromise because it is Mount Hua? I see. Unjium nodded. Go back and train. Yes. As Chung Mayang went back, Unjium sighed. But before he could speak, Hai Unjong spoke. I am ashamed. Yes, sect leader. To hear such words from a child. He. Because it is Mount Hua. Because it is Mount Hua. Who in Mount Hua could even say such a thing in our current situation? Hai Unjong closed his eyes. Even he, the sect leader of Mount Hua, was unable to say anything. He had hesitated to answer when questioned about the future. Perhaps he could answer so innocently because he was a child who didn't know. But the important thing was that the answer had left him feeling ashamed. Mount Hua. Sect leader. Unjium said. It may be the words of a child. but a child is someone who can't be swayed aside by reality. I know, it may be difficult, but I don't want to fall short of the child's expectations. Hi, John let out a sigh. It wasn't a small matter. Determining the basic techniques of the sect was vital, but even more important was selecting the direction Manhwa would take in the future. The small conversation grew like a snowball, urging Hai, John to make a choice, a decision of which path Manhwa should follow. Listen, Jion. Yes, sect leader. In the name of Manhwa, as of this moment, the basic technique of Manhwa will be changed to equilibrium of six sword. I will follow your orders. I will give an official order in consultation with the elders, but before the official order comes, I want you to understand it and pass it on to the children. Yes. Jion's eyes turned sharp. Manhwa is Manhwa. It can't stay as a poor sect anymore. If they are under the name Manhwa, they should be the best and aim for the best. Even if one is trapped within a small stream, they must wait for the day that they can ascend to heaven and become a dragon. That was the duty of those who bear Manhwa's name. Not just that one technique. You need to consider all the martial arts of Manhwa. Your role as the head of the White Plum Blossom dorms will be more important than ever. Yes, sect leader. If we can repay the kindness we received from Manhwa, what more could we wish for? Hai, Jion smiled as he looked at the kids. These children are the future of Manhwa. Perhaps not in Jion's generation, but by the time these children take the lead, they may be able to redeem Manhwa's name. For that ideal, there was nothing that Hai and Jion wouldn't do. Perhaps the ancestors were watching from above and smiling at him with pride. Clearly, pathetic bastard. Chung Mayang, who had returned to his training spot, clicked his tongue. It seems like two elders couldn't even come to a simple decision on their own. Did you really have to ask me that? I put rice in front of them, and now they're asking me how to chew it. Ugh. Why are you sighing all of a sudden? Do you know what I mean? Nope. In response to Joe Gull, Chung Mayang frowned. I need to think. These idiots can't do anything right. He decided to head down to Hu Zum. He was worried about how these people were handling the businesses down there. If he left it to the sect leader, Chung Mayang was certain Manhwa would die for sure. This sect would never make a comeback, if not for me. What is with him, Sahyun? Leave him be. This isn't the first or second time he's been like this, right? It was a moment that caused everyone to sigh in unison. Chapter 47. Don't be offended if something goes wrong too. After a long period of hardship, peace had come to Manhwa. The financial problems which plagued Manhwa the most were resolved through Chung Mayang, and new martial arts were provided, allowing the sect to move forward. Just as spring comes when winter passes, Manhwa's vitality was blossoming like a vibrant spring, and everyone was lost in blissful happiness. At least that's how it should be. He's my ass. Chung Mayang's face contorted. The broom he was holding bent, as if broken as he clenched his hands tightly. It is chaos. Calculation? This weight. Jogul Sahyang. How much is this? That. Be careful. It all depends. It depends on the items. A refund? Heard. Class disciples of Manhwa who had white robes on were profusely sweating as they dealt with a rushing influx of customers. Shit. It was pure chaos. It was good that the ledger was found, and the businesses returned to Manhwa. Since they acquired 10 new businesses that were profitable and doing well, wasn't the only thing left to do just sit back and make money? That naive thought was the beginning of all the problems. Chung Mayang hadn't even thought about it. But these people had no experience running a proper business for nearly 100 years. So, an awkward situation arose where greenhorns who have never earned a single penny on their own were now in charge of running 10 businesses. And the result? As seen. No. I already said, I ran out of ingredients a while ago. Why aren't more coming? What the hell are you doing? What is that idiot doing grabbing the customers? Hey. Chung Mayang tried to smile. Do well. The disciples of Manhwa, who did nothing in life but train their bodies and swords, came down to Hu Thumb and were sweating hard dealing with customers. If the ancestors saw the scene, they would have a few stern words. No, they would have grabbed the elders by their necks and flung them around wildly. Among the disciples was Chung Mayang. His horse didn't respond well to his performance. No. What kind of tea is this? Tea comes from leaves. Don't you know what tea is? How can you call this tea? How can you just mash the leaves in the pot? Where is the owner of this place? It was a living hell. Chung Mayang sighed as he looked around. Well, this was better. The third class disciples who began working for the first time experienced hell. No, the people who were here to do business were going through hell as well. A guy selling silk accidentally rips the cloth. A man asks for a rod and gets a pickaxe. Third class disciples, who were only serving customers, were enough to torment the flow of business, and the upper-level staff of Manhwa felt like they were losing their heads. Those who have spent their whole lives on the mountain teaching now lacked the common sense of how things worked outside of Manhwa. Hey you, what are you doing? Get to work. Whack. Yes. Chung Mayan soon began to sweep the pavilion again. Sweep this, sweep that. All the customers are going home anyway. In Chung Mayan's eyes, he saw all the guests storming out the doors, stamping and throwing dust in their wake. Seeing their displeased faces, as if despite his hard work, he wanted to yell, crush them completely. But he couldn't do as he wanted because he was the youngest of Manhwa. Chung Mayan just brushed dust aside with a broom and slowly fell back. Jogul, who was busy carrying refreshments, stood out. Sahyang. He didn't listen. Sahyang till the Jogul continued to act as if he couldn't hear. Hey, jerk! Were his ears blocked? Jogul, you bastard! Yes. The third-class disciple Jogul. What? Jogul glared at Chung Mayan. He was still just a Sahi and the youngest at that. Talking nonsense and insulting a Sahyang wouldn't be tolerated. What? Jogul glanced around and then approached Chung Mayan. Sahyang, why? Let's just speak as humans, with no ranks dividing us. I've heard that you are the youngest son of a famous merchant. The youngest son of the continent's greatest something or other. Continent, my ass. We're just a small merchant family. Still, you have to be able to see what's going on and understand. The youngest son of an influential family is an immature problem child, but secretly harbors an otherworldly talent just waiting to be utilized. Isn't that how it usually goes? What the hell are you talking about? Jogul took a deep breath. He couldn't understand what Chung Mayan was trying to say. Chung Mayan pointed to the scene of chaos. How the hell did this happen? Jogul sighed. Do you remember the people who used to be in charge of this place? Yes. It turns out that they had pretty good reputations. As those people moved or quit, a lot of their employees quit with them. Reputation? Those scamming bastards seemed popular with their employees. Reputation? What sort of dog shit is that, Sahyang? To be precise, it seems that they were too thorough with their relationships and ties. Most of the employees who worked for them were their relatives or family members, so they immediately quit. Shit. Is this the downside of a family-owned business? This was why professional managers, no, forget it. So, this is an employee issue, right? That's only the first thing. Do we have more? Jogul subtly frowned, and then looked around. Confirming that there was no one listening in, he said, as you can see, the biggest problem is that the adults of Manhwa don't have the ability to run these businesses. Is that a problem? Those who live without studying, and those who spend their lives on the martial arts, tend to have difficulties making a living. It isn't as easy as people want it to be. If it was easy to make money, then everyone would be rich. Yeah, that is right. Chung Mayan took a deep breath. So, now, Manhwa isn't capable of managing these businesses? That's a bit of an over-exaggeration. But it is like tying a pearl around a pig's neck. I didn't expect it to be this bad. It was then. A loud voice was heard. No, I asked for party. Why would you bring this instead? Isn't that what it is? This is oolong tea. Sahyang, I am already in a ton of trouble. Do you want me to die? How can you suddenly change it? Why are you raising your voice? As if I've ever had to deal with such an expensive tea before. I obviously wouldn't know anything about it. Who here would have ever had the chance to drink it? Chung Mayan shook his head. People were fighting merely over the change of tea leaves. Look, Jogul clicked his tongue. You have to choose a good product. Then you need to have good materials to make the product. If your materials are too expensive, then the cost may exceed the returns. And if you choose to use cheap materials, then your customers won't trust the product. And if we start learning the business now, would you want to teach a 40-year-old geezer with no experience martial arts? I wouldn't. Jogul shook his head and continued. Honestly, I think that if it continues like this, we will be ruined in less than half a year. I don't know what the old Manhwa was like, but the current Manhwa doesn't have the ability to operate these businesses. But wouldn't learning it make a difference? Jogul looked at Chung Mai and with a blank face. Chung Mayan. Look, do you know the characteristics of our current businesses? It is all about bringing things in and selling them off. Okay. Silk, cloth, metals, tea, etc. All of them require materials, so they can be made into a product to be sold. Do you know where I am going with this? If I could figure that out, wouldn't I be rich? It said that each material chosen can influence the prosperity of a business. Consider that. Then, if a naive disciple, who knows nothing of the world or money, tries to purchase the raw material from a wholesaler, what do you think would happen? We'll be ripped off. Not just that. They would suck the bones dry too. Forget it. This was bound to fail from the start. Chung Mayan turned his head, looked at the distant sky, and smiled. Sahyang. He only now realized his Sahyang's greatness. All these businesses operated effortlessly with him in charge. Damn it. I'd rather die than suffer. Chung Mayan thought. Then, what's the solution? Jogul looked at Chung Mayan. Why are you asking me? Sahyang is the child of a merchant family. There must be some solution, right? You idiot. There was one. Would I be sitting around like this? If I had the ability to do it, I wouldn't be at Manhwa at all. I would have already inherited the family business and made a fortune. Is this situation that severe? There's no solution. Joe Gull had a bitter smile. At least, I would have tried to contact my home. But it's too far away and my household couldn't afford it. To smoothly run an operation like this, we would need a giant, knowledgeable in all kinds of goods. But there isn't anyone like that in Mount Hua. There used to be one, his Sahyang. But now, Joe Gull spoke with a wry smile. If only Elder Huang was fine, we wouldn't have to worry about this. Elder Huang? Yes, Elder Huang. Chang Mayan tilted his head. Come to think of it, this man called Elder Huang gets mentioned frequently. Who is he? A colossus. Colossus? Joe Gull nodded his head. He's one of the merchants based in Shaanxi. He handles things from Yunnan, and the West too. But what does that person have to do with Mount Hua? He supported Mount Hua for a long time. It is a famous story. Because of him Mount Hua wasn't completely destroyed and could keep afloat. I don't see him here. Well, I don't know but... Joe Gull shrugged his shoulders. I heard that he supported not just Mount Hua, but also many other places. Anyway, if it were him there wouldn't be any problems. We could have requested advice and gotten a lot of help. Then, we just need to ask him for help. No. Elder Huang has been sick for a year now. There's even a rumor that he's in a coma. So, Chang Mayan. Where is Chang Mayan? Chang Mayan raised his head towards the voice that was looking for him. Here. A familiar face came into Chang Mayan's gaze. Chapter 48. Don't be offended if something goes wrong. 3. There you are. Unam approached Chang Mayan with an urgent look upon his face. Sesuk, I greet you. Joe Gull and Chang Mayan bowed their heads and offered greetings. Right. Unam slightly nodded his head, and then looked at Chang Mayan. Chang Mayan. Yes, Sesuk. I think you should head to our main mountain. Huh? Our main mountain? Mount Hua? No. Does he think going to Mount Hua is that easy? What kind of errand is he asking about? Even birds could die ascending Mount Hua. Where did their consciences go? Mount Hua? Yes. Chang Mayan turned his head to the side with a sullen face. Joe Gull swiftly avoided his gaze. No, there are so many vigorous and strong Sahyongs. Why me? Aren't you the youngest? Because I am the youngest, my legs are thin, and my footwork is weak. You also aren't doing anything here. He didn't like working, so he decided to clean this place instead. Who would have known it would backfire like this? Ugh. Chang Mayan sighed deeply. Now he was turned into an errand boy. How did the Plum Blossom Sword Saint Chang Mayan end up like this? So, what's the errand? You need to deliver a letter to the sect leader. Sorry? A letter? He wanted to ask more, but questioning a Sasuk and fretting over every detail wasn't polite. It hurts their pride if someone young like Chang Mayan questions them. Yes. I will go. Good. Normally, it would be fine to just wait until someone is returning and let them deliver it. But the businesses here are quite chaotic, and it's a fairly urgent matter. I hope you understand. Shit, he has such a good personality. Chang Mayan would have torn their snout off if it had been a third-class disciple issuing this request. Unam pulled out a letter and gave it to Chang Mayan. This is the one. Yes. Also, Unam kindly explained what the letter was, in case Chang Mayan was curious about it. This is a letter from Yunha Merchant Guild, so treat it with respect. Yunha? Joe Gull quietly explained. That's the merchant association that Elder Huang is a member of. Chang Mayan was shocked. Unam continued to explain while ignoring Chang Mayan's shock. This letter was sent to the sect leader because of an emergency. I happened to be in Thumb, so I was able to intercept it early. Otherwise, it would take another 2 days for it to be delivered along with the other goods to Mount Hua. So, you will have to take this and deliver it to the sect leader immediately. Yes, I get it. It's urgent, so don't delay and leave right away. Yes. Joe Gull, who watched Chang Mayan take the letter into his hands, unwittingly reached his arm out as Chang Mayan dashed away towards the mountain. Then, he mumbled with anxious eyes. Couldn't we send anyone else but him with that? Him? Did you say something? Nothing at all. Sesuk. Joe Gull quickly said, but his eyes didn't leave Chang Mayan's back. I'm probably just feeling too sensitive. The ominous premonitions were rarely wrong. Chang Mayan, who was climbing Mount Hua, took the letter in his hands. So, this is a letter from Elder Huang of the Great Yunha Merchants, right? No, since Elder Huang is battling illness on his deathbed, this must be a letter from his subordinates. Really? Chang Mayan sighed. Morally, it isn't right for a Taoist to open letters meant for other people and pry into their private matters. But isn't this letter addressed to Mount Hua, where Taoists are plentiful? Whether sect leader or disciple, it should be fine for me to peek inside since we're all family on Mount Hua. Isn't that right, Sahyang? What shit are you spewing? However, my Sahyang is dead, so it doesn't matter. Chang Mayan always touched others' stuff. With Mount Hua, as businesses as they are, it seems like they will remain a mess unless Elder Huang steps in to help make things easier. But, with this situation, was there some kind of emergency in the guild? Something must have happened to Elder Huang. How could he know for sure if he doesn't peek inside though? Chung Mai took a close look at the letter. An inscription on the surface clearly stated, "For the eyes of the great Mount Hua sect leader only." So, they say no one other than the sect leader should open it. It's okay. It's fine. To be honest, even if the sect leader was here, he would have told me what it says anyway. If other people were around to hear him, they would have pulled their hair out yelling at him. Unfortunately, no one was around. Let's see, a letter sealed securely with a wax stamp. No matter how carefully it was torn, marks were bound to be seen. But it wasn't very difficult for Chung Mai, who had plenty of experience raiding other people's property. Well, that's a good thing. Ch. A sharp K rose from Chung Mai-un's fingertips and accurately separated the boundaries between paper and wax. Then, as if it had never been waxed from the beginning, only a complete envelope remained. Chung Mai-un opened the envelope, took out the letter inside, and began to read it. Let's... Chung Mai-un crossed his legs and scanned the contents. Chung Mai-un's face distorted. Chung Mai-un fought back and urged to crush the letter, neatly folded it instead, and pushed it back into the envelope with trembling hands. He took a deep breath. Phew! After taking several deep breaths, he calmed his raging mind. Isn't this that damn demon flower? Demon flower. Literally a demon's flower. Chung Mai unclenched his teeth. There's no way ordinary physicians can cure this, because these were the symptoms of that flower. On the surface, the symptoms are similar to being severely poisoned. Therefore, people would spend their time searching for an antidote. However, the demon flower is a poison that occurs when a particular technique of the demonic sect is used. The reason why Chung Mai-un couldn't be calm was simple. Demonic bastards. Those bastards who he thought had been eradicated were alive and working behind the scenes. No. Chung Mai-un slapped his cheeks to calm himself. The one I killed was their heavenly demon. I didn't kill all the demonic bastards. It was natural for the remnants of the demonic sect to be alive. Didn't they say the demonic sect remnants had rushed over to Mount Hua after their heavenly demon was killed? There must have been some who survived the war and grew up. There would have been even more hiding out in the 100,000 mountains. It's no wonder they're still around. The problem wasn't them being alive, but them plotting something. A blazing fire ignited within Chung Mai-un's eyes. I don't get it. Do they still hold any grudges against Mount Hua? Why does everything they do damage Mount Hua? There were so many people in this world, yet, why did they have to touch Elder Hwang? My head hurts. Chung Mai-un took a deep breath. Nothing else can be done. He would have to go and see it for himself. It wasn't possible to say with certainty based on what was written. Chung Mai-un would have to see it with his own eyes. Furthermore, reward. A huge reward. At the end of the letter, what was written shone in Chung Mai-un's eyes. According to Joe Gull, only the best of the best could join the Yuna Guild, and Elder Hwang was famous even in the guild. A massive reward from such a place. He couldn't even imagine how much it would end up being. I can't miss this. Chung Mai-un's heart skipped a beat. Nearly 100 years have passed, so not many would know of the demon flower. If they hadn't waged war 100 years ago, not even Chung Mai-un would know of it. There was no way they could imagine that these symptoms came from a demonic technique. Anyone who could recognize these symptoms died in the hands of Heavenly Demon and the other demonic sect disciples on the day Chung Mai-un died. But the world doesn't know. Those who survived that fateful day might know. If they were alive, they would have been a sect leader. But it didn't seem like there were any survivors. But if they'd survived, would they have passed the knowledge on? What if one of the others receiving this letter actually has a cure? I must have lost it. I can't even imagine it. Chung Mai-un's eyes flared in excitement. Who could try and snatch away one of Chung Mai-un's opportunities? Was he really shamelessly targeting patients? But this was money. No, Chung Mai-un must solve this dying man's illness for the sake of morality. I'm busy. Chung Mai-un grabbed the letter and placed the seal back on it, then melted the wax a little to fix it, and moved to the top. Let's give this to them first. That way, even if Chung Mai-un resolved the situation, the sect leader would have some understanding of the current situation. Hien Zhang seemed to have close ties to the guild. The letter read thusly. Sect leader, the long winter is over and spring is coming. By the time this arrives, the spring plum blossoms will be in full bloom, even where the sect leader resides. The beautiful view of Mount Hua, which I visited with my father, is still etched into my memories. I am full of desire to revisit it sometime, but it is a pity that circumstances do not permit me. Unfortunately, I am ashamed to be writing to you like this in hopes of a request. I am contacting you because my father's condition keeps worsening with the passage of each day. As you know, my father has been in bed since last year as his health began failing. Considering his age, it was understandable. But strangely, in recent days, other symptoms started to appear instead of the usual signs of old age. Father is currently unconscious and unable to move. His body is dyed red, and a black light or something ominous circulates on his forehead, while his heart beats erratically. We, the Yuna Guild, invited various people to check on my father's condition, but no one made a proper diagnosis. So, as if grasping at straws, I'm trying to find some clue about this illness by sending these letters out to anyone I know is capable. If you know anything about my father's symptoms, we would appreciate it if you could contact us back in any way. I promise to give a massive reward in the name of Yunha Guild to those who provide information that would help improve my father's health. Waiting for a reply. Wang Zhongyi, the minor lord of Yunha Guild. Chapter 49. Don't be offended if something goes wrong for Huak. I can't do this anymore. The third-class disciples groaned and passed through Mount Hu as gate. It was impossible for them to do business in Hu. These Taoists needed to achieve peace through meditation. They couldn't relate to those obsessed with worldliness and fleeting desires. Everything is fine, but it was understandable. They also understood how important money was and how hard it was to earn. Until recently, weren't they forced to endure by surviving off only porridge due to a shortage of money? Even if they were Taoists, it was impossible to live off the bark of trees and cultivation alone. Whether it was a mountain, a field, or a city, people needed money. So, they had no complaints there. The problem was, can't we just get a dorm in Hu? What kind of treatment is this? If we have to go up and down Mount Hua each day and night, I really might die. Sahyang. Yunjong closed his eyes tightly. Usually, he would have yelled at the children to stop their whining, but he didn't say anything because even he was out of breath now. Think of this as training. What kind of training? If not, go to Sasek directly and ask him. Everyone shut up immediately at that. It wasn't because they were afraid. It was because their suffering was insignificant compared to the hardships of their elders. They only did it today, but the elders had been going up and down the mountain every day for the businesses. Sahyang, I have no time to train these days. We are here to learn martial arts, not do business. If it was going to be like this, I'd rather have stayed home and not join Mount Hua at all. Yunjong sighed as the whining kept going. I know what you are trying to say, but things don't always work the way you want them to, right? That's just how it is, so endure for now. Yes, Sahyang. All right. Still, everyone nodded their heads. Yunjong sighed once more in secret. That's what I said, but when will this situation get better? He couldn't imagine. No, it wasn't that he couldn't. In Yunjong's eyes, things wouldn't get better. Rather, they would worsen. Fortunately, the merchants who sided with Mount Hua came to their aid. Otherwise, they would have already experienced dramatic losses. For things to get better, the path to improvement must be visible. But Yunjong could only see bad things. Sect leader must have a plan. As Yunjong continued his thoughts, he flinched. I'm worried about Mount Hua. Until recently, that was rarely the case. Although he was one of the third-class disciples, he barely worried about Mount Hua. It was because he had always thought that even if Mount Hua collapsed, he could simply go elsewhere. But before he knew it, he had grown seriously concerned for it. This is all part of the change that occurred after he showed up. Sahuang. Yunjong closed his eyes tightly. Everything has been changing for the better. But why does that guy keep getting more and more immature each day? Yunjong looked at Zhou Gul, who was running towards him. Sahyang, we are in trouble. Calm down. You are Taoist, so don't rush and be, Chung Mai An. The moment that name came out of Zhou Gul's mouth, Yunjong's face turned a ghastly pale. It was truly amazing how one name was enough to shake another to their core. No, you need to see this. Hurry. As Zhou Gul started to run ahead, Yunjong followed behind without saying a word. What is he up to this time? Yunjong didn't have time to think. He ran with all his strength and followed Zhou Gul into the dorms, swiftly rushing into Chung Mayan's room. Not here? An empty room. Is he out? No, that isn't it. Look at this. Huh? This? Yunjong narrowed his eyes and looked at where Zhou Gul pointed. A sheet of paper? A sheet of paper was left on the bed with a message written on it. Something came up, so I will be away at work for a few days. You can handle it. Also, if you skip training, I will fold your spine backward, so don't even think of skipping out. This crazy bastard. Yunjong's hand trembled. What? A few days? Did that madman think that he could run around anywhere he wanted? Taboo. What do we do, Sahyang? Yunjong sighed. First, we need to make sure the others stay silent about this. But if he gets caught, even if we go and tell them, it won't change anything. He said he'll be back in a few days, so we need to try and hide his absence until then. Unless it was the same as today, when someone came searching for him specifically, nobody would notice if Chung Mai and went missing for a short while. What will happen if we get caught? Are you worried about that? Yes, aren't you worried about it? I'm worried about something other than that. What? Yunjong sighed and spoke. I'm worried about how many days he will be gone, and what new mess he is going to cause this time. Zhou Gul, at a loss for words, agreed in his mind. Huak. I need to take a breather. Chung Mayan sat down on the tree trunk next to him to catch his breath. He ran a great distance straight from Mount Hua without resting, and was out of breath. It seemed like he would die. Oh, how far have I fallen from my prime? He could jump from one mountain to another in one step. He could even jump from one side of a river to another in 2 jumps. If it had been him in the past, it would have taken less than 2 hours to reach Zion City from Mount Hua. It would have been like taking a leisurely walk. However, Chung Mai-un couldn't do it at his current level, so he had to run like a crazy dog, sweating until his body hurt. Oh my, if I could have just one glass of cold water, life would be worth living. Each time this happened, he would think of the past. Taking a deep breath, Chung Mai-un raised his head and looked at Zion. It's been a long time since I've been here. Although some developed quite a bit, it cannot be compared to Zion City. Zion was the largest city near Mount Hua. As a result, whenever there was a need to visit a big city, the first place anyone would consider was Zion. Chung Mai-un, feeling alive and rested, stood up while reminiscing. Quite a lot used to happen here. Ordinarily, the disciples of Mount Hua wouldn't come here. The reason was simple. The closest faction to this city was actually the Southern Edge Sect. Southern Edge Mountain, home of the Southern Edge Sect, was only a few kilometers away from here. So, their disciples would often come here when they were bored. What would happen if the disciples of both Mount Hua and Southern Edge met? One of the two will be destroyed. Southern Edge Sect and Mount Hua weren't on good terms. No, it's not enough to say they simply weren't on good terms. They just couldn't bear being close to each other. They were closer to being enemies. Why do we have such a bad relationship? It has to be asked the other way around. What reason do we have to get along? Like neighboring nations don't have good relations, the big sects never liked getting along with their neighbors. First, there are always border disputes and interests to be contested, not to mention a constant competition to recruit local disciples with talent. Above all, when asked who's mightier, swords are drawn and wielded before the question finishes escaping their lips. It's a matter of pride. Moreover, both Mount Hua and Southern Edge were from the same province, and they even had the same kind of teaching, which focused on swordplay. Haha, the ancestors must have had similar personalities. Maybe they thought that if they settled their clans near one another their descendants would get along. Well, that may be what they thought, but the successors came to regard each other as enemies. As a result, Mount Hua had no choice but to reluctantly get along with the Southern Edge Sect. At least, until Chung Mai-un appeared. As everyone knows, Chung Mai-un has quite a temper, and is more than a little rebellious. The more his Sayong tried to stop him, the more he wanted to come to Zion. Were there disputes? Of course. I hit them a lot. Chung Mai-un wasn't such a bore that he would visit the city just to pick fights. At that time, he only focused on eating one more piece of meat and drinking one more glass of alcohol. He couldn't enjoy himself and indulge in drinking and dancing within Mount Hua because of his ever-present Sahyang's watchful eyes keeping him tied down. But he could avoid his Sahyang's nagging by hiding in the city. However, those Southern Edge fools seemed to enjoy fighting rather than drinking and dancing. After being beaten by Chung Mai-un once or twice, whenever they found out that Chung Mai-un was in town, they would come rushing after him. Chung Mai-un acknowledged the Southern Edge Sect's tenacity as well. Regardless of how many times they were beaten to a pulp, they would always come back, chasing after Chung Mai-un in greater and greater numbers whenever he showed his face. Even when Mount Hua was in the midst of collapse, weren't they still trying to drag Mount Hua down tenaciously? So, Chung Mai-un glanced at his clothes. He couldn't take off his uniform because he was in a hurry. The plum blossom symbol embroidered on the chest stood out brilliantly. Should he get a change of clothes? Chung Mai-un was a little worried. Whatever. He doubted that he would run into those damn bastards in this wide city. It isn't like they would be searching for him as they did in the past. Not like anything will happen. Once he got to the Yunhe Guild, he wouldn't have to worry about this sort of thing. And then I can get my money. With a sinister smile, Chung Mai-un crossed into Zion, completely unaware of the storm he was about to create. Chapter 50. Don't be offended if something goes wrong. 5. Huang Zhongyi couldn't hold back his disappointment. So, you're saying that it can't be helped? Huang Mun Yak was Yunhe Merchant Guild's prominent leader and Huang Zhongyi's father. With every passing day, Huang Mun Yak's health continued to deteriorate. Until recently, he was at least conscious, but a couple days ago, he ceased even waking up as the severity of his symptoms increased. An unconscious man couldn't even eat food to nourish his body. If this continued, it was clear that his breathing would end within a few days. In a hurry, Huang Zhongyi had invited influential people the world over. Now he had even begun to seek help from prominent Taoists, whom he had a relationship with, but not a single answer had come back yet. Today, he had a glimmer of hope when a figure of the Sichuan Tang family, who boasts about their knowledge in poisons, came to him. However, what happened had left Huang Zhongyi wallowing in disappointment. It is difficult. Unsurprisingly, Huang Zhongyi sighed at the negative comment he heard. Are you saying that even the sect known as the Master of Poisons is unable to help my father? It is true that we pride ourselves as the foremost experts on poison in this world. We can assist in matters related to any poison. But your father's malady isn't caused by poison. Huang Zhongyi narrowed his eyes at this statement. Even after seeing these symptoms, you're saying that? Tang Mai-un, the elder of the Tang sect, shook his head. Although the symptoms are similar, this hasn't been done by poison. There seems to be a fundamentally different cause. Ugh. Huang Zhongyi's complexion darkened to the point where it couldn't get much darker. Even though he invited the best and most influential people in their fields, and wielded his financial power to promise the greatest compensation he could, he still couldn't find someone to cure his father's illness. Are you certain that this isn't simply his age catching up to him? These symptoms aren't natural. Then what the hell is going on? Tang Maiyan slightly lowered his gaze, visibly troubled. Seeing that, Huang Zhongyi sighed. I am sorry. I know that you did your best. I am just a little frustrated. I am sorry for being unable to help. Not at all. Forgive me for not seeing you off. Tang Maiyan got up and left outside with a bitter expression. What am I supposed to do? Huang Zhongyi held his head as he mumbled. His father's illness was getting worse day by day. How could he stop this? Despite having so much money, was he unable to do anything for his father? What sin did my father commit for this to happen? Wang Mun, Yak had devoted his life to helping the poor. He knew that heaven's will is not necessarily executed in retribution, but wasn't this too harsh? To die after suffering from an unknown disease for over a year. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. May I come in? Ah, yes, Elder. The door opened, and a man came in. It was a white-haired man in an impressive white uniform. I just saw Elder Tang Mai, on leave. Yes, young master, I am embarrassed to keep saying the same thing, but now is the time to admit it. The only way to save Elder Huang is through Taoist ritual. Huang Zhongyi's face grew bleak upon hearing what was said. I understand what the elder is saying, but I don't want to rely on it just yet. Young master, didn't I tell you? The elderly's symptoms are because he went against the flow. He collected too much negative Kai and twisted his foundation. If you can make the decision to let us handle it, there might be a chance. Huang Zhongyi turned his head and looked at the man. The man nonchalantly continued, as if the gaze piercing him wasn't burdensome at all. It isn't common for the sect leader of the Great Southern Edge Sect to personally offer help. This privilege is only being extended to you because he is Elder Huang of the Yunhe Merchants Guild. Time is running out. Please don't do anything you will regret. I wish to wait longer. No use. The man clicked his tongue. It was as if he considered Huang Zhongyi's actions to be pathetic. Huang Zhongyi bit his lower lip. The reason he ignored this man's rude remarks was simple. This man here was the Southern Edge Sect's elder, Kemoxune. The Southern Edge Sect has been famous as one of the 10 great sects for a long time, and in recent years, their name has soared to even greater heights throughout the world. He wasn't sure about this generation, but Huang Zhongyi was sure that this sect would occupy the highest peak at the top of the world within the next few generations. Besides, Zion is a place that has been under the influence of the Southern Edge Sect since ancient times. With the elder of such a sect offering to help them, Huang Zhongyi couldn't afford to sever their ties, and had no choice but to refuse politely. They will probably ask for a fortune in return. Giving money wasn't the issue. If they could really save his father, he was willing to give up all his possessions. However, if they had the confidence to save his father, they wouldn't have asked for the payment in advance, but would ask for it later, after truly saving him. Having lived his life with his father as a merchant, Huang Zhongyi knew what the other party would aim for in this situation. We haven't yet received replies for the letters I sent out. I will make a decision after receiving the responses. This is really frustrating. How could they cure this disease when all those doctors and healers you've already invited failed? Did you not hear a word the Tang sect elder said? Huang Zhongyi's eyes twitched. This man spoke as if he had heard the conversation between Huang Zhongyi and Tang Maiyan. He might not have realized, but didn't this man just admit to eavesdropping on them? Shameless. Huang Zhongyi sighed deeply. Unfortunately, he lacked the confidence and strength to the point that out now. If Huang Mun Yak's condition deteriorates further, his role in the Yunhe merchants will shrink. Then, it would be necessary to maintain a relationship with the Southern Edge Sect, which holds great influence within the city. Even if that meant that he would have to use a lot of money. I ask for a little more time. It isn't that I lack faith in the Southern Edge Sect. It's because, as a son, I hope to do something more for my father. There isn't much time left. If he dies, you shouldn't forget that it was the result of the young master's vain obsession. Huang Zhongyi clenched his fist. I'll keep that in mind. It was then. Young master. An urgent voice came from outside. What's going on? Mount Hua. A man has come from Mount Hua. Mount Hua? Yes, from Mount Hua. Huang Zhongyi's eyes trembled. He did send a letter to Mount Hua. However, since there wasn't much to expect from a sect on the verge of ruin, he sent the letter rather late. Judging by the time, the letter must have only reached them 1 or 2 days ago. Yet, they already sent someone here. Perhaps, did they know something about Wang Mun Yak's symptoms and decided to send a person rather than a letter? Huang Zhongyi, who saw a ray of hope, was about to get up from his seat when he heard a cold voice. Mount Hua? Kaimox Yun's eyes opened wide. His expression hardened by the word Mount Hua, and then let loose a harsh voice. They're merely a ruined mess. What can they even do? How dare they come here? Huang Zhongyi bit his lip. He knew that Kai Mox Yun was speaking with his sect in mind, but Huang Zhongyi had the impression that this man was speaking as if the Southern Edge sect was already in control of the Yuna merchants. Young master, there's no need to meet such people. What does Mount Hua know that would allow them to cure this? Huang Zhongyi's face hardened. Even so, they traveled here after receiving my call for help. Do you think that I would send them away without even properly greeting them? You need to listen to me, elder. Huang Zhongyi cut him off. This is the Yuna Merchants Guild. Don't forget that this isn't the Southern Edge sect. Hey Mox. Yun tried to hide his discomfort, but Huang Zhongyi ignored it and got up. He hurriedly opened the door and went outside. We never know. No one in the world could even name the disease. Even famous sects had given up on helping them. Then maybe, just maybe, the answer would come from an unexpected place. Huang Zhongyi came out and looked around. Where are the guests from Mount Hua? Huang Zhongyi's subordinate deeply bowed while responding. At the entrance. Are you saying that you left visitors who traveled from afar at the gate? What sort of disrespect is that? No matter how horrible the situation within is, such rudeness is unacceptable. Huang Zhongyi yelled with a fierce bellow. The subordinate didn't ask for forgiveness and simply looked at the gate. I was going to ask him to come, but I couldn't understand that situation at all. Move. I will go there myself. Young master. The Huang Zhongyi's face hardened as he moved. He didn't like his subordinate's awkward attitude. Since when did the Yuna Merchants Guild divide their guests according to status? If his father was conscious, he would have scolded everyone involved. Those who do business should treat everyone equally. Elder Huang's theory was that those who divided customers by their names and status weren't qualified to do business. People might say that the might of Mount Hua had weakened, but it was rude to ask them to wait at the gate when they came to help. I need to set things straight. Huang Zhongyi resolutely moved to the entrance. Soon, a small child, leaning with his weight on one leg, came into his sight at the entrance. Well, it is Mount Hua. The pure white robe and the plum blossom pattern on the chest. This kid was undoubtedly a disciple for Mount Hua. Huang Zhongyi looked at Cheng Mai and spoke. We have been rude. The young man raised his head slightly. No, well, you were. I am Huang Zhongyi of the Yuna Merchants Guild. It was my negligence for not properly educating my subordinates, so please hold me responsible. It's fine. I didn't come here hoping to be treated well. Wasn't this answer a bit too old-like? Huang Zhongyi continued, maintaining his expression. Thank you for understanding. But what about the others in your party? I came alone. Ah, I see. The party, sorry? Huang Zhongyi shook his head. What are you saying? I said that I came alone. The young man shrugged his shoulders, smiled mischievously, and spoke. I have a way to cure Elder Huang, so please guide me in. Oh, and I'd like to check out the huge reward that you mentioned. Is that fine? Huang Zhongyi's eyes trembled. Who the hell was this little bastard? This was the first meeting between Huang Zhongyi of the Yuna Merchant Guild and Cheng Mayang.